Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Have you heard? That guy named Beilang applied for early graduation. TCH, he's just a clown trying to impress people. Most geniuses are in their first or second grade and apply for early graduation. He's a 5th grader, so he's applying for early graduation. If he could graduate early, I'd stand on my head and have diarrhea. Brother Igarashi is right. At Spiritual Arts Academy, a group of students got together to discuss the 8 trigrams they had recently heard about. Big news! Beilang's early graduation exam will be held at the training ground. The 4 captains of Godi 13 will come to watch. The guy named Igarashi just now felt as if his face was on fire. But he still said the hardest, it's just an assessment. He will definitely fail this exam. Hey, listen to me. Unfortunately, no one listened to his continued harsh words, and everyone gathered at the training ground of Spiritual Arts Academy. In the center of the training ground, a handsome young man wearing a white shirt, red pants, and silver hair stood there. On the rostrum in front of the young man, 4 captain-level figures wearing white feathers were standing. Sir, isn't it just a pre-assessment? Do you still need to come to the Spiritual Arts Academy in person? The middle-aged uncle wearing a pink floral dress and a bamboo hat on his head asked puzzledly. Chun Shui. The teacher came in person, of course he has his reasons, cough. Next to the middle-aged uncle, a sickly handsome guy with white hair who was also wearing a white feather dress said. Ara Allah, it's really an accident. I'm also curious about what kind of student it is that Captain Yamamoto can take the 3 of us to see him. The third person who spoke was a girl who looked like Yamato Nadeshiko. An ordinary gentlewoman, time has not left any traces on her body, giving people a youthful but completely mature feeling. Humph, of course I have a reason. As for why, you will know later. The leader was an old man, his white beard was neatly trimmed, and his whole person gave people an air of calmness and self-power. Feel. These 4 are none other than the 4 captains of Ryūjin Godi 13, Yamamoto Genryusai, Unohana Retsu, and Yamamoto Unohana Retsu's 2 beloved disciples, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. These few can be said to be Yamamoto Ryūjin is definitely his own team. And standing in the center of the field is naturally a time traveler from Otherworld, who was inexplicably transported to Beilang in the Shinigami world by a dump truck. Hurry up! Aren't you taking the graduation exam in advance? This makes me feel like the monkey being tricked. Beilang looked at more and more students watching around the training ground and complained speechlessly in his heart. Originally, when Beilang knew he came to the Shinigami world, he planned to live in a low life, but he had no choice but to end up in Soul Society as soon as he landed. If he were in the present world, Beilang would have slipped back to his hometown. The world of Shinigami can be said to be a high-risk world. If you are not careful, you will die. But now that there is no way to escape, Beilang can only work hard to climb up. At the very least, the safety factor of Godi 13 is still much better than that of Rukanga. Simply put, Beilang is not without support. Travelers come standard with cheat, which was arranged for Beilang. It's just this cheat. Brother, come and chop me down. The system will serve you wholeheartedly. The system interface in front of Beilang really makes Beilang not know how to complain. What the hell is this strong web game trend? If it weren't for being in Soul Society now, Beilang would really be afraid that Brother Chenglong would suddenly come out and shout an advertising slogan. But complaints are complaints, cheat is still easy to use. Although I don't think other cheats have various heaven-defying effects, Beilang's cheat can indeed be said to be simple and crude. Hang up to upgrade. The treasure was cut off. Equipment synthesis. Garbage collection. Good guy, he really said, come and kill me if you're a brother. The AFK upgrade is the simplest and crudest. Go online every day to receive a 24-hour AFK reward, which is equivalent to signing in. You will receive a fixed 100 experience points every day, which means you add up a little. The treasure was cut off. Bai Lang originally thought that he was losing the treasure by defeating monsters, but it turned out that it was not the case. He was attacked. He ignored any attack damage and received various rewards based on the type of damage received, the location and severity of the injury, ranging from as small as black silk stockings, so large that all the skills and treasures in each world can be exploded, and critical hit rewards will be triggered from time to time, allowing you to get more awesome things. The latter two items have not been unlocked yet, and it is still unclear what the situation is. However, relying on the first two cheats, Bai Lang easily passed the Spiritual Arts Academy exam, and in the past 5 years, he has greatly improved himself. Name: Bai Lang. Gender: male. Nonsense, otherwise could it still be female? Title: Student of Spiritual Arts Academy, Hang reward doubled. Lingwei, 4th class, 91,000/100000. White hits, LV5, 4396/10,000. Shunpo, LV4, 443/1000. Kid, LV5, 2800/10,000, details are not displayed temporarily. Swordsmanship, LV5, 2200/10,000. Soul cutting sword, none. Experience, 2345. Props, omitted. Bai Lang can say, I, Bai Lang, have the strength he has today only because of his own efforts. Deep Blue, give me some extra. However, recently, Bai Lang found that the experience he could earn in school had decreased by 10 times. Originally, he could get 10 experience points by punching a student for provoking him, but now he only has 1 point. Bai Lang originally planned to become the Shilapo sword god, and earn enough experience before leaving the mountain. Once the experience income decreased, Bai Lang's plan to gain experience was completely shattered. There is no choice. If Bai Lang wants to protect himself in this dangerous world, he can only choose to graduate early. But what Bai Lang didn't expect was that his early graduation exam would attract the attention of Godi I-13's captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. Looking at the serious old man on the rostrum, as the most powerful Shinigami in Seoul society at present, Yamamoto Genryusai showed Bai Lang a smile that was simply terrifying. Surprise! I don't seem to have offended this old man. Chapter 2. Looking at Yamamoto Genryusai's smile that can be called nuclear kindness, Bai Lang couldn't help but reflect on himself. And Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Bai Lang in the middle of the field and felt really unhappy. It's not because of anything else. Yamamoto Genryusai is not angry with a kid who is not yet 50 years old, but this guy has been in the Spiritual Arts Academy for the past 5 years. It can be said that people hate dogs. Good guy. In the kid class, a red cannon fired on teacher Kid's hair. In the white hits class, the monkey stole a peach and fucked a sparring student, and stayed up late at night and sang shirtless downstairs in the girls' dormitory. How can one person do this? Ah! If this was an ordinary student, he would have been beaten to death long ago, but this kid, not only was he not beaten to death, but he was getting stronger and stronger, and no matter whose attack hit him, it would be completely ineffective. Originally, Yamamoto Genryusai thought that the Bai Lang Ryūjin was too high, which prevented others from touching his spirit body. But later, this guy was besieged by the whole school, and he was confused by everything. This was why Yamamoto Genryusai didn't pay attention to it. Just in time, this kid applied to graduate early, and Yamamoto Genryusai also took time out of his busy schedule to come and take a look at what Bai Lang is all about. That is to say, the current time is 150 years before the start of the plot, and the Science and Technology Development Bureau has not yet been established. Otherwise, these two madmen, Yura Harakisuke and Kuratsuka Mayuri, would have sliced up Bai Lang and studied it. Kid, are you ready? Yamamoto asked. Ah? Oh, I'm ready. Bei Lang, who was distracted while standing in the middle of the field, came to his senses after hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's words and replied calmly. Yamamoto Genryusai hadn't felt his blood pressure rise for a long time, but looking at the weak little guy standing in the middle of the field, he suddenly felt that his blood pressure was full. No wonder this kid is so unpopular at Spiritual Arts Academy. Now that you're ready, let me be your opponent for the assessment. Yamamoto originally wanted to see what was going on with Bei Lang. Seeing how this kid looked like he loved someone, he couldn't help but be provoked by him. The fire in my heart. This kid is miserable. Old man Shan hasn't been angry for a long time. Kurako Shunsui gloated in the stands. Jaisure Yukatake also smiled bitterly, but they were not worried about Bei Lang's safety. Unohana Retsu, the strongest doctor in the entire Soul Society, was here. Nothing will go wrong at all. Yamamoto Genryusai came to the court as a shunpo, still holding his wooden crutch made of ryutsu. Bei Lang's pupils shrank. My dear, what is this sense of déjà vu like you passed the novice tutorial, go and kill the boss at the end of the level? How can anyone take the graduation assessment to Yamamoto Genryusai? I don't study well, don't lie to me. However, Yamamoto Genryusai came to an end. Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake also sighed and drove away the students and teachers who were about to watch. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai's ryutsu is not something ordinary people can bear. Captain, you must teach Bei Lang a lesson. Avenge us, Captain. Whoa, that bastard Bei Lang is finally leaving. My blood pressure is finally back to normal. The audience who was driven away still reluctantly warned Yamamoto Genryusai. This made Yamamoto Genryusai a little speechless. What on earth did this boy do to make his popularity become like this? Bei Lang looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and spread his hands helplessly. Didn't he just burn the hair of the female classmate and soak the clothes of the male classmate in stinky tofu water? Isn't this all about becoming stronger? Good guy, he is quite shameless. Kid, it's too late for you to regret it now, I won't hold back. Yamamoto warned after seeing the audience disperse. Bei Lang smiled and said, it's okay, Captain, just take action. Bei Lang's face burst into laughter when he saw Yamamoto Genryusai's end. Good guy, if Yamamoto Genryusai cuts him down, how many good things will come out? How could you refuse such a good thing? Seeing Bei Lang's confident look, Yamamoto nodded, very good, he likes this kind of child who doesn't know how to live or die. Moreover, Bei Lang's ryutsu is not hidden. The four captains present can certainly see that Bei Lang's ryutsu already has the superior deputy captain's ryutsu. Levels 12 to 10 are captain level ryutsu, levels 9 to 6 are officer level ryutsu, levels 5 and 4 are deputy captain level ryutsu, and levels 3 and above are captain level ryutsu. The difference between each level are more than 10 times. This is why ordinary team members and lower level officers even have a luxury to live when facing captain level ryutsu. Yamamoto Genryusai glanced at Bei Lang approvingly. If nothing else, this kid is very brave. Even when facing himself, he has no intention of avoiding a fight. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded and had no intention of using the soul-cutting sword. After all, there was no need to use the sword to deal with a little guy with a mere 4th level spiritual power. Yamamoto Genryusai's body was shaken, and the white Captain Hayori hung on the spectator seat. The muscles on his body became tense. Looking at Bei Lang, who had no intention of drawing his sword, he shouted, "Kid! Stop looking down on people, come up! Just use your full strength." "Ah! It's not necessary at all." Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai, who was full of fighting spirit, Bei Lang did not draw his sword, but said provocatively. Of course, it's definitely not because Bei Lang doesn't know Shikai at all. Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes flashed with coldness, and the anger in his heart became more intense. Shunpo moved his feet and hit Bei Lang's chest with a single fist like a cannonball. One bone. The huge wind pressure brought by the fist was so strong that Beilang couldn't even open his eyes. However, Beilang not only did not dodge, but also looked ecstatic. Boom! The fist hit Beilang and made a dull sound, but what shocked Yamamoto Genryusai was that instead of sending Beilang flying, Beilang was not hurt at all. Yamamoto Genryusai's heart sank. Sure enough, it was not Ryutsu's fault. Double bones. Yamamoto Genryusai, who does not believe in evil, uses both fists this time. But Beilang still didn't react when he was hit by a fist. If it weren't for the big tree behind him cracking and the ground beneath him cracking, others would have thought Yamamoto Genryusai didn't attack. Can you do it? Captain? What? Kid? Don't get too carried away. Eat me Ryūjin Jakka. Chapter 3. Ding! Host was injured by white hits. The damage type is impact, the location of the injury is the whole body, and the degree of injury is fatal. The damage has been absorbed. Congratulations to host for gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding! In just 2 attacks, Yamamoto Genryusai provided Beilang with 300,000 experience points. This is more experience than Beilang accumulated in 5 years at Spiritual Arts Academy. Seeing the information constantly refreshing in his system, Beilang could hardly open his eyes. Good guy, if he had known that Yamamoto Genryusai could provide him with so much experience at one time, he would have run to a place where he wanted to die. The squadron has gone. After all, Beilang himself doesn't know what the upper limit of his system's absorption is. The system doesn't say it. Beilang himself doesn't dare to waste it casually. If it overturns, it will be so frustrating. But now it seems that the 1 and 2 bones that can kill the Fire Prince are far from the upper limit of the system. A somewhat arrogant Beilang asked Yamamoto Genryusai a question. Well, sure enough, looking at Yamamoto Genryusai opposite, whose beard was almost crooked with anger, Beilang felt that he was quite talented in provocation. Of course, Yamamoto Genryusai will not lose his mind because of such a simple provocation. In fact, judging from the situation just now, he poses no threat to Beilang at all with white hits alone. Just look at the shattered ground beneath their feet and the nonchalant Beilang. There's definitely a reason why this kid wasn't beaten to death. So Yamamoto Genryusai took advantage of the slope and decisively chose to pull out his own Ryūjin Jakka. Everything in the world is reduced to ashes, Ryūjin Jakka. The moment Yamamoto Genryusai pulled out the soul-cutting sword, the expressions of Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake in the stands changed. Hey, Mr. Shan is not serious. It's just a test. Do you need to free the soul's anti-ing sword? Kurako Shunsui put away his cynical smile and supported Ryutsu, who was blown away by Yamamoto Genryusai. The hat flew out and said seriously. Cough cough cough. Teacher, he must have his own plan. Cough cough cough. Jaishur Yukatake still looked weak, but even so, facing Yamamoto Genryusai's volcanic Ryutsu, no discomfort whatsoever. Unohana Retsu immediately set up barriers around the training ground. Although he is best at kendo, Kid is not weak either. Positive Yamamoto Genryusai's Beilang feels like he is standing next to the sun. That blazing Ryutsu seems to burn Beilang directly. Just by liberating Ryutsu of the soul Zantoto, Beilang's system has already begun to collect experience by leaps and bounds. Ding! Host was burned by Ryutsu. The damage type was continuous soul impact. The injured location was the whole body. The degree of injury was minor injury fatal. The damage has been absorbed, and the experience continues to increase. Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai become serious, Beilang couldn't help but raise his voice. Facing such Yamamoto Genryusai, if the system cannot withstand his attack, Beilang can only pray that Unohana Retsu's medical skills are powerful enough. Yamamoto Genryusai turned his wrist, and a wall of flames surrounded the two of them. Yamamoto Genryusai slowly walked toward Beilang with a knife, kid. I hope you won't die by my sword. After saying that, Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes widened, and the black Shinigami kimono on his body was completely scattered around Yamamoto Genryusai's waist, revealing Yamamoto Genryusai's body full of scars. Is this the strongest Shinigami, the power of Yamamoto Genryusai? Beilang was secretly frightened. Although he was provoking Yamamoto Genryusai, he never denied the power of Yamamoto Genryusai. This is an opponent that even Aizen and Waiwak can only play tricks on. Even more, this is Yamamoto Genryusai who is going downhill again. Considering that he was still within the Seirai, Yamamoto Genryusai did not use a powerful large-scale attack move, but sheathed the sword, one move, caressing slash. In an instant, Yamamoto Genryusai disappeared from Beilang's sight. Just listen to the sound of dang, like the sound of metal colliding. The Ryūjin Jakka in Yamamoto Genryusai's hand has completely chopped into Beilang's chest. Before Beilang could react at all, Yamamoto Genryusai's attack was over. However, this time the attack still did not work. Yamamoto Genryusai's pupils shrank and he opened the distance between him and Beilang. However, in fact, Beilang couldn't capture Yamamoto Genryusai's figure at all. Beilang's eyes just flashed, and Yamamoto Genryusai returned to the position before the attack. If the system had not prompted him, Beilang would not even know that Yamamoto Genryusai had launched an attack. Beilang is breaking out in a cold sweat. This is really the system, Dad, saving my life. Without the system, Beilang would have died a long time ago. Seeing that Beilang was still unharmed, Yamamoto Genryusai nodded. He really didn't believe this evil. You must see where Beilang's upper limit is. Lose. Teacher. Old Man Shan. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake saw that Yamamoto Genryusai wanted to continue attacking, so Shunpo quickly moved his feet and stopped in front of Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai, who originally planned to continue fighting, also came to his senses and watched the disciples who were about to draw their swords slowly put Ryūjin Jakka into the sheath. Of course, the wall of fire surrounding several people also dispersed, and some of them were embarrassed. Yamamoto Genryusai disappeared directly from the scene, leaving only one sentence. Come to the team building to report tomorrow. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were relieved to see Yamamoto Genryusai leave. They were really afraid that their teacher would continue to free the Soulzan Toto. Yamamoto Genryusai's bad temper is enough to do such a thing. Beilang was a little regretful. He wanted to continue harvesting wool, but was stopped by the two of them, but he still needed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Kaiband and Captain Jushiro, for your help. Beilang is not a person without courtesy. If it weren't for the dog system, he would actually be a very easy person to get along with. Kurako Shunsui waved his hand, looked at Beilang with complicated eyes and said, No, it's just convenient. Jaishur Yukatake smiled and said, Beilang, you passed the assessment, welcome to join Godi I-13. Beilang exchanged greetings with the two of them, said hello to Unohana Retsu, and then left the training ground. Chapter 4. Don't forget to report to the first team tomorrow. Jaishur Yukatake warned as he looked at Beilang leaving. Know it. Looking at Beilang leaving, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake also shook their heads slightly. Kurako Shunsui adjusted his bamboo hat and said with a smile, It seems that we have one more junior brother. According to the teacher's temperament, this junior brother will definitely not be able to escape. Jaishur Yukatake also said a little helplessly. Unohana Retsu in the stands looked at Beilang leaving with interest in his eyes. Interesting guy. I really want to try to chop him with a knife. Unohana Retsu's hand involuntarily touched the handle of the knife at his waist. If he hadn't remembered that this was the Spiritual Arts Academy and 1,000 years of chi nurturing Kung Fu, according to Unohana Retsu's character, seeing this kind of sandbag that was completely indestructible, he said you have to try your hand at everything. As for Beilang, there's certainly a reason why he's so eager to leave. Bei Lang returned to his dormitory and immediately sealed the door with Kid. Just because of his bad popularity in the college, no one shared a room with him, giving Bei Lang a private space. Make sure Bei Lang is safe around and open the system immediately. Ding! The host is damaged, triggering a 10,000 times critical hit. Get additional rewards. Congratulations to host for receiving a mysterious fire soul-slaying sword. Bei Lang rubbed his hands in excitement. This was the first time Bei Lang had triggered such a high critical multiplier. The items Bei Lang got before were all sword moves, food, and other things that had little impact on the battle. This was the first time he got a treasure like the soul-slaying sword. According to Shinigami's settings, any Soul-Zanken sword has Bankai's ability. However, some Soul-Zanken swords are limited by the host and cannot reach this level at all. So even if it is an ordinary fire-type soul-cutting sword, Bei Lang is very happy. After all, there are no useless swords, only useless Shinigami, right? The ability of the soul-cutting sword depends on the holder. In addition, this is a big treasure released by Yamamoto Genryusai, and it is definitely not comparable to some Japanese products. With this expectation, Bei Lang accepted this reward. Congratulations to host for receiving the fire-type soul-slaying sword, the flame sword, Raging Fire, and its supporting fantasy drive book. Bei Lang looked at the fiery sword Lihuo in his hand and the driver book in his backpack, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Good guy, do you call this a soul-slaying knife? Are you bullying me for not watching Kamen Rider? This is clearly the transformer of Kamen Rider's Holy Blade. Bei Lang was speechless for a while, but still checked Lihuo's instructions. Fire Flame Sword Fire. The holy sword from Otherworld has the power of sacred flames, can drive fantasy books to fight, and transform into the holy blade of Kamen Rider. The growth system of this Soul's Anteing sword is extremely high. After fully mastering the power of the Soul's Anteing sword, the Soul's Anteing sword will enter the Bankai form, the 10 holy blades. Current mastery level, 10%. Bei Lang nodded with satisfaction. This thing is indeed a very powerful soul-cutting sword. The system has optimized the state of the fire sword according to the settings of the Shinigami world. Now it is an authentic soul-cutting sword. Unfortunately, Agni does not come with a sword spirit, and he cannot transform into a Kamen Rider. When using different drive books, he only attributes the power to his own spirit body. But Bei Lang is very satisfied with this. After all, things like the 10 holy blades can reshape the world. The endpoint of Fiery Sword Fiery is definitely Fantasy Omnipotence, which is a powerful fantasy driving book that can compete with Waiwaka's Omniscience. Bei Lang is a little bit curious to see whether the Fantasy Omnipotence is stronger or the Omniscience and Omnipotence is stronger. But it is a pity that the integration of Bei Lang and Fiery Sword Lihuo is not enough now. The 10% mastery level can only use 2 volumes, and even the power of the Crimson Flying Dragon in 3 volumes cannot be used. Not to mention Dragon Knights, Ancient Dragons, and Elemental Dragons. Putting away the Fiery Sword Lihuo, Bei Lang lay on his bed with satisfaction. It was obvious that Yamamoto Genryusai valued him very much in today's assessment, otherwise he would not have arranged a division for himself, but would have asked him to go there. The team reported. In fact, the division that Bei Lang wants to go to the most is the 4th division. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai cannot always have time to fight with him, but Unohana Retsu is different. The 4th division is usually not busy during non-war times. This unparalleled villain in Soul Society is an experience-gaining artifact. Definitely not Bei Lang, who was attracted by Unohana Retsu's big conscience. Absolutely not. The next day, the first team arrived at the team building. Hello, the captain asked me to report. Bei Lang spoke to the middle-aged gentleman with silver hair and a mustache on his face. Oh, Bei Lang, who graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy, the captain has been waiting for you for a long time, come with me. Thank you. Of course, this is Yamamoto Genryusai's right-hand man, the first Shinigami to die in the Thousand-Year Blood War, and the deputy captain of the 1st Division, Chijiro Sasakaibe. Chijiro Sasakaibe wears a small suit and a unique white haori. He is the only vice-captain who is not a captain and can wear white haori. The two were not familiar with each other and had no further communication. Chijiro Sasakaibe brought Beilang to the door of the kendo training room, bowed slightly and said, "Please come in, His Excellency Genryusai is in the room." Beilang saluted equally politely, opened the door and entered the kendo training room. As soon as I entered, I saw Yamamoto Genryusai practicing kendo with a wooden sword in hand. Ha! Yamamoto Genryusai held the sword with both hands, exerted force on both arms, and slashed straight forward with the wooden sword. Beilang couldn't help but nodded. Even as the captain, Yamamoto Genryusai did not reduce his practice for any day. It can be said that as long as this old man is here, Godi 13 will be there. Beilang didn't mean to rush him, he just found a place to sit down and carefully studied Yamamoto Genryusai's kendo. Yamamoto Genryusai had a look of approval in his eyes, but he didn't stop. After completing a round of practice, he put away his wooden sword and sat in front of his desk. "Kid, you're late today," Yamamoto Genryusai said leisurely as he picked up a cup of tea. In this scene, you can't tell at all that this old man is the leader of Godi 13, a violent organization. "You didn't say when you wanted me to come." "Of course I'll come when I wake up." Beilang didn't mean to be nervous, and still treated Yamamoto Genryusai with a normal attitude. Chapter 5. After hearing what Beilang said, Yamamoto Genryusai was not angry at all. After drinking the tea in his hand, he said, "Kid, do you know why I asked you to report to the first team? You don't seem to be surprised at all. Now, it's nothing more than accepting me as a disciple, or asking me to join the first team. What's the big surprise?" Beilang said speechlessly, if he can't see such a simple thing, he shouldn't hang out in Seoul society. Find a place to wait to die. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, very good. Today's Beilang is completely different from the Beilang who was so angry that he didn't pay for his life. This kid is serious, which is quite worrying. So, what do you think? However, Beilang's behavior surprised Yamamoto Genryusai. Beilang saluted directly and said, "Master, please bow to me." His actions were so agile that even Yamamoto Genryusai was stunned for a moment. "It seems like there are a lot of words stuck in my throat and I can't say them out." But now that Beilang has already bowed, Yamamoto Genryusai is no longer holding the position. He helps Beilang up and laughs, "Ha ha ha ha, okay, from today on, you are my closed disciple." Beilang approached Yamamoto Genryusai with a smile on his face and said, "Master, I've already become a disciple. Isn't there any apprenticeship ceremony?" Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Beilang speechlessly. The little guy who was so serious just now has immediately revealed his true nature. Yamamoto Genryusai knocked Beilang on the forehead with a knife, and said angrily, "You brat, I asked for a gift as soon as you walked in." Beilang didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he looked at Yamamoto Genryusai eagerly. Yamamoto Genryusai was both angry and funny. He said helplessly, "I've prepared your gift. You'll know when the time comes." Beilang immediately changed his face again and said, "Thank you, Master." Yamamoto Genryusai waved his hands speechlessly and said, Okay, get out of here, come to the dojo early tomorrow morning, and I will teach you how to practice in person." After hearing what Yamamoto Genryusai said, Beilang left the kendo training room happily. The matter of becoming Yamamoto Genryusai's teacher was actually not part of Beilang's plan at the beginning. He also didn't expect that by chance, Yamamoto Genryusai would come to examine him in person. Originally, he thought that he could just hug Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukate's thighs. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai's direct descendants were not affected from the beginning to the end. Any threat? Being able to take Yamamoto Genryusai as my disciple is an unexpected blessing. You know, there are only two people who can say that they are the captain's apprentices, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. Under the arrangement of Chur Sasakaibe, Bei Lang also moved from the Spiritual Arts Academy to the first team's team building, living a life of dire straits. You brat, look at the sword. 1 bone. 2 bones. You kid, can you do it? Can't you hold on for such a short time? Get up and swing your sword 10,000 times. Come on, chop me with a knife. It's no use if others can't beat you. You have to learn how to hack your enemies to death. Smelly old man, you are so verbose. What? You brat. It seems you are not tired after all. You will train twice as much tomorrow. I was wrong. My dear master. Good guy, Bei Lang has been receiving devil training from Yamamoto Genryusai since the second day. Apart from anything else, Yamamoto Genryusai had no intention of hiding any secrets from Bei Lang as his apprentice, and taught Bei Lang all his understanding of the 4 techniques of Jean Fist and Walking Ghost. Bei Lang can absorb damage, but training fatigue is not something Bei Lang can do. Every day Bei Lang was trained like a dead dog by Yamamoto Genryusai. If it weren't for the increase in experience on his own panel, Bei Lang really wouldn't be able to survive. Name, Bei Lang. Sex, male. Title, Captain's Closed Disciple, 3 times the reward for hanging up. Lingwei, 4th class, 999000/10000000. White hits, LV6. Shunpo, LV6. Kid, LV7. Swordsmanship, LV7. Soul Cutting Sword, Fire Flame Sword Fiery. 40%. The training lasted for 10 years, Bei Lang's various numerical values have made great progress, and Lingwei will soon break through to the captain level. Of course, during the past 10 years, Bei Lang has basically never left the first team. Except for Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Unohana Retsu, who are absolutely direct descendants of the captain, almost no one knows that Bei Lang has become a disciple of the captain. Others only knew that the captain had taken on a new apprentice, but they didn't know who it was. Kendo Training Room. Old guy, take a stab at me and you'll get a lot of gold coins. The wooden sword in Bei Lang's hand stabbed Yamamoto Genryusai's chest at a weird angle. Yamamoto Genryusai doesn't care about Bei Lang's verbal attacks at all. After so many years of training, Yamamoto Genryusai has long been accustomed to Bei Lang's verbal attacks. The wooden sword in his hand was not disturbed at all, and it easily blocked Bei Lang's sneak attack. TCH. Bei Lang muttered with some pity. In the past few years, Yamamoto Genryusai has become less and less concerned about his verbal attacks. He still likes the old man who gets angry every time he speaks. Yamamoto Genryusai opened his eyes slightly, swung the wooden sword in his hand away from Bei Lang's wooden sword, and decisively slashed forward to hit Bei Lang's chest. Haha! You've been fooled, old man! Bei Lang didn't panic when he saw Yamamoto Genryusai's counterattack. Instead, he was very happy. He didn't know when he took out a dark sword made of wood with his left hand. In a strange posture, Bei Lang flashed while Yamamoto Genryusai was attacking. A sword hit Yamamoto Genryusai's clothes. Not even Yamamoto Genryusai could react to this move. Haha! Smelly old man, you finally let me win for once. Bei Lang dropped the wooden sword in his hand and laughed. Is this Unohana's move? Are you going to fight her? Yamamoto looked at Bei Lang in surprise. That's right, this is the sword move I learned from Captain Uajawa. It's not bad at all. Bei Lang put his hands on his hips proudly. He also knew that this move could only be used once. Once Yamamoto Genryusai was prepared, it would be absolutely impossible to succeed. After listening to Bei Lang's words, Yamamoto Genryusai looked at him speechlessly. In the past 10 years, he still couldn't figure out Bei Lang's character, so his thousands of years of life have been in vain. What sword moves did you learn from Unohana Retsu? Are you copying his sword moves? You have a greedy body, you are despicable. Yamamoto Genryusai himself is embarrassed to say it. Chapter 6. Moreover, there is another reason why Beilang worships Yamamoto Genryusai as his disciple, that is, he wants to control the entire Soul Society, including the Soul King Palace. The first step is to master Godai 13. If you are not a direct disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai, you will not be able to serve as the captain of Godai 13. Even though Yamamoto Genryusai didn't usually say anything, before his death, his most favored successors were his two direct disciples. Whether it is Noblesse or 46 Rooms, their ideas are exactly the same as those of Yamamoto Genryusai. The identity of this closed disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai is quite important. After finally sneaking up on the old man without showing any moral integrity, Beilang was still humming a tune and preparing to go out for a walk. As soon as they walked out of the gate of the first team, a strong wind hit. A woman with a purple ponytail and a special black dress directly wrapped her arms around Beilang's neck. Beilang's head involuntarily hit a huge dumpling. Above. Hey, isn't this Beilang? Where are you going? A slightly provocative voice sounded in Beilang's ear. The person who came was none other than the current captain of the 2nd Division, the current head of the Shihaoran family, Shihaoran Ryūjin. A beautiful black-skinned lady. Of course, the current Ryūjin does not have the sense of a royal sister she later had. She is full of youthfulness and has a carefree personality that makes her loved by the team members. Beilang also reacted immediately and quickly begged for mercy. Isn't this my dear Captain Ryūjin of the 2nd Division? Why do you have time to come and play with our 1st Division? The acquaintance of Beilang and Ryūjin was very dramatic. Ryūjin's grandfather Shihaoran Seni was preparing to retire, so he brought his granddaughter to Yamamoto Genryusai for inspection. It was said to be an inspection, but in fact it was just to visit a mountain and let Yamamoto Genryusai take care of it. Look at my granddaughter. So, the two living treasures Ryūjin and Beilang met at the kendo training ground. When they first met, Beilang burned the orange outfit Ryūjin was wearing. Of course Ryūjin was not one to suffer a loss. She used her superb shunpo to shave Beilang's head like a dog. The two never knew each other and became bad friends. Although Ryūjin is older than Beilang, his behavior reveals a clear sense of stupidity. Beilang deceived him into calling him brother. Of course, after knowing that Beilang was younger than her, Ryūjin never screamed again. However, these two like-minded guys have caused trouble for Yamamoto Genryusai. Today they either set the house on fire and tomorrow they beat up the nobles in the street. However, these two people have strong backgrounds. A direct disciple of the captain and the new head of the 5 noble families have made this group of Shirai Shinigami and nobles really miserable. The two of them can be regarded as forming a revolutionary friendship. After the sneak attack on the old man today, Beilang originally went to Ryūjin to celebrate. Unexpectedly, Ryūjin had a close connection with him and came to the first team in advance. Ryūjin listened to Beilang's plea for mercy and had no intention of letting go of his steel-like arms. Although with this action now, you can't tell whether he is restricting Beilang or rewarding Beilang. Let go now. Fortunately, I have good news and want to inform you as soon as possible. Beilang deliberately pretended to be aggrieved. But Ryūjin, who had already figured out Beilang's character, had no intention of being deceived by him. Just when he was about to refute Beilang, a petite figure appeared in front of Beilang and the two of them, and a pleasant voice rang out. Lord Ryūjin, I'm late. Please don't do such a disgraceful thing, Lord Ryūjin. At the same time, the man looked at Beilang's eyes and even wanted to spit fire. This woman is slender and wears the uniform of the criminal army. Unlike other covered mobile members, this woman does not wear a mask and has dark blue broken hair. If there is no anger on her beautiful face at this time, then it is estimated that it will be more beautiful. Of course, this is the next captain of the 2nd division, the absolute chef Ryuaki, Swafon. Xiao Swaya, don't be so serious. Wait for me and I'll ask him to beg for mercy right away. Ryuaki didn't pay attention to Swafon's words at all, and instead laughed. Swafon looked at Beilang, who was obviously enjoying his expression, and the anger on his forehead became even more intense. But Lord Ryuaki, this guy obviously seems to be enjoying himself. Swafon said angrily. If she hadn't known that she couldn't beat Beilang, she would have taken action long ago. Ryuaki was stunned after hearing Swafon's words, and looked down. Sure enough, Beilang had a happy look on his face, and he didn't care about his control at all. Ryuaki couldn't help but get angry and said coldly, "Hey, Beilang, you are enjoying yourself." Beilang also came to his senses at this time. When Swafon arrived, he knew that his good days were over. He reluctantly left Ryuaki's soft dumplings and said, "How is that possible? Obviously I'm going to faint." Ryuaki punched Beilang angrily, but nothing happened except providing Beilang with a little experience. Obviously, Ryuaki himself didn't care about this, or in other words, this was Ryuaki's acquiescence. Swafon watched the interaction between Beilang and Ryuaki, and the anger in his eyes became even stronger. Sure enough, a man like him who covets Ryuaki-sama's body should just die. It feels quite like an old father watching the will-o-wisp boy. By the way, Beilang, didn't you say you have good news? Please tell me and listen to it. Ryuaki immediately changed the subject. Although he was casual, Ryuaki did not have this attitude towards all men. Well, let's go. Our tavern says that Mr. Bai will pay for today's consumption. Really? Then I'm not polite. Ryuaki's eyes started to shine when he heard that there was alcohol. The two of them ran towards the tavern in Siridi one after the other. Wait for me, Lord Ryuaki. Within a few seconds of Swafon's sight, the two people had disappeared, and Shunpo quickly chased after them. In the pub. What? Did you defeat the old man? Ryuaki looked at Beilang in disbelief. It's not that easy. You can only use it once. Beilang rolled his eyes at Ryuaki. He knew very well that if the old man didn't know that he had this dark sword and was training, with his current self, he wouldn't be able to do it at all. There is a way to touch the old man. How did you do it? Teach me, teach me. Ryuaki was obviously very excited. Beilang told the story again, rubbed the girl's purple hair and said with a smile, "You will never think about this trick in your life." Chapter 7. Ryuaki pushed Beilang's hand away and glared at Beilang in displeasure. Swafon, who had just entered the tavern, saw the intimate interaction between the two and was so angry that he drew his knife on the spot and prepared to kill Beilang. Sting the enemy. Suzumibaki. Beilang, who was still interacting with Ryuaki, didn't care about Swafon's attack at all. He had not lived in vain for the past 10 years. At least he confirmed one thing, that is, even Yamamoto Genryusai's residual fire sword was not affected by it. Find a way to break through your own defenses. This is also the main reason why Beilang is so promiscuous now. He cannot die or be sealed. Of course Beilang will become promiscuous. Otherwise, according to Beilang's character, he would definitely avoid Aizen and Wiwak. Take your hands off Ryuaki-sama. With a boom sound, the Suzumibaki on Swafon's hand accurately pierced Beilang's waist, but unfortunately, Beilang didn't even break a bit of skin. Swafon's attack only provided Beilang with 1000 experience points. Beilang only reacted after being attacked, reached out to grab the small and exquisite Swafon, with a malicious smile on his face, put his mouth to Swafon's ear and said, "Xiao Xiaoya, you don't want Ryuaki to be bullied by me." Swafon's face turned red and he cursed, "Damn you! Let go! I will never let you bully Ryuaki-sama." However, the current SWAFON, that is, the strength of the high-ranking chief officer, was completely unable to break away from Beilang's hands. Ryuji hit Beilang speechlessly. Okay, stop bullying Xiao Xiaoya, come and drink with me. Beilang also pretended to regret and let go of SWAFON, and hooked up with Ryuji. The two drank together skillfully, while SWAFON sat aside like a frustrated little daughter-in-law while Beilang and the three of them were in the private room. Otherwise, if other people saw it, they would think Beilang did something to SWAFON. But SWAFON looked at Beilang, who was having a lot of fun with Ryuji, and secretly swore in her heart, "Damn Beilang, I will never let you bully Mr. Ryuji." But if there was no blush on her face, she might be more convincing. Higher. The next day, Beilang woke up from his dormitory after being drunk. Beilang rubbed his eyes hard, and suddenly felt that half of his body was numb. When he turned around, he saw Ryuji lying in his arms like a kitten. Beilang was shocked and quickly opened the quilt to see that his clothes were still there. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, drinking will make things worse. At the same time, he was also complaining about his own system, which was not immune to alcohol, but it was right to think about it. After all, alcohol is not harmful to the body unless he drinks it to a certain extent, so Beilang didn't think about it in detail. Looking at Ryuji sleeping soundly in his arms, Beilang smiled, rubbed Ryuji's face and said, "Little wildcat, it's time to get up." Ryuji, who felt that his little face was being ravaged, woke up with a cry and found himself lying in Beilang's arms. His first reaction was, "It's over. I pushed Beilang last night." I have to say, this reaction is very Ryuji. But soon, Ryuji realized that nothing happened between the two of them, so he pushed Beilang's hand away angrily and said, "You've been hugging me all night, and you still won't let me go." Beilang rolled his eyes. "With your name as Flash Goddess Ryuji, if you wanted to leave, you would have run away long ago. I think it's because you don't want to leave my arms. The teacher is right, boys must be outside, protect yourself." Beilang deliberately pretended to look pitiful. Seeing that his purpose was discovered, Ryuji simply stopped pretending, put his arms around Beilang's waist and said, "Since you know everything, why don't you marry our Shaoran family?" As expected of Ryuji, he said something incredible directly. "How is it possible to get married? I'm Old Man Shan's apprentice. If I get married, Old Man Shan won't use his Ryūjin Jakka to turn me into a roasted sweet potato." Beilang said exaggeratedly. Ryuji looked at Beilang's reaction and chuckled. Of course she knew that it was impossible for Yamamoto Genryusai's closed disciple to marry into her Shaoran family. The reason why she asked this was to test whether Beilang really liked her. Now that he got the answer, Ryuji was very satisfied, but on the surface he still pretended, "What? You want to eat it up and deny it?" "Of course not, I was just thinking about what conditions the Shaoran family would need to marry off the head of the family." After hearing Beilang's words, Ryuji laughed and said, "With your current strength, if you dare to come to propose marriage, my grandfather will beat you out on the spot." This is true. If a 4th level Shinigami dares to say that he wants to marry the current head of the Shaoran family, it would be considered a kindness of the Shaoran family if he is not beaten to death on the spot and his ashes are scattered. However, who is Beilang? He is hanging on the wall. Dark blue, add more. Yesterday's experience from SWAFON was added to Ryūjin. In an instant, Beilang changed from a 4th-class spiritual power to a captain-level floor, a 3rd-class spiritual power. There was a strong Ryūjin coming from Beilang, but Beilang controlled it very well and did not damage the surrounding environment. Only Ryuji, who was in direct contact with him, felt this. "Has your Ryūjin reached the captain level?" Ryuji asked in surprise. Beilang hugged Ryuji's hand a little harder and promised, "Although I am still a 3rd-class spiritual power, I will progress faster. When I reach the 2nd-class spiritual power, I will go to Shaoran's house to propose marriage. Ryuji felt warm in his heart when he heard Beilang's promise, and buried his little face in Beilang's arms. If those old guys at home don't agree, I will elope with you. If others said it, Beilang really wouldn't believe it, but Ryuji said that he absolutely believed it. After all, this is the player who dared to defect from Soul Society. Feeling Ryuji's affection for him, Beilang tightened his arms again, and the two lay quietly until another voice sounded. Where is this? How did I get here? A petite figure suddenly sat up on the floor of the dormitory, looking at everything around him in confusion. It's Swafon. Ryuji and Beilang were not the only ones who drank too much last night. The two of them also reacted very quickly, and they were already sitting at the table with Shunpo as soon as they saw Swafon wake up. Xiao Shaoling, haven't you had enough sleep? We are going home. It has to be said that Ryuji's heart is very strong and he immediately struck preemptively. Or do you want to sleep a little longer in Beilang's room? What? Beilang's room? The girl screamed. Chapter 8. Neither Beilang nor Ryuji was surprised by Swafon's reaction. After all, Swafon, the chef of Ryuji, showed his hostility towards Beilang on the surface. Ryuji was also afraid that Swafon would find something, so he quickly left Beilang's home with Swafon. After all, she, the captain of the second team, did not return to the team building all night, so there was still a slight problem. Beilang went to the 4th Division team building alone, which is Siridi's hospital. Today is the day for Beilang to take Kite class. Of course, Beilang's learning of Kite is not the purpose is to teach Kite. The living room of Ms. Hiwazai. Holding a cup of tea in her hand, Unohana Retsu, still looking like Yamato Nadeshiko, looked at Beilang who came in and said softly, Ara, I thought you wouldn't come today Beilang. How is that possible? Of course I won't forget today's class. Beilang was not polite and sat beside Unohana Retsu, picking up a cup of tea that had been prepared for him and drinking it down in one gulp. Obviously, both of them are used to this way of getting along. Unohana Retsu frowned slightly and thought to himself, you must have been drinking with that little girl from the 2nd division last night. She smells like a wild cat. However, Mao's Hiwa didn't express anything on the surface. Instead, she stood up and looked at Beilang and said, then, today's class is about to begin. Beilang also stood up, and a small red book appeared in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the small book opened a white door and appeared in front of the two of them. The two entered the gate one after the other and came to another world. This is the ability of Beilang's fantasy book. After all, Unohana Retsu and Beilang's courses are relatively violent and are a severe test to the surrounding environment. In addition, the two did not want others to see the teaching process between them, so they came to the fantasy world. Here, no matter how much damage is caused, the fantasy book will automatically repair it. The two came to a vast training ground and faced each other. Unohana Retsu didn't say anything, and decisively drew out his soul-cutting sword. Beilang's pupils shrank slightly. My dear, Mao's Hiwa is particularly irritable today. Although he didn't understand why Yuajawa was in a bad mood, Beilang also became serious, pulled out his soul-cutting sword and shouted. Fire draws the sword. When the dragon of courage and the fire sword meet with fire, the true red sword will pierce the evil, the fire sword fire. I saw a flash of red light, and the soul-cutting knife in Beilang's hand changed. A red sword with a silver blade wrapped around it appeared in Beilang's hand. A red flame-like guard appeared on the end of the sword, engraved with dragon and fire emblem. At the moment when the fire sword fiery appeared, Beilang's Ryūjin was also rising steadily, from just entering the 3rd level spiritual power to the early stage of the 3rd level spiritual power. Unohana Retsu looked at Beilang's seriousness and nodded with satisfaction. The braid that was originally tied in front of her body has now been untied and draped over her front and back. Lang, try your best to please me with your sword. You are the only man who can please me. Unohana Retsu's face showed a bit of morbid excitement, and the gentle look before was completely gone. Although he has been taking lessons with Unohana Retsu for 10 years, Bei Lang still shook his head helplessly when he saw Unohana Retsu in this state, but he held the fire sword in his hand tighter. Come on, lie. Only at this time will the title between the two become like this. That's right, the Kide course is completely bullshit. The real teaching content of this class is fighting. Unohana Retsu suddenly took a step forward and was completely close to Bei Lang. Zanpakut also circled around and completely pressed against Bei Lang's neck. For a moment, the coldness of Zanpakut, the warmth of Unohana Retsu's body, and the killing intent that rushed straight into the soul, as if the smell of blood in a sea of blood were intertwined in Bei Lang's senses. Death, life, fighting, love. The real Unohana Retsu appeared in front of Bei Lang. If Bei Lang didn't know that he would never be hurt, he would not have the courage to provoke Unohana Retsu. The soul-cutting knife slashed across Bei Lang's neck, but it didn't leave any trace. The smile in Unohana Retsu's eyes grew stronger. This is only right. Only such an opponent is worthy of her using all her strength. Ding! Congratulations to host for gaining 10,000 Kendo experience points. There was no intention to check any system. Bei Lang decisively fought back. The flame sword in his hand slashes Unohana Retsu with fierce fire at the same time. Unlike Zaraki Kenpaki's fighting style, Unohana Retsu will not let himself suffer unnecessary damage. Bei Lang, who has already reached the captain level, already has the ability to cause damage to Unohana Retsu. When the dark sword on Unohana Retsu's left hand blocked Bei Lang's attack, and without stopping, his right hand stabbed Bei Lang's chest with his backhand. Still fighting without dodging, Bei Lang was hit in the chest by Unohana Retsu's sword, without any reaction at all, and rushed towards Unohana Retsu with 2 steps against her sword. This kind of fighting style is very familiar to Unohana Retsu. It is the same playing style as that beast-like child, but the difference is that Bei Lang is more pervert, and he will not be hurt. Bei Lang exerted force on his hand, and the fire spread the dark sword of Unohana, and slashed Unohana Retsu's chest again. Unohana Retsu had no intention of resisting forcefully this time. He moved his feet to distance himself from Bei Lang. But of course Bei Lang is hot on his heels. The flames wrapped around the fire burned several holes in Unohana Retsu's clothes, revealing the graceful figure under the clothes. But now Bei Lang has no intention of appreciating it at all. The same left-hand dark sword stabs Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu didn't care about the dark sword's attack at all. Bei Lang's dark sword was different from hers. It could only be regarded as a small means at best, and it didn't have such powerful attack power at all. Bei Lang himself knew it very well, so he let go of the dark sword and threw it directly at Unohana Retsu's head like a flying knife. The Unohana dark sword blocked Bei Lang's dark sword and bounced it away. At this time, Bei Lang accelerated his feet and landed directly in front of Unohana Retsu. He knows very well that only strong fire can pose a threat to Mao's Hiwa. Fire cross slash. A cross-shaped sword light composed of flames slashed at Unohana Retsu, but unfortunately, Unohana Retsu did not panic at all, put away the dark sword in his hand, held the sword with both hands, and shouted open. One sword cut off Bei Lang's attack. Lang, you've really become stronger, then. Chapter 9. Unohana Retsu looked at Bei Lang with approval, although the current Unohana appearing in Soul Society might scare other Shinigami to death. But in Bei Lang's eyes, Unohana Retsu, who is now full of murderous aura, has a different kind of beauty. This is really in the physical sense, sister, kill me. Unohana Retsu's murderous voice sounded again. Bankai all done. In an instant, with Unohana Retsu and Bei Lang as the center, countless blood seeped out crazily from all around, completely covering the two of them. Blood. Endless blood forms a world of blood. With Unohana Retsu's Bankai, the terrifying Ryūjin has created a sense of oppression even in the world of fantasy books. If it were in Soul Society, then everyone in Ryujin would be shocked by this Ryutsu. After Bankai, Unohana Retsu was directly promoted to a first-class spiritual power. And he is also the best among the first-class spiritual powers. He is indeed the first Kenpeki of Godai 13. The strongest person next to Yamamoto Genryusai. Even Beilang felt the pressure coming from Unohana Retsu. But Beilang also had a bitter look on her face. Unohana Retsu didn't know how to use Bankai in her usual classes. It seemed that she was really angry today. However, Beilang was not completely incapable of resistance. With a shake of his hand, a big silver book appeared in his hand. Beilang said seriously, Bankai. Super metal armor. Super gorgeous propeller. Super courageous knight, the flaming dragon pattern knight. The silver book merged into Beilang's body, and a silver cloak appeared behind Beilang. The Ryutsu in Beilang's body also skyrocketed, and it was directly promoted to the second-level spiritual power. Although the gap with Unohana Retsu is still huge, I can now move normally without being oppressed by Unohana Retsu Ryutsu. Nang, that's great. You have mastered Bankai. You are indeed a man who can please me. Unohana Retsu's voice revealed a hint of pleasure. Beilang became stronger and she became even happier. The soul-killing knife in her hand was still dripping with blood, and her eyes were slightly lowered. Kill them all and bring the enemies into a bloody space where they will not be disturbed by others. This is the best place for a duel. It will not cause any restraint or suppression effect on the enemy. On the contrary, being in the Juji space will continue to stimulate the inner killing instinct and enter the most ideal and pure fighting battle state, so that the weak can fight back more hysterically, and the strong can enjoy the battle more happily. Lang, don't take chances. In this environment, I can't even keep my hand. This is also a small punishment for playing with the little wildcat yesterday. Beilang was stunned for a moment, and then he understood why Unohana Retsu was so angry today. Obviously, she was jealous. Of course, Unohana Retsu does not have the ability to tell everything. The blood that makes up the space actually has the ability to heal. However, in order to teach Beilang a small lesson, Unohana Retsu will not tell Beilang about this. The ubiquitous blood seems to be inducing, glowing, and stimulating a certain instinct hidden in the hearts of living creatures, and its name is fighting. Even Beilang was affected by Ji Jin. The sword was covered with a silver light, and it was obvious that Beilang's soul-killing sword had also undergone some changes. My soul-killing sword is very simple. It doesn't have so many fancy abilities. Just like Old Man Shan, my sword only has endless destructive power. Let's have a pleasant fight. The two figures collided violently in the empty space. There are no skills, just instinctive fighting. After Unohana Retsu liberated Bankai all end, Unohana Retsu's Ryutsu itself has increased to the point of shocking the entire Ryujin. Coupled with the unparalleled swordsmanship level, I am afraid that most of the so-called captain-level Shinigami are it's hard to survive the second blow in front of Unohana Retsu. But Beilang is different. He is not afraid of Unohana Retsu's sword at all. This makes Unohana Retsu even more excited. Because of the powerful recovery ability provided by Unohana Retsu, she ignores Beilang's soul-cutting sword and devotes herself to the attack. Whether it's Unohana Retsu or Beilang, both of them have 6 smiles on their faces and are completely enjoying this battle. It is a pity that Beilang has no way to break through Unohana Retsu's defense. It can only make her feel mentally happy and physically happy, which is a little bit worse. However, Unohana Retsu believes that with Beilang's growth rate, she will soon be able to. She will also enjoy physical pleasure. Too strong. Unohana Retsu's strength is not like those of the current Shinigami captains who focus on the development of Zanpakuto abilities. Most of their combat power relies on Bankai's strength, but their own strength. Mastered all the kendo schools of Soul Society and mastered them. In the realm of swordsmanship, Unohana Retsu is undoubtedly at the undisputed top of Soul Society. This kind of power is completely unreasonable. This fight even lasted for a day. If Unohana Retsu hadn't vented enough, it would have even lasted longer. If she had not met Beilang, then Unohana Retsu would probably turn back into the beast that only knew killing after picking up the sword, but it is different now. In 10 years, Beilang let Unohana Retsu vent it out, and her sword became its controllable, but it hasn't become dull. It's even become sharper after 10 years of fighting. Lang, didn't I look a little scary just now? Of course not, the lie just now was the most attractive girl. After the fight, the two people hugged each other and pressed tightly against each other. The soul-killing knives in their hands had long been thrown to the ground and lay there quietly. Different from the previous situation, Unohana Retsu, who was out of the fighting state, returned to his gentle look again. The beautiful but indescribable curve even made Beilang unable to extricate himself. He praised the system. If it weren't for the system, how could he let Unohana Retsu feel pleasure? Beilang finally experienced what it means that small branches bear fruit. At the same time, he was relieved that Unohana Retsu, who had vented his anger, would not continue to pursue the matter of the pussycat dolls. Lang, remember to come to class the day after tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you in the 4th division. After leaving the fantasy book world, Unohana Retsu warned him in a gentle tone. Chapter 10. Outside the 4th division team building. Beilang just stepped out of the 4th team's door and was locked again by Ryūjin. Asshole! You still knew how to come out. Why did I think you were hacked to death by Unohana-senpai? Yes, a guy like you should be hacked to death by Unohana-senpai. Xiao Suoling, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lord Ryūjin. Beilang looked at the two bickering women, feeling helpless at first, and then his heart warmed up. It was obvious that even though Ryūjin and Swafon were unforgiving, they still cared about him. Others don't know it, but Ryūjin, the current head of the Shihaoran family, doesn't know Unohana Retsu's identity. As the only man who can come and go at will in the captain's room of the 4th division, Ryūjin is really worried about Beilang, especially this time. It seems that this situation happened because of himself. Why be hacked to death? If I were hacked to death, wouldn't you and Xiao Shaoling have to look out for each other? Beilang laughed. I won't stay a widow for you. Ryūjin. Your Excellency, it has nothing to do with me. Swafon's words were a bit guilty. After reacting, Ryūjin turned his head, looked at Swafon with a strange look, and then locked the arm on Beilang's head harder. Asshole! When did you deceive Xiao Shaoling? No way. As your personal bodyguard, after you marry me, can she still run away? Beilang quickly explained that he really has never flirted with Swafon. After hearing Beilang's explanation, Ryūjin reluctantly let him pass and released the arm that locked Beilang's head. By the way, you were so worried about me, why didn't you go to the 4th division to find me? Beilang and Ryūjin asked as they walked towards the 1st division building. Ahahaha. Ryūjin laughed and did not answer the question. Is it possible that you are afraid that Captain Unohana will attack you? How is that possible? I'm Shihaoran Ryūjin. That's true. After seeing that Beilang was okay, Ryūjin also took Swafon back to the 2nd team. After all, as the captain of the 2nd team, she still had a lot of things to be busy with. Beilang returned to the 1st team alone. Beilang, Lord Genryusai is waiting for you at the training ground. Chur Sasakaibe, who had just entered the 1st team gate and was waiting here, told him that Yamamoto Genryusai was looking for him. Beilang was stunned, nodded, and said, I understand, I'll be there right away. Chur Sasakaibe nodded, and Shunpo went to deal with team affairs. Beilang didn't waste any time and went directly to the training ground. As soon as he entered the gate of the training ground, Beilang saw Yamamoto Genryusai kneeling alone in the middle of the training ground. None of the team members who usually train appeared here today. You came back alive, kid? Yamamoto Genryusai slowly opened his eyes in surprise. This surprise is not false. Although Ryutsu did not break out in the fourth team yesterday, Beilang did not show up all night. Yamamoto Genryusai really thought that he was stabbed by Unohana Retsu. If he hadn't sensed the two in the fourth team, personally, Ryutsu, Mr. Shan is planning to search the entire fourth division by himself. I said you don't have to be so excited. Isn't this something unacceptable? Beilang spread his hands speechlessly. Kid, how did you do that? I know Unohana Retsu's temper best, and you can actually subdue her. Yamamoto asked curiously. Beilang sat in front of Yamamoto Genryusai. It's not as scary as you say, she is very gentle. Yamamoto Motoriyu's eyes almost popped out after hearing Beilang's words. You don't care that the killing god who kills people all over the house at every turn and has hacked to death countless people is called gentle? Yamamoto Genryusai was a little curious. Could it be that love can really make such a big change in a person? Yamamoto Genryusai, who has been a bachelor all his life, cannot understand this situation at all. Ahem, that's the best, so I can rest assured. Yamamoto Genryusai breathed a sigh of relief. After all, even he could only suppress Unohana Retsu on the physical level, and he didn't dare to let her pull out her soul's anti-ing sword again. That unprecedented villain never expected that one day he would fall in love with a man. Don't think blindly. Old man, this is our pure friendship. Yamamoto Genryusai glanced at Beilang in disbelief. Has he never eaten pork and seen a pig running? There were no violent Ryutsu fluctuations in the entire Soul Society yesterday. It was obvious that this disciple of his had persuaded Unohana Retsu through other means. If Beilang knew what Yamamoto Genryusai thought, he would definitely get angry, draw his sword and say angrily, Lao Deng, I have tolerated you for a long time. Okay, let's get down to business. Your spiritual power has reached the third level. Yamamoto Genryusai became serious. Beilang nodded. He had no intention of hiding this kind of thing. With Yamamoto Genryusai's many years of experience, he could definitely tell that he had broken through to the captain level. Then, you also have the ability to become the captain of a division. Old man Shan, this matter is a little different from what you thought. Yamamoto Genryusai was stunned and asked, what's the difference? Although I have broken through to the third level of spiritual power, I have not mastered Bankai. To be precise, my soul-cutting sword has not even fully mastered the ability of Shikai. Beilang said seriously. This is really not Beilang's nonsense. Now, after Beilang broke through to the third level of spiritual power, he has only mastered 65% of Beilang's soul-killing sword, and there are still two important powers that he has not mastered. That is the Ancient Dragon and the Elemental Dragon. Beilang has not yet mastered these two big books. Although he gets along well with the Ancient Dragon children, the Ancient Dragon said that the current Beilang cannot withstand the power of the Ancient Dragon, let alone the Elemental Dragon. According to the estimation of the Ancient Dragon, he can barely master the power of the Ancient Dragon until he reaches the middle stage of the third level spiritual power, and the Elemental Dragon can only be mastered at the peak of the third level spiritual power. As for the 10 holy blades that symbolize Bankai, wait until he reaches the second level of spiritual power before you can touch them. Yamamoto Genryusai was obviously stunned for a moment, because even he himself had already mastered Bankai after entering the third-class spiritual power. Although he became a first-class spiritual power after using Bankai, he was indeed a third-class spiritual power. Master Bankai. The current first-class spiritual power is achieved through practice. How could this happen? Release your soul-cutting sword and let me take a look. Chapter 11. Beilang didn't leave any ink, he directly released the soul-slaying sword, and directly entered the 3-volume form of the Crimson Flying Dragon. After freeing the soul-slaying sword, a red cloak appeared behind Beilang. Yamamoto Genryusai took a closer look and found that indeed, the ability of this soul-cutting sword had not yet been fully explored in the Shikai stage. Teacher, this is not the final form of my soul-cutting sword Shikai, it can continue to change. With that, Bei Lang released the soul-cutting sword again, turning the flame sword Ryūjin into the form of the fire dragon pattern knight, and the cloak behind it also changed. It turned white, and at the same time, Ryūjin also directly turned into a second-class spiritual power. This is still not the final form of my soul-cutting sword. According to my communication with the sword, my soul-cutting sword should have 2 changes. Bei Lang didn't hide it, and told the truth directly. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai is the person who knows his situation best. In the past 10 years, Yamamoto Genryusai has really taught him as a close disciple. Except for the title of captain, he has not been passed on to him, and other things that can be taught have been fully taught to him. Got it. As soon as he said this, Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Bei Lang as if he were a monster, and looked Bei Lang up and down carefully. I really didn't expect that your boy's talent would be so good. Such an amazing power is not your Bankai. Yamamoto Genryusai was also a little surprised. Bei Lang also pretended to be shy and scratched his head. In that case, don't tell anyone else about this. The Flame Dragon Mark Knight is your Bankai. Yamamoto Genryusai pondered for a moment and made the same judgment as Bei Lang. After all, the Dragon Knight's Ryūjin increase has reached 10 times the Bankai level. If Bei Lang didn't say it, others would have no idea that this wasn't even the final form of Bei Lang's Shikai. I understand, teacher. Bei Lang nodded. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you'd better not be the captain, but go to a team as the vice-captain first. Come to the first team's headroom tomorrow, I want the other captains to meet me disciple. The next day, outside the first team's headroom. Really, why did Mr. Shan ask us to come to the team's headroom so early in the morning? Hirako Shinji, the current captain of the 5th division, complained. Stop complaining. Hirako, you are the captain now. A resolute voice sounded. Hirako Shinji turned around and complained, it's Kensai, what I said is fine. That's right, the person coming is none other than the measurement unit of the Shinigami world. It won't take you too long. The founder, Meguruma Kensei, one of the Bankai trio who must fight in every battle. To put it bluntly, even the current Bei Lang is stronger than 10 cars. But Meguruma Kensei is not without his advantages. His advantage is that he is obedient. Except for the first time, kindness may be barely considered. I'm sorry, Captain Kensai, please don't pay attention to our captain's rude words. A gentle voice rang out, it was the big boss in the middle of Shinigami, Aizen Suke. Aizen, you are really unlucky to have a captain like Hirako. Ha 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 ha, another voice sounded, and walking towards him was a hedgehog-headed man wearing the 7th Division's feather ori. It was the 7th Division. Team Captain Love Aikawa came over with his vice-captain Katsubaki Baseman. Atsubaki Baseman is Katsubaki Sentorou's father. When Aizen heard Love Aikawa's words, he still had a gentle smile on his face and argued a few words for Hirako Shinji. The captains of other divisions and their vice-captains also came to the lounge of the team headroom one after another, and everyone started chatting. Hey, do you know why Old Man Shan came to see us today? Chun Shui, you are meaningless. Your disciple as the captain doesn't know about it. How can we know about it? Oh, you are talking about this. I really know that the captain wants to introduce his close disciples to us. As expected of Flash Goddess Yoruyuki, the commander of the stealth maneuver. You all know this kind of news. Ara Allah, Captain Yoruyuki really knows a lot. While the captains and vice-captains were chatting, Chijur Sasaki walked in and said, Okay, captains and vice-captains, the captain has been waiting in the headroom for a long time. As soon as these words came out, the captains and their adjutants entered the team leader's room and stood in the fixed meeting order, but everyone's eyes were on the silver-haired young man next to Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai saw everyone standing and said with a cane in his hand, Now that everyone is here, today's meeting will begin. No one spoke. It was obvious that Yamamoto Genryusai had a strong sense of oppression on everyone. Yamamoto Genryusai looked around with satisfaction and said, I have called you here today to introduce you to a powerful genius who is also one of my close disciples. He has received the Beilang of Genryu Fuzokyuden. As soon as these words came out, everyone present had different thoughts, but everyone had the same reaction. That's bad, how can this be a disciple? Isn't this the crown prince of our Godi 13? Yamamoto Genryusai personally stood up for Beilang, which directly impressed other captains who didn't know Beilang yet. A closed disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai. Aizen Suk's glasses, hidden behind Hirako Shinji, reflected a strong light, and no one knew what he was thinking. And people like Torabashi RJR, Love Aikawa, Hirako Shinji, who didn't know Beilang at all, showed incomprehensible expressions to Beilang. On the contrary, it was the current captain of the 12th Division, Hikifune Kiryu, who showed a friendly smile to Beilang. At this time, Hikifune Kiryu had not been promoted to the 0 Division, but the promotion was confirmed, that is, in the past few days. A matter of 10 years. Yoryuki, Kokaki Jinling, and others who already knew it showed no expressions. Yamamoto Genryusai gave everyone a period of time to digest, and then used his cane again, and everyone stopped discussing. The second thing is that Beilang will join Godi 13 as the vice-captain. As for his strength, I think the title of Genryu's Yuji Chuan has already proved his strength well. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the vice-captains present changed. They are really afraid that Beilang will parachute into their division. They don't dare to compete with Yamamoto Genryusai's apprentice for the position of deputy captain. Chapter 12. However, they are not too worried. There are still some vacancies in the position of deputy captain in Godi 13. The deputy captain of the first team is Chijiro Sasakaiba. Sentetsu is the mother of Tetsuzumon Kaiba, Yamada Sanashuk is the brother of Yamada Hanadaru in the 4th Division, Aizen in the 5th Division, and the 6th Division has been vacant since the death of Kokaki Sojun. The 7th Division has been introduced, the 8th Division Yakin Maru Lisa Beilang's senior brother Kurako Shunsui's secret, the 9th Division Kuna Mashiro, the 10th Division is not available yet, the 11th Division is not available yet, the 12th Division Sarutobi Hiri, the 13th Division is currently unavailable. So Beilang really doesn't have to compete for these vice-captain positions. Beilang also shook his head helplessly. The Godi 13 at this stage should be the weakest Godi 13, not to mention the deputy captain level, and there are not all of them. The captain level is even more heavyweight. Love Aikawa, Torabashi RJR, and Meguru Makensei are all only third-class spiritual powers. Hirako Shinji is slightly stronger, but he is only in the middle of the third-level spiritual power, far from the second-level spiritual power. Yoryuki managed to touch the second-class spirit power, the whole Godi 13, the whole 2 cats and 3 kittens, they were too weak to look like. Just when everyone was talking about it, as an old subordinate of Yamamoto Genryusai, Kokaki Jinling stood up first and said, our 6th Division team is currently lacking a deputy captain. Little Beilang can come to our 6th Division team. I believe that Kid Byakuya will very happy. Ahem, Senior Yinling, let's ask junior brother Beilang to come to our 13th Division. My vice-captain has been vacant for many years. Jaishur Yukatake also said. It's better to let Beilang join my 2nd Division. He's more familiar with me and we can work together better. Of course Yoryuki hopes that Beilang will join her division so that she can be with Beilang every day. This kind of robbing activity made Hirako Shinji and others stunned. They didn't expect Beilang to be so popular. Okay, don't argue. I have already arranged the division that is most suitable for him. That is the 4th Division. Yamamoto made the final decision directly. What? The 4th team? Doesn't the 4th team have a vice-captain? Yoryuki was stunned for a moment and said quickly. Ara Allah, Vice Captain Yamato was promoted yesterday and went to the Herbal Medicine Academy as the Vice President. Our Division 4 team didn't have a Vice Captain yesterday. Unohana Retsu, who had not spoken a word, came up and gave Ryūjin a violent blow. Hit! But the 4th team is a treatment team. Does Beilang have strong healing ability? Ryūjin said reluctantly. When the other captains saw Ryūjin and Unohana Retsu facing each other, they all shivered. Although Unohana Retsu was gentle to everyone, no matter which captain faced Unohana Retsu, they felt a chill on the back of their necks. It's like being threatened by something. Of course Beilang has excellent healing abilities. His kind was taught by me myself. Captain Ryūjin, do you want to give it a try? Unohana Retsu warned Ryūjin in a gentle voice. Ryūjin was unwilling to say anything more, but Yamamoto Genryusai said with a cane, "Okay, stop arguing, this matter has been settled. Beilang, please introduce yourself." Ryūjin sighed unwillingly. Beilang also smiled at Ryūjin and stood up and said, "Hello, captains and vice captains. My name is Beilang. I am very happy to become colleagues with you. If you need anything, you can go to the 4th team. I'm asking for help." After saying that, Beilang showed a sunny smile. Aizen behind Hirako Shinji frowned slightly. He always felt that this Beilang with a sunny smile exuded the same aura as him. However, after Beilang finished speaking, Ryūjin, who was the admirer, also took the lead in applauding. Aizen just shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about what just happened, and also applauded with a gentle smile. The meeting ended quickly. After the meeting, the captains and deputy captains who did not know Beilang had no intention of contacting Beilang. After all, there is a long way to go. Godi 13 is a high-risk profession. If Beilang lives long enough, he will naturally become familiar with them. Get up! Ryūjin carelessly hugged Beilang's arm and said, "Okay, you will become the vice captain immediately. You have to treat me to a drink tonight." "That's right, junior brother, it's really your turn to treat me to a drink this time." Kurako Shunsui also had the same attitude. "Congratulations, junior brother. If there is anything you don't understand, just go to Division 13 and ask me." Ryūjin, on the other hand, was much more serious. Beilang smiled and said, "No problem, I won't be polite to my senior brothers if necessary. It's so fast. Fortunately, it was only yesterday that I gave my junior brother an early graduation exam. In the blink of an eye, junior brother, you can also serve as the vice captain." Kurako Shunsui also sighed. Who would have thought that the student of Spiritual Arts Academy would become Yamamoto? Where are the closed disciples of Yuan Luzai? Allah Allah, everyone is here. Unohana Retsu, who had just finished talking to Yamamoto Genryusai, also came over. Seeing Unohana Retsu, Kurako Shunsui and Ryūjin became more serious and greeted Unohana Retsu politely. "Of course Ryūjin is like this too. Captain Ryūjin, you should let go of my vice captain, otherwise others will see it and rumors will spread." Unohana Retsu pointed the finger directly at Ryūjin. Ryūjin wanted to say something, but when he saw Unohana Retsu's gentle smile, he reluctantly let go of Beilang and said unhappily, "Old woman." Unohana Retsu saw Ryūjin hugging Beilang's arm and was also unhappy little wild cat. Kurako Shunsui, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, realized that something was wrong. After giving Beilang an expression of admiration, he pulled Ryūjin, who was still confused, to say hello and left. "Junior brother, let's meet in the pub tonight." "No problem, senior brother." Seeing the two people leaving knowingly, Unohana Retsu nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at Ryūjin and said, "Is there nothing going on in Captain Ryūjin's team?" Ryūjin felt unhappy, but he didn't dare to argue with Unohana Retsu. He snorted and left Shunpo directly. "Humph, the little wild cat still wants to fight with me. Unohana Retsu looked like a mature woman. Bei Lang shook his head helplessly, walked up to Unohana Retsu and said, "Let's go, Retsu, let's go back to the 4th division. Outside, call the captain." "Okay, Lai." Chapter 13. Division 4. Unohana Retsu summoned all the members of Division 4 and announced it in public. "The person next to me is Bei Lang, the new vice-captain of the 4th division. At the same time, he is also a close disciple of Captain Yamamoto. If you need anything in the future, when I am not around, you can ask Vice-Captain Bei Lang." Bei Lang also stood up and introduced himself, completely following the Aizen approach. Most of the members of the 4th team are fans of Unohana Retsu, and they are all mild-mannered, so no one stood up and said anything. Unohana Retsu nodded with satisfaction and said to the seat officer, "Katetsu Sanchi, Vice-Captain Bei Lang has just come to our 4th division. As a senior, you must assist him well." Katetsu Aizen is a tall girl, only slightly shorter than Bei Lang, but has a very gentle personality. After hearing Unohana Retsu's name, she quickly said, "I understand, Captain Unohana, I will assist Deputy Bei Lang well." "Captains. Then I'll trouble Hu Che Sangzi." Bei Lang also smiled gently. "It's okay, this is what I should do." Although he is tall, his personality is really like a little rabbit. Here Katetsu Aizen's hair is silver, which is the color in the 98 color comics. Personally, I feel that Katetsu Aizen with silver hair is more beautiful than the one with purple hair. However, this Katetsu Sanchi, although he has a weak temperament, his soul's anti-ing sword is unexpectedly a direct attack soul's anti-ing sword. In other words, this girl is actually gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. "Vice-Captain Bei Lang, this is your vice-captain's room. If you need anything, just tell me." Katetsu Aizen led Bei Lang to the room next to Captain Unohana Retsu's room and opened the door of the next room with a smile. "You don't have to be so polite, Hu Che Sangzi, just call me Bei Lang in private. I don't have that many rules." Bei Lang said equally gently. If your Yuaki and Unohana see this, they will definitely say that Bei Lang is teasing another girl again. What a conscience. Bei Lang really doesn't have that idea. "Ah, okay, but I'd better call you vice-captain." Katetsu Aizen was startled, but did not do what Bei Lang said. Although Katetsu Aizen's fighting ability is not very good, Kaide and Unohana Retsu are in the same league. Bei Lang certainly knows how important a good nanny is, so of course it is better to have such a talent himself. If you want to rule the entire Soul Society, talents are of course essential. Only those who grasp the future can successfully control Soul Society in their own hands. After settling in his room, Bei Lang decisively gave up on handling team affairs and went directly to the captain's room where Unohana Retsu was. Nothing was more important than spending time with his wife. Just like when we first saw her, Unohana Retsu was sitting on her knees in the captain's room, looking like Yamato Nadeshiko. If Bei Lang hadn't seen the real Unohana Retsu, he would have thought that this appearance was her true nature. But it's hard to say, after all, the flower of Uzumaki has been what it is now for 1,000 years, and the fake ones have become real. "Lang, you're here." "Lai, I'm here." "You shouldn't have come." "I'm still here." Bei Lang himself wanted to complain, what the hell is this strong ancient dragon style? However, Bei Lang didn't continue to stand there chatting with Unohana Retsu. He walked over directly and lay on Unohana Retsu's lap. If other people in Soul Society saw this, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Anyone who dares to have thoughts about Unohana Retsu would have grass on their graves now 1 foot tall. But it was obvious that the two of them were used to this way of getting along. Unohana Retsu rubbed Bei Lang's head skillfully, and while rubbing it, he said, "Yanjian is a very good child. Although his fighting ability is very poor, his talent in Kaide is not as good as mine. It's not much different, it's very suitable to assist you in handling team affairs." Originally, the old man asked me to come to the 4th division, which meant I was gold-plated. I'll probably be transferred to another division soon. Bai Lang didn't care about this. The captain told me that you will probably have to work in the 4th division for decades, but this may not be a bad thing for you. Unohana Retsu said. Although Unohana Retsu can only cut people when she is on top, but under normal circumstances, Unohana Retsu's double quotient is very terrifying. She is just too lazy to use it. After all, using her brain is not as satisfying as cutting it off with a sword. This is also the reason why Bai Lang is the first to conquer Unohana Retsu. For others, it is completely impossible to conquer Unohana Retsu, but for Bai Lang, this may be the easiest thing. As long as it pleases Unohana Retsu, that's enough. Evening, Rukanga. Bai Lang helplessly looked at the unscrupulous senior brother next to him and complained, Senior brother Kiryu, we can just drink some wine in Ryujin. If we have to come to Rukanga, do you want to see if the old man's blade is not sharp? Don't worry about these details. How can the tavern in Ryujin be compared with the one in Rukanga? Kurako Shunsui hugged Bai Lang's neck and laughed. Jaisure Yukatake had a blank expression on his face. As an old brother, he had to give him the whole job. Of course Unohana Retsu did not come to this party. After all, Unohana Retsu is theoretically the same generation as Yamamoto Genryusai, and everyone present knows about this person's past affairs. It can be said that except Bai Lang, anyone who saw this, even Unohana Retsu, is scared. Just like this one. Okay, Kurako Captain, tell us where to go for a drink tonight. As soon as Ryūjin appeared, he snatched Bai Lang back from Kurako Shunsui's hand. Seeing that Unohana Retsu was not there, Ryūjin was very courageous. The big one directly hugged Bai Lang's arm. She didn't look like the captain of the 2nd division at all, but looked like Bai Lang's little wife. Ryūjin-sama, how could you do this? You bastard, let go of Ryūjin-sama. Swafon said emotionally. Bai Lang was speechless for a while. Xiao Shaoling couldn't be jealous. Kurako Shunsui looked at Bai Lang with great envy. Although this junior fellow apprentice is young, his popularity with women is really enviable. Even women like Unohana Senpai and Shihao and Ryūjin fell in love with him at the same time. Kurako Shunsui really wants to become Bai Lang's disciple. Let's ask him how he does it. East Rukanga, District 62, flowers withered. Bai Lang looked at the tavern in front of him and said speechlessly, Brother, are you sure this place is better than Ryujin? Chapter 14. Looking at the shabby tavern in front of him that was not open at all, Bai Lang was speechless. It took him an hour to get here from Ryujin. If it weren't for the fact that several of the people present were experts at or above the vice-captain level, it might have taken much longer. Definitely not against Swafon. Haha, yes, it's right here. Kurako Shunsui smiled, skillfully stepped forward to open the door of the tavern, and led a few people into the underground of the tavern. Like the underground of Uraharakisuk, the underground of the tavern is a huge open place with a lot of wine piled in the corner. Bai Lang was stunned. He didn't expect that Kurako Shunsui had set up a secret base just like Ryūjin and the others. Jaisure Yukatake also said with a nostalgic look, Everyone, come with me. He led a few people to the only building underground, a small pavilion. I didn't expect that the two senior brothers actually have a secret base outside Ryujin. Bai Lang sat down and sighed. Kurako Shunsui distributed the wine he had collected to everyone, and laughed and said, This happened when we were training under Master Genryusai. Sometimes when we were tired from training, Jushiro and I would come over to relax. It was kind of like that. This is our secret base. Kurako Shunsui lowered his guard for the first time in a long time and looked at everything here with great nostalgia. The people present are indeed his own people, including his teacher's close disciples, his junior brother's fiancé and his fiancé's dowry. Kurako Shunsui is not afraid that what is said here will spread. Jaisure Yukatake felt the same as Kurako Shunsui. He picked up a glass of wine and drank it slowly. Although Mimihaki replaced Jaishur Yukate's internal organs, it did not completely cure Jaishur Yukatake. In addition, Jaishur Yukate's right hand against the Soul King there is innate rejection and the right hand of the Soul King is not fused, which is why Jushiro is often weak. Except for Swafon who was standing next to Yoryuki and didn't drink, Beilang and the four of them had a good time. However, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 tastes of food, it was time to get down to business. Kurako Shunsui put down the bowl in his hand. The bamboo hat and Captain Hayori had already been hanging aside. Junior brother, do you want to inherit your teacher's Godai 13? As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped what they were doing. Kurako, you. Before Jaishur Yukatake could finish speaking, Kurako Shunsui reached out to stop him. Yoryuki frowned slightly, wondering what Kurako Shunsui meant. Swafon also noticed that something was wrong, and his hand had already touched his soul-cutting sword. However, Beilang didn't seem to care about Kurako Shunsui's words. After calmly taking a sip of the wine in the bowl, he said, "Yes, I do want to serve as the captain of Godai 13. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the court became more serious. Beilang did not shy away from anything and directly expressed his thoughts. Kurako Shunsui just looked at Beilang and suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if some weight had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed and leaned against the pillar of the pavilion behind him. Jaishur Yukatake sighed helplessly and said, "Hey, you, my junior brother has just become a disciple not long ago, why do you have to put this burden on him?" "That's just right. I don't want to be the captain. If it weren't for your body not supporting Jushiro, you would be the best candidate for the captain." Kurako Shunsui said what was in his heart directly. Yoryuki and Swafon breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't expect that tonight would be a confession round. "Honestly, if it weren't for Old Man Shan and my 2 incompetent disciples, I wouldn't be the candidate for the captain. Now that I have a junior brother, it couldn't be better." Kurako Shunsui is indeed like this thought. What the captain of Godai 13 needs is not a super brain, but the power to not be afraid of anything. Apparently, Kurako Shunsui has no such power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have realized that he couldn't control Unohana Retsu and just sent her away. It's okay to let Kurako Shunsui make suggestions, but he is really not suitable for the job of captain. If the old man in the original novel, Nakayama, had no better choice, Kurako Shunsui would never have been the captain. There is really no other way. The only one left in the older generation is Unohana Retsu. We can't let her be the captain. If Jaishur Yukatake is in good health, he would be the best choice. Unfortunately, there is no if. After hearing Beilang's wish, Kurako Shunsui decisively chose to support Beilang. "Junior brother, since you have this idea, we as senior brothers will definitely support it. From now on, Jushiro and I will be your biggest helpers in Godai 13. Kurako Shunsui didn't play tricks and just said it to death. "And the 5 nobles, the head of the Shihaoran family, one of the 4 nobles, is still here to bear witness." This matter was killed on the spot. Beilang was stunned. Good guy. A strong feeling of being tricked came to his heart. He was tricked by these 2 bastards, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. Seeing Beilang's stunned expression, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake also laughed unscrupulously, while Yoryuki and Swafon were relieved. After all, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake are veteran captains, and their qualifications are second only to Unohana Retsu and Yamamoto Genryusai. If they really had other ideas today, Yoryuki and Beilang couldn't tell, and Swafon would definitely be dead. Since the 2 senior brothers have said so, I won't hide it anymore. I really need the help of the 2 senior brothers. Beilang was not polite and asked for help directly. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake also became serious. "Brother Jushiro, I need you to fully master Mimihaki's power." Beilang looked directly at Jaishur Yukatake and said without any politeness. Jaisure Yukatake frowned slightly. Junior brother, Master Mimi Haki saved me. Without it, I would have died long ago. Brother, don't be impatient. Listen to my explanation. Mastering Mimi Haki's power does not mean destroying Mimi Haki. I think both senior brothers know what Mimi Haki is. Beilang started. The mouth escapes. Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake looked at each other, but they didn't expect Beilang to know so many things. Yoryuaki also looked thoughtful, but Swafon couldn't understand what Beilang and the others were talking about. I have to say, sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Both senior brothers, apart from Mimi Haki, actually have other parts in this world. Chapter 15. Moreover, these things are scattered in different places and forces, and are completely controlled. Beilang's words were so shocking that Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake stood up in fright. Two senior brothers, calm down. The old man knows about this. In fact, the old man also hopes that senior brother Jushiro can master Mimi Haki's power, but he can't say it openly. After all, the identities are different. Beilang's words made Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake calm down and sit down again. But at the same time, the two of them also complained to Yamamoto Genryusai in their hearts, "We are all your disciples. How come Beilang knows so many things? The close disciples plus the ones who are not allowed to work are really different from us." Kurako Shunsui is even a little lucky. If he doesn't voluntarily give up his status as the successor of the captain, given the old man's preference for Beilang, will the old man have to bring Ryūjin Jakka to him to talk? Brother Jushiro, only this power can deal with this power. And you have sensed it over the years, right? Mimi Haki actually has no consciousness of his own. As long as you fully integrate it, you will be Mimi Haki. On the contrary, it is a guarantee for Mimi Haki to continue to exist. Jaisure Yukatake nodded, a little confused, but one thing Jaisure Yukatake was very sure of, that is, Mimi Haki's power was indeed something only Mimi Haki could handle. Jaisure Yukatake thought of this and stopped worrying about anything. He sighed and said, "I know, junior brother, I will announce that I am sick when I go back. It may take decades to recover from my illness." Beilang was overjoyed. It was convenient to talk to smart people. He then turned to look at Kurako Shunsui and continued, "As for senior brother Chun Shui, we also have important tasks to give to senior brother. Of course, senior brother, don't forget to continue working hard to make yourself better. Stronger." Kurako Shunsui nodded, he finally understood. Compared with Beilang, a close disciple and the little prince of Godi I-13, he and Jaisure Yukatake are simply stepmothers, and they can only be obedient. When the matter was settled, Beilang felt a big stone fall in his heart. After all, his senior brother was the only candidate who could compete with him for this position. That is to say, Old Man Shan was decisive and directly stood up for himself. In addition, his senior brother was indeed right. "I am not interested in this position, otherwise, things would be really difficult to talk about." Throughout the whole process, Yoryuaki and Swafon didn't say a word. Yoryuaki was like a little wife, sitting obediently next to Beilang. He was not surprised at all by Beilang and Kurako Shunsui's words, but it was obvious that Yoryuaki's behavior was completely it represents the attitude of the Shihaoran family. Shihaoran Senhai is not a fool. How come it is such a coincidence that he takes Yoryuaki to become a disciple in Beilang and then goes to the first team to retire? Of course, these calculations have nothing to do with Yoryuaki. Originally, Shihaoran Senhai just wanted care and status, but he didn't expect Beilang to take care of his granddaughter in bed. Beilang was quite happy with this meal. After having a full meal and discussing the follow-up matters, they separated and prepared to go back to Siritii. A possible struggle was nipped in the bud before it could arise. Beilang was also contentedly holding Yoryuaki's hand and walking on Rukanga. At this time, a chaotic sound came from not far away. "You two damn brats, catch them! Damn it, Don't let them get away. I saw a few samurai carrying swords chasing two little ghosts. The two little ghosts were a boy and a girl. One had short lavender hair and was wearing patched black clothes. The girl he was pulling was wearing a yellow-colored dress. The white clothes were also patched, and the two of them were running towards the Beilang trio in a panic, holding bread like pasta. Beilang was stunned for a moment. He was very familiar with these two people, and they were also the most difficult to reconcile among Shinigami, Ichimarujin, and Matsumoto Ranjaku. Beilang suddenly realized, yes, the flower dry area of East number 62 is exactly the block where Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku are located in the official novel. Moreover, according to the current timeline, it is obvious that Aizen has not yet attacked Matsumoto Ranjaku. If this is the case, then Beilang will take action first. The current Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku have not had any future experiences and are still two immature children. Ranjaku, go this way. Ichimarujin saw the Beilang trio, recognized the Shinigami kimonos on them, and decisively chose another direction. After all, if you are caught by a samurai, you will get a beating at most. If you collide with a Shinigami, you will really die without knowing how. But Beilang smiled slightly, he had already encountered it, and he could still let you two little babies run away. A Shunpo reached out and picked up the two children. Although both children struggled violently, they were mercilessly suppressed by Beilang. Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku felt despair in their hearts. They heard that some Shinigami like young children. Didn't they encounter such a pervert? When the chasing warriors saw Beilang and the others, they didn't dare to get close. After all, not everyone is as brave as Zaraki Kenpeki. Beilang was speechless for a while. He thought he could show off his strength and make the two little tigers bow their heads in awe. As a result, now I can no longer show my holiness in front of others. Yoryuki saw that Beilang wanted to protect the two children, so he directly said a few words to Swafon. Swafon went over to negotiate with these samurai. The leader took the hundreds of rings, the currency of Shinigami, that Swafon rewarded. Left happily. However, seeing the samurai leave, Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku did not feel relieved. Instead, the two children felt that they had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den again. Sir Shinigami, just let Ranjaku go and come to me if you have any problems. Although he is young, Ichimarujin already considers Matsumoto Ranjaku to be the most important person. No, Silver, I will never separate from you. Matsumoto Ranjaku said the same. The two little ones parted ways between life and death in this performance. Beilang was speechless for a while, and Yoryuki burst into laughter without restraint. Okay, I saved you, but you two didn't say thank you. Instead, you regarded me as a bad person. Do I look like a bad person? Beilang said with a dark look on his face. Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku, who were put down by Beilang, looked at each other awkwardly. Yes, it seemed that they were really overthinking it. Chapter 16. What do you need, sir? After the embarrassment just now, Ichimarujin asked like a little adult. Beilang looked at Ichimarujin, who was obviously still very defensive about him, and was speechless, but fortunately his good wife Yoryuki came on the stage, walked up to the two children and said, "Do you know why you are hungry? Where are the two children exposed to these things now? They just feel that they are different from other children. Other children only need to drink water to survive, but they will be hungry and need to eat." So the two children shook their heads in confusion. Matsumoto Ranjaku handed Yoryuki the pasta that he was holding tightly in his arms just now, and said softly, "Sister, are you hungry?" Yoryuki rubbed Matsumoto Ranjaku's little head and said with a smile, "Of course not, I'll just leave this for you to eat." Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded and hugged the noodles tightly again, making Yoryuki sigh, and Swafon beside him couldn't stand it. Although Swafon's family can be considered a minor noble, her family is in a lot of poverty, and Swafon is kind enough, so she can barely sympathize with her. Sister, I tell you, you are different from other people. You have spiritual power in your body. If you stay with someone without spiritual power for a long time, the person without spiritual power will die. Ryūjin also I did some popular science for the two children. The two children also suddenly realized, and then they understood why no one wanted to play with them. People with psychic powers would unconsciously emit Ryūjin to oppress the surrounding people. Zheng is the universal summoning soul. Kukaki Hyojin, Rukia Kukaki, and Abarai Renji's friends all died like this. Ichimarujin somewhat understood, turned to look at Beilang and said, Sir, what's the reason for stopping us? Beilang nodded approvingly. As expected of Ichimarujin, he immediately grasped the key point. I just want to ask you if you want to become my teacher. Beilang didn't hide it and spoke directly. Of course, even if these two children don't want to become their teacher, he will definitely take them away. They are so outstanding. Of course, you should keep your talents around yourself to cultivate them. But before he finished speaking, Ichimarujin immediately knelt on the ground and saluted and said, Master, please bow to Ichimarujin. After saying that, he kowtowed directly, making Beilang stunned. Good guy, I seem to have seen this scene before. Pass. Matsumoto Ranjaku asked timidly, can we eat enough for every meal after becoming a disciple? After hearing what Matsumoto Ranjaku said, Beilang was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, of course. When Matsumoto Ranjaku heard this, his eyes lit up and he also became a disciple. Beilang also smiled from ear to ear and helped the two children up. He said with satisfaction, in that case, then you two can come back to Ryūjin with me, right? You two have no other relatives, right? No, it's just the two of us living together. Hearing this, Ryūjin also felt maternal, reaching out to hold the two children in his arms. Beilang and Ryūjin each held the two children, and told them their names and identities on the way. Master, what is a vice captain? Can you eat it? Matsumoto Ranjaku's childish voice sounded. Idiot Ranjaku, the vice captain is your identity. Although Ichimarujin still didn't quite understand, he said like a little adult. The two children made Beilang and Ryūjin very happy along the way, and everyone returned to Ryūjin without incident. Division 4, Captain's Room. Katetsu Aizen ran in a panic, and Unohana Retsu, who was still arranging flowers in the captain's room, said without raising his head, Yugon, don't be so anxious. Can something big happen? Sorry, Captain Unohana, I'm rude, but come and take a look, Vice Captain Beilang and Captain Ryūjin are here holding two children. What? Mao's Hiwa was shocked, and with a strong force on her hand, the flower in her hand was cut off by her. Before Katetsu Aizen could say anything more, Unohana Retsu had already disappeared into the captain's room. The deputy captain's room is also where Beilang usually lives. Godi 13's treatment of the captain and vice captain is quite good. Unohana Retsu lives alone in a huge house, which is comparable to Prince Kong's mansion. Beilang lives in a very small place, right next to Unohana Retsu's house, and the two are neighbors. At this time, Beilang and Ryūjin were arranging a place for the two children to live together. This time, the place was bigger, and the two children no longer had to sleep together. Vice Captain Beilang, are you at home? Unohana Retsu's words showed no emotion or anger, but they were already called by name and job title. It was obvious that Unohana Retsu was not in a very beautiful mood. Beilang saw the confused looks on the two children's faces and said with a smile, wait a minute, the captain of our squad is here. After saying that, he went out to meet Unohana Retsu. As soon as Unohana Retsu entered Beilang's house, he regretted it. He had been reckless and came over without hearing all the information. Seeing Unohana Retsu's tangled expression, Beilang felt confident. He stepped forward and took Unohana Retsu's hand and said, Lai, it's so late, why are you here? Seeing Beilang's actions and Beilang's unfazed expression, Unohana Retsu also felt confident and said angrily, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were back with 2 children." Beilang guessed that this was the case and said with a smile, "Haha, these are the 2 young apprentices I just accepted today. Come on, Lai, I will take you to meet them." After saying that, he took Unohana Retsu's hand and walked towards the house. Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku were dumbfounded when they saw Beilang dragging in a woman as gentle and beautiful as Yamato Nadeshiko. After all, although they were young, they had lived in Rukanga for so many years and had seen couples before. "Good guy, this master of ours actually has 2 wives. He is truly a role model for our generation." Of course, this is what Ichimarujin thinks. Matsumoto Ranjaku has been bought by Ryūjin. In Ryūjin's description, this is her Ryūjin's love rival. "Come here, Silver, Ranjaku, come and see Captain Unohana." Beilang also smiled and waved his hand, asking the 2 children to say hello. Ichimarujin's mind was spinning so fast. He knelt down on the spot and saluted, "Disciple Ichimarujin, I have met Mrs. Unohana." As soon as these words came out, Beilang was shocked. "Okay, kid, the road is now widened for you." When Unohana Retsu heard Ichimarujin's name, the smile on his face almost overflowed. He directly stepped forward to pull Ichimarujin up and said with satisfaction, "What a good boy." Chapter 17. Matsumoto Ranjaku didn't expect Ichimarujin to do such a trick, and he was really a little stunned. However, the little girl reacted quickly, and also saluted and called her master's wife. Her 2 little mouths were as if they were covered with honey, making Unohana Retsu very happy. Ryūjin was speechless. In her heart, she was the main wife. Of course, it is impossible for the 2 little ones to offend Ryūjin. Ryūjin, the captain of the second team, also lost himself in the Ryūjin master one after another. Unohana Retsu is also rare and does not show any signs of estrangement from Ryūjin, which is regarded as acquiescence in the relationship between Ryūjin and Beilang. Beilang also has to give a thumbs up to his 2 apprentices. They are worthy of being his apprentices. They easily solved a big problem for his master. That night, Unohana Retsu and Ryūjin also rarely went back to their homes and stayed at Beilang's house for one night. The next day, the 2 little ones, who had already washed themselves up and put on clean clothes, were also officially apprenticed. Beilang was in the middle, and sitting on the left and right were Unohana Retsu and Ryūjin. The 2 little ones were apprenticed in a well-behaved manner. It was considered that Beilang had officially accepted these 2 little apprentice. Then Beilang and the other 3 also checked the spiritual power levels of the 2 little beasts. Although all 3 of them could sense the huge spiritual power of the 2 little beasts, their estimates were always inaccurate. Professional equipment was still needed. Okay. After all, Beilang still had some respect in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Under the glaring expression of the vice principal, Beilang borrowed the instrument used by the Spiritual Arts Academy to test the spiritual power level at the beginning of the school year. The test results of the 2 little ones really surprised Beilang and the others. Ichimarujin, Ryūjin 6th class. Matsumoto Ranjaku, Ryūjin 5th class. Beilang didn't expect that Matsumoto Ranjaku's spiritual power was even higher than Ichimarujin. But after thinking about it, it seems right. Matsumoto Ranjaku does have the fingertips of the Soul King. It is normal for Ryūjin to be taller than Ichimarujin. After all, this person can still reach the 4th level of spiritual power after losing part of his soul. Bankai can't do it at all. Because the soul is incomplete, otherwise, this person would not be worse than Shihao and Ryūjin. Beilang is mentally prepared for Ichimarujin's strength. The 6th level spiritual power is actually a genius among geniuses. Let's put it this way. Among the students who did not enter the Spiritual Arts Academy in the original work, the only one who is clearly a 6th level spiritual power is Shiba. Kion is called a genius by the Shiba family. To be able to call the 5 great nobles a genius, of course it couldn't be worse. Ryūjin even personally invited Shibakayan to be his vice-captain. Even a genius like Hitsugaichware only held 3 positions after entering Godi 13. Ryūjin trained Shibakayan as his successor. If Shibakayan doesn't die, when the plot begins, his strength will not be worse than Zyobai. This completely shows how outrageous Ichimarujin's talent is. After all, he is the person Aizen likes, so how could it be any worse? However, the 2 little ones do not know how scary their spiritual power level is. To put it bluntly, these 2 children have no such awareness at all. Beilang was very happy and said with a smile, "Yin, Ranjaku, you 2 come with me. I will take you to meet your master. He will be very happy to see you." Master? Who is master? Master is of course the master's master. Beilang held a child in one hand and went directly to the first team. Ryūjin and Unohana Retsu went back to handle their respective team affairs. The captain didn't have that much time. As for Swafon, Ryūjin sent her back to the 2nd division to work last night. She is an old wage earner. First team. Hello, Master Beilang. Who are these 2 children? Oh, no more chatting about the apprentice I have accepted. I'm going to find Old Man Shan first. For the old subordinates of Yamamoto Genryusai, Beilang is their next little master, so these old people have always called Beilang Master Beilang. Even Kurako Shunsui and Ryūjin did not get such a title. This is the difference between heirs and non-heirs. Yamamoto Genryusai also heard the information brought by Chijur Sasakaibe. You mean, the bastard Beilang came here with 2 children? Or did he bring them back from Rukanga? After hearing Chijur Sasakaibe's report, Yamamoto Genryusai felt a vein popping up on his forehead. Obviously, Old Man Shan thought Beilang had made a mistake. Beilang carried 2 little guys with smiles on their faces and came to the door of Yamamoto Genryusai. He opened the door of Yamamoto Genryusai with his feet and said happily, "Old Man Shan, I'm here to see you." "Traitor, give it to me." Just as he was shouting, Yamamoto saw the 2 children in Beilang's hands, and his furious face instantly turned into a kind one. Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku were both stunned. How could their master change his face? Come on, let Grandpa take a look." Yamamoto Genryusai instantly transformed into a kind grandpa. After all, in his view, Beilang is his close disciple. When he has no children, Kurako Shunsui, Beilang and other direct disciples are no different from their own children. Then Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku are naturally his grandchildren. If you want to ask Yamamoto Genryusai if he has such a face, all I can say is, don't forget that Mr. Yama passed the sweet potato test with Ryūjin Jakka, don't think of him as too stubborn. Ryūjin Jakka, you are amazing, you are noble, I should die outside. Beilang didn't know why his master was crazy, so he put the 2 children on the ground and said, "Let's go meet your master." Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Yamamoto Genryusai with a kind face with some fear. Although Yamamoto Genryusai had a smile on his face, the bodies of the 2 children could sense that Yamamoto Genryusai contained a huge amount of Ryūjin. The 2 little ones turned to look at Beilang. Beilang smiled and said, "It's okay. Come on over." Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded, and the 2 little ones ran over and hugged Yamamoto Genryusai's hand and shouted, "Master! Hey, my dear grandchildren!" Yamamoto Motoyanagi could hardly keep his eyes open. As the old man reaches his age, he just likes to have his grandchildren around him. But as soon as he turned his head, Yamamoto Genryusai's expression changed and he said angrily, "You bastard, get over here and explain to me, whose girl did you bully?" Feeling the majestic spiritual power of Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku, Yamamoto Genryusai became even more convinced that his apprentice must have caused trouble to some girl. Chapter 18 Don't blame Yamamoto Genryusai for thinking nonsense. The main reason is that his little apprentice is good at everything, but he does have problems with relationships. Unlike Kurako Shunsui is just a little playful at best, and is not actually pestered by any woman. Although Beilang doesn't play hard, the women he provokes are all first-class women. Not to mention anything else, Unohana Retsu and Shihoran Yoriyuki, these two are already quite heavyweights. It is no exaggeration to say that if Beilang hadn't been powerful and a close disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai, he would have been kidnapped by the Shihoran family and married into his wife. The reason why the four major nobles are the four major nobles is that they have very strict control over their own bloodlines. Apart from anything else, Kokaki Xionghe, who is so pervert with his soul-cutting sword, has not honestly married into the Kokaki family. Coupled with the talents of Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku, Yamamoto Genryusai is very sure that the mother who gave birth to these two children must not be an ordinary person. This is what soul society is like. Only when the strong and the strong come together can children with super talents be born. Beilang looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and explained helplessly, "Master, listen to me and explain to you, things are not what you think." Yamamoto Genryusai was also afraid of scaring his two grandchildren, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Then explain it to me. These two children are the disciples I just accepted yesterday." Beilang said speechlessly. "Apprentice, apprentice." As soon as these words came out, Yamamoto Genryusai was dumbfounded. This is what feelings are like. Beilang looked at the dumbfounded old man and felt helpless. "Beilang, what a good person he is. Why has your reputation become like this now?" After all his calculations, he only found two girls. Yamamoto Genryusai still didn't believe it. He squatted down and looked at the two little ones in front of him, and said kindly, "Master is here, don't be afraid." "Who are you, Beilang?" The two kids looked at Yamamoto Genryusai with some suspicion. "Why does this master look so smart?" "Master, we are the direct disciples of Master Beilang," Ichimarujin said in a decent manner. Yamamoto Genryusai saw that Ichimarujin didn't look like he was telling lies. Then he felt relieved and reached out to pick up the two children. He smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, that's really great. I, Yamamoto Genryusai, have it too." Disciple. Beilang also talked about the spiritual power levels of the two little ones. Yamamoto Genryusai was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. "Good guy, I didn't expect that his apprentice would accept two absolute geniuses as soon as he opened the door. After getting the free pass, Beilang can accept disciples." At this time, Yamamoto Genryusai really does not look like the leader of a violent organization, but like an ordinary old man holding his grandchildren. Although the two little ones were not low in Ryūtsu, they were still not enough to watch in front of Yamamoto Genryusai. After a while, the two little ones were exhausted and fell asleep in a daze. Yamamoto Genryusai also carefully placed the two children on his bed, and said to Beilang, "In this case, I have a task for you." Beilang was stunned. What a guy, he even accepted a mission. "Master, tell me." At this time, Beilang still became serious. Yamamoto Genryusai picked up the tea bowl and took a sip and said, "Kokaki Jinling came to the door some time ago and said that he wanted me to find a suitable teacher for his grandson, Byakuya Kokaki. Old man Shan, you don't want me to accept him as my disciple, do you?" Beilang immediately understood what Yamamoto Genryusai meant. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, "This might be a good thing for you. But what does the Kokaki family want? Don't they always train their own successors? Kokaki Yinling must be crazy to do this." Beilang was a little puzzled. Yamamoto Genryusai sighed and said, "Hey, what happened to Kokaki Hibiki and Kokaki Sojun was a huge blow to the Kokaki family. There are two strong men who can take over the position of the head of the Kokaki family. One has a weak spiritual body and cannot bear the powerful Ryūtsu and died early. The other was forced to rebel against the Soul Society and was sealed. Now the huge Kokaki family is really shaky. Yamamoto Genryusai also sighed. If the Kokaki family can't have a person to carry the cauldron, I'm afraid it will slowly go downhill. Beilang understood, he had preconceived ideas. In his impression, Byakuya Kokaki once again supported the Kokaki family, but now Beilang is just a child, about the same age as his good apprentice Ichimaru Jin. Kokaki Jin, it's impossible for an old fox like Suzu to put all his treasure on Byakuya Kokaki. Then, it is normal to find a good supporter for your grandson. When I came to Yamamoto Genryusai, I actually wanted Beilang to accept a disciple. At the end of the team leader meeting, anyone who is not a fool can see that Yamamoto Genryusai values Beilang. Even fellow senior Kurako Shunsui expressed his position immediately. Kokaki Jinling has lived for thousands of years and is not a fool. He must be it's time to take action. Only guys like Hirako Shinji, Love Aikawa, and Meguruma Kensei don't have this concept in their minds at all. In other words, Hirako Shinji is the only one who has this concept, but he doesn't bother to get involved in these things. No wonder they were plotted by Aizen. Beilang thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, Master, I agree to accept the Kokaki child as my disciple." Yamamoto Genryusai glanced at Beilang approvingly. That's right, Godi 13 is not about fighting and killing, it is about human nature. It is impossible to become the captain if you are just brave and fierce. If you come out to hang out, you have to talk about your background. You're not at a disadvantage either. This kid from the Kokaki family is now a 6th level spiritual power. He's almost as talented as your apprentice. The next head of the Kokaki family must be him. Yamamoto Genryusai said. Beilang doesn't think there's any problem. It's a matter of mutual consent. Dabai's talent is not bad. With his guidance, you can't go wrong with your strength. Seeing that Beilang didn't object, Yamamoto Genryusai continued, then tomorrow, you go to Kokaki's house and meet your new apprentice. I understand, old man Shan, just leave him to me and you can rest assured. Beilang smiled happily. It made Yamamoto and Genryusai wonder if there was anything wrong with letting this kid take on a disciple. After Beilang finished talking to Yamamoto Genryusai, he also returned to the 4th team with his 2 puppies. Chapter 19 Division 4, Deputy Captain's Room. Ryūjin took Swaifon and Unohana Retsu to wait for Beilang and the 2 little ones to return. Since they became apprentices yesterday, the fight between Unohana Retsu and Ryūjin has disappeared. Mainly because the 2 women also know how important the other is to Beilang, so they will not continue fighting in front of Beilang. Of course, the fight is secretly going on. It's inevitable, after all, both of them hope Beilang likes them more. After Beilang came back with the 2 little ones, he first coaxed the 2 little ones to sleep, and then told him what old man Shan had told him. After Unohana Retsu took a sip of tea, he said calmly, "Yes, Lang, this is it might not be a bad thing for you." Ryūjin also nodded and said, although the current Kokaki family still looks beautiful, in fact, it is only supported by Jinling Senpai. The current situation is not as good as our Shihaoran family. Beilang agrees with Ryūjin's view. He is also one of the 5 nobles. Ryūjin knows the current situation of the Kokaki family very well. He is from the Shihaoran family. Ryūjin's younger brother Shihaoran Yoshiro is not bad in strength. He has reached the 2nd level with his instant strength. Waiting for Lingwei, plus Shihaoran Kiani is retired instead of dead, his combat power is completely guaranteed. If the current Kokaki family did not have the support of the Shihaoran family, I am afraid that they would be like the Shiba family and slowly decline. However, after deciding to take over Dabai, the power Beilang can control has expanded to a terrifying level. Needless to say, the old man will definitely hand over the 1st team to Beilang. The 2nd Division, the 4th Division, the 6th Division, the 8th Division, and the 13th Division. In less than half a month, Beilang had already secured 6 divisions. Half of Godi 13 is currently in the hands of Beilang. If Beilang wants to, he can even directly become the second person under Yamamoto Genryusai. Of course, there is no need, Godi 13 will be his sooner or later anyway. As for Hirako Shinji's group, I still have to ask my Mr. Aizen. When Aizen counts them all, the 3rd team, the 7th team, the 9th team, and the 12th team will naturally fall into Beilang in hand. To put it bluntly, Beilang may even directly force Yamamoto Genryusai to abdicate. It is a pity that Beilang came to this world a little late, and powerful combat powers such as Kukaki Hibiki, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, and Moljo Soya were not able to survive. Beilang himself knows very well that Aizen is not his ultimate goal. His biggest enemy is the son of the Spirit King and the next Spirit King, Waiwak. The strength he has accumulated now is all for dealing with Waiwak. After all, Beilang doesn't want Waiwak to destroy the world. Although he can ensure that he will be safe, his girls don't have this ability. A world without anything is not what Beilang wants. The next day, Kukaki House. Kukaki Jinling has already been waiting in the lobby with little Byakuya wearing white training clothes. "Grandpa, who are we waiting for?" Little Byakuya asked curiously. "Waiting for your teacher." Kukaki Jinling sat down on her knees with her eyes closed. "My teacher?" Little Byakuya asked in surprise. The current Byakuya is not the ice-faced one from back. Little Byakuya is very irritable and full of emotions. "Hey, Byakuya, did you miss me?" Yoryuki's voice came before he even entered the door. Hearing Yoryuki's teasing voice, little Byakuya's veins popped out on his forehead. "The damn demon cat is here again." "Byakuya, don't be rude." "Yes, Grandpa, I lost my temper." The sun shone into the living room, and a man and a woman walked in, of course Beilang and Yoryuki. As the head of Shihaoran, it was the right thing for her to show up on this occasion today. It was also a favor to the Kukaki family. Kukaki Yinling and Byakuya Kukaki stood up. "Vice Captain Beilang, please excuse me." Kukaki Yinling said to Beilang very politely. "No, Senior Yinling, I don't dare to take this seriously." Beilang waved his hand quickly. Although it was a favor, he would not let Kukaki Yinling treat him like this. Byakuya Kukaki looked at Beilang very curiously. This was the first time he saw his grandfather treat a vice-captain with such respect. Beilang walked up to little Byakuya, rubbed little Byakuya's hair and said with a smile, "This kid is the disciple I want to take on." Little Byakuya didn't open Beilang's hand. He hadn't seen his father much since he was a child, let alone felt any father's love. Little Byakuya, who never let others touch his head, was actually in front of this man. I felt unprecedented warmth in my body. Kukaki Jinling saw that little Byakuya had no objection, and nodded with satisfaction. "Byakuya, this is your teacher Beilang." Vice Captain Beilang is a close disciple of Captain Yamamoto, and he has won the title of Free and Clear. You need to practice hard with Vice Captain Beilang." Little Byakuya came back to his senses and decisively bowed to his master. "Master, please bow to me, my disciple Byakuya Kukaki." Beilang has no intention of stopping him, he deserves this. After little Byakuya became a disciple, Beilang also smiled and pulled little Byakuya up and said to Kukaki Yinling, "Senior Yinling, I will take this child away. When he completes his training, I will send him back." Kukaki Yinling looked at little Byakuya with reluctance in his eyes, but for the sake of the family, he could only let little Byakuya and Beilang leave. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will work hard." After little Byakuya promised Kukaki Yinling, he also left with Beilang carrying his little baggage. Yoryuki saw that little Byakuya had finished his apprenticeship, and then he teased him and said, "Byakuya, since you have already become your apprentice, why don't you call me master?" Byakuya Kukaki looked at Yoryuki in disbelief, with an expression that almost said, "My master is wise and powerful, how could he fall in love with you? Ryūjin was so angry that he almost repaired Byakuya on the spot, but was stopped by Beilang. Division 4, Deputy Captain Zai. Master, Ryūjin, you are back. Seeing Beilang and Ryūjin return, Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku also ran over to greet Beilang. Children really need to be raised from an early age. The three little ones including Byakuya, although they have lived in Seoul society for more than 10 years, are only about 2 years old in terms of lifespan. Beilang picked up Ichimaru-jin and little Byakuya one by one, and Ryūjin held little Ranjaku. Let's go back to the house and talk. Chapter 20. In the room, three little ones sat together and stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The three of them looked at each other like curious babies. Beilang rubbed the little faces of the three little ones and said with a smile, "Okay, you three, please stop looking at each other like that. I'll introduce them to you." With that said, Beilang pulled over little Byakuya and said, "This is Byakuya Kukaki, my new disciple. These two are your senior brother Ichimaru-jin and second senior sister Matsumoto Ranjaku, who also just became my disciples." Little Byakuya greeted Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku very politely. After the three little ones became familiar with each other, Beilang nodded with satisfaction. Ryūjin and Unohana Retsu also walked into the room at this time. The two women sat next to Beilang, one on the left and the other on the right. Of course, Swafon stood beside Ryūjin. Beilang looked at the three little ones in front of him and said seriously, "Since the three of you have become my disciples, it is my duty as a teacher to educate you to become talents. The next training will be very difficult." As soon as these words came out, not only did the three little ones show no fear, but they all showed high spirits. Beilang was even more satisfied with what the three little ones did. Beilang stood up, took out a fantasy book and opened it. A door made of books appeared in front of the three little animals, which shocked them all. The three of them had never seen such a magical thing before. Even little Byakuya is very curious. Although his family has a world-crossing gate, it is obvious that Beilang has nothing to do with the world-crossing gate. Beilang rubbed the heads of the three little ones and said, "Okay, don't be surprised, follow me," he said and walked into the door first. The three girls also took the three little ones into the fantasy world one by one. The scenery here was completely different from that of Seoul society. There were even giant dragons flying in the sky, which made the three little ones' eyes sparkle. Beilang clapped his hands and asked the three little ones to come back to their senses. "This is where you will practice next. The master will teach you everything about Shinigami here." The current three little ones are still blind to the practice of Shinigami and have no idea at all. However, Beilang is a player who has been personally trained by Yamamoto Genryusai, and he will start from the most basic level to teach the three little ones. The Shinigami's techniques are nothing more than the four major items of slicing fists and walking ghosts. Of course, the most important thing is Ryūjin. Someone said something, and I strongly agree with it. That is, Ryūjin determines the combat effectiveness of Shinigami. And you three are geniuses who are one in a million. Hearing Beilang's affirmation, the three little ones instantly raised their little faces, looking proud. But just because you are geniuses now does not mean that you will still be geniuses in the future. Beilang changed the topic and started teaching the three little ones. Beilang, Ryūjin and Unohana Retsu released their own Ryūjin together in front of the three little ones. Although the three of them were not completely released, the third-level spiritual power was already more than the three little ones could bear. The three little ones only felt severe oppression on their bodies, and couldn't help but kneel down on one knee and gasp for air. Matsumoto Ranjaku's situation was better than Byakuya Kukaki and Ichimaru-jin, but at the same time she was also the one who received the main care, and was also affected by Ryūjin. Out of breath. Fortunately, Beilang and the others just wanted the three little ones not to be proud, and quickly put away the Ryūjin, making the three little ones breathe a sigh of relief. Remember, this is the first lesson I teach you. Never be proud. Don't underestimate any of your opponents. Beilang said seriously. The three little ones nodded fiercely, and then Beilang arranged a training plan for the three little ones. White hits and shunpo were taught by Flash Goddess Ryūjin, swordsmanship was taught by Unohana Retsu and Kid, and the training of the soul-cutting sword were taught by Beilang. The enhancement of Shinigami Ryutsu comes from natural growth on the one hand, and communication with one's own soul's anti-ing sword on the other. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo, the chosen son, will gain more power every time he communicates with himself with the soul's anti-ing sword. Not only him, but also the male supporting character Abarai Renji, so it is indispensable for the training of the soul-cutting sword. For example, the guys in the 11th division, although they are powerful, do have a lot of problems. Under the leadership of Zaraki Kenpeki, each of them is mediocre in their own soul's anti-ing sword training. In the end, Zaraki Kenpeki went to develop the sword. The soul knife is gone. Although Beilang's communication with the soul-slaying sword relies on cheating, it doesn't mean that he can't teach students. The three little ones can be regarded as using the back door to get their own sealed state in advance. In the following practice, I can feel the power of master and mistress. After all, according to the level of the system, Ryuji's shunpo is at full level LV10, and the same is true for Unohana Retsu's kendo. Moreover, being full level does not mean that you can't continue to improve. Whether it is Ryuji or Unohana Retsu, they are actually still making slow progress. But not so obvious. In this way, time slowly came to 113 years before the plot began, that is, before Aizen caused trouble for the first time. After decades of practice, the three little ones back then have turned into half-teen-year-olds, who are between 11 and 12 years old in terms of age. However, due to the influence of spiritual power, the three little ones are no different from 14 to 15-year-old children. Master. Morning. ×3. The three little ones saw Beilang getting up, with an expression of admiration and respect on their faces. Decades of teachings made the three little ones recognize their master from the bottom of their hearts. Hey, why did you three get up so early today? Beilang looked at the three half-grown men in front of him and asked in surprise. It was Master Unohana who asked us to wake you up. Ichimaru-jin, as the senior brother, was the first to speak. Hey? Did Lai say what happened? Beilang asked with a yawn. Master asked all the captains and vice-captains to go to the team leaders' room together to inform them of important matters. Byakuya continued what Ichimaru-jin said. Okay, I understand. I'll pick up your master wife first, and you three will make your own arrangements for today's practice. Beilang nodded and disappeared in front of the three of them in an instant. As expected of Master. Over the years, Master seems to have become stronger. Ranjaku sighed as he looked at the place where Beilang disappeared. Because she was not attacked by Aizen, even though Ranjaku was the second senior sister, her spiritual power was the strongest among the three. Even she did not see how Beilang disappeared. Chapter 21. Retsu, do you know what happened? Beilang and Unohana Retsu were walking on the way to the team leader's room, and they kept bumping into Shinigami team members greeting them on the way. Unohana Retsu shook his head slightly. I don't know the specific situation. If there is nothing serious, the captain will usually not summon us. Beilang rolled his eyes. When did his Lai learn these Charalu talk? Before Beilang could say anything, a fragrant breeze came over. Ryuji didn't care about other people's eyes and directly hugged Beilang's arm and said, Little Beilang, did you miss me? Unohana Retsu was used to it and said without raising his head or eyes, Captain Chihaoran, please respect yourself. Ryuji is not afraid of the threat of Unohana Retsu at all. Over the decades, Ryuji has already figured out Unohana Retsu's temper. If it were a few decades ago, Ryuji would never dare to do this, but Unohana Retsu at that time would definitely do it. Drawing a sword to kill someone. But it's different now. Even when he draws his sword, Unohana Retsu can completely control his behavior. Beilang spent decades slowly wearing away Unohana Retsu's anger, but instead made Unohana Retsu's state of mind to a higher level. In the past 2 years, Lingwei has even broken through to the first level. It can be said that even Yamamoto Genryusai, after releasing Bankai, dare not say that he can definitely defeat Unohana Retsu. Not only does the sword that loses its viciousness not become weaker, but it becomes stronger. Ryuji's progress is not that great, but he has stabilized to the second level of spiritual power, which is still much better than other captains. After all, Meguruma Kensei and the others have been Ryūjin for decades, but they are still only third-class spiritual powers. Unohana Retsu glanced at Ryuji with an expression of disdain. After all, Beilang has often stayed at Unohana Retsu's house in the past few decades. Ryuji thought so too, but the problem was that the Shihoran family couldn't possibly watch their head sleep in vain. Instead, Ryuji never succeeded. Seeing Unohana Retsu's expression, Ryuji, who originally wanted to be angry at Unohana Retsu, was so angry that his teeth itched. Omida Nozomi, who was following Ryuji, was really sweating. Is this something he can see? But fortunately, a voice came and helped Omida get out of the siege. It's Captain Unohana and Captain Ryuji. They came really early. Oh, and Vice Captain Beilang. A frivolous voice sounded, and Hirako Shinji pulled his pair of shoes that had been worn for an unknown period of time and walked over, with a helpless Aizen behind him. Sorry, Vice Captain Beilang, Captain Hirako, he didn't mean that. Aizen has become accustomed to this kind of apology. It's okay, Hirako has this kind of personality. I don't care at all. Beilang smiled happily on the surface, but in fact he was really thinking in his heart, no wonder no one spoke for you when you were being plotted. It's just you. You must have offended a lot of people by talking nonsense. Everyone came to the team leader's room chatting and laughing, and Kurako Shunsui wearing a bamboo hat walked in alone this time. Sorry, I seem to be late. The leader of the Kyoko band is not late this time. This is really an improvement. When Hirako saw Kurako, he immediately smiled and complained. Nonsense, I'm always the first to arrive, and I've never been late. Kiryu said firmly after hearing this. Beilang was speechless for a while, and he didn't know who was the one who was punished by Old Man Shan to look at the gate of the first team last time. Senior brother Kiryu, senior brother Jushiro, hasn't he recovered yet? Beilang also asked. Since the last banquet, Jaishur Yukatake returned to the 13th division and said that he was not sick. Everyone thought that Jaishur Yukatake was dying, and even organized a group to visit him once. Over the past few decades, Jaishur Yukatake has been with him. Yugantang's recuperation never appeared at all. Haha, I just came back from Jushiro. I estimate that in a few years, Jushiro will be able to move normally. That's really the best. When senior brother Jushiro recovers from his illness, we must have a good celebration. The two senior brothers discussed this matter openly, acting like brothers and sisters. But Aizen on the side had a cold light flashing in his eyes. Obviously, in his opinion, there was not that much harmony between the two brothers. Aizen went to see Jaishur Yukatake. In his opinion, Jaishur Yukatake was not sick at all, but was injured. The last time he went, Jaishur Yukatake's Ryūjin was so weak that he was no longer as good as a team member. I was the one who called the leader of the Beijing band from bed. At this time, Lisa Yakinmaru, who had a beautiful face and plump figure, suddenly gave a thumbs up and proudly spoke to the captains present. Thank you for waking up Kirikou, Lisa. When the captains heard this, they looked at Lisa with pity. There was no one else with such a shameful captain. It's not hard, I kicked him off the bed. Lisa heard this and said proudly again. It hurts a lot, okay. After listening to Lisa's words, Kiryu touched his waist with a distressed look on his face. However, all the captains are very envious of Kurako Shunsui. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, Kurako Shunsui is the guy who is the vice-captain when he has something to do, and he is the vice-captain when he has nothing to do. Why did you call us here this time? Love Akawa asked first. Don't you know? The captain of the 10th Division was killed in action. Killed in action? How could this happen? He has only been in office for less than 10 years. He was unlucky. He encountered a vasto lord-level Minos Grande. Although he tried his best to kill the opponent, he still died of his injuries. The speaker was Kukaki Jinling, who had just entered. After hearing the news, everyone fell silent. As the captain of Godi I-13, it is extremely difficult to successfully step down from the position of captain. You might encounter a strong enemy and die in battle one day. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. In addition to the captain of the 10th Division, there is another captain who has also stepped down as captain. Kurako Shunsui changed the subject instantly. Oh, it must be Hikifune Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division. Beilang also suddenly realized. What? Captain Hikifune was also killed. Aizen asked in confusion, why didn't he receive the news? No, it's not death, it's promotion. Yoryuki, who had been silent, said. Chapter 22. Promotion. Aizen frowned, as if something had happened that was beyond his control. He doesn't know that Godi I-13 will have new opportunities for promotion after becoming the captain. That's right, it's a promotion. Oh, where is it? Kurako Shunsui and Kukaki Jinling looked so clear that the other captains and vice-captains didn't know what they were talking about. Aizen's heart sank. He would check it carefully when he went back. Something unexpected happened. But speaking of it, there are really not many captains who can really stay in Godi I-13 for hundreds of years. In terms of seniority, only me, Jushiro, Yoryuki and the Silver Bells have been the longest. Kurako Shunsui counted on his fingers. Senior brother Jingle, you forgot someone. Beilang reminded. Oh, yes, there is Unohana Senpai, but Unohana Senpai shouldn't be considered a century-level captain. Unohana Senpai is a 1000-year level senior. Kiryu thought of something interesting. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Beilang covered his forehead speechlessly. He didn't expect Kurako Shunsui to seek death like this. Ara, Kurako, you are so happy to smile today. Unohana Retsu, who was standing next to Beilang, said. Did you encounter something funny today? Why not share it with all of us? Let us all have fun together. The cold beauty who can be said to be the most beautiful woman in the world looked at Kurako Shunsui and asked with a smile. Forehead. For a moment, both Kurako Shunsui and everyone present fell silent, especially Kurako Shunsui, who couldn't laugh at all at the moment. King Raku, why don't you laugh? You don't smile, is it because you don't like to smile by nature? The cold beauty looked at Kirikou, whose smile fleetingly disappeared, and continued to ask. Kirikou was a little flustered at the moment, and sweat continued to form on his forehead. It's over. It's over. It's over. I got a little carried away, just thinking about Unohana Senpai now that she has become my sister-in-law, and I forgot her previous identity. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. My little Lisa, I'm afraid you're going to be a widow. I'm not married yet. Kirikou was already panicking. Just now, he seemed to have accidentally provoked the person who should not be provoked among the Seireitei. Humph. Unohana snorted coldly after seeing Kuriko's panic. Beilang held her Ryūjin and gave Kurako Shunsui a chance to breathe. At this moment, Chijur Sasakaibe stepped in and said, Captains, Vice-Captains, and the Captain are waiting for you in the headroom. Beilang was also the first to pull Unohana Retsu into the team's headroom. After Unohana left, all the captains present felt relieved. Many of them would lightly pat Kirikou on the shoulder as a sign of respect when they left Kirikou. Kurako Shunsui's face was even more colorful. He was already thinking about asking his junior brother to say a few more kind words. Lisa looked at her man speechlessly, and was thinking about whether to collect his body for a while. Everyone, after entering the conference room, consciously stand on my left and right sides according to the difference between even numbers and odd numbers. The Godi 13 team leader meeting will begin soon. Chur Sasakaibe was like a master of ceremonies. This time, except for the vacancy in the 10th division, the 11th division, the 12th division, and the 13th division all came without captains. Even at the vice-captain level, only Sarutobi Hiri from Division 12 arrived, and the other divisions didn't even have vice-captains. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the big cat, 2 kittens and 3 kittens, and really didn't know what to say. This batch of Godi 13 is so weak that even a bastard like Meguru Makensei can become the captain. It's really outrageous. However, Godi 13 like this is liked by the nobles, and they don't want Godi 13 to have strong combat power. Godi 13 like that is so difficult to control. Yamamoto Genryusai opened his eyes and said, I asked you to come here today for 2 things. The first thing is that the captain of the 10th division died in battle, and the captain of the 12th division was promoted. Both teams need new leaders. Captain, if you have talents in your team, you can recommend them to me after the meeting or now. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurako Shunsui stood up and said, then I directly recommend Vice-Captain Beilang. Vice-Captain Beilang is definitely capable of taking up the position of captain. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Unohana Retsu stood up first and said, I think that Vice-Captain Beilang is not enough to be the captain. He has not fully mastered Bankai and is not strong enough to be the captain. Yamamoto Genryusai glanced at Unohana Retsu approvingly, and Yoryuki also stood up and said, yes, Beilang is only a 4th-class spiritual power now, and he cannot meet the standards to be a captain at all. Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly, as if he didn't believe what Yoryuki and Unohana Retsu said, then, I was rude. Kurako Shunsui saluted and stood back. Everyone thinks it's quite baffling. In recent decades, Kurako Shunsui seems to be very anxious, and his words and actions are no longer as steady as before. Only Aizen smiled secretly, looked at Beilang who looked puzzled, and thought to himself, I see, Beilang, you actually have such a big weakness. However, after Kurako Shunsui stopped talking, the other captains also stared at each other without saying anything. Yamamoto Genryusai shook his head helplessly, why did Godi 13 become such a bear now? Can't you even get a captain-level Shinigami? Then, the next thing is the second thing. The captain of the 12th division has resigned as captain for some reasons and will leave Godi 13 soon. Shihao and Yoryuki, Unohana Retsu, Beilang, the 3 of you and the day after tomorrow will join me for former captain Hikifune Kiryu bids farewell. Yes. Beilang and the others agreed quickly. As soon as these words came out, Kurako Shunsui's expression became even more ugly, but he soon returned to his lazy look, as if he didn't care about anything. Only Aizen, who had been observing Kurako Shunsui, saw this. The meeting dispersed, some were happy and some were sad. Beilang, Yoryuki and Unohana Retsu were left to discuss the day after tomorrow. Chapter 23. Except for the Beilang 3, the other captains and vice-captains quickly left the team leader's room. Only Kurako Shunsui still stood there with a stiff face, the color on his face seemed to change, and he looked at Yamamoto Genryusai with hatred. The direction people leave. Finally, Kurako Shunsui sighed helplessly, loosened his clenched fists, and slowly left the team leader's room. All this was seen by Aizen in the dark. After Kurako Shunsui left, Aizen also walked out of the darkness, and the surrounding team members seemed to have not seen him at all. Aizen had an inexplicable smile on his face, and he used his fingers to hold his eyes on his face. Captain Kaiband, are you really willing to do this? Ha 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 ha. Aizen sighed and disappeared instantly. On the other side, Yamamoto Genryusai took the Beilang trio back to his own captain's room. The few people present were all people whom Yamamoto Genryusai absolutely trusted, so Yamamoto Genryusai did not continue to be sullen, but asked Beilang and the others to sit down. Chur Sasakai is of course standing behind Yamamoto Genryusai, still acting as a bodyguard. I asked the three of you to stay, and you should know why. Yes, the day after tomorrow, the Zero Squadron stationed at Seoul King Palace will arrive at Siritai. Yamamoto Genryusai said slowly. This news came as no surprise to the three people present. Two were aware of the existence of Team Zero, and one had opened his eyes. However, what Yamamoto Genryusai said next surprised the three of them. The reason why the three of you are asked to welcome Team Zero with me is because they want to see you Beilang. Yamamoto Genryusai's words were earth-shattering. What? Yuaki exclaimed. Even Beilang himself was very surprised. See me? I shouldn't have any contact with them, right? Beilang said with a confused look. Yamamoto Genryusai shook his head slightly and said, I don't know what Team Zero wants to do, but according to Nakia Wang Yu, it's not a bad thing for you, but a good thing. Beilang frowned slightly. Could it be that his identity was discovered by the Spirit King? But now the Spiritual King is just a stick, without even a thought, how could he have any instructions? As for the monk whose real name is called, it's not that Beilang looks down on him. If he really has the strength to know his identity, there is no way he can't defeat Wywak. If soldiers come to block it, water will come to cover it with earth. Although those guys from Team Zero seem to be condescending, what they say is still credible. Yuaki saw that Yamamoto Genryusai didn't pay attention to this, so he knew that the problem was not big, so he spoke directly. Road. My relationship with Kiranji Ten's hero is not bad. In a sense, we are each other's teachers. I think I still have some face. Unohana Retsu's words were more hacky. Beilang himself is not worried about anything. After all, in his current situation, Team Zero can't kill him even if they are tied up together. Maybe it's only the King of Spirits who pretends to be dead now that will make Beilang scared. Beilang also held the hands of the two girls respectively, comforting them and saying, Don't you understand my situation? Even if they have any intentions, there is nothing they can do to me. Yuaki and Unohana Retsu felt relieved after hearing Beilang's words. They were also concerned but confused, forgetting that their men were even more perverts than Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed speechlessly, Good guy, I'm showing off. Beilang and the other three also restrained themselves for a moment, stood up and said, Teacher, we will meet the day after tomorrow. You bastard, let's go quickly, it's going to make this house smell sour. Yamamoto Genryusai said angrily. Beilang laughed and took the two girls back to the fourth team. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at his apprentice and shook his head helplessly. Beilang is not overestimating himself. Over the past few decades, Beilang's strength has been steadily improving. Name, Beilang. Sex, male. Title, Deputy Captain of the 4th Division, 5 times the idol reward. Lingwei, 2nd Class, 34,965,343/100 million. White hits, LV8. Shunpo LV8. Kid, LV9. Swordsmanship, LV9. Soul Cutting Sword, Fire Flame Sword Fiery. 98%, Senkai, 67%. Instant Coax, Beginner Level. Armament Haki, LV6, Entangle. Observation Haki, LV1. Conqueror's Haki, LV3, grows as status increases. I have props, Thunder Fruit version without side effects, a special Thunder attributed Soul Cutting Sword, not extracted, All Heavens Kendo Encyclopedia, beginner version, Conqueror's Haki training method, 5 fairy beans, abbreviated. During the past few decades, relying on the crazy beatings of several apprentices and several girls, Bei Lang's panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has Ryūjin broken through to the second level of spiritual power, but the 4 skills of killing fists and walking ghosts have also undergone tremendous changes. And even got a new soul-cutting sword Senkai. This is Soul Society's unique wood-type Soul's Antiing sword, a Soul's Antiing sword made with his own Shinigami power. Of course, the system also helped Yudiondian. Moreover, the fire sword Agni is now ready to be Bankai. Bei Lang is now extremely looking forward to the performance of the 10 sacred blades in the Shinigami world. One's own strength is Bei Lang's confidence. This is the real reason why he is not afraid of Team Zero. Ah, Master, you are back. As soon as he entered his yard, Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was practicing, immediately stopped and jumped directly into Bei Lang's arms, hugging Bei Lang's arm very clingingly. Although he is still young, Matsumoto Ranjaku's talent has already been revealed. At such a young age, he already has a huge little Ranjaku, which is really something Bei Lang didn't expect. What's even more outrageous is that because Matsumoto Ranjaku grew up with Ichimarujin and Byakuya, and because of their relationship as senior brothers, the little girl is just a senior brother with them and has not developed any other feelings at all. Even Ichimarujin now acts like a senior brother and only regards Ranjaku as his junior sister. Bei Lang is also a little helpless. It was too early to bring them back. Things have changed a lot. In addition, now Ichimarujin couldn't beat Ranjaku, so Ranjaku and Ichimarujin stopped calling. Chapter 24. In the past few decades, the growth rate of Bei Lang's 3 young apprentices has not been slow at all. Not to mention anything else, the growth rate of Ryūjin alone is far beyond other people's imagination. Currently, Byakuya and Ichimarujin are both 4th-class spiritual powers and are already among the best at the vice-captain level. Matsumoto Ranjaku is even more outrageous. The talent of Matsumoto Ranjaku with a complete soul is even more amazing. At a young age, he has already reached the edge of 3rd-class spiritual powers. Once you master Bankai, you will be a solid captain-level figure. And because the soul is intact, Ranjaku's soul's Ankin is no longer the Hanko in the original work. After all, Hanko is not so much Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul's Anto, but a part of Ichimarujin's soul's Anto. After all, given Matsumoto Ranjaku's situation at the time, if Ichimarujin hadn't risked his life to save him, let alone the vice-captain, it would have been a big question whether Matsumoto Ranjaku would have survived. Moreover, Bei Lang's teaching is not just about learning knowledge and practicing Ryūjin, practical classes are even more essential. Of course, the teachers of the practical class are Unohana Retsu and Bei Lang. These 2 people are very deadly. Anyway, as long as they don't die directly, Unohana Retsu's Kide and Kide can save them. However, this caused the 3 little ones to deal with Unohana Retsu a little bit. After all, the master's wife is usually very gentle to them, but when it comes to fighting, she is really ruthless. Of course, they also learned Conqueror's Haki, but the 3 of them are good at different directions. Ichimarujin is good at observation Haki, and paired with his soul-cutting sword Shins, he is really a master of assassination. Yuruaki even wants Ichimarujin to join the 2nd division, has inherited her legacy. Matsumoto Ranjaku is good at armed colors. Her powerful spiritual power provides her with a strong body, making her armed colors far stronger than those of her 2 senior brothers. Byakuya Kukaki is good at conquerors, which is due to his background. The Kukaki family's status in Soul Society makes Byakuya Kukaki naturally good at this. Of course, Bei Lang can't favor one over the other. Of course, his 2 wives have also mastered Conqueror's Haki proficiently. Oh, and Xiao Shaoling, she has also learned it, but when learning Haki, Sua Fon's face turned red and made Bei Lang was stunned for a while. After giving the apprentice some measurements, Bei Lang and Unohana sat on their sofa. Bei Lang asked Urahara Kisuk to make this thing. After all, Bei Lang was really not interested in kneeling down at all. Team 0. Bei Lang's fingers tapped the armrest of the sofa rhythmically. Indeed, the fact that Team Zero wanted to see him somewhat disrupted his plan. Bai Lang really wanted to go to the Lingwang Palace, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. But since there is this opportunity, it must be firmly grasped, and Bai Lang is not worried about anything. Lang, do you have any concerns? Mao Zedong noticed Bai Lang's confusion and asked. Bai Lang shook his head slightly and said, "No, I already have a plan. Let's talk about the captain issue. Ryūjin, I remember that Urahara should be strong enough to be the captain." Ryūjin nodded and said, "I was just about to discuss this with you. Should we fight for the captain's position? We must fight for it. Since Urahara has this strength, don't let him bury it." Bai Lang affirmed. "I understand, I will tell Mr. Shan." Ryūjin said. After the business talk was over, Unohana Retsu also took Bai Lang to prepare for a kendo competition. Before leaving, he gave Ryūjin a provocative look. Ryūjin was so angry that he wanted to join their competition directly. Soon, the sound of the two people's sparring could be heard in the inner room. Bai Lang relied on his soul-cutting sword to kill one of the 7 in and 7 out of Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu's voice sounded gentle, and the two Ryūjin were unstable. It was obvious that the battle is very fierce. Ryūjin was so angry that his veins bulged, but he could only guard the two of them with Swafon, who was already blushing and could not see his original skin color. If anger could kill, Ryūjin would have chopped Unohana Retsu into mincemeat. The next day, Ryūjin also submitted Urahara application to Yamamoto Genryusai for the position of captain of the Godi 13 Division 12. After testing by Yamamoto Genryusai, Bai Lang, Ryūjin, and Unohana Retsu, Urahara did have the opportunity to serve as captain. The strength of the position, but the formal appointment will not be made until Bai Lang and others meet the 0 Division. Shiba family land. Yamamoto Genryusai came to Shiba's house with the Bai Lang trio and this time's protagonist Hikifune Kiryu. The current Shiba family is relatively unlucky. The main family only has Shiba Kyan with a younger sister and a younger brother. The branch house only has Shiba. Focus on one person. Apart from 2 servants, there is no one left in this huge family. As the head of the family, Shiba Ishin personally brought Shiba Kyan and Shiba Kuzuru to greet Yamamoto Genryusai and others. Different from the uncle in Bai Lang's memory, the current Shiba is still a handsome young man, and he is indeed a real young man. "Captain Yamamoto, please make a trip in person," Shiba Ishin said respectfully. "These two are my nephews and nieces, Shiba Kyan and Shiba Kongzuru." Shiba introduced Ishin. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded and returned the greeting, "This time I'm troubling you, the Shiba family." Shiba Ishin burst out laughing. It was obvious that this guy was indeed a generous person. Ryūjin took her best friend Shiba Kaku aside to whisper. From time to time, the two girls glanced at Bai Lang. Shiba Kaku didn't know what he said in Ryūjin's ear, which made Ryūjin blush. And then glared at Bai Lang, making Bai Lang a little confused. Bai Lang was not idle either. He pulled Shiba Ishin and Shiba Kyan to preach to them, hoping that they could join Godi 13. After all, the situation of the Shiba family is not very good now, and they also need this power to maintain their status. Otherwise, their family would have to move frequently to avoid some people's thoughts, just like in the original work. Shiba Ishin and Shiba Kyan are also a little moved, but the matter is not settled yet. Bai Lang estimates that next time he lets the recovered Jaishur Yukatake try again, there should be no problem. On the contrary, Hikifune Kiryu, who was about to be promoted, remained silent. Obviously, Hikifune Kiryu was not very confident. After all, the last time Team Zero appeared in Seoul Society was back when Kiranji Ten's hero was promoted. Suddenly, a black spot appeared in the sky. Yamamoto Genryusai's pupils shrank and he said, "Here it comes." Chapter 25. Something like an elevator room fell from the sky, as if it was guided, and landed accurately in the yard of Shiba's house. Beilang has some understanding. No wonder the Shiba family has to set aside such an area no matter where they move. This place of love is prepared for the Zero Division. The smoke from the Tianzu chariot slowly dissipated, and 4 strange creatures appeared in the yard of Shiba's house. Warmly welcome Hikifun Kiryu to join the Zero Division. A huge red banner was held by 2 young men, and at the same time, the 2 guys cheered like Tarzan. Behind the banner are 2 guys who play and sing. Shiramaru Senjimera plays the erhu with her homemade arms, and Monk, whose real name is called Monk, even plays the suana. If you didn't know better, you would have thought that Kiryu Hikifun was getting married. What's up? Beilang never expected that these guys would appear in this form. Beilang's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He turned to look at Yamamoto Genryusai and asked doubtfully, "Master, are you sure these guys are from the Zero Squadron?" Yamamoto Genryusai himself was silent. What the hell are these Zero Division guys doing? Hikifun Kiryu was wondering if he had made a mistake by agreeing to be promoted to the Zero Division. Fortunately, this farce ended quickly, and the 4 members of Team Zero became serious. This man wore a ring of fluorescent red beads around his neck. No matter how you looked at him, he was a Yamato-style man. He smiled kindly at Beilang and others and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Ichibe Hisub. I'm the captain of Team Zero." Everyone was speechless for a while. Is this idiot really the leader of Team Zero? Are you sure he's not here to make fun of you? Hikifun Kiryu? Who is Hikifun Kiryu? Nimaya Wangyu was even more heavyweight, looking around like a little gangster. "Long time no see, Unohana." Kairanji Ten's hero also greeted Unohana Retsu, but Unohana ignored him at all, with an expression of "I definitely don't know him." Hikifun Kiryu said helplessly, "I am Hikifun Kiryu." The real name Monk glanced at Hikifun Kiryu, nodded and said, "Okay, then just come with us." Then, the monk who called him by his real name turned around again and asked, "Which one is Beilang?" Beilang said, "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, Namiya Wangyu seemed to have seen some godlike figure. He ran to Beilang like a dogleg and said, "Are you Beilang? Great, you can also join our Zero Division. I'll take you to drive impart every day." Upon hearing this, Beilang felt sleepy, but when he turned around, Yuryuaki and Unohana Retsu's eyes could kill him. Beilang just reluctantly said, "No, I still like to stay in Soul Society." "Hey, is that so? What a pity. We can drive impart every day." Ermiya Wangyu looked sad. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned slightly and said, "What do you want to do with Beilang?" "Actually, it's not that we have anything to do with Beilang, but that Lord Spirit King wants to see Beilang." Ichibe Hisub wrapped his arms in front of him and continued to smile at Beilang and others. Everyone present had a look on their face. If others don't know what kind of jerk the Spirit King is now, how can they not know? Ichibe Hisub saw the change in everyone's expression, and said helplessly, "Everyone is very aware of the situation of Lord Soul King, but I really didn't lie. It is really Lord Soul King who wants to see Beilang. At most, I won't in more than 10 days, Beilang can return to Soul Society." Beilang and others can feel that Ichibe Hisub is not telling lies. After all, for Ichibe Hisub, it doesn't matter who is the Spirit King. As long as the world is not destroyed, there is no problem at all. Beilang thought about it and realized that there was really no harm in going to the Lingwang Palace. After all, he still had an absolute trump card in his hand that was useless. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Both Yuryuaki and Unohana looked at Beilang with some worry. Beilang smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm sure to come back." Yamamoto Genryusai nodded and said, "Okay, I will wait for your return at Soul Society." This scene made Hikifun Kiryu, who was to be promoted to a special agent of the Zero Squadron, become a supporting role. Hearing that Beilang agreed, Ichibei Hisub and the others were not in Moji. They quickly entered the Tianzu chariot with Hikifun Kiryu and Beilang, and returned to Seoul King Palace with the help of the Shiba family cannon. There are 72 barriers between the Seoul King's Palace and Siraidai, which require the King's Key to break through. In other words, an ordinary Shinigami wants to fly to the Seoul King's Palace using free-flying equipment similar to that used by Shihao and Yoryuki in the original work, or fly to the Seoul King's Palace by his own ability, or something like it is completely impossible for a Quincy or a Fullbringer to gather or manipulate the spirits to form a foothold and then climb up to the Seoul King's Palace bit by bit. Even Aizen, who is as resourceful as a god, or Wywak himself, the son of a god, cannot bypass those 72 barriers. In other words, the King Key is indispensable if you want to enter the Seoul King's Palace. As for the so-called King Key, it is the skeleton of the members of Team Zero who have been recast by the power of the Seoul King after being successfully selected. Boom! With a roar, the Tenzu chariot that was blasted up by the Shiba cannon finally landed on the Omotsando of Seoul King Palace. Arrive! As the door of the Tianzu chariot opened, the monk took the lead to walk out of the Tianzu chariot, leaving Beilang with a seemingly chic back. Beilang was speechless for a while. If he wanted to, Ichibei Hisub would be his servant now. The moment Beilang stepped onto the Omotsando of Seoul King Palace, he felt an invisible Ryūjin falling on him. The richness of Seoul King Ryūjin was far superior to that of Seoul society and even Siraidai. I'm afraid some people with weaker spirit bodies and Ryūjin will be unable to move here. Celebrate. This is not a place that ordinary Shinigami can bring. As the monk moved forward, he showed Beilang an expression that said you really deserved to be here. Beilang was speechless for a while. Hey, you also want to be father-in-law Wozuo, why do you still want to do it for me? Senjumaru, you take Hikifun Kiryu to meet the Seoul King first and cast the palace. We have something to tell brother Beilang. Chapter 26. Senjumaru nodded and took the lead to leave with Hikifun Kiryu. Hikifun Kiryu gave Beilang a cautious look before leaving. However, the monk and others did not say anything. Instead, they continued to introduce Beilang to the Lingwang Palace. This is Omotsando. You can understand this place as a transit station. Now look up, the four pot-lid-like things in the sky are the palaces of our Zero Division members. The top thing like a tower is called inside the Seoul King's Palace, that's where the Seoul King rests. Strictly speaking, that's the real Seoul King's Palace. The monk didn't seem to notice the difference in the density of spirit particles in the air, or he had long been accustomed to the density of spirit particles in the Spirit King's Palace. As he strode forward, he introduced Beilang behind him. Beilang was behind the monk and looked up following the monk's words. Sure enough, he saw four pot-lid-like things in a tower-like palace. The heart of a member of Team Zero. Beilang understands it very well. He even understands the Spirit King Palace better than Ichibei Hisub, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. Beilang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the Ryūjin. He knew that the Ryūjin was not simple. The Ryūjin of Team Zero was not only a place for Team Zero members to rest, live, and work, but also the foundation of life for Team Zero members. As long as Team Zero, if the members' palaces are not destroyed, then the members of Team Zero will be immortal. Even if they are killed, they can still be resurrected. In other words, the body of Team Zero is not important, leaving the palace is the most important, so if you really want to be an enemy of Team Zero, after defeating all the members of Team Zero, don't forget to destroy Team Zero. The departure of the members prevents these guys from resurrecting after death, especially the departure of the monk. I always feel like brother Beilang, you are thinking about something extremely dangerous right now. The monk who introduced the components of the Lingwang Palace to Beilang suddenly shuddered when Beilang was looking at the Palace of Departures in the sky. He turned around and saw Beilang narrowing his eyes slightly at the Palace of Departures in the sky. For a moment, drops of cold sweat broke out on the monk's forehead involuntarily. He felt that Beilang had completely seen through the secrets of the members of Team Zero. Ahem, brother Beilang, let's get down to business. How about we go to the palace of Nimaya Wang Yu first? Beilang rolled his eyes at the way Ichibei Hisub, a dead Taoist friend but not a poor Taoist. He just thought about it, but he didn't expect Ichibei Hisub to sense the danger instantly. Ha 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 ha, right, go to my place first, what fun is there in other people's palaces? Sword God Namiya Wang Yu laughed loudly. For Ermiwa Wang Yu, Beilang also has to give a thumbs up. If nothing else, we already have a lot of outrageous people here. For example, Su Xian, the grass python hero, Ning Ketichan, the ghost-riding real person, and Luo Xiai, the caterpillar breeder, have all been played very pervert. But Nigia Wang Yu is even more heavyweight, this one, Hikaru. Or the soul-cutting sword that I made myself. To put it bluntly, Beilang was afraid that when this guy got high, he would chop down JJ Lin, who knows all about it, with his own knife. Beilang has always been in awe of this kind of warrior, so cruel. The four of them also quickly arrived at Wang Yu's palace in Ermia. Of course, Wang Yu was not that outrageous. He didn't come up and ask his swordsman to come up to serve him. Instead, he looked at Beilang, his eyes gleaming, and Beilang was a little nervous. Beilang, I don't have as far-sighted an idea as Hisub. I see you just want to see the Zanpakutte on your waist. I wonder if you can lend me your sword. Ermiwa Wang Yu looked at the knife on Beilang's waist and asked. Beilang thought that Ermiwa Wang Yu wanted a boy plus a boy, so he was shocked. Give. Beilang casually took off the knife from his waist and threw it to Ermiwa Wang Yu. This knife. Nigia Wanjiao pulled out the Zanpakutte from its scabbard and carefully examined the patterns on the blade, with countless cold sweats breaking out on his forehead. What? Is there something wrong with this knife? Or is this knife not made by you? Beilang is also very curious. After all, the sealed state thing is indeed issued by Spiritual Arts Academy, but the kernel is the masterpiece of the system brother. It is indeed a knife made by me. The pattern is so beautiful. Just when Beilang was confused, Ermiwa Wang Yu's voice sounded in his ears again. This guy is so narcissistic. Beilang's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. Give the knife back to you. There is nothing wrong with your knife. I have an impression of this knife. It is definitely made by Lao Zi. So the problem is not with me, let alone the knife. So. Wang Yu said as he looked at the eye monk Ichibei Hisub who had been silent. How? Beilang first took his Zanpakutte from Wang Yu's hand, and then followed Wang Yu's eyes to look at Ichibei Hisub as well. That Beilang guy, you should know that my title is True Name Calling Monk, which means the person who calls out the real name. Everything in this soul society is named after me. This is why I can be promoted to level 0. The reason for the team is that every time a sealed state falls into the hands of the corresponding Shinigami, I will learn the true name of that sealed state. Hisub looked at Beilang's confused eyes, scratched his cheek awkwardly, and then told Beilang about his ability. I understand, so what? Beilang nodded slightly, indicating that he knew how powerful Hisub was, and asked what the relationship was between Hisub's ability and his Zanpakutte. That's the problem. In all these years in Soul Society, I have never missed the true name of the sealed state. Hisub said with a hint of pride. But it was only you who made the mistake. Immediately afterwards, Ichibei Hisub spoke helplessly to Beilang like a deflated ball. You said the Bankai of this sword is different from the Bankai you know. Beilang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Shikai's name is wrong too. Hisub nodded, his big eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, looking at Beilang's sword full of doubts. How different is it from the name you know? Haha, let's not talk about how big the difference is. Anyway, as far as I know, not a single word matches the name I first learned. Chapter 27. Ichibei Hisub pretended to be humorous. Obviously, the sword in Bei Lang's hand is completely outside the scope of his ability. In other words, Ichibei Hisub, who is born to be able to restrain all Shinigami, or to restrain everyone except the Soul King, has no way to do anything to Bei Lang. This is a big blow to Ichibei Hisub. Especially when Bei Lang is about to master Bankai, Ichibei Hisub has a hunch in his heart that as long as Bei Lang masters Bankai, not even the Soul King will pose any threat to Bei Lang. How about I study it for you? Bei Lang handed the knife to Ichibei Hisub. No, please don't. Just hold it yourself, I won't touch it. Just hold this knife. Don't bring it near me. I'm timid and easily frightened. Ichibei Hisub screamed as if his hair was fried, looking at the soul-cutting sword in Bei Lang's hand as if he was looking at the plague. Indeed, it is impossible for people who are not recognized by the holy sword to pick up the holy sword. For example, Nizhou Wanjiu is okay. After all, the sealed state where the holy sword is entrusted is made by someone else. Nizhou Wanjiu can take it. The soul-cutting sword is in the sealed state. But others can't, not even the soul-cutting sword in sealed state, unless Bei Lang allows it. If anyone else dares to touch it, there will only be one end, and that is to be burned to death by the sacred flame. No, monk, you are the captain of Team Zero, why are you so cowardly? Bei Lang complained. Ichibei Hisub rolled his eyes, you are so brave, why are you trying to scare me? But Ichibei Hisub is really uncomfortable. He has always restrained others by himself, but now he was restrained by a soul-cutting sword. If Ichibei Hisub hadn't been so good at nourishing chi, he would be scolding her now. This thing is like the Spirit King designed it specifically for him. Ahem, now that we understand the problem of the soul-cutting sword, can we go see His Highness the Soul King? At this time, Hikifun Kiryu's spiritual body transformation should have been completed. Ichibei Hisub didn't dare at all. Carelessly, he spoke carefully. Looking at the humble look of this big boss who is said to be more difficult to deal with than Waiwak in many Shinigami novels, Bei Lang was also speechless. This guy is so cowardly. However, the renovation of Hikifun Kiryu's side has indeed been completed, and the palace belonging to Hikifun Kiryu is also slowly being built. Although Kairanji Ten's hero has been silent, it is obvious that his fear of Bei Lang is also increasing. Fortunately, with Unohana Retsu's affection, Kairanji Ten's hero thinks Bei Lang. It will still give him some face. After all, Kairanji Ten's hero is not so arrogant that he thinks even Ichibei Hisub can't be beaten. He can kill him. Ichibei Hisub also sent Bei Lang to Soul King Daiwai and said, I will send you here. No one else is allowed to enter unless His Highness Soul King has summoned him. Bei Lang nodded. He really didn't think that the Spirit King could pose any threat to him. After the development of the Fire Flame Sword, Lihuo, reached 98%, although it was still unable to Bankai, it revealed an extremely special and invincible fantasy book Surprise Sirens. This book has only one effect, and that is to modify existence. It can add and modify memories at will, and make things in memory become reality. As long as a person does not exist, then he really does not exist. Even Thomas, who has become a god and has mastered the fantasy omnipotent book, is not immune to the power of this book. Bei Lang doesn't think that the Spirit King who has now become a human stick has a stronger power than the fantasy omnipotent book. As soon as he entered the Spirit King's palace, Bei Lang saw the Spirit King sealed in the crystal. He said that he was a human stick. Not only the limbs, but also the internal organs of the thing in front of him no longer existed at all. However, after seeing Bei Lang enter, the four eyes on the Spirit King's head lit up, an array of light shot directly at Bei Lang, so fast that even Bei Lang couldn't avoid it. A force entered Bei Lang's body and wanted to transform Bei Lang. Bei Lang secretly thought that something was not right, so he quickly pulled out the soul-killing knife, and the fire sword burst out with powerful power. Directly integrated with the power entering Bei Lang's body. He didn't let this power transform Bei Lang's body. After this power was fused with the fire sword Lihuo, the appearance of the fire flame sword Lihuo changed drastically. The mastery of the fire flame sword Lihuo, which was originally 98%, instantly became 100%. The fire in Beilang's hand directly turned into the 10 sacred blades. And the mastery degree was directly increased to 50%. Beilang looked at this scene and broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! The old Yin King, Ling Wang, is better than the one who played tricks on him. The part of the power that just entered his body was no other power, it was the remaining omniscient and omnipotent power of the Spirit King. If it weren't for the existence of the fire flame sword, Lihuo, who could bankai as the 10 sacred blades, Beilang would really have been tricked by the Spirit King. Then the next Soul King may not be Waiwak or him. After thinking about this, Beilang was so angry that he really wanted to kill the Spirit King with the 10 sacred blades on the spot. Don't doubt it, the 10 holy blades have this ability. But if the Spirit King is killed, the 10 sacred blades will have to exist as the Spirit King to stabilize the world. By then, Beilang's strength will be greatly reduced. This is not what Beilang wants, so Beilang suppresses his murderous intention. The Spirit King is definitely going to die anyway. At that time, it would be the best thing to let his good friend Harbok come up and chop him down. Just when Beilang was about to turn around and leave, a silver ray of light flew towards Beilang again. This time, the speed of the ray of light was such that Beilang could dodge it, but Beilang could clearly see what the ray of light was. A silver token fell into Beilang's hand. It was the token of the Spirit King. Seeing the token was like seeing the Spirit King himself. Obviously, this was the compensation given by the Spirit King to Beilang. This should be compensation for Beilang not becoming a candidate for the Spirit King. Beilang's face recovered a little, but the anger in his heart did not lessen. The Spirit King was dead. Beilang wrote down this calculation. Of course, this matter is not without its benefits. Beilang's 10 holy blades have already appeared, and he has mastered 50% of them. With the help of this power, his own Ryūjin has also been upgraded to a first-class spiritual power. With the addition of the 10 holy blades to the system, with the help of the blade, Beilang did not suffer any losses, but made a huge profit. Chapter 28. However, Beilang has no intention of continuing to stay in the Spirit King's palace. After this old man tricked him once, he will never do it a second time. Beilang also took back the 10 sacred blades and left the Spirit King. The Spirit King was still unconscious and thoughtless, quietly stabilizing the world. Seeing Beilang coming out of the Soul King's palace, Ichibei Hisub quickly came up with other members of the Zero Division. Although Ichibei Hisub is the actual person in power, he really doesn't know much about the Soul King. After all, he only holds part of the power, which is far from omniscient and omnipotent. Beilang coughed when he saw the 5 people coming up to him, took out the silver medal given to him by the Spirit King last and said, "Team Zero, come up and listen to the order." Seeing the silver medal in Beilang's hand, Ichibei Hisub was stunned. Among all the people present, only Ichibei Hisub understood the importance of this thing. It is no exaggeration to say that now that the Soul King is incapacitated, this brand even more useful than the Spirit King himself. Ichibei Hisub reacted very quickly. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "I have met His Highness the Soul King." When Namiya Wang Yu and others saw that the boss Ichibei Hisub was kneeling, they also knelt down on one knee and shouted that they had seen His Highness the Soul King. Beilang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Get up." Ichibei Hisub stood up quickly and said in surprise, "Brother Beilang, you have gained a lot this time. This silver medal is equivalent to the visit of His Highness the Soul King himself." Beilang smiled and said, "I thought Lord Spirit King had something important to tell me, but I didn't expect that he just gave me this token. Lord Spirit King is really too polite." Ichibei Hisub also laughed. The two of them had a tacit understanding and knew very well that this was definitely not the case. But now that this is the case, Ichibei Hisub has no intention of getting to the bottom of it. Hikifune Kiryu did have a sense of collapse in her worldview. Although she knew that the Soul King was in a bad state, she did not expect that the Soul King was as virtuous as he is now. Now Beilang is obviously the spokesperson of the Spirit King. Rather than serving the Spirit King, it is better to say that he serves Beilang. If that's the case, then I'll go back to Soul Society. Beilang has no intention of continuing to stay in the Soul King's palace. This place is not a place where he will stay for a long time. The Soul King's palace with nothing is really boring. Farewell, Lord Beilang. Ichibei Hisub took the lead. Beilang also sat in the Tianzu chariot and returned to Soul Society. This time, the Lingwang Palace and his team gained more than he imagined. In addition to their own breakthrough in strength, the entire Zero Division is now also under Beilang's control. Originally Beilang planned to use the surprise siren to brainwash Ichibei Hisub and the others, but now it seems that there is no need for it. As long as the silver medal is in hand, Team Zero will be Beilang's private army. In other words, from now on, Soul Society already has its owner, but the owner does not want to get a broken Soul Society through violence. The Tianzu chariot still landed at Shiba's house, and Ryūjin and Unohana also rushed to Shiba's house immediately. However, after returning to Soul Society, Beilang discovered that he had forgotten something. Wang Yu of Ermia still had a special soul-cutting knife in his hand that he had not taken back. That Jijiba, this soul-cutting knife is very dangerous, but it is the safest in Beilang's hands. But there is no rush. I will go to the Lingwang Palace to get it next time. Anyway, it is easier for Beilang to go to the Lingwang Palace now than to go home. The silver medal not only represents the Spirit King, but can also contact members of the Zero Division. This is the most important role of the silver medal. There may be other functions of the silver medal, but Beilang has not discovered it yet. It will take a long time, so there is no rush. Nang! You're back. Beilang was in a daze outside Shiba's house. Ryūjin's surprised voice brought Beilang back to his senses. The fragrant breeze hit his face. Beilang subconsciously held Ryūjin in his arms. Ryūjin, I'm back. Ryūjin nuzzled into Beilang's arms and said worriedly, You've been there for 3 days, I thought something went wrong. Has it been 3 days already? I didn't feel the passage of time in the Spirit King's palace. Beilang was also startled. It seemed that he spent 3 days digesting the remaining power of the Spirit King in the Spirit King's palace. It was something he didn't expect. Beilang rubbed Ryūjin's hair, Don't worry, your man is so strong, there is no one in the world who can kill your man. Ryūjin rolled his eyes at Beilang angrily and buried his head in Beilang's arms again. Ryūjin, can I go to your house to propose marriage tomorrow? Beilang said slowly. Really? Ryūjin heard Beilang's words and looked up at Beilang in surprise. Well, your old diehards will definitely marry you to me this time. Wave. Ryūjin stood up slightly on tiptoes and had a close encounter with Beilang. I can't write the process, but review it. After a while, Ryūjin left Beilang's arms with a blushing face, and Unohana Retsu, who had already been watching the show, appeared. Lang, welcome back. Lai, I'm back. With the same operation, Beilang held Unohana Retsu in his arms. In fact, Unohana Retsu was only about 160, which was much shorter than Beilang, a man who was almost 190. That means his usual aura was too strong, making Unohana Retsu seem very tall. High average. Retsu, you want to marry me too? Beilang settled the matter directly without asking for Unohana Retsu's opinion. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ms. Hiwa was like a little daughter-in-law, not rejecting Beilang's words at all. After being gentle for a while, Beilang also took Unohana and Ryūjin back to Siritai. Ryūjin did not go to the 4th division with Beilang this time, but returned home. She had to inform her family in advance. Back at the 4th division, his 3 young apprentices also hurried over to visit Beilang, not to mention having fun. Beilang didn't stay in the 4th squadron for long, and turned around and went to the 1st squadron. Whether it's what happened at the Spirit King's palace or tomorrow's marriage proposal, you have to talk to Yamamoto Genryusai. Otherwise, Old Man Shan will definitely beat him severely with Ryūjin Jakka if he knows that Beilang did it without telling him. His ass. Old Man Shan. I'm back. Chapter 29. Beilang still opened the door loudly and gave his dear master a big blow. Yamamoto Genryusai, who was sitting in the room leisurely drinking tea, saw the sullen look of his traitor and said angrily, "You bastard!" He turned into a monster right after he came back. Beilang didn't care what Yamamoto Genryusai said. He smiled and sat down in front of Yamamoto Genryusai and said, "Didn't I just come back to visit you? Come on. If you don't cause trouble for me, I'll burn it." Yamamoto rolled his eyes at Beilang. Over the years, Beilang has caused troubles in Seoul society, which is not a good thing to say. If his teacher hadn't been Yamamoto Genryusai, the Siridei group of nobles would have come to trouble him long ago. Okay, stop talking nonsense, kid. If you have something to say, get out of here. Hehe, since you have spoken, master, I will tell the truth. Beilang also stopped playing around, became serious, and told everything that happened in the Spirit King's palace. Of course, he would not talk about the fact that the Fire Flame Sword and Lihuo absorbed the Spirit King's omniscient and omnipotent ability. He only talked about the Spirit King. I was optimistic about him and gave him the silver medal. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "You really gained a lot this time. So, Team Zero is also following your orders now?" Beilang nodded first, then shook his head slightly and said, "It's just a token. It's not that easy to mobilize the Zero Division." Okay, now that you understand this, it's good. However, as long as you get stronger and stronger, even the Zero Division can only obey your orders. Yamamoto Genryusai was very happy to see that Beilang didn't need to remind him. After serving as captain for so many years, the old man has long wanted to find a suitable successor to retire. After all, according to the old man's Ryūtsu, there is no problem in maintaining his middle-aged appearance. If he hadn't been dragged down by the trivial matters of Godi 13 for so many years, the old man would not be as old as he is now. By the way, master, I have another thing. Beilang was also a little embarrassed. It was indeed his first time to get married in his 2 lifetimes, and he didn't know what to do. Yamamoto Genryusai was a little confused when he saw Beilang's coquettish look. This was the first time he saw his apprentice like this. "Well, master, I'm going to Shihaorin's house tomorrow to propose marriage. Master, please come with me." Beilang also gritted his teeth. After hearing Beilang's words, Yamamoto Genryusai was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "That couldn't be better, it's great. One of my apprentices is finally getting married." Old Man Shan looked at Beilang with eyes full of love. "I don't know what to say about your 2 senior brothers. They are a playboy and a sick boy. They haven't had a family for so many years. They are still my beloved disciples. This is the time. In less than 100 years, we will start a family." Yes, Beilang has become a beloved disciple again. Beilang was relieved when he saw that Yamamoto Genryusai agreed. After all, in Seoul society, Old Man Shan was considered his family, and he felt more confident to have Old Man Yamamoto propose marriage. The next day, Yamamoto and Beilang went to Shihaorin's house to propose marriage with prepared gifts. The Shihaorin family had already made preparations. Shihaorin himself was happy to see his granddaughter get married to Yamamoto Genryusai's apprentice. The old man Kunhai thought about it and realized that he was inexplicably higher than Yamamoto Yuan. Lu Zai is a generation old. The main opposition comes from the old immortals within. They feel that although the disciples of Yamamoto Genryusai have a noble status, they are not high enough to marry the head of their Shihaorin family. After all, your Yuaki is not someone else. If he is a genius, he can marry him casually, but Ryūjin is the face of the Shihaoran family in Siridai. How can the head of the family marry someone? However, with Beilang's return from the Spirit King's palace, Beilang's relationship with the Zero Division has also affected the opinions of a group of Shihaoran family elders. Now the two parties are divided between 40 and 60, with less than half of the people believing that Ryūjin cannot marry. So when Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang came to Shihaoran's house, they received a warm welcome. Ha 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 ha, Captain, long time no see. Shihaoran, the former head of the family, also personally greeted him at the gate. When Yamamoto Genryusai saw his old friend coming out to greet him, he knew that this matter was closely connected today. So he also smiled and said, "Genri, long time no see. You must know the reason why I came to visit you this time. It's not that my incompetent apprentice has fallen in love with the princess of your Shihaoran family. As a master, I can only come here shamelessly. Proposed marriage." Yamamoto Genryusai has been the captain for so many years, and he speaks these words freely. "Come on, Beilang, come over and let Genri take a good look." As he said that, Yamamoto waved Beilang forward. "I met the former head of the Shihaoran family." Beilang also said politely. Shihaoran Kunhai also looked at Beilang with satisfaction. Ryūjin had already said that Beilang's Ryūtsu had reached the second-class spiritual power. Combined with Beilang's identity, it was obvious that the position of captain must be his. It's really good. What a talented person. Let's go, Captain, let's talk in the house. With that, Shihaoran Kiani led Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang into Shihaoran's house. Although the Shihaoran family is not as rich as the Kukaki family, the area occupied by the family is still quite large. The three of them walked for a while before arriving at the living room of the Shihaoran family. The elders of the Shihaoran family are also waiting here for the Beilangs. Arrival. After Beilang and the other three entered the living room, they arranged the seats according to the host and guest positions. Shihaoran Kunri also sent someone to serve tea. Our Shihaoran family agrees with Vice Captain Beilang's proposal to marry Ryūjin. However, it is not easy to marry the head of our family. Vice Captain Beilang still needs to show his strength. Shihaoran after Kunri finished drinking tea, he spoke calmly. This is as it should be. Shihaoran Kunri also asked Beilang to flex his muscles and show his abilities so that he could stop the mouth of the Shihaoran family elder. Beilang had long expected this to happen, and without showing his strength, he directly took out the silver medal of the Spirit King from his arms. Why not use it if there was Wang Jia? Seeing the silver medal in Beilang's hand, everyone in the Shihaoran family present was startled. They hurriedly knelt down on one knee and saluted, "I have met Lord Spirit King." Chapter 30. Except for Yamamoto Genryusai, everyone including Shihaoran Senhai was dumbfounded. Many Shihaoran elders who opposed this marriage were kneeling and thinking to themselves, "If you have this thing, you should take it out earlier. Can we still object? Beilang and Shihaoran Ryūjin are a match made in heaven, why should they get married?" Beilang also made up a marriage granted by the Soul King himself. After all, the silver medal is in his hands, so that's not what he said. The Shihaoran family will obey the order of King Ling. Shihaoran Kunri took the lead and agreed. Beilang also took back the silver medal. Only then did Yamamoto Genryusai say with a smile, "Oh, Kiani, what are you doing? It's my fault for not saying hello to you in advance." Yamamoto Genryusai is also a bad guy, just teasing the elders of the Shihaoran family. This makes these old guys very angry. Like a teacher, like a disciple. This guy Beilang hates people so much. He just learned from his teacher. Shihaoran Kiani also gave Yamamoto Genryusai an angry look, and then stood up with the elders of the Shihaoran family. The Shihaoran family really has nothing to do against Beilang's master and apprentice. As long as Beilang holds the silver medal for a day, the entire noble family will have to treat Beilang as an ancestor, otherwise some blind nobleman will make Beilang unhappy, Beilang directly used the sign to say that he was going to rebel. I believe Yamamoto Genryusai is very willing to lead people to kill all these nobles. Yamamoto Genryusai didn't kill these nobles, mainly because there was no legitimate reason. Now his apprentice has such a big killer in his hands. If the blind man offends Yamamoto Genryusai, look at Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka. Can you lift it? Now that the marriage is confirmed, the next step is to discuss the wedding date. Beilang can't get in the way and leaves it to Yamamoto Genryusai to handle. Beilang was led to see Ryūjin. The main room. As soon as Beilang came in, he saw Ryūjin wearing a light blue floral kimono. Today's Ryūjin is nothing like usual. Ryūjin usually wears clothes to facilitate fighting, and how to do it without affecting his movements. This was the first time Beilang saw Ryūjin put on regular clothes. The usual single ponytail has been tied up, and there are many expensive accessories on her head. The light blue kimono on her body makes Ryūjin's appearance even more beautiful. Lang, you're here. Completely different from the usual carefree Ryūjin's voice today was more like a little woman's, which made Beilang even wonder if Ryūjin had been taken away. Ryūjin, who usually looks like a tomboy, can be so gentle sometimes. Beilang also stepped forward, sat down, and took Ryūjin's slender hand. From today on, we are an unmarried couple. If you don't call me husband, let me hear it. Ryūjin gave Beilang a nice roll of his eyes and weakly called, husband. Hearing this sentence, Beilang's soul almost flew out of his head. Good guy, a woman is acting like a coquettish girl. Is she so powerful? Seeing Beilang's reaction, Ryūjin said angrily, I'm following your wishes, but you reacted like this. Seeing the familiar Ryūjin, Beilang breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand to hold Ryūjin in his arms and said, isn't this not something I'm used to? It's more natural like this. Ryūjin rolled his eyes at Beilang, and found a comfortable position to lean against in Beilang's arms. Beilang played with Ryūjin's little hand and said, how are you, my Mrs. Ryūjin, are you ready to marry me? Virtue. Ryūjin pinched Beilang's waist. It didn't move, but it made his fingers hurt a little. Beilang smiled, lowered his head slightly, and took 2 pieces of Ryūjin's sakura lips. This time, he was legal and could do whatever he wanted. Ryūjin was also very cooperative, and the two of them got closer unknowingly. After the marriage was settled, Yamamoto and Beilang also left the Shihaoran family, and both of them were very happy. But there is still someone waiting for him at Beilang's house. Ryūjin's proposal is over, and Unohana Retsu's side can't favor one over the other. Ms. Hiwazai. Beilang also proposed again, but for Unohana Retsu, she actually doesn't care about these formal things. After all, the way she and Beilang usually get along is that of a couple. But Unohana Retsu was still very happy when she heard Beilang proposed. Beilang is also certain of one thing. Even for a strange woman like Unohana Retsu, the sense of ritual is very important. In this way, everyone in Shirai knew that Beilang, the vice-captain of the 4th Division and a close disciple of Captain Yamamoto, was getting married. Still marrying 2 at once, and the status of each wife is so noble. As soon as this news came out, the hearts of all those who admired Unohana Retsu were broken. Shihaoran Ryūjin doesn't have many admirers. Because of her different status, everyone knows that they have no chance, but Unohana Retsu is the goddess of the entire Shirai. When the 4th team recruits new recruits, they rely on Unohana Retsu's portrait to attract new recruits. Even this painting was painted by Sister Hawa herself. Hearing the news that she was getting married, it really broke the hearts of many people. Even Yamada Sana shook, who was already married and worked as the deputy director of the herbal medicine hospital, heard the news and went home and secluded himself for several days. I had a lot of drunken meals. 3 months later, the weddings of Beilang, Unohana, and Ryūjin were also held. The people who came to attend their wedding were people of very high status. In the entire Godi I-13, basically all the captains and deputy captains came. Except for the 10th Division, which had no captain, the 11th Division captain who was a fool and didn't arrive, and the 12th Division, which was temporarily vacant, the rest of the teams sent their blessings. Ryūjin finally recovered from his illness and was the first to arrive to send blessings. The same is true for Kurako Shunsui, but he, who has always been friends with Ryūjin, did not come with Ryūjin. On the wedding day, Kurako Shunsui smiled very reluctantly, as if he was not really happy. Especially after the witness Yamamoto Genryusai patted Beilang on the shoulder and said that this is his best and most outstanding apprentice, Kurako Shunsui's face became even more ugly. All this was seen by Aizen who was attending the wedding, and the light in Aizen's eyes became even brighter. But this has nothing to do with Beilang. Beilang's current thinking is, "Ladies, here I come." Chapter 31. Of course, there is another little girl who is not very happy, that is Matsumoto Ranjaku. Although the little girl knew that the master would get married sooner or later, she did not expect that it would happen so suddenly. The little girl still had her own little ideas. After spending a sweet week with his wives, Beilang had to get back to work again. This time it is mandatory, the team leader meeting for Unohana Retsu to take over will be held soon. The 5th Division Captain's Room. Haha. Aizen gently pushed his thick-looking flat glasses on the bridge of his nose, then chuckled and said confidently, "The time has come, it's time to start my plan. Dear Captain Hirako Shinji, I hope you can bring a little fun to my peaceful life." Aizen clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the yawning Hirako Shinji in the 5th Team Captain's room. Akio. In the Captain's room, Hirako Shinji suddenly sneezed. It must be Aizen who is talking bad about Laozi behind his back. Hirako Shinji concluded that every time he had an ominous premonition, it was because Aizen was cursing him behind his back. Anyway, if you can't make a decision, just put the blame on Aizen's head. These two people really have nothing to do with each other. They obviously don't trust each other, but they still have to pretend in front of others that you love me and I love you, and our relationship is sweet. Anyway, if it's Beilang, he can't pretend, it's not disgusting enough. The home of the deputy captain of the 4th Division. Ryūjin also moved from his home to Beilang's house, as did Unohana Retsu. The 4th Division was stationed not far from the 2nd Division, and Ryūjin's legs were amazing, so it didn't take too long to commute to get off work. As Ryūjin's personal bodyguard, Swafon also moved in. Beilang was also speechless for a while, making Swafon seem like Ryūjin's first-in-law girl. It makes sense that Swafon should be Ryūjin's apprentice. Nang, hurry up, today is the day when Unohana Retsu takes office. Ryūjin said helplessly, holding Beilang's hand who was lying on the bed and unwilling to move. Unohana? Lord Ryūjin, are you talking about that guy Unohana Retsu? With all due respect, Ryūjin-sama. I think you think too highly of that guy Unohana Retsu who talks all day long. You let him manage the management team, which is one of the 5 major units of the stealth mobile and has great power. I already feel that there is a problem. You know the work of the management team, but they have to deal with the heinous prisoners who are detained in the maggot nest. With Unohana Retsu's thin body, I don't think he can manage the evil in the maggot nest well. People. Now you have elected Unohana Retsu, a guy who laughs all day long and has no serious character, to be the captain of Godi I-13. I think this is a very irresponsible performance. Based on my understanding of Unohana Retsu, even if he passes after passing the team leader assessment, I am afraid that on his first day as captain, he will be late and leave early, and then spend the whole day in his research room, ignoring other people's affairs. In other words, Unohana Retsu has absolutely nothing in him. There are no rules at all, he will definitely not be able to do the job of squad leader. Ryūjin didn't get Beilang up, but it was Swafon's nagging that made Beilang unable to lie down. After getting up, Bei Lang rolled his eyes at Swa-Fon and said, Xiao Xiao Iya, this is the first time I've heard you say that. Chatty. Swa-Fon blushed and saw Bei Lang getting up. Without saying anything, Ryuji also urged Bei Lang to wash up, and then went to the first team's headroom with Unohana Retsu. Good morning, Vice Captain Bei Lang, happy wedding. Good morning, let's celebrate together. After a while of greetings, everyone entered the team's headroom one after another. However, Unohana Retsu, who is today's protagonist, has not arrived yet. At the same time, in the second division's team building, in an extremely messy room. Dingling Linlin. Accompanied by a long series of noisy alarm bells, which sounded in the extremely dirty room filled with various experimental instruments, a man with short, rough yellow hair, dark circles under his eyes, and an unkempt beard, slowly opened his eyes. Hey? It's already the second day. After the man opened his eyes, he touched his chin and said to himself. Hey? Wait, if I remember correctly, today seems to be my inauguration ceremony in the Godai 13th Division, right? That is to say, at this time, Ryuji and other captains are waiting for me to have a meeting in the first team's headroom. Damn it! Damn it! I was so involved in the experiment that I actually forgot about such an important thing. That man was none other than Unohana Retsu, the newly promoted captain of the 12th Division. At this moment, as he continued to talk about what he was saying, his whole body was completely sober because of this sudden surprise. He began to put on his clothes in a panic. Socks, shoes, and death uniform. No, where has my leader Yuri gone? Has anyone seen Hayori, the leader of my Team 12? Please return it to me quickly, I'm going to be late. No, to be precise, I'm already late. After a period of hesitation, Unohana Retsu finally tidied up his appearance and headed towards the first team as if there was wind at his feet. Bei Lang and others stood in the team leader's room. Old Shan didn't speak, and the others didn't dare to say a word, but they were all muttering secretly in their hearts. What a torture! How dare you be late on the first day of taking office? What's the background of this newcomer? Is he so brave? Ryuji also has a numbskull. Good guy, although this guy Unohana Retsu is usually like this, at least he should be more reliable now. Late, late. Just as all the captains present were frowning because of Unohana's tardiness, accompanied by extremely anxious shouts, a young man with yellow hair, wearing a brand new white captain's Hayori, walked straight towards the first team came from the first room. This guy walked into the captain's room and said sheepishly, Sorry, I'm late today because of the experiment. This guy seems to be very reckless. This was the first thought of everyone present when they saw the man in front of them. Chapter 32. Since Unohana Retsu entered Godai 13, Seoul Society's technological level has also seen tremendous progress. The 12th Division was also renamed the Science and Technology Development Bureau, and Unohana Retsu personally fished out the next 12th Division Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri from the maggot nest of the 2nd Division. At the same time, Unohana Retsu also takes good care of Sarutobi Hiri, which makes Hirako Shinji, who covets this violent Lolita, very relieved. After all, Unohana Retsu looks like a Frankenstein and does not seem to be interested in Lolita. On this day, Jaishur Yukatake came to the 4th Division in person. It's senior brother Jushiro. This is really a rare guest. Xiao Xiao Iya, go and make some tea. Bei Lang said with a look of surprise when he saw Jaishur Yukatake being brought in by Ichimaru Jin. Junior brother, you are so relaxed here. Jaishur Yukatake was not polite and sat directly opposite Bei Lang and said with a smile. Isn't that great? If our 4th team gets busy, then things will get serious. Bei Lang calmly took a sip of tea. Since the last secret conversation, Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui have distanced themselves openly. After recovering from illness, their relationship has become an acquaintance. Everyone with a discerning eye knows what must have happened. Ryukatake turned to Beilang, but no one knew why. Only Aizen made an accurate guess. The main reason was that the other captains really didn't pay attention to this, and Yamamoto Genryusai's acquiescence made things weird. After the two took a sip of tea, Beilang was the first to ask, "Senior brother, what's the reason for coming here this time?" Ryukatake nodded and said, "Yes, I really need my junior brother's help for something this time." "Senior brother, whatever you say, as long as junior brother can help, I'll do whatever it takes." "You're welcome, senior brother. I hope that junior brother can go to Shiba's house with me. I want Shiba-Kyan to serve as my vice-captain." Ryukatake explained his intention directly. Beilang touched his chin. Shiba-Kyan had graduated a long time ago, but had never joined Godi 13. After all, he was from the Shiba family. The five nobles did not need to join Godi 13 to show their strength. "No problem, senior brother, shall we go now?" "Then go now." Beilang team Shiba-Kyan is still very much looking forward to it. If Shiba-Kyan is alive, then after 100 years, his strength will not be worse than Ziobai, although Hitsugayachware is called a genius. But genius exists every year, and the Shiba family is very optimistic about Shiba-Kyan's talent. You can't say that the Shiba family has never seen geniuses. Apart from anything else, Shiba Ishin is still there. This guy has already reached the second level of spiritual power at a young age. You can't say that Shiba-Kyan's talent is not as good as Shiba Ishin. He is still a genius. However, Shiba-Kyan was indeed tricked in the original work. Ryukatake did not expect that he was so ill during that time. As a result, Shiba-Kyan has been busy managing the team for decades without systematic training, which in turn delayed his talent. The current Ryukatake, to put it bluntly, will be fine even if Yamamoto Genryusai is gone. Naturally, he will not let Shiba-Kyan's strength fall. The Shiba family was not surprised at all by Beilang's visit. After Ryukatake recovered from his illness, he ran to the Shiba family when he had nothing to do. Everyone knew that he wanted Shiba-Kyan to enter Godi 13. Ryukatake wants to accept Shiba-Kyan as his disciple, and he can take over his position when the time comes. Shiba-Kyan is also willing, so they hit it off immediately. Shiba-Kyan joins Godi 13 as the deputy captain of Division 13. At the same time, Beilang also invited Shiba Ishin to serve as the captain of the 10th Division. Shiba Ishin was still considering it, but it seemed that he was already moved. Beilang is recruiting troops, and Aizen is not idle either. Located in Wandering Soul Street far away from Siritii, incidents of souls disappearing have occurred frequently in recent days. According to residents who witnessed the whole process, those souls seemed to be swallowed up by some kind of flame. They began to spontaneously ignite without warning and then disappeared. Without a trace, but this magical process will not ignite inorganic souls, such as the clothes on these souls. When Maguruma Kensei, captain of the 9th Division, learned about the incident, he clearly did not need to intervene in the matter, but he immediately sent 10 Shinigami troops to the scene of the incident to investigate, and after sending the troops, on the same day, he took the deputy captain Kuna Mashiro and 4 senior officers to the scene of the incident. Really, Kwangzai has obviously sent 10 team members to investigate this case of souls spontaneously igniting and disappearing. Why do you still need to take action personally? Just wait quietly in the team building for these team members to come back, and then ask clearly, wouldn't that be great? With the combat effectiveness of our squadron, if there are 10 soldiers in total, even if the enemy attacking the souls this time is some kind of cunning, unknown hollow with special abilities, they can still deal with it calmly, and Guy came back right. I really want to go home and sleep. If I wake up too early in the morning, my skin will be bad, so I said to Kwangzai, let's go back, okay? Let me sleep for a while. When I wake up and have enough fighting strength, I can come again. How about we investigate this area? Kuna Mashiro continued to complain as he followed Maguruma Kensei. These two people are simply Ryutsu's standard units. Kuna Mashiro is a standard 5th class spirit power, and Maguruma Kensei is a standard 3rd class spirit power. They are both the minimum standards for vice captains and captains. If you want to go back by yourself. Don't keep complaining in my ears. After hearing what Kuna Mashiro said, Maguruma Kensei couldn't help but reply. Ha ha ha, Kensei, are you an idiot? I am the vice captain of Division 9. As the vice captain, of course I must always follow the captain. This is common sense. Kuna Mashiro couldn't help laughing loudly after hearing Maguruma Kensei's words. You guy! Maguruma Kensei's face suddenly changed after hearing Kuna Mashiro's words. Perhaps it was because of Kensei's character that he could be called a straight man. He has never been Kuna Mashiro's opponent in terms of quarrels. It can even be said that he was beaten by Kuna Mashiro. The one that Mashiro unilaterally suppressed. Chapter 33. But fortunately, Kensei can speak with his fists. Of course, most of the time, Kensei just scares Kuna Mashiro. Even if Kensei does take action, he only acts cautiously, for fear that he will really hurt Kuna Mashiro. It is precisely because of this that Kuna Mashiro is not afraid of Kensei at all. Captain, calm down, Captain, calm down. It was at the moment when Kensei made a fist move that a group of officers from Division 9 surrounding him immediately came to break up the fight. It seemed that for these officers, Kensei was angered by Kuna Mashiro's words. Actions that involve taking action are just routine for them. At the same time, for these members of the 9th Division who look like street bosozakus wearing black Death Tyrant uniforms and white Special Attack uniforms with the characteristics of the 9th Division, or to be precise, the characteristics of Maguruma Kensei, calming down the anger of their captain Chien Xi is also one of their daily tasks. Don't stop me! I have to show this brat some color today! Maguruma Kensei yelled, but just like those who hit people hard, there are generally not many laws. Kensei yelled here. To put it bluntly, it was just to intimidate Kuna Mashiro. It seemed to be telling Kuna Mashiro, don't cause any more trouble for him. If you continue to make trouble, he will really get angry. Captain Kensei, don't be the same as Vice Captain Kuna Mashiro. She is still a child who has not grown up. You must be magnanimous. Captain Kwangzai is so angry that it hurts him. Calm down, calm down. The officials around Kwangzai continued to persuade him and surrounded him, seeming to suppress the angry Kwangzai. Ouch! However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, followed immediately by the cold and ominous horror Ryutsu, which changed the expressions of everyone present and also suspended everyone's thoughts. Desire to perform. I gonna go see. Among them, Kwangzai easily broke away from the restraints of several people, and used his superb shunpo to run forward. Whether it was that roar or that Ryutsu, Kensei would never admit that it was Shinigami's enemy hollow. Move, move your body. On the other side, a giant hollow with a height of 5 meters and a length of about 10 meters was looking coldly at the several Rukanga teenagers in front of him with his extremely playful scarlet eyes. One of them had a hedgehog hair. The young man looked at his companions beside him, constantly hoping that he could take action. However, his body seemed to be locked by the enemy's aura and refused to obey his orders. At this moment, he was completely frightened by the virtual reality in front of him. Ouch! Just when the boy kept urging his body, hoping that his body would respond, Nagzua began to take action. He stretched out his tentacles, ignoring the hedgehog-headed boy closest to him, and instead moved towards the one farthest away from him. The soul began to be grabbed. Don't want. Seeing that Su's tentacles were about to attack, the teenagers let out ear-piercing screams. Ouch! The scream of the soul does not scare away Su, but makes the Su look comfortable. He likes to listen to the trembling screams of his prey. Bump! Just when the tentacles of the void were about to touch these teenagers, the boy with the spiky head finally moved. He picked up the wooden stick in his hand and hit the tentacles of the void. Ouch! It seemed that Nagzu didn't expect that these teenagers would resist. He subconsciously put away his tentacles and glared at the teenagers in front of him who resisted him. You guys run quickly, leave this to me. The hedgehog-headed boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just now, he bit the tip of his tongue in order to take action. The severe pain directly made him wake up completely. The first thing he did after waking up was to let the man behind him, the companions, run away. But if we all run away, what will you do, Xiu Bing? Perhaps those who come from poor backgrounds, but share the same hardships and work hard for their daily lives, value their companions the most. After Xiu Bing saved these teenagers with his own actions, the teenagers did not want to leave them behind. Xiu Bing, who saved them? Idiot, go to the streets to find the Shinigami on duty. If you leave us, none of us will survive. If you run to the streets to find the Shinigami on duty, everyone will survive. Shubing yelled at his companions around him. We got it. Xiu Bing's companions are not stupid. They know that if they continue to stay, they will only become a burden to Xiu Bing. If they are not careful, the entire army will be annihilated. What they can do now is to run with all their strength and find the Shinigami to help defeat this beast. Break into Rukonga's void. Call. After Xiu Bing saw all his companions escaping, he first breathed a sigh of relief, and then became slightly calmer, holding a wooden stick in his hand and confronting Su in front of him. Ouch! Nagzu seemed to be completely angered by the Xiu Bing's counterattack and the escape of his fellow Xiu Bing. His string of legs suddenly moved forward and rushed towards the Xiu Bing. The Xiu Bing was accidentally knocked away and the weapon in his hand was thrown away. The wooden stick accidentally fell to the ground, but before Xiu Bing could think about it, the empty tentacles had already trapped him and lifted him into the air. It's over this time. After Xiu Bing resisted for a while and found no results, he showed a look of despair. Boy, I saw everything you did to protect your companions just now. Well done, I guess you're a smart boy. If you have the chance, you must go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to study. I'm waiting for you to report in Division 9. Just when Xiu Bing was in despair, a generous voice full of security suddenly sounded in Xiu Bing's ears, and then a silver figure appeared in Xiu Bing's eyes. Destroy it into ashes. Cut off the wind. Just when Xiu Bing was at a loss, a strong wind blew up. The huge void, far larger than an African elephant, was cut into countless pieces by the strong wind in just a short moment. Peace. This is. Just when Xiu Bing was puzzled, he only felt that his body was firmly grasped by someone. When he landed on the ground, he only saw the number 69 that was still in his memory. Return to your companions quickly. Before Xiu Bing could think too much, the generous man who saved him gently patted his shoulder and then persuaded him. I understand, thank you for saving me today. I, Hisagi Shui, will not let you down. Chapter 34. After Xiu Bing took a deep look at the man in front of him, he ran straight behind him. From today on, the man in front of him became the object of Xiu Bing's pursuit and worship all his life. Although Shuhei himself didn't expect that after he understood his Bankai, he would be able to forcefully fight the opponent 50-50 whether it was against the man in front of him or someone more powerful than the man he admired. Hisagi Shuhei? Interesting kid. The silver-haired man, Maguruma Kensei, smiled softly after listening to Shuhei's words. He really remembered this little kid who made him interesting. Team leader. At this moment, a group of officers from the 9th Division also caught up. They ran all the way to Guangzai. They looked at the Hakusu in front of Guangzai and said in surprise, as expected of the captain, he defeated this powerful hollow so easily. Then again, could the culprit of the uproarious soul self-immolation incident be the Su in front of me? Officer Yuxi looked at the huge Su in front of him and asked doubtfully. No. Although this hollow is not weak, it doesn't seem to have the ability to release flames. I don't think it is the source of the soul's self-immolation. After hearing what his men said, Meguruma Kensei shook his head slightly. He frowned, seeming to think that there was another culprit behind the incident. Look, Kwangzai, I picked up the Death Tyrant costume. While Kensei was explaining to his subordinates, Kuna Mashiro, who had been observing the surrounding environment and liked to run around, suddenly took out a neat set of Death Tyrant uniforms. However, this is not what concerns Kwangzai. What he is concerned about is that this death-defying costume is actually tied with a belt. In other words, it is not taken off by someone, because no one can do it without taking off the belt. Come on, take off your tyrannical suit. Shiro, where did you find this damn costume? Meguruma Kensei walked up to Kuna Mashiro and asked nervously. Here. Look, there are 10 sets in total. Kuna Mashiro said, finding 10 sets of death domination outfits from the grass. Damn it! Kwangzai looked at the Death Tyrant costume in front of him, his expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Kensei, what's wrong with you? This made Kuna Mashiro a little confused. Things are in trouble. These dead bullies are from our 9th division. Do you still remember the 10 team members I sent out last night to investigate here before us? I'm afraid they have already. Meguruma Kensei said, clenching his fists. The deaths of his men were caused by his serious negligence as the captain. Oh, Kwangzai, you mean, they took off their clothes and went swimming. Damn it, you didn't take me with you for such a fun thing. Kuna Mashiro said angrily after hearing Meguruma Kensei's words. Idiot! How can anyone take off his or her death uniform without untying his belt? And the laces of those shoes are not untied either. In this case, the shoes cannot be taken off at all, right? Meguruma Kensei said speechlessly after listening to Kuna Mashiro's words. So Captain, what you mean is? At this time, all the soldiers of the 9th Division finally realized what was going on. There is no doubt that this is an incident where the soul spontaneously ignites and disappears. Wajima, go and inform the captain. This is the first time in history that a Shinigami's soul has spontaneously ignited and disappeared. Let everyone be prepared. Now that it has happened to Shinigami, Shirai is no longer safe. Hizang, please go to the 12th Division to invite researchers to conduct environmental inspections. I suspect that it is caused by some kind of soul-devouring virus. Those so-called firelights are the phosphorescence that residents see at night. It is just a wrong judgment. I need them to collect the surrounding environment and conduct virus testing. Tudo, please go back to Division 9 immediately and get the tents we usually use for camping in the wild. Today we will stay here. I want to see what is causing trouble. Shirai can only be stable for a few hundred years. Someone wants to break him, hateful bastard, no matter who does this, I will block their plans outside the walls of Shirai. Meguruma Kensei immediately ordered the subordinates around him in an orderly manner. In a short period of time, he made the most reasonable judgment at this stage. He mobilized all his subordinates and gave them all the tasks they should do most at this stage. Although Meguruma Kensei is bad, there is basically no problem with him other than bad. He has all the talents that a captain should have. Again, he is just a little bad. As you command. As Kwangzai's words fell, everyone present began to take action. The atmosphere became more and more serious for a while. Everyone could clearly feel that Kwangzai's body exuded an extremely cold and murderous aura. Captain Kwangzai, do you need me to do anything? After all the officers had left, a masked chief looked at Kwangzai and asked. You? Just stay with me. Meguruma Kensei listened to the officer's words, thought for a while, and then ordered. As ordered. Xiguan nodded slightly after hearing the words. Time flew by, and at noon, the officers sent by Kensei had all returned to the Shirai. According to Kensei's instructions, Wei Dao went to the first team to report the matter to the central government, and Zhang went to the 12th Division went to Urahara to report the situation here in Kensai. As for Tudo, he returned to the 9th Division to take away the tent usually used for camping in Kenishi. After hearing Wajima's report from the first team, Yamamoto Genryusai also nodded and let him go down, but Yamamoto Genryusai didn't pay too much attention to anything. For Yamamoto Genryusai's Shinigami career of so many years, this incident is just a trivial matter, not worth the effort at all. I just don't know if the old man behind him will regret it. Bureau of Science and Technology Development. Some kind of virus that devours souls. Urahara touched his chin after listening to Zhang's words. Kuratsuka Mayuri, what do you think about this? Urahara looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri who was doing the experiment and asked. Kuratsuka Mayuri said in her heart, I am not Yuan Fang, how can I see it? Chapter 35. I've never heard of it at all, but I can't deny it. Kuratsuka Mayuri's hands were still busy with her experiments, and she answered Urahara very perfunctorily. Then Hiri-chan, I'll leave this matter to you. You and the members of the 9th Division will go there together, and then help me collect some local soil samples as Captain Kensai said. What do you think about coming back? Urahara looked at Sarutobi Hiri and asked. I know, leave it to me. After listening to Urahara's words, Hiri waved her hands perfunctorily. At the same time, she glared at Kuratsuka Mayuri fiercely. At least she finally didn't have to deal with the damn pervert in front of her. Breathing in a room. Chief Hiri, remember that in addition to soil samples, plant samples and gas samples must also be collected. Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was still busy with experiments, now faced Japan as the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Science and Technology Development. Sari spoke in a commanding tone. Don't order me. Bastard. Hiri roared after hearing what Kuratsuka Mayuri said. Ahahaha. In response, Urahara on the side could only smile and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, Hiri's quarrel with Kuratsuka Mayuri started again today. Soon, it was getting dark. Inside the tent, Kensei had to light a flame on the central firewood pile with a wave of his hand, so that the light-transmitting tent could provide light to the people around him. Time continued to pass, and around 10 o'clock, Kensei felt a little flustered for some reason. While he frowned slightly, he glanced at Kuna Mashiro beside him, and suddenly showed a smile. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid you are the only one who can sleep so peacefully. As Kensei said, he accidentally saw Kuna Mashiro's slightly open chest with his peripheral vision. While his old face turned red, he stretched out his hand to tighten Kuna Mashiro's clothes. However, as soon as Kensei's hand was placed in front of Kuna Mashiro's broad chest, Kuna Mashiro reached out and grabbed it. Kensei was shocked. He could no longer figure out whether Kuna Mashiro had fallen asleep or not. Kenishi was thinking too much when Kuna Mashiro suddenly said with a smile, Hey, Kenishi is so sexy. Hey. After hearing this, Kwangzai immediately retracted his hand, and then whispered, Are you really asleep? In the tent, the chief, who was resting with Kensei and others, gently turned his head after listening to the conversation between Kensei and Kuna Mashiro. His look seemed to be saying to Kensei, I heard nothing, saw nothing. It's not what you think. Kwangzai felt that he was really losing his temper. He looked at his chief officer and said seriously. Ah. While Kwangzai was explaining to the chief officer in front of him, he only heard a scream coming from outside the tent. When Kensei heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately unzipped the tent, strode out, and pulled out the zanpakut from his waist. What on earth is going on? Outside the tent, the two chief officers of Division 9, Tosen and Wajima, who were originally waiting here, had collapsed on the ground. Only Zhang had his back to Kensei. Zhang, could it be you? Before Kensei could say anything, Zhang turned around and showed a desperate look to Kensei. He only had enough time to murmur, Captain, Be careful. 4 big words, and then his chest felt heavy. A bloody flower bloomed and lay on the ground. What? Quangzai looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately came to Ping Zhang and checked the injuries on the opponent's body. Fortunately, the opponent's injuries were not very deep and he should not die immediately. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Kensai muttered, then turned to face his only remaining chief officer, Tudu, and said, the injuries on Tudu's people are sword wounds, and the enemy used Zanpakut. Before Kensei could finish speaking, Tudu's body also exploded with blood and he was lying on the ground. How come? Damn it! You pretentious guy, get out of here! Are you afraid of confronting me? That's right. If you are an enemy of the captain of Godi 13, a guy like you who is pretending to be a ghost will probably be defeated in a short time. After Kensai saw Tudu fall, he pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist and started yelling at the surroundings. At this moment, Kensai had the illusion that everything was in danger, and his heart was completely messed up at this moment. Call. Before Quangzai could think about it, endless darkness instantly enveloped Quangzai's eyes. When the darkness enveloped Kensai, Kensai's hearing, vision, smell, and feeling for Ryūjin all disappeared completely. He seemed to have become a useless person without any feeling. This made Kensai's pupils slightly faint. Shrink. Puff. The invincible Kensei fell. He didn't even see who his opponent was. He just lay down and knelt down simply. I have to say that as a captain, Maguruma Kensei is really too weak. The moment Quangzai fell to the ground, a man with short brown hair and glasses on his nose walked up to the man behind Quangzai while applauding. Yes, you did a great job. Lord Aizen, do you want me to kill them? The man called Kaname spoke respectfully to the brown-haired man in front of him. Don't worry, let's use the materials for our experiment to Kensai and Kuna Mashiro. As for these 9 division chiefs, of course they have to survive. Otherwise, how can we blame others? Aizen's glasses sparkled with wisdom. I see. As expected of Lord Aizen, he easily noticed things that his subordinates didn't notice. It's because I didn't think carefully. Indeed, if the next person survives and shows Bankai's ability, it would be a bit too suspicious to become the captain. After Tosen Kaname heard Aizen's words, he suddenly understood. He faced the person in front of him. Aizen nodded slightly. Then it's time for Captain Hirako to enter the game. Aizen looked at Siridi in the distance, and the fish waiting for his plan were hooked one by one. Please enjoy me as much as you want, Captain Hirako. Aizen said, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 36. Emergency Alert. Emergency Alert. Ryūjin of Division 9 Captain Maguruma Kensei and Vice Captain Kuna Mashiro disappeared from Seoul Society. All captains of Godi 13 are ordered to immediately go to the headroom of Division 1 to hold an emergency captain meeting. The moment Maguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro fell to the ground, the sirens one after another immediately rang through the entire Siridi. All the team members who were still sleeping immediately woke up from their sleep. Everyone's expressions were a change. Hey? Ryūjin with the captain disappeared. I have a hunch that this incident may cause a big fuss. You don't need to have a premonition, this incident has already become a big deal. Bureau of Science and Technology Development. It hurts. Yura Harakisuk, who stayed up late to write his thesis, fell asleep. After being woken up by the alarm, he first rubbed his still groggy head, and then suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Woke up instantly. No. Hiri has already gone to Rukonga. Yura Harakisuk's expression suddenly changed, and then he strode away from the laboratory where the members of the 12th Division were staying. Facing the group of 12th Division members who were still staying up late to collect experimental data, he looked nervously. He asked, Hiri, where is Vice Captain Hiri now? If you are talking about Vice Captain Hiri, she has already set off. Khan, who is still young and looks like a little carrot, replied calmly to the panicked Unohana Retsu. Damn it! Unohana Retsu's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't care about anything else now. What he knew about Hiri's side was close to zero. He can only go to the first team now, but no matter what, he must rescue Hiri. After all, Hiri went to Ryūjin to investigate the spontaneous combustion and disappearance of souls because she trusted him. Not long after, the captain meeting was held in the headroom of the first team. Except for Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 12th team, all the other captains had arrived. Moreover, as a close disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai, Bei Lang was the only one. A vice-captain who was allowed to attend this meeting. Regarding the disappearance of Division 9 Captain Maguru Makensei and his deputy Kuna Mashiro Ryutsu, in accordance with the GODI 13 emergency guidelines, we will dispatch 5 captains to handle the case. You must remember that since we are a member of GODI 13, it is our duty to protect this world. We must resolve this matter completely and give Ryujin and the people of Ryūjin a safe soul society. Obviously, Yamamoto Genryusai still does not pay much attention to this incident. Lord Captain. My Vice-Captain, Sarutobi Hiri, was also dispatched by me to where the 6 vehicle captains are. I hope you, Commander-in-Chief, can send me to the front line. Just as Yamamoto Genryusai finished speaking, the door to the team leader's room was suddenly pushed open by Unohana Retsu. He gasped and begged Yamamoto Genryusai. No. You are a researcher from the Science and Technology Development Bureau, and you must not go to the front line. If this incident is, as the captain of the 6th car said, it is some kind of virus released by the enemy, then you will still need to solve the incident in the end. Yamamoto Genryusai rejected Unohana Retsu's request. How could he let scientific researchers go to the battlefield? But Unohana Retsu was still a little reluctant at the moment. He looked at Yamamoto and clearly wanted to say something else. Unohana Retsu, that's enough. You sent that child yourself, right? Trusting your subordinates is what we and other captains must do. If any accident requires the captain's personal attention, then GODI 13 might as well just recruit 13 captains are fine, everyone else should disband and go home. Before Unohana could say anything more, Shihoran Yoriyuki stood up first and reprimanded Unohana Retsu extremely severely. Captain Yoriyuki. After hearing Yoriyuki's words, Unohana's expression suddenly changed, and his brows furrowed tightly, although he was still worried about his vice-captain Hiri. But he also knows that there is nothing wrong with Yoriyuki's words. Since Captain Unohana no longer has any problems, as the captain, I am here to announce the list of captains who will go to the rescue this time. Yamamoto Genryusai ignored this farce and continued. Then the captain of the 3rd Division, Torabashi RJR, the captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji, and the captain of the 7th Division, Love Akawa, are the 3 captains. You 3 captains of GODI 13, plus the 3rd Division of the 1st Division, Kid. Captain Tessai Tsukabishi, Deputy Kid Captain Aizen. The above 5 captain-level Shinigami immediately went to the scene of the incident to investigate the spontaneous combustion incident and the true circumstances of the disappearance of the 9th Division Captain Maguru Makensei and his deputy Ryutsu. Yamamoto Genryusai announced this time list of people involved in the event. At the same time, Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th Division, please be prepared to receive injuries at any time. Captain Shihoran Yoriyuki of the 2nd Division, Captain Kukaki Jinling of the 6th Division, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, and Jaishur, the captain of the 13th Division Yucatake. You 4 captains protect Ryujin and be ready for enemy invasion at any time. Bei Lang, you and I will be in charge of the first team. Yamamoto Genryusai quickly arranged everyone's tasks. Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly again, but didn't say anything. But the others did not speak, but Bei Lang spoke up, Captain, I think the situation ahead is still unclear. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if both Captain's kid are allowed to go? Yamamoto Genryusai raised his eyebrows slightly and said, then what do you think? I think we can let the deputy captain of the 8th Division, Risa Yakinamaru, go instead of Captain Kid. The deputy captain of the 8th Division should be outside the house at this time. As soon as these words came out, Kurako Shunsui's expression changed. But Kurako Shunsui also said, yes, Captain, I see it that way too, it's just that my junior brother said it in advance. Yes. Yamamoto said without raising his head or eyes. Kurako Shunsui clapped her hands, and Lisa heard her voice outside the window. Have you heard what happened just now? Kurako looked at Yakinamaru Lisa and asked. I heard it. Lisa Yakinamaru nodded gently. Is it okay? Kurako looked at Yakinamaru Lisa and continued to ask. Certainly. Then please. As soon as Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, Yakinamaru Lisa had already left first. Chapter 37. You see Lisa-chan is here too. So don't worry about Hiri. That child is not weak, although it is slightly inferior to my Lisa-chan. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. Kurako looked at Urahara Kisuke, who still looked sad, and smiled lightly. Although Kurako Shunsui was smiling, there was indeed a cold glint in his eyes. Hirako Shinji also went to Rukonga with Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa. After hearing Kurako's words, Urahara showed some hesitation in his expression. In fact, if Urahara in the original work did not secretly go to the scene because he was too worried about Hiri deep down in his heart after listening to Kisuke's words of comfort, then Aizen's attempt to frame Urahara Kisuke would become a little more troublesome. Of course, with Aizen's ability, he wants to scheme against someone. Unless the result that Aizen wants is achieved, no matter what that person does, the final outcome will not change. The difference is nothing more than how much time Aizen consumes. That's all. I see. Urahara Kisuke lowered his head. Whether he really understood it was hard to say. Seeing Urahara Kisuke's state, Bai Lang knew that the time had come to sell his favor. He sighed slightly and said, it's really troublesome. I'll go there then. As soon as these words came out, all the captains present were stunned. Yamamoto Genryusai stared at Bai Lang, wondering what his apprentice was going to do. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai's arrangement just now has actually made clear the importance and status of the captain present in his heart. For example, the dispatched captains can be discarded. The 5 nobles and Shan Lauta's direct troops, Yamamoto Genryusai, all told them to stand still. For Yamamoto Genryusai, these are the people he cares about. Even Yamamoto Genryusai did not hesitate to keep Bai Lang by his side. However, Yamamoto Genryusai saw that Ryūjin and Unohana Retsu had no reaction, so he felt relieved. After all, if Bai Lang was not sure, these two should be the first to be anxious. Yamamoto looked at Bai Lang, nodded and said, go back quickly, pay attention to safety. In just 8 words, Bai Lang has actually made it clear that you don't need to worry about other people's situations, just protect yourself. Don't worry, old man Shan, there will be no problem. Bai Lang smiled and Shunpo disappeared in front of the captains. Old man Shan looked around at the captains in the room and found that no one wanted to speak, so he opened his mouth and said. Then, disband. Everyone also followed Yamamoto Genryusai's instructions and went to perform their own tasks. At the same time, in the dark night, Hiri was running wildly in the woods. The equipment she had prepared was now scattered all over the floor, and all the parts were in a mess. Damn it! Hiri kept cursing secretly. To be honest, the situation in front of her was completely beyond her expectation. She never thought that her enemies would be Meguro Makensei and Kuna Mashiro. Although Hiri didn't know what happened to Rika and Kunan, the two of them had obviously completely lost control at this moment and began to destroy everything around them crazily. I have to think of a way. Hiri said to herself. However, due to Hiri's accidental distraction, a dark figure immediately attacked Hiri. Oops! Hiri looked at the familiar figure, but now it had turned into something that frightened her, with her pupils shrinking and her face turning pale. Boom! However, just when Hiri was about to be hit by the attack, a yellow figure fell from the sky, helped Hiri block the enemy's attack, and knocked the enemy away with a knife. Hiri, you idiot, why don't you use your Zanpakuto to chop the opponent? If you keep holding on like this, you may risk your own life, idiot. Hiriko Shinji asked angrily, holding Hiri in his arms. Hiriko, look who our enemy is. Before Hiriko could say anything, Hiri suddenly shouted loudly. Enemy. Hearing this, Hiriko remembered something. The man he chopped off just now seemed familiar to him. How come? As Hiriko raised his head and looked at the man who attacked Hiri, Hiriko was stunned on the spot, his pupils kept shrinking. Is this Kensei? Yes. I don't know what happened to Kensei and the others. When I found them, they were already like this. Hiri nodded lightly and kept talking. But the current Kensei, both in terms of Ryūjin and appearance, is the same as a hollow. Damn it, what is going on? Hiriko was very confused, and his brows furrowed tightly. Ouch! It was at the very next moment that Hiri was communicating with Hiriko that Kensei, who was slashed away by Hiriko, once again let out a roar, turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards Hiriko. Hateful! Hiriko faced the frantic Kensei with a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He held Hiri with one hand and held Zanpakuto tightly with his other hand. He kept waving at Maguruma Kensei in front of him, and Maguruma Kensei collided extremely violently. Beilang, on the other hand, has arrived a long time ago and is hiding in the dark eating melons and watching the show. Although Beilang wants to control Godi I-13, the requirements for captains are still very high. It can be said that except for Hiriko Shinji who has reached the expected standards in Beilang's mind, Torabashi RJR, Love Aikawa and Maguruma Kensei have not met his captain standards at all. Rather than failing to defeat others and being killed, it's better to use Aizen's hand to gain Hollow's ability. No matter what, they will definitely be stronger than they are now. Anyway, whether they are guilty or not is not a matter of one word. No, the current Maguruma Kensei is completely different from the previous Kensei. The current Kensei has gained the power of Hollow. Both strength, speed, and Ryūjin have been greatly enhanced. According to Shinigami standards, Maguruma Kensei, who is completely hollow in front of him, his Ryūjin has even reached the peak of 3rd level spiritual power. This guy's foundation is really bad, otherwise, he would definitely be able to enter the 2nd level of spiritual power. But even so, Hiriko Shinji is still a little stretched. He can only fight the enemy with one hand while holding Hiri. When the two have similar Ryūjin, trying to win Maguruma Kensei is no different from nonsense. Hateful. 2000 Flowers Extra. Chapter 38. Hey. What's going on? Isn't that guy Maguruma Kensei? Why did he become hollow? Just when Hiriko Shinji was gradually losing ground, Love Aikawa, Torabashi RJR, and Kirako Shunsui's vice-captain Lisa Yakinamaru arrived at the scene using Shunpo. Stop standing around and making sarcastic remarks, come and help me, I can't stand it anymore. Hiriko Shinji looked at Love Aikawa and others. They had obviously arrived at the scene, but they were still standing there like nothing happened. He was so angry that he shouted loudly to everyone. I'm coming. After Love Aikawa and others heard Hiriko Shinji's words, they casually attacked Maguruma Kensei. Everyone now knew enough about Kensei's strength. In their eyes, when all the captains gathered together, under such circumstances, it would not be a piece of cake to deal with a mere Maguruma Kensei. Hey! That's Kwangzai, don't do it too hotly. After Hiri saw the scene where a group of captains came forward and surrounded Kensei, he couldn't help but reminded everyone present. Although the current strength of these captains is indeed not that strong, their relationship with each other is good, especially Hiri. She regards Kensei, Hirako Shinji and others as my family is average. Don't worry. We have so many captains here. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a Quangzai? Besides, there are many ways to subdue Quangzai without killing him, right? Love Aikawa said, already pulling out the Zanpakuto and rushing towards Kensei. For example, cut off all of Quangzai's limbs or something. In that case, he shouldn't be able to move, right? After thinking for a while, Lisa asked the people around her. Roz, you are on your left and I am on my right. That's Torabashi RJR. Lisa saw that no one around her responded to her, so she turned to Torabashi RJR and spoke softly in a slightly commanding tone. All right. Perhaps it was because Torabashi RJR had just become the captain not many years ago, or maybe Torabashi RJR was used to being scolded by his vice-captain. He was not angry because Lisa was giving his orders, but chose to actively cooperate with Lisa. Then attack! As Lisa's words fell, Lisa and Ross immediately turned into two afterimages and rushed towards Kensei who was fighting with Love Aikawa in the sky. Boom! At the same time, the moment Love Aikawa and Kenichi fought, his expression changed. Originally, Luo Wu was the strongest man among all the people present. In his opinion, with his strength, he could suppress a mere Kenichi. Isn't it easy? However, when Luo Wu and Chuan Xi really fought, he realized that he was wrong. The strength of Chuan Xi in front of him was many times stronger than before, far superior to him. Even though he held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, he could only wrestle with the one-handed fist. It was also after Love Aikawa realized the powerful power of Kenichi that a trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. How did that boy Hirako Shinji manage to fight with Kenichi with only one hand when facing such a powerful one? Could it be that Hirako, that bastard, got all frustrated during the discussions with them on weekdays? Boom! Before Luo Wu could think about it, he was punched away by Quangzai who accelerated his attack speed and used both hands at the same time. Depend on! Luo Wu fell to the ground like a cannonball, cracking the ground. At the same time, the feather fabric on his body had become dilapidated. Although Luo Wu did not suffer too many injuries, his appearance was indeed extremely miserable. Succeeded. On the other side, Lisa and Ross attacked the completely hollow fist from the left and right sides of the air. Lisa slashed Fist's left leg from the left with a knife in both hands, while Ross struck from the right of Fist. He hit Quangzai's right arm. However, the moment the Zanpakuto of the two touched Kensai's body, their expressions suddenly changed. This was because their swords did not feel like they were cutting against the soft flesh. It hit a huge iron lump, it was unstoppable. Ouch! Just when Lisa and Ross were at a loss, the completely hollow fist let out a roar from his mouth, and punched Lisa and Ross beside him. Pft! Pass! For a moment, both Lisa and Ross spit out countless bright reds from their mouths, and then flew out, smashing countless smoke and dust on the ground. Depend on! Lisa's physical fitness is slightly inferior to that of Quangzai. Now that she was hit by Quangzai's body after hollow, she felt that her internal organs were constantly rolling. In a short period of time, it was difficult for her to get up from the ground and continue fighting with Quangzai. West fought. There is no other way. The only thing we can do now is Bankai. After all, Ross was a captain-level Shinigami. After he was punched away by Kensai, he immediately stood up from the ground. He first wiped the bleeding corners of his mouth, and then aimed his Zanpakuto at Kensai. At this moment, Ross has given up and continues to fight Kensei. He decided to directly take Bankai away with Kensei. Call out! However, just at the moment when Ross pointed the Zanpakuto in his hand at Kensei, a roaring sound suddenly sounded above his head. Hey! Ross heard the voice and looked up subconsciously. What? What caught Ross's eyes was a white knee. Boom! Ross had no time to dodge at this moment. He was hit hard on the head by the white knee in an instant. His brain rolled for a moment, and then he rolled his eyes and completely collapsed on the ground, losing the ability to continue fighting. Bai Lang looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. Although Kuna Mashiro was suitable for Hollow, he only upgraded his spiritual power to the 3rd level. Torabashi RJR, how did you manage to be killed by this guy in one blow? You kid are a little too careless. Kuna Mashiro. Hirako Shinji frowned as he looked at the white figure that suddenly entered the battlefield. The current situation has completely exceeded Hirako's imagination. First, Meguruma Kensei turned into a hollow form, and then Kuna Mashiro also turned into a hollow form. If you look at it this way, maybe they are also at risk of being infected by this mysterious virus. Chapter 39. We must fight quickly. Hirako Shinji made a decision at this moment. Bakud's 6200 steps railing. Bakud's 63 chains to bind. Just when Hirako Shinji was considering whether to liberate Zanpakuto, along with a chant, railings fell from the sky, suppressing Kuna Mashiro directly in place. Then golden chains were sealed around Quangzai, completely binding Quangzai's limbs and forcing Quangzai to land on the ground. Sorry captains, I'm late. Captains, Shunpo is so fast that I couldn't catch up for a while. The person who came was none other than Aizen, who was the deputy chief of KID. At this moment, he was panting heavily and wiping the sweat on his forehead. He waved 260 level Bakud and directly connected Kensei and Kuna Mashiro. The two captains, one positive and the other, controlled in place. It turns out to be Aizen. Thanks to you for coming, I was saved. Hirako breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Aizen. At the same time, Hirako was secretly frightened by Hakugen's KID strength. The 60th level Bakud can be released without chanting, and after being released, it can also suppress the captain level Shinigami. This unparalleled KID strength is indeed well deserved, and he is worthy of being deputy KID. Name. Hey? These two people can't be the captain of the 6th car and the deputy captain Kuna Mashiro, right? What happened to them? How could they become like this? After Aizen took a short rest, he suddenly discovered that the two people he controlled with Bakud were actually the captain of the 9th Division, Meguruma Kensei, and his deputy captain Kuna, who were originally judged by Shirai as Ryūjin Mashiro. For a moment, Aizen became confused. He didn't think Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro were their enemies. Obviously, the real enemies did not appear. I don't know either. The two of them were already like this when we arrived here. Anyway, let's take them back first and let Captain Urahara Kisuke and Unohana Retsu take a good look at Kensai's current situation. After hearing Hakugen's words, Hirako Shinji shook his head gently. He didn't know what the current situation was. In short, what they had to do now was to capture Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro first. As for the capture, let Captain Araki figure out what to do after returning. That's all we can do now. Aizen nodded gently after listening to Hirako Shinji's words. Just as Hirako said, they now have nothing else but to bring Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro back to Shirai for treatment. There's a solution. It hurts. On the other side, after Aizen used his powerful KID to temporarily suppress Meguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro, Lisa Yakinamaru, Love Akawa, and Torabashi RJR, who were originally collapsed on the ground, jumped from the ground. Get up slowly. You guys, don't sleep anymore, get ready to go back. When Hirako discovered that his companions were all fine, he once again returned to his cheerful self, bringing a somewhat relaxed atmosphere to everyone present. Haha, Hirako, you can really speak. How many tricks did your kid hide in the previous sparring sessions? Love Akawa rubbed his lower back and complained helplessly to Hirako Shinji, the only captain who seemed to be calm among all the captains. Haha, how should I put this? Hirako Shinji laughed, but did not explain the matter. After all, his soul-cutting sword is not suitable for use in 1v1 situations. Can we go back anyway? Lisa stretched her slender legs and looked at Hirako and asked. Of course. Hirako nodded gently when he heard this. Ouch! At the moment Hirako nodded, a sudden change occurred again. Maguruma Kensei, who was originally controlled by Aizen, suddenly let out a roar, and then burst out Hakujin's Ryutsu, turning the golden chains around him. Struggled to break free. What? This sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone present. Fight back! For a moment, everyone decided to suppress Maguruma Kensei again. However, the next moment Hirako Shinji and Aizen, Yakinamaru Lisa, Love Aikawa and Ross reached a consensus. Endless darkness suddenly came from behind and attacked several people. What? For a time, whether it was Love Aikawa, Hirako Shinji, or Aizen, they all lost their hearing, vision, smell, and even their feelings for Ryutsu. Hirako. Ross. Lisa. Damn it! What happened? Love Aikawa shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with endless anxiety. Pfft! However, what responded to Aikawa was not the response of his companion, but Zanpakuto that passed through his chest. For a moment, endless pain filled Love Aikawa's heart. How come? Love Aikawa's expression suddenly changed, blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with despair. Not long after, the darkness retreated like a tide. When the darkness disappeared, what was left was a group of captains who were chopped to the ground. Whether it was Love Aikawa or Ross or Aizen and Yakinamaru Lisa, they were all chopped to the ground, their eyes rolled up. He rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Damn it! Damn it! What on earth is it? For a moment, Hirako Shinji was the only one standing on the battlefield in confusion, looking at the fallen comrades around him and feeling at a loss. Let me go, Hirako. At this moment, Ho, who had been held in Hirako's arms, suddenly felt something. She tried her best to break away from Hirako's arms, and then spit out countless white viscous substances in front of Hirako. Those white substances quickly solidified in the air, forming a bone-shaped mask on Hiri's cheeks. Not only Hiri, but also the other 4 people who fell on the ground also had white masks on their faces, and they roared like Minos Grande. Isn't it? Chapter 40. Beilang had a clear view of everything that just happened. If nothing else, Tosin Kaname's ability is really suitable for assassination. It's a pity that he came to Soul Society a little too late. When he got here, Yuta Kuang had already been killed by Tokaidan. Otherwise, Beilang could have killed Tokaidan, Yuta Kuang, Daojin Aura, and Tosin Kaname, a pure love bull. Everyone is under his command. It's really weird. Although Tosin Kaname talks about justice, he is actually the heir to the legacy of Wei Wu. Although Tokaidan and Ge Kuang have no relationship at all, they are still wives after all. It's a pity that Aizen was too cautious and knew that Beilang was also coming here, so he decisively left with Tosin Kaname, and Beilang didn't have any other scenes to watch. After all, he has no interaction with Aizen. So far, he has still missed Kaika Suijutsu. Beilang also needs to give Aizen a chance to liberate Kaika Suijutsu in front of him. Well, just take the captain assessment. The other side. I've really suffered a lot from this. After Hirako cried helplessly, he began to think calmly. With his own strength, he definitely can't defeat so many hollow captains and vice-captains, and Hirako Shinji doesn't know that Beilang is coming to support him yet. Thinking of this, Hirako Shinji is ready to use Bankai. Swastika. Before Hirako Shinji finished shouting, Beilang moved to Hirako Shinji's side, hugged his arms and smiled. Hey, Captain Hirako, do you need help? Vice-Captain Beilang. Hirako Shinji looked at Beilang in surprise, feeling very wary in his heart. If nothing else, he suspected that Beilang was the mastermind behind all this. This is the problem caused by the information gap. Seeing Hirako Shinji's wary face, Beilang said speechlessly, I was sent by Old Man Shan to help you. Don't look at me like this. However, Hirako Shinji still did not let down his guard. He talked nonsense, but there was no way to win his trust. In addition, he had not sensed the existence of Beilang just now, and Love Aikawa and others were knocked down by a conspiracy. No matter how you look at it, Beilang has a problem. Seeing that Hirako Shinji had no intention of saying anything to him, Beilang turned around helplessly and looked at the masked legions who had assembled and were about to pounce. He pulled out his soul-cutting sword and said, since Captain Hirako doesn't trust me, so, let me knock them down first and then let's talk. Hey, are you kidding? Although you are the captain's disciple, you are only a vice-captain. Now you are facing a monster with at least captain-level strength. Hirako Shinji shouted with disbelief. Road. Of course, I am also worried about Beilang. After all, this disciple is the captain. If something goes wrong, Yamamoto Genryusai will really chop up all the people present with Ryūjin Jakka. Beilang turned his head slightly and said with a smile, don't worry, it will be soon. Ouch! The masked legions who originally felt fear in Beilang roared angrily and pounced on Beilang like wild beasts. However, Beilang turned the soul-slaying sword in his hand and said softly, Bankai! Elemental Flying Dragon! A piece of background music suddenly sounded. Baki.boki.born. Mara.burn. Shake hands. Elemental Dragon. Elemental Amplification. The bond is strong. The Ryūjin on Beilang's body skyrocketed, directly rising to the peak of second-level spiritual power. A red and blue cloak appeared behind him, and the soul-slaying sword in his hand also changed into a blue and red color. The appearance did not change drastically. Feeling Beilang's amazing Ryūjin, Hirako Shinji's pupils shrank and he trembled. Is this the strength of the captain's closed disciple? Wind. Fire. Thunder. Water. Earth. Following the guidance of the Beilang soul-slaying sword, the 5 elements directly formed a large array composed of multiple elements, and directly controlled the 6 captains and deputy captains of Hollow present with one move. Ouch! Maguruma Kensei and others struggled hard, but they were completely unable to resist Beilang's power. All 6 of them were suppressed by the formation and fell to the ground. Wait, Vice-Captain Beilang, please spare their lives. Hirako Shinji saw Beilang swinging his sword and said quickly. Don't worry, I'm very measured in my actions. I just make them incapacitated. As he said this, Beilang waved his soul-killing knife. Sen Luo 10,000 slashes. The 5 elements gathered on Beilang's soul-cutting sword. With a wave of Beilang's soul-cutting sword, a rainbow-colored crescent-shaped flame struck towards the masked army. By the way, the formation that restrained them was detonated. Boom! Violent explosions and powerful Ryūjin and even Seirai sensed it. After this blow, the 6 members of the masked legion lay on the ground like dead fish. Everyone was dressed in black, but it was obvious that they were still alive. Hirako Shinji swallowed his saliva. Is this the difference between people? His helpless opponent was easily defeated by Beilang in 2 moves. Finish it! Beilang also took advantage of the situation and inserted the soul-killing knife back, and the cloak on his body disappeared. Hirako Shinji felt relieved and said helplessly, I have to trouble Vice-Captain Beilang again. After saying that, a white mask also appeared on his face. Beilang shook his head helplessly. He didn't hide anything this time. He just chopped Hirako Shinji to the ground with a simple knife. If he didn't want to make some noise, it would be the easiest thing to knife him one by one. At the same moment, Ura Harakisuk, who sensed Beilang's powerful Ryūjin and explosion, made up his mind. After Ura Harakisuk left a handwritten letter to Shihao and Yuryuaki, the only captain he trusted in Godi I-13, he put on the dark cloak he invented that could hide his own Ryutsu, and headed in the direction of Beilang and others. Go! Not only is Unohana Retsu in action, veteran actor Tosin Kaname is also online. Near the Ryūjin White Road Gate, Tosin Kaname, who was covered in blood, came to the gate with 3 similarly scarred soldiers on his back, one bloody step at a time. Hey! What did you do? How did you do this? The soldiers who were on duty at the White Gate looked at Tosin Kaname, who was about to turn into a bloody man, and asked in a panic. Quick! Go and save our captain! Tosin Kaname used his blood-covered hands to grab the soldiers in front of him, and with an extremely weak but extremely firm voice, as if he might die at any moment, he left these last words to the soldiers on duty in front of him. In one word, he lay on the ground and passed out completely. Chapter 41. If Beilang were here, everyone would applaud fiercely. Good guy, Tosin Kaname is really a cruel person. The stab wound on his body was inflicted by himself. He just relied on great perseverance to hike back from Ryūjin with a few oil bottles from the 9th Division. Good guy, what does it mean to be a dedicated undercover agent? This is it. Quick! There are 4 wounded, namely the 9th Division's 3rd seat Hirezu, 4th seat Ishima, 5th seat Tosin Kaname, and 6th seat Todo. All 4 are on the verge of death. Please send them to the 4th seat as quickly as possible. The team will provide treatment. Actually, they are all part-timers. Damn it, just in the 9th team that went to investigate, 4 senior officers were dying, and the captain and deputy captain were missing. The other captains sent by Godi 13 to support have not heard any news for a long time. Ryūjin's what happened next? Could it be that several Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande formed a Shinigami encirclement and suppression coalition to collectively attack Soul Society? Ryūjin, which was already stable, once again became turbulent with the return of Tosin Kaname and others. Unohana Retsu, you are finally here. Beilang was impatient to wait in Ryūjin. He wanted to go home early and hug his 2 wives to sleep. This is... Unohana Retsu looked at the captains and deputy captains who were tied up by Beilang with Bakud, and his pupils shrank. What is that virtual mask? Beilang briefly described what happened to Unohana Retsu. Of course, he did not forget to omit the part where he was watching the game. Unohana Retsu nodded after hearing Beilang's words and fell into deep thought. By the way, Unohana, do you know what the void-like substance on Quangzai and the others is? By the way, they seem to be able to release Zero just now. Beilang also pretended not to understand and asked. There is no doubt that this is hollow. After hearing Beilang's words, Unohana frowned and said deeply. Hollow? Is it caused by some kind of virus? Is there a solution? Beilang looked slightly stunned when he heard this. No. This is undoubtedly man-made. Someone conducted an artificial hollow experiment on Meguru Makensei and all the captains present. Beilang, you also said that they had already hollowed before you came. If I guessed correctly, the enemy came into contact with them during this period and integrated hollow's materials into the bodies of Luo Wu and other captains. As for the solution, although I dare not say that it is 100% possible to solve the hollow on the captains, there is absolutely no problem in temporarily suppressing or sealing the hollow. In short, after my processing, it will never affect them. That's what they do every day. Unohana Retsu is worthy of being a leading scientist. After listening to what Beilang said, he immediately deduced the general story of what Beilang and others experienced. It would be great if there is a solution. Beilang also pretended to be relieved. It must be said that he is also an old actor. This is obviously an experiment he condoned. However, I need Vice Captain Beilang to help me bring them back to my secret base. After all, the enemy situation is unknown now, and only my secret base is the safest place. Unohana Retsu also made a request. Beilang nodded and said, no problem, let's go. Seeing how easily Beilang agreed, Unohana Retsu quickly led the way. After all, for a scientist, in addition to saving people, studying hollow is also what he wants. Under bipolar, Unohana Retsu's secret laboratory is the secret base of Unohana Retsu and Ryūjin in the original work. Tessai Tsukubishi is waiting here. He is also a Shohorin retainer. Of course he saw through Unohana Retsu's thoughts, stopped Unohana Retsu in Siritai, and was persuaded by Unohana Retsu to come to this secret base. Next, Unohana Retsu also started to treat Meguro Makensei and others according to the method in the original work, while Beilang gave them some relief. And that's not the only thing that happened this night. Aizen continued to attack, and Tosen Kaname, who was rescued by Unohana Retsu, said that they were attacked by Unohana Retsu, and the spontaneous combustion incident of the soul was also caused by Unohana Retsu for the hollow experiment. Not only Tosen Kaname, but also the surviving members of Division 9 said the same thing, and it was obvious that they were all hit by Kaika Suijutsu. Central 46 immediately made a verdict, declaring Unohana Retsu and Tessai Tsukubishi to have committed a heinous crime by defecting to Soul Society. At the same time, they ordered Godi I-13 to eliminate the captain and vice-captain who were hollowed, and punished Shohorin Ryūjin by removing him from the captaincy. After all, Unohana Retsu and Tessai Tsukubishi were both Shohorin's retainers. It's hard to say that the Shohorin family had nothing to do with this matter. This was done to give the Shohorin family face. After all, the Shohorin family doesn't care about the position of captain, and neither does Ryūjin. Of course, Aizen, as the vice-captain of the 5th Division, emotionally defended his captain and was then punished to face the wall for 5 years and was not allowed to leave the gate of the 5th Division. Everything is going toward Aizen's plan, and of course, Beilang's plan. After working all night, Unohana Retsu finally used his Hagyaku to completely stabilize the hollow on Hirako Shinji and others. Call. I finally got it done, but I'm really exhausted. After Unohana Retsu wiped the sweat from his forehead, he lay directly on the floor of the secret base and kept panting. Your Excellency Unohana, did you succeed? Tessai Tsukubishi, who had been on duty for Unohana Retsu all night, asked Unohana Retsu after seeing the hollow marks on Hirako and others gradually fading. Well, the effect of Hagyaku is better than I imagined. As long as Captain Hirako and the others are allowed to rest for a while, they will be able to recover. Unohana Retsu smiled after listening to Tessai Tsukubishi's words. This is really great. When Tsukubishi heard this, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. That's no problem, you are worthy of being Unohana Retsu. Beilang, who had been silently staring at the Hagyaku in Unohana Retsu's hand, also spoke at this time. Although Hagyaku is good, it is not what Beilang needs. Beilang shook his head slightly and stopped looking at it. While Beilang was chatting, with a sound breaking through the air, Shohorin Ryūjin, wearing a sexy night suit, entered Unohana Retsu's secret base. There will be additional updates in the evening. Chapter 42. Nang, are you okay? As soon as Ryūjin entered the secret base, he immediately looked at his man and asked. Beilang also stepped forward and held Ryūjin in his arms, rubbed her purple hair and said, Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with your man. Unohana Retsu and Tessai Tsukubishi on the side were speechless for a while. Can we too eat dog food when we are so serious? Ryūjin also came over after sensing her man's Ryutsu. Although she believed that her man would be fine, she was still worried about waiting at home. Even Unohana Retsu didn't sleep all night and sat silently at home waiting. If the two women hadn't sensed Beilang's Ryutsu, they would have been searching everywhere. Beilang's Ryutsu is quite special. It has a special ability to sense its own women. Others cannot detect Beilang's Ryutsu. Captain Ryūjin, how is the situation outside? Unohana Retsu also had to stand up and be the villain, and interrupted. Beilang let go of Ryūjin, but Ryūjin still held Beilang's arm and said, The situation outside is worse than I imagined. Anyway, you can see for yourselves. After last night's incident, Room 46 seems to have determined that Unohana and Tessai are the culprits of the hollow incident. Ryūjin handed the wanted warrant and verdict she obtained to Unohana Retsu and Tessai Tsukubishi. She looked a little anxious. Exile and execution. Unohana Retsu frowned tightly after reading the wanted order and verdict that Ryūjin handed him. Regarding the decision of Room 46, Unohana seemed to have thought of a deeper problem. The current situation was too much for them. Not good. Oops. We've been set up. At the same time, Unohana Retsu finally understood that he had fallen into the trap of the unknown enemy. The unknown enemy had been preparing for a long time to deal with him, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to trick him. Just give him a hammer to death, and he changed from the aloof captain of the 12th Division to a wanted criminal who was sentenced to exile. I know. But you can rest easy, Unohana Retsu. Ryūjin turned to look at his man and smiled, Nang can solve these problems. However, Unohana Retsu did not smile. Instead, he remained silent for a moment and then slowly said, Vice Captain Beilang, Captain Ryūjin, and Captain Tessai Tsukubishi Kid. Actually, I have something very important that I must confess to the three of them. After Unohana Retsu listened to Ryūjin's words, he looked anxious and took out his hagyaku again, and suddenly the blue light illuminated the entire training ground. If you have anything to do with Unohana, just tell him. Ryūjin nodded slightly after hearing Unohana's words. Yes. Captain Unohana, just say it directly. Tessai Tsukubishi also looked at Unohana and asked. Beilang didn't speak, but silently held Ryūjin's hand. Just when I was using hagyaku to treat Captain Hagyaku and others, I discovered an astonishing fact. The substance that caused the hollow reaction in Captain Hirako and others may also come from the power of hagyaku, or someone used hagyaku. With his power, he participated in the production of hollow experimental materials on Captain Hirako and others. Unohana told the three people present about the power he had captured, which was very similar to his hagyaku but yet completely different. Beilang touched his chin and said, You mean, besides you, there is another guy who has mastered hagyaku. The second piece of hagyaku. Ryūjin and Tessai Tsukubishi both looked at Beilang in surprise. This guess was too bold. Yes, and I suspect that the enemy's real purpose is not the so-called hollow experiment, nor is it to eliminate Captain Hirako and the others. The enemy's real target should be me. To be precise, it's me. The hagyaku in my hand. The hollow incident last night was just that the enemy wanted to use the hands of the captains behind the hollow to test my strength. If I'm not wrong, the enemy has successfully learned about my true strength. Their next move is to try their best to steal this piece of hagyaku from my hands. Unohana Retsu is extremely calm. Thinking. However, the enemy also exposed two things. First point, just as we guessed before, the enemy should be in Godi I-13, and in a high position, because only in this way can the enemy control the movements of all important team members in Godi I-13. Secondly, the enemy should have accomplices, and they are fighting in an organized manner. And among these accomplices, it is conservatively estimated that at least one person has the combat power of Godi I-13 captain level. The one who sneak attacked Hirako and the others should be our real enemy. One of them. Beilang couldn't help but nodded. He opened his god's perspective, and of course he knew what was going on. Unohana Retsu was able to analyze so many things in such a short period of time, which is really worthy of his rating of wisdom, one of his special abilities. So Unohana, what exactly do you want to express? Ryūjin asked after listening to Unohana's words. Captain Ryūjin, I have to apologize in advance. I may have to leave Soul Society temporarily for a while. It is too dangerous for my hagyaku here. Once our unknown enemy takes control of him at the same time, after these two pieces of hagyaku and mine, I don't know how much disaster it will bring to Soul Society. After Unohana thought for a long time, he decided to leave Soul Society temporarily. The current Soul Society made Unohana Retsu really insecure, especially when the enemies were in the dark, they were in the open, and they were also designed by the enemy to become wanted. In case of committing a crime. I see. Ryūjin finally understood after listening to Unohana Retsu's words. Even if his own men helped Unohana Retsu still can't completely trust them, including Shihao and Ryūjin. Unohana Retsu can't believe it. Now it is also his temptation. Ryūjin understands everything, but there is no way Beilang doesn't understand. If that's the case, then leave Soul Society as soon as possible, don't worry about what happens next. Beilang is too lazy to talk to Unohana Retsu. For this kind of persecution paranoia, he can just send him away. Unohana Retsu is not in his plan anyway. Chapter 43. Beilang is really too lazy to deal with this persecution delusional man. This guy thinks too much and is not as pure as Kurotsuka Mayuri. Even if Beilang had 10,000 opportunities to take his Hagyaku, he didn't do it. Unohana Retsu still didn't fully trust him. Beilang. No wonder this guy clearly saved the Masked Legion in the original work, but his relationship with the Masked Legion was so tense. Ryūjin's favorable impression of Unohana Retsu also dropped drastically in an instant. If he didn't still have feelings for the retainer he had cultivated since childhood, Ryūjin would have wanted to report this person. Beilang patted Ryūjin's hand, comforted his sister and said, "When Hirako and the others wake up, take them out of Soul Society." Unohana Retsu nodded, and both parties fell silent. Tessai Tsukubishi wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and nothing came out. The time came several hours later. Here it is. Hirako Shinji was the first to wake up among all the captains of Hollow. After all, he was the only one who did not suffer too many injuries. Moreover, his Ryūjin was several times higher than the others. Yo! You're awake, Hirako, the surgery was a success. As long as you successfully control the Hollow, you will be a qualified Hollow controller. After Unohana Retsu heard Hirako's voice, he still joked with a smile. Unohana is trying his best to make the atmosphere in the air less heavy. Unohana, what are you doing? Hirako looked at the captains lying on the ground beside him and the light transmitting gate in front of him. His small eyes were filled with great doubts. This world transmitting door belongs to the Shihaoran family. Each family of the 5 nobles has such a world transmitting door. Actually, Soul Society has a small problem. We are now fugitive criminals wanted by Central 46, so I am planning to carry out the escape to the end and take you all to escape to the present world. Unohana said, handing the wanted poster for room 46 to Hirako Shinji. Hey? Is there any mistake? Hirako Shinji was very angry. Central 46 has always been like this. Anyone who is not in their interests will be eliminated by them. Wait, where is Vice Captain Beilang? Hirako Shinji thought of Beilang and asked quickly. What a pity, Vice Captain Beilang has left. Unohana Retsu said. Hirako Shinji's pupils shrank and he sneered, looks like I have no choice. It's best not to let me know who framed me. Hirako tore the wanted poster in his hand into pieces, and then roared at the sky. Don't shout. We'll attract the pursuers soon, and it'll be bad. Unohana Retsu's expression changed slightly after hearing Hirako's roar. After all, Beilang and Ryūjin left with great swagger, and Unohana Retsu couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't attract other people's attention. After hearing Unohana's words, Hirako's eyes twitched slightly, but he still calmed down, and his face was extremely gloomy as he thought about who had tricked him. Aizen. After a while, Hirako spit out a name. To be honest, Hirako doesn't have any evidence to prove that Aizen is the mastermind behind this incident. The reason why Hirako thinks that Aizen harmed him is because he doesn't like Aizen from the bottom of his heart. This is probably a man's sixth sense. Although Aizen didn't show off his calculations this time, Hirako Shinji, who always felt that there was something wrong with Aizen, still blamed Aizen for this matter. He had this intuition. Unohana Retsu, Hirako Shinji, and Tessai Tsukubishi were carrying the group of people who were still unconscious on the ground without any trace of consciousness. Unohana used his Hagyaku to temporarily cure the hollow symptoms. The captains used the Shihoran families shortly after leaving Soul Society through the Realm Gate and heading to the present world. Beilang and Ryujin also returned to their hometowns in the fourth team. Neither his three apprentices nor Unohana Retsu were sleeping, but were waiting for the return of Beilang and Ryujin. Although they all knew through Unohana Retsu that Beilang's Ryutsu had not declined, they were still worried because this incident was a little too weird. The door opened, and all four people sitting in the room stood up instantly. Beilang pulled Ryujin in and walked in with a smile. "Master! ×3. The three little ones also immediately ran to Beilang and looked up and down to see if Beilang was injured. "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry. Master is fine. Anyone who can hurt your master doesn't exist in this world." Beilang rubbed the heads of the three little ones. Although the three little ones now look like teenagers, in front of Beilang, he was still a child. When Unohana Retsu saw Beilang himself, he felt confident and said with a smile, "Welcome back, Lang." Beilang also let the three little ones go to rest first, and he also picked up the two wives beside him, and fought fiercely with the two wives while Swafon blushed. In the afternoon, Beilang broke out from the siege of Unohana and Ryujin. After sorting out his appearance, he went to the first team to report. Although Yamamoto Genryusai has full confidence in his apprentice, he is afraid that his apprentice will also lose consciousness and run away. In that case, even if he uses Bankai, he can't say he can penetrate his apprentice's defense. After seeing Beilang return safely, Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. "Old man Shan, there is something wrong with what happened this time." Beilang didn't hide it and told the story. Of course, he didn't mention a word about Aizen, which counts as the two of them. There was a tacit understanding. Aizen picked Beilang cleanly in room 46, and Beilang would not give Aizen eye drops. The two of them cooperated tacitly and sent Unohana Retsu and others out of Soul Society. Both parties are happy. They all feel that they have achieved their goals. After learning that Beilang returned to the first team, Kurako Shunsui, who lost his wife, also hurried to the first team. Beilang also teamed up with Yamamoto Genryusai to set up a barrier, and then said to Kurako Shunsui, "Don't worry, brother Kurako, Lisa is fine, and it's a blessing in disguise. Ryutsu has been promoted to the third level of spiritual power, and she will be released after a while. Back to Soul Society safely." The barrier was removed. It is said that on this day, a violent quarrel broke out among the first team. Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th team, left the first team with red eyes. Chapter 44. When Aizen learned about this, he laughed in the 5th Division team building, as if something interesting had happened. Beilang was in the first team, and he also had a weird smile on his face. Although Ichimaru Jin, the gold medal undercover, was no longer available, Beilang sent another veteran actor to play with Aizen, but I don't know who had more fun. In the next few years, Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division drank alcohol every day in his captain's room to relieve his sorrows, and did not deal with team affairs at all. Obviously, it was related to the last quarrel in the 1st Division. What shocked the Shinigami even more was that Jaishur Yukatake, who was originally Kurako Shunsui's best friend, had never visited Kurako Shunsui even once, which puzzled the Shinigami even more. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a rift between Kurako Shunsui and Yamamoto Genryusai. The 8th Division Captain's Room. "Captain of the Beijing Band, you are just a woman. Is it worth your time?" A gentle voice sounded. Kurako Shunsui, who was still drinking heavily, suddenly became vigilant. Although he was drunk, he still reacted instantly, held his soul-cutting sword and said angrily, "Who?" Turning around, he saw Aizen sitting across from him at some point, holding a bowl of wine and savoring it. Well, that's really good wine. Hey? Aizen, is it you? Kurako Shunsui recognized who the person was, but showed no other emotions at all. He threw the soul-cutting sword on the table in despair and said, "What? Are you here to kill me? Hurry up! Take action and give me relief." Kurako Shunsui was lying on the tatami like a puddle of mud, looking like he didn't care about Aizen at all. Aizen frowned slightly. Isn't this guy a little too decadent? Aizen didn't come here on a whim. Aizen has been observing Kurako Shunsui for almost 50 years and finally confirmed that Kurako Shunsui is a candidate for development. In a sense, Kurako Shunsui is really a ruthless person. It was performed for 50 years without knowing whether there was an audience. Captain Kyoto, you haven't answered my question yet. Humph? Just kill him if you want, why bother asking? I'm not here to kill you. Aizen was speechless. Although this guy is usually aloof, he is not so generous. Kurako Shunsui saw that Aizen really didn't make any extra moves, and asked doubtfully, "Didn't old man Shan ask you to kill me?" Aizen found that he seemed to have misunderstood the dispute in the first team. He did not expect that it would become so serious. Of course not. Why do you think so? Aizen asked. However, Kurako Shunsui did not take the conversation, and said with strange eyes, "I know, the last incident was caused by you, right? Damn it! Give me Lisa back." After saying that, Kurako Shunsui directly pulled out the knife on the table. The two swords slashed directly at Aizen without any warning. But instead of panicking, Aizen smiled and allowed Kurako Shunsui to slash at him. Kurako Shunsui felt that he didn't hit anything, he frowned slightly and said, "Is this what you rely on? Aizen. It's just a little trick." As he said that, he continued to attack the surroundings, but still didn't hit anything. Seeing that Kurako Shunsui finally calmed down, Aizen smiled and said, "Have you calmed down? Captain Kurako? Didn't you realize that no one outside noticed that we were making such a loud noise here? Is it possible that you killed all my soldiers?" Aizen was speechless. Why did this guy kill so easily? He was probably not a fool, but a fool couldn't seem to immediately see that he was the real culprit in the last incident. Aizen is a little curious. What happened to make Kurako Shunsui become like this in the first team last time? Before Aizen could say anything, Kurako Shunsui, a big man, started. "Ah! You are all targeting me. Teacher and teacher have been taken away, and the position of captain that belongs to me is gone. Even my little Lisa can't keep it. You might as well kill me. One big man, crying is so sad." Of course Aizen couldn't have missed any details, and now he understands why Kurako Shunsui has changed so much over the years. At the same time, I was also secretly shocked. Yamamoto Genryusai was really cruel. In order to pave the way for his own little disciple, he can even give up the disciple he has trained for hundreds of years. Okay, what does a grown man look like when he cries? Follow me and you can get all these things. Aizen said disdainfully. If it weren't for Kurako Shunsui's outstanding strength and intelligence, Aizen wouldn't have said so much to him. Just you? Why do you want to be enemies with Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang all of a sudden? Stop joking. Kurako Shunsui stopped crying after hearing Aizen's words. Haha, I think it is necessary for me to educate the leader of the Kai band. My Zanzant, Kaika Suijutsu, its ability is not to use water reflection to make opponents kill each other as I said, but complete hypnosis. Anyone who has seen me kill no one from Soul Knife Shikai can ever lift my hypnosis on him. Not even Captain Yamamoto and Beilang. Aizen's attitude of being a teacher came back again, he pushed up his glasses and started to show off. What? That's how it is. Wait, I've seen you Shikai, that means. Kurako Shunsui seemed to have come to his senses and said hurriedly. Yes, Tosen-kan name has been mine from the beginning. Aizen said proudly. Aren't you afraid that I will report to Captain Yamamoto? You are not using Kaika Suijutsu right now. Haha, you can't, Captain Kaika. I've been observing you for decades, and what you want is not brothers and sisters. Also, when did you feel that I gave you Kaika Suijutsu without using it? What an illusion! Aizen said with a smile. Although Aizen was smiling, Kurako Shunsui was breaking out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for his special soul's anti-ing sword, he really wouldn't be able to do this undercover job. Seeing Kurako Shunsui's face turn ugly, Aizen smiled happily again. Join me, the captain of the Beijing Orchestra, the position of captain, and the beauty are all yours. Aizen, will definitely do what I say. Aizen's bewitching voice sounded. Unexpectedly, Kurako Shunsui's expression changed, and he suddenly said in a decadent manner, Go away, Aizen. I won't tell anyone else what I said today, and I don't want to know what your purpose is. You haven't been here today, and I haven't seen you. After saying that, Kurako Shunsui closed his eyes and lay down. Haha, you will join me. Chapter 45. Aizen was not angry when he saw Kurako Shunsui lying motionless on the tatami, and simply drifted away with the wind, leaving only Kurako Shunsui sleeping on the tatami. From the day Aizen arrived, Kurako Shunsui was still in a state of intoxication. In the end, Yamamoto Genryusai personally ordered and reprimanded Kurako Shunsui, which made him calm down a lot. On the other side, Shiba Kyan also officially accepted Jaishur Yukatake as his disciple. Shiba Ishin also successfully passed the captain assessment and successfully served as the captain of the 10th Division. The Shiba family has invested the largest resources they have in Beilang, and they are very optimistic that Beilang can take over the position of captain of Yamamoto Genryusai. Although Ryūjin has stepped down from the position of captain of the 2nd Division, the position of the secret mobile commander is still there. In fact, Room 46 only treats Ryūjin lightly, and there is no substantial punishment. The 2nd Division, the team's affairs are now temporarily managed by Unohana Retsu, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division. Well, it seems that Unohana Retsu was originally in charge of these things. Ryūjin also spent all his energy on cultivating Swa-Fon. After all, Swa-Fon is not much older than Byakuya and the others, but now his strength is almost equaled by the three little ones. Swa-Fon can be considered half of Ryūjin. As a disciple, of course he won't watch Swa-Fon's strength derailed. So Ryūjin directly stopped Swa-Fon's mission and asked her to work hard to improve. The position of captain of the second team was also reserved for Swa-Fon. There is no way, the second team has always been controlled by the Shihoran family. Now that Shihoran Yoshiro is still young, we can't let Shihoran Kunhai come out again. That would be a big joke. So Swa-Fon as Ryūjin's personal mate is undoubtedly the best choice. Swa-Fon can be regarded as a moderate genius. The initial Ryutsu was a 7th class spiritual power, otherwise he would not be able to become the captain of the second team. After all, this is Bankai who can hurt Baragan. If the Ryutsu level is not enough, Bankai will be directly aged by Baragan. Although the half-disabled Baragan was instantly dropped by Aizen with a look. It turns out that in Shinigami's battles, as long as Ryutsu is strong enough, the rules can be ignored. However, it is not just the forces on Beilang's side that have improved their status. Aizen's forces have also gradually stepped onto the stage of Godi 13. After the 5-year confinement he was punished for ended, Aizen-suk also applied for the captaincy assessment. As a good old man of the 5th team, Aizen-suk has already been a substantial captain in the past 5 years. This strength assessment is just a walk-through. Just a formality. Of course, Aizen-suk also got his wish and liberated Kaika Suijutsu in front of Beilang. Beilang was also one of the examiners in this assessment. The same goes for Tosen-kan name. As a real man widely known throughout Godi 13, Tosin Kaname has attracted a wave of fans in the 9th team this time. After also showing himself Bankai, Tosin Kaname became the captain of the 9th team. Currently, only the captain positions of the 3rd team and the 7th team are still vacant. However, these two positions have actually been reserved by Beilang. The room of the deputy captain of the 4th division. Vice Captain Beilang, Captain Yamamoto wants you to go to the 1st team. I know, let's go right away. Beilang put down the tea bowl in his hand. The messenger from the 1st team agreed and disappeared. Beilang stood up, stretched and said, "Ha! It seems I should leave the 4th division too. The first room of the 1st team. Old man Shan, what do you want from me today?" Beilang still looked normal. Yamamoto Genryusai was speechless for a while. "Why am I looking for you? You are still here pretending not to understand, right?" Yamamoto Genryusai ignored Beilang and just said calmly, "Team 3 or Team 7? As soon as these words came out, Beilang had already guessed it before coming, and he also analyzed it before coming. The 3rd division is mainly responsible for supplementing the combat divisions of other divisions. It generally belongs to the 2nd batch of combat divisions. Whichever team cannot withstand the battle line, the 3rd division will dispatch support. The 7th squadron, said to be a combat squad, is actually the escort squad of the 1st squadron. It is mainly responsible for cleaning up the rebellion and protecting the 1st squadron. It belongs directly to the 1st squadron. It can be said that it is the absolute defender of Old Man Shan, quite a lot Yulin Jun. Beilang thought about it and realized that neither of these two divisions was actually his best choice. The one that suited him best was actually the 11th division. However, Beilang had no interest in being a Kenpeki. Instead, he preferred to play a certain Kenpeki. So Beilang thought for a moment and said, "Team 7, Old Man Shan, you know me. Fighting and killing has never been my favorite thing." Yamamoto Genryusai was speechless for a while after hearing Beilang's words. Beilang doesn't like to fight and kill. It's the biggest joke. One of the reasons why Yamamoto Genryusai accepted Beilang as a closed disciple is because Beilang is decisive in killing, basically the same as when he was young. Okay, the 7th team will be the 7th team. In 3 days, you will go to the 7th team to take up the post. Yamamoto Genryusai didn't say much and just killed the matter. Beilang nodded, knowing at the same time that his lazy time had passed and it was time to get down to business. After returning home, Beilang also called the 3 little ones over. "Master, you came to us, what's the matter?" Ichimaru Jin, as the senior brother, of course had to be the first to speak. Beilang looked at the 3 little ones in front of him with satisfaction in his eyes, and said, "Silver, Byakuya, you two get ready, you two are about to enter a new stage of practice." Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya nodded happily after hearing Beilang's words. Only Matsumoto Ranjaku was not very happy and said, "The teacher is partial, why are there only 2 of them, and what about me?" Beilang looked helplessly at his apprentice and comforted her, "Your current Ryūjin is enough. You don't need to enter this stage of training like Jin and Byakuya. What you have to do is the next stage of tasks." When Matsumoto Ranjaku heard Beilang boasting that Ryūjin was better than the other 2 brothers, his expression immediately changed, and the big smile moved from the faces of Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya Kukiki to Ranjaku's face. Silver and Byakuya looked at Beilang with some resentment. Beilang coughed and said, "Ahem, okay, you guys go back and prepare. You may have to leave Siritai for a while. Byakuya, you have to say hello to your family." Byakuya nodded and said, "I understand, master." Unlike Kukiki Yinling's education, Beilang does not want to raise his apprentice to have a paralyzed face. Chapter 46. Needless to say, Yin, like the male protagonist of a certain website, his parents died, and he has no relatives except his master and brothers. "Master, where are we going?" Ichimaru-jin asked. After all, he and Ranjaku had never left Ryūjin for so many years. Haha, you will know when the time comes. Although Beilang had a smile on his face, he looked like he was gloating about his misfortune. Silver and Byakuya looked at each other. They both felt that Beilang was a little strange, but they couldn't explain it, so they simply stopped thinking about it. As for Ranjaku, you should also pack up, we are ready to move. Moving? Where are we going? Could it be that master, you were kicked out by the two sisters? Beilang glared at Ranjaku angrily and hit Ranjaku on the head with a knife. What are you thinking? As a teacher, I will soon be transferred to the 7th Division to serve as the captain. Of course I have to move to the 7th Division. Ranjaku rubbed the place where he was knocked and licked his tongue, but he came back to his senses and said in surprise, Master, you have been promoted. Congratulations, Master. Silver and Byakuya responded quickly and congratulated together. It's just a joke, let's have a meal together tonight to celebrate. We will move to Division 7 tomorrow. Great. Times 3. In the evening, the Beilang family had a happy meal. Of course Unohana and Ryūjin already knew about Beilang's promotion. But since you are married, you should move when you need to move. Ryūjin has resigned as captain. It is good to say that it is indeed inconvenient for Unohana, but in peacetime, the 4th Division has nothing to do. For ordinary patients, Katetsu Aizen is now he is completely able to treat himself, and those who need Unohana to take action are usually captain-level figures. So there was nothing to say. After eating, everyone started packing and moving. The next day, Division 7. Although the transfer order has not yet been announced, the 7th team already knows that its captain has been replaced by Beilang, a close disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai. The morale that was originally a little sluggish quickly cheered up. As the captain's direct escort, Beilang's identity is more important than any strength. The position of deputy captain of the 7th team is still vacant. Beilang also immediately appointed Matsumoto Ranjaku as the deputy captain of the 7th team. The important reason why Ranjaku was not allowed to train with Jin and Byakuya this time was that Ranjaku had already broken through to the 3rd level of spiritual power. And has not mastered Bankai yet. When she masters Bankai, Ryūjin will further enhance it. This is the real talent brought by the Soul King at his fingertips. If the original Ranjaku had not had part of her soul extracted by Aizen, she would have been the most talented young Shinigami. So serving as the vice-captain is more than enough for Matsumoto Ranjaku. Beilang also held a captain meeting and gave the chief and team members a bowl of chicken soup. Then he and Ranjaku showed off their powerful Ryūjin. With the carrot and the stick, he soon had the entire 7th team in his hands. However, on the first day he took on Captain Hayori, Beilang left the 7th division with his 2 apprentices, leaving only the scolding Matsumoto Ranjaku, a big enemy, to handle the affairs of the 7th division. Young Matsumoto Ranjaku felt the dangers of society for the first time. As for where Beilang and his 2 apprentices went, of course it was Shiba's house. Hey, isn't this the new captain of the 7th team? He's a busy man. Shiba Konghe looked at Beilang and his 2 young apprentices, and also said jokingly. Although Shiba Kyan and Shiba Ishin are now in high positions, the Shiba clan has not moved into the Ryūjin and still lives in Rukonga, which does not look like one of the 5 nobles. But this is actually the case. Just look at the behavior of the Shiba family, and you don't see anything aristocratic at all. Haha, it's all nonsense. How are you these days, Kyokaku? Okay, haven't you figured it out yet? Shiba Konghe said with some resentment. As soon as these words came out, the 2 little ones who had no interest in the conversation between Shiba Konghe and Beilang pricked up their ears. Good guys, there is something to eat. Hey, don't say such misleading words. You and I are innocent. Beilang said quickly. After all, Shiba Kuzaku is Ryūjin's best friend. Good guy, if this gets out, your Yuaki won't be able to tear him apart. Bei Lang also realized something. No wonder they say they are fireproof, anti-theft and anti-bestie. What? Where did you think you were going? Shiba Konghe said angrily. I mean, after marrying you, your Yuaki has less time to play with me. Bei Lang let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was nothing to eat, the two little ones began to wander again. Okay, I understand. I'll tell your Yuaki when I get back. Bei Lang also gave a definite answer next time. Okay, let's get down to business. With your Bei Lang style of not going to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, what's the matter this time? Shiba Konghe also became serious. Haha, you'll know it soon. Hey, aren't those guys coming again? You guess. I guess you're a big-headed ghost. Just as the two were quarreling, a black spot appeared in the sky, and the familiar Tianzi chariot landed towards Shiba's yard again. But this time, what came was an empty Tianzi chariot, which Bei Lang asked Ichibei Hisub to throw down through the silver metal. Silver doesn't know what this thing represents, but Byakuya Kukaki is the next head of the Kukaki family. Before he started practicing, he had been taking courses on the secrets of Soul Society. Teacher, is it possible that we have to go there? Yes, that's right there. There was a lot of confusion on Yin's little face. Are you talking in human language? Why can't I understand it? Seeing Ichimarujin's confused expression, Bei Lang laughed, led his two apprentices into the Tianzi chariot, smiled at Shiba Konghe and said, I'm going to trouble you again this time, Konghe. Bei Lang. I really believed your lies. Do you know how expensive it is to fire a cannon? Shiba Konghe said angrily. Okay, my apprentice is from the Kukaki family. Just let him pay the bill when the time comes. One piece of his silver-white windflower yarn is enough for you to fire 100 cannons. Let's go first, bye. Before Shiba Konghe could continue to say anything, the Tianzi chariot had been closed, and Shiba Konghe had no choice but to launch the cannon. Chapter 47. Although there is no Team Zero member as the King Key, but with the Bei Lang silver medal in hand, this thing is much more useful than the King Key. The checkpoint of the Lingwang Palace did not stop Bei Lang and the three of them. Instead, they sent the Tianzi chariot directly to the location of the Lingwang Palace. The unsuspecting Jin and Byakuya were almost vomited by the Tianzuchan, which was like playing with a jumping machine. Bei Lang, who was physically strong, was not affected in any way. Instead, he teased his two apprentices and said, You two are still in good health. It's too bad, I need to practice more. Jin and Byakuya were unable to refute their unscrupulous master, and it took a while for the two of them to normalize. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Bei Lang nodded and said, Okay, then come with me, we are here. Bei Lang said and pushed open the door of Tianzi chariot. Boom! The moment the door of the Tenzu chariot was pushed open, Ryūjin from Omotsando of Seoul King Palace was instantly transmitted into the Tenju chariot. For a moment, both Silver and Byakuya's expressions changed. Now the two of them are only 4th level spiritual power, and there is no comparison with Bei Lang who came to the Spirit King Palace for the first time. This huge ultimate Ryūjin? What's going on? Jin and Byakuya's faces were full of confusion. Haha, this is the Spiritual King's Palace. Byakuya's expression changed, but Jin didn't know what the Spirit King Palace represented. Byakuya also gave Ichimarujin a quick science education. Ichimarujin was also shocked after hearing Byakuya's science education. Bei Lang curled his lips and said, What Spirit King? He's just an old yinbai. Now he's just a personal stick. Don't be afraid of him. When Byakuya and Jin heard Bei Lang's rebellious words, they didn't find anything strange at all. This is Bei Lang's teaching. Never deify other people, otherwise it will suppress your own potential. Okay, let me introduce this place to you. This place is where you will practice next. Beilang nodded with satisfaction when he saw that Yin and Byakuya's expressions did not change. This is the Soul King Omotesando, a transit point for those of us who are landing in the Soul King Palace. It is connected to the respective palaces of the members of the Zero Squadron, and it is also connected to the palace where Lord Soul King lives, which is in the sky. That thing that looks like a tower is called the Soul King Inari. Beilang and Yin's breathing became a little rapid. Oh, by the way, I seem to have forgotten to say that. Because the Soul King Omotesando is covered by the Soul King and the Ryutsu members of Team Zero, the concentration of souls here is the highest in the 3 realms, and its resistance is also the highest in the 3 realms. Those whose spiritual power is lower than the 3rd level cannot be those who can act normally here, but whose spiritual power is lower than level 5, cannot survive here normally. So the first thing you need to think about when you come to the Spirit King's palace is not how to start training, but how to survive. Of course, those with spiritual power higher than the 5th level naturally don't need to think about this matter. However, those whose spiritual power is higher than the 5th level can only survive. If they move, they will be injured. Beilang showed an evil smile at this time, and his 2 disciples looked at Beilang resentfully again. Haha, don't worry, of course the teacher won't trick you. Jin and Byakuya rolled their eyes, they had been tricked a lot. So, the first step after you come to Soul King Palace is to try every means to improve Ryutsu. And the fastest way to improve Ryutsu is undoubtedly to eat. Beilang stretched out a finger and spoke to Jin and Byakuya. Ha! Eat! Both Jin and Byakuya were a little dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Jin and Byakuya, led by Beilang, came to the Wudu Hall where Hikifun Kiryu was. He is also the 3rd Rikyu of Team Zero. Welcome to my 3rd palace. There's only one thing you need to do here, and that's eat. 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 I spent several months preparing these foods. Everyone, open your mouth and eat. Hikifun Kiryu has beautiful purple hair, an extremely plump figure, and a pair of dimples on her face when she smiles. Before Beilang and others arrived, she had already cooked a table full of delicious food, and everyone was just smelling the food in the room. The smell makes you feel like your appetite is greatly increased. Seeing that both Jin and Byakuya looked like they couldn't believe it, Hikifun Kiryu took action directly, so fast that neither of them could react. Anyway, let's eat first. If you eat it, you won't be afraid of anything. Hikifun Kiryu said, picked up the fried shrimp she prepared and stuffed it into Jin and Byakuya's mouths. It has to be said that Hikifun's cooking skills have reached the level of a young master, and the 2 of them just felt like they melted in their mouths. The shrimp seemed to move on its own and was swallowed into their throats. This is. When the 2 of them swallowed the fried shrimp, they felt that the Ryutsu in their bodies had been improved to varying degrees. The food made by Hikifun takes advantage of the properties of the temporary soul developed by it. It can integrate Ryutsu, which has nothing to do with you 2, into your 2 bodies, allowing your 2 Ryutsu to improve at an incredible speed. Some people can even achieve cross-dimensional improvement. Of course, because of the different potentials between people, the degree of improvement will also be very different. Simply put, the person who eats the most among the 2 of you means that the other person the potential is the greatest. Beilang also smiled at the 2 disciples. Beilang was not joking about this. Hikifun Kiryu did have this ability, but not every Shinigami had the opportunity to eat this meal. Beilang also used a small back door for his 2 apprentices. The more you eat, the greater your potential. Jin and Byakuya looked at each other, and their fighting spirit was ignited. They both had the same idea. We must not lose to senior brother, junior brother. Begin to eat. Yes, this is no longer a simple meal, this is war. Don't ask, just ask, it means that the word ta-ta-ta will open. Eat, eat, eat. The 2 little ones didn't care about their dignity and started eating like crazy. The Ryutsu of the 2 people is also rising continuously, late 4th level, peak 4th level, early 3rd level, mid-third level, late third level, and peak third level. Along the way, the two little ones directly reached the second level peak, and they stopped just after they had reached the first level spiritual power. It can be said that they were completely transformed. Ah! All the ingredients are used up, you two can really eat it. Chapter 48. Just when Jin and Byakuya started to feel their stomachs swell, a beautiful woman with waterfall-like lavender hair, a plump and graceful figure, and a waist as slender as a water snake walked out of the kitchen. Out! Who are you? You! The two little ones looked at Hikifune Kiryu in front of them and were shocked. Me? I am Hikifune Kiryu. Hikifune Kiryu heard this and replied with a smile. Hikifune Kiryu? Has this changed? Jin and Byakuya looked at each other and complained. Ha ha ha, I lose weight when I cook. I'm also sorry about this. After losing weight, I'm obviously not as plump and beautiful as before. Hikifune wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled at the two of them. Not to mention the two little ones, even Beilang couldn't hold back. If Kiryu Hibifune is a beautiful lady now, then the Kiryu Hikifune before, well, even the fat pig has already been killed. Yizhu, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Beilang also thanked him. It doesn't matter, our Zero Division is here to serve Mr. Beilang anyway. Kiryu Hikifune waved his hand. Jin and Byakuya were shocked when they heard Hikifune Kiryu's words. Didn't they say that Team Zero serves the Soul King? However, Beilang didn't say much here and just nodded. Anyway, you have passed my level, and the next thing that stands in front of you is other people's levels. I'll go back and catch up on my sleep first. Hikifune said, yawning and looking towards him walk away from the inside of the temple. Watching Hikifune Kiryu leave, Jin and Byakuya also said excitedly, Teacher, where are we going next? Next is the Kirin Hall where Ten's hero of Kirin Temple is located. Beilang doesn't show off, after all, the two little ones are his direct disciples, so of course they have to train them carefully. As a result, the three of them came to Kirin Hall. Welcome to Kirin Hall, dear guests. Next, you will be here to reshape your spiritual bodies that are about to explode. Kirinji couldn't help but threw Jin and Byakuya in front of him directly into his hot spring. Perhaps because the number of women in the Zero Division began to increase, the hot springs in Kirin Temple were also divided into men and women. Grrrrrrrrr. The two of them soaked in the hot spring and felt as if the impurities in their spiritual bodies were being driven away. They felt that the spiritual food they had eaten from Hikifune was completely merging with their bodies at a flying speed. As one body. Soon, the spirit bodies of the two little ones solidified. Even if Shinigami, who was at the vice-captain level, slashed at the two of them with a soul-cutting sword, there was no way to hurt their bodies. The two people, fully dressed, looked at each other and felt the explosive power in their bodies. They were both very excited, and they also felt sorry for their junior sister, senior sister, who had escaped such a good opportunity. However, Beilang didn't bring Ranjaku to the Soul King Palace, not just because Ranjaku had enough Ryutsu. After all, Ranjaku still had Soul King fragments on him. Beilang didn't dare to let this old Yinbai have a chance to come into contact with Ranjaku. Anyway, this little girl's talent is strong enough. Even if it is left alone for 50 years, it will gradually improve to the point where it is close to the first-class spiritual power. There is no way to miss this improvement. Seeing the two excited little ones, Beilang also clapped his hands and said, Okay, you two don't stay here anymore, there are still 3 palaces to leave. Beilang's words brought the two little ones back to their senses, and the 3 of them also left the Kirin Palace and headed to the next palace, that of Ermiya Wangyu. However, rather than saying that Nimiya Wanjihu's palace is a palace, it is better to say that Nimiya Wanjihu's is a luxurious nightclub. Good guy, Beilang has never seen anyone who likes to drive impart more than Ermiya Wangyu. This guy is open every day. If the body had not been baptized by the spiritual king, he would have died long ago. Of course, Bai Lang couldn't let the two little ones suffer such abuse at such a young age, so he quickly used the silver medal to contact Ermia Wang Yu to ask him to be normal. Then what's next? Try your best to communicate your respective swords in front of me, the creator of Zanpakuto. I'll keep an eye on you and complete your respective bankai. Wang Yu looked at the two people in front of him and spoke loudly. Ask a question. Before Wang Yu could finish his words, Yin took the lead and extended his hand to Wang Yu. Ask. Wang Yu nodded to Ichimaru Jin. What if we don't know Zanpakuto Bankai's name? Bankai asked the doubts in their hearts. Hey? What should you do if you failed to pass the trial and learned the name of Zanpakuto Bankai and still have the nerve to ask me? Wang Yu looked very unhappy when he heard this. What if? Yin asked. Nothing unexpected. Wang Yu looked at the two of them seriously, his eyes flashing fiercely. If I find out that you really can't successfully communicate with your Zanpakuto and get your real name, Bankai's name, I will. Wang Yu said and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Gudong. The powerful Ryūjin radiated from Nakia Oui's body, and even Jin and Byakuya, who were about to reach the first level of Ryūjin, were a little breathless. I will tell you, your Zanpakuto Bankai's name. Just when the two were panicking, Wang Yu released the Zanpakuto in his hand, and saw the knife turned into fireworks and flew into the sky. The next second, the sky exploded with gorgeous colors. Hey! For a moment, both of them were stunned. What's going on? Both of them looked at Wang Yu in confusion and asked. That sword is called Ayaka, and it is my failure. Because it has no offensive power at all, it cannot be used by the Shinigami of Godai 13. It can only be kept in my hand as a tool for celebrations. Oh, if you want it, I'll give it to you. By the way, that knife has no edge at all, so it can't even be used as an ordinary knife. It can be used as a mosquito swatter. Because Kawa's knife is too dull. So I decided to make an extremely sharp knife. Do you think my proposal is great? Wang Yu heard this and said to himself to the two people in front of him. No, no, no. Who asked you about the knife just now? Chapter 49. What we want to know is, why do you know our name, Zanpakuto Bankai? After listening to Wang Yu's words, the two waved their hands one after another, and then continued to ask Wang Yu. Oh. So what you want to ask me is actually such an unimportant thing. Really, you should have told me earlier. Wang Yu showed an unhappy look after hearing this. No, 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 that's obviously the most important thing. Silver and Byakuya felt tired looking at Wang Yu. They were no longer able to complain about the brain circuit of the so-called sword god in front of them, the creator of all Zanpakuto in Godai 13. Your Bankai's name was told to me by the monk. As for how the monk knew it, you can ask him yourself. But I remember hearing him mention it. The monk already knew the moment your Zanpakuto fell into your hands. All the names of that knife. Wang Yu touched his chin and explained unhappily. Okay. Let's start training now. After Wang Yu said that, without waiting for the two of them to think about it, he directly gave the order to train. Is there any need for training? Jin and Byakuya's eyes twitched slightly, so what's the point of them training here? Wouldn't it be enough to just tell them Bankai's name? SHH. Don't make any noise. Your training has already started. Wang Yu sat on the floor and fiddled with a candle in his hand. He lit the candle with one hand and held a small fan in the other to fan the wind in the direction of Jin and Byakuya. Has the trial started? Yin's expression flashed with confusion. What? Didn't you ask if there is a faint fragrance in the air? Wang Yu looked at the confusion in Yin's eyes and smiled softly. Ha! Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin looked slightly startled. The moment Wang Yu's words reached his ears, his keen nose did smell a strange smell. Not good. Ichimaru Jin turned around and saw that Byakuya had fallen to the ground. Ichimarujin cursed secretly and fell to the ground as well. Beilang, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but nodded. It was great. The young man fell asleep. So everyone, I wish you a good dream. Wang Yu looked at the two people who were all unconscious and showed a faint smile. The two little ones fell down, and Beilang said to Wang Yu, by the way, I remember you also have a special soul-killing knife here, right? After hearing Beilang's words, Wang Yu frowned slightly and said, a special soul-killing sword? It seems that there really is one. It's been so long, I almost forgot about this thing. Beilang nodded and said, then give it to me. No problem, but this thing is very dangerous. Even the monk and I spent a lot of effort to make this thing into a soul-cutting sword. Wang Yu of Ermia seemed to think of the unbearable past matter. Don't worry, it's just a knife, it won't change the world. Beilang said very confidently. Namiya Wang Yu also knew that Beilang was different from them. Even members of their Zero Division would feel a slight sense of oppression from Beilang, so he didn't say much and turned around to fish for the knife in the sea of knives. Went. But the world of Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki is different. Well, where is this? When Ichimarujin opened his eyes, he found that everything around him had changed. If it was Ichimarujin in the original work, then his inner world was destined to be dark, but now it is completely different. Now his inner world is full of light. A busty girl wearing a white kimono appeared in front of Ichimarujin with a kind smile on her face. Shins, is that you? Seeing the beautiful lady in front of him, Ichimarujin asked. Haha, master, you already know, don't you? It's the slave family, but the slave family is not called Shins, said the lady in white with a pitiful expression. Okay, Shins, stop acting and tell me your real name. Of course Ichimarujin knew what his sword was and said directly. Alas, the master is really scary. However, dear master, if you want to know the name of the slave family, of course, the master must make me surrender in person. The lady in white immediately changed her expression and looked at it with a smile on her face. Ichimarujin. Hey, it seems that it doesn't make sense. Ichimarujin reluctantly pulled out his soul-cutting sword. Then, I'm going to do it. On the other side, Byakuya's inner world. Senbonzakura wearing armor also appeared in front of Byakuya. Long time no see, Senbonzakura. Yes, Lord Byakuya. You should know why I'm here. I know, but it's my duty. The two sides faced off, and together they pulled out the soul-killing swords in their hands. Outside, Ermia Wang Yu came over with a special soul-cutting knife in his hand, threw the knife directly to Beilang, and said warily, this thing will be left to you for safekeeping. Don't underestimate this knife. Ah! No one can conquer this sword yet. Beilang didn't care about this, and directly inserted the knife next to his soul-slaying sword. The special soul-slaying sword, which was still a little ready to move, immediately calmed down, and Ermia Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he shook his head and said, it's really amazing. No matter how many times I see it, it's the same. Beilang, your soul-cutting sword is the most pervert sword. Obviously, the special soul-killing sword was frightened and did not dare to stab Beilang at all. The power of the special soul-cutting sword to cut off the world can be felt on Beilang's soul-cutting sword. Beilang doesn't care what he thinks about this knife. Anyway, it's a piece of shit that can be chopped to death by Shikai Kenpeki. If it weren't for the growth of this thing, Beilang wouldn't even think of looking at it. At this moment, Beilang's two disciples also woke up, each holding a soul-killing knife in their hands. Bankai Kamishinai no Yari. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The two's Ryutsu made further breakthroughs, and after liberating Bankai, they have already reached the level of a first-class spiritual power. It's just that it's a little unstable now. Let's put it this way, let alone Unohana, even the current Yuryuaki can't beat the two little ones, not even with his hands. The gap between the first-class spiritual power and the first-class spiritual power is really bigger than the sky. But for the two little ones at their current age, they are already heaven-defying and heaven-defying. Bei Lang nodded with great satisfaction. Good, now we can proceed to the next stage of training. Chapter 50. Looking at the two little ones who were full of fighting spirit, Ermia Wangyu's expression changed and said, "Hey, hey, hey, if you want to fight, go out and fight. Don't bother in my palace." Although the power of the two little ones is not enough to destroy Wangyu's palace in Ermia, Bei Lang is not two little ones. He has the strength to destroy the palace. Ermia Wangyu does not want to be killed by the training of this group of masters and apprentices. That should be the member of Team Zero who had the weakest reason to die. Okay, look at how scared you are, how can I still free the soul-slaying sword from you? Bei Lang rolled his eyes at Ermia Wangyu. Since the awakening of his 10 sacred blades, Bei Lang has been strengthening these 3 realms all the time. Whether it is Soul Society, Reality, or Hueco Mundo, Bei Lang has strengthened it with the 10 sacred blades. With the current intensity of the 3 realms, even if Yamamoto Genryusai is in Bankai state for a long time, there will be no signs of damage. Naturally, the strength of the Soul King Palace has also been strengthened, otherwise it would not be difficult for Jin and Byakuya, both 4th level souls, to move around here. Similarly, the Rigu of each member of Team Zero has also been strengthened, which means they have received version bonuses. But correspondingly, as an enhancer, Bei Lang can easily destroy the things he has enhanced as long as he wants to. This is the reason why Ermia Wangyu is panicking. Then come on, go outside. Bei Lang took the lead and Shunpo left Ermia Wangyu's palace and stood in mid-air waiting for the arrival of Jin and Byakuya. For Shinigami, walking in the air is simply an instinct among instincts. Rishi can completely form a solid space under Shinigami's feet for Shinigami to move. However, Jin and Byakuya's people haven't arrived yet, and the attack arrived first. Shoot him shins. Thanks to Ryutsu's catching ability and powerful sight color, Ichimaru-jin launched a beyond visual range attack on Bei Lang. A ray of white light came straight towards Bei Lang, but Bei Lang still stood there with no intention of moving away. The moment the white light was about to hit him, Bei Lang stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the piercing shins. Ichimaru-jin's expression changed before he could completely leave Nimeyaoli Palace. He couldn't take back his soul-cutting sword. Bei Lang used his own powerful Ryutsu to restrain shins, making it impossible for him to shrink back. Byakuya saw Ichimaru-jin's expression change and asked quickly, "What's wrong? I can't take my shins back." The two speeded up and completely escaped from Ermia Wangyu's palace. The moment the two entered Bei Lang's field of vision, a pink ocean rose from Bei Lang's feet and rushed toward Bei Lang quickly. "Master, you didn't catch my shins, it was my shins that restricted you." Jin and Byakuya had a planned expression on their faces. However, Bei Lang looked at the sakura flower sea in front of him in boredom, and just released Ryutsu slightly. After that, the sakura flower sea surrounding Bei Lang was instantly washed into dust by the strong Ryutsu. This is Master's Ryutsu. No matter how many times or when you feel it, it's always the same oppressive force. Byakuya Kukaki sighed. Ichimaru-jin saw that there was a slight problem with the plan. With a move of his wrist, the soul-cutting sword in Bei Lang's finger instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. The soul-cutting sword is back under Ichimaru-jin's control. Bei Lang stretched out his hands and said with a smile, "My disciple. Don't use this trick to deceive children again. Come on, Bankai." Hearing Bei Lang's words, Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya also smiled bitterly. In Bei Lang's opinion, their plan just now was just a trick to coax children. In that case, Bankai Kamishinai no Yari. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The soul's anti-ing sword in Byakuya's hand disappeared directly. The soul's anti-ing sword in Ichimaru-jin's hand did not change in form, but the mention of Ryutsu made it clear that Ichimarujin was indeed in Bankai. I have to say, no matter what kind of apprentice the master teaches, the master is Lao Yinbai, and the apprentice is the same. These two little Bankai appear to be unchanged, but Ryutsu doesn't lie. Beilang couldn't help but sigh. What exactly went wrong? He was obviously an upright and reckless man. How could he teach two Xiaoan comparisons? If Kurako Shunsui listened to Beilang, he would definitely say, if you are a reckless man, there will be no Yinbai in the world. Let someone perform alone for 50 years. Is this something a human being can do? Ichimarujin's eyes opened slightly, and the soul-cutting sword in his hand was dozens of times faster than before, and he was killing Beilang. But there was no difference in the result. Beilang was still caught between his fingers. Hey, you are a pig, right? You remember to eat but not to fight. If you make a mistake once, how can you make it a second time? Beilang also said that he hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. Ah! Master, I never said that the attack this time is the same. As soon as Ichimarujin finished speaking, the soul-cutting sword clamped by Beilang turned into a white light and stabbed Beilang's body directly. The moment he attacked, Beilang instantly sensed that the blade in his hand turned into something like an element, but it was indeed not an element. If you insist on saying so, is it considered ashes? However, this attack didn't even penetrate Beilang's clothes, but it was considered Ichimarujin's first successful attack. At the same time, Byakuya used Ichimarujin to attract Beilang's attention, and has completely moved Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's blade to Beilang's feet. Beilang's knowledge, and color can really only be regarded as good. After all, he usually uses other people's moves forcefully, and he can't break his defense anyway. Beilang would only hide when he was training with his apprentice. After all, his apprentice was different from him and could not stand and resist all injuries. So he really didn't notice Byakuya's little movements. After all, Byakuya stood there like a good boy, not moving at all, as if he was watching a play. Come on! Senbonzakura Kageyoshi! The Senbonzakura at Beilang's feet was activated the moment Ichimarujin retracted the soul-cutting sword, tightly wrapping Beilang, and the blade collided violently with Beilang's body. But for Beilang, it is basically experience +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Well, it's a reliable experience brush. After brushing for a while, Beilang also felt bored. With a wave of his right hand, he directly knocked away the Senbonzakura Kageyoshi in front of him. Well, you two are pretty good, but the use of your soul-cutting sword is too rough. Next, you will continue to practice in the Soul King Palace. When you understand your soul-cutting sword, when will you return to Siridii? Chapter 51. Beilang didn't spoil the two little ones, he said seriously. Silver and Byakuya looked at each other and smiled bitterly, then nodded and said, I understand, teacher. Beilang didn't continue to say anything. In fact, he was very satisfied with the two little ones. Just now, Bankai was able to develop part of the soul's anti-ing sword's abilities. This is already very good, but this is far from the potential of the two little ones. Even Hitsugaya can make great use of his soul-cutting sword. Beilang doesn't believe that his apprentice doesn't have this talent. Moreover, Jin and Byakuya's Bankai was indeed developed a little weaker. Let's not talk about Byakuya. At least he developed some new moves in the bloody battle. Jin sent it before he survived. After Bankai, in addition to Buto and Buto Blade there is no other move, this is not what it should be. To be honest, lurking around Aizen was really a waste of Jin's talent. At that time, Jin had only one idea, and that was to kill Aizen with Kamishini no Yari's poison. He had no intention of further developing his own Bankai. This time Beilang also gave the two little ones to Ichibe Hisub and Nimeya Wang Yu for a good training, so that the two little ones will become stronger. Beilang himself returned to Soul Society. After all, he is still the captain of the 7th team, and he has to go back to attend the team leader meeting. In the evening, the captain of the 7th Division stayed at home. Bai Lang holds Ryūjin in his left hand and Unohana in his right hand, and is having a heart-to-heart talk with his 2 wives. My 2 wives, we are already married. Does that mean that the things that belong to your husband belong to you? Bai Lang's hands kept working and he kept talking. Of course. Ryūjin's face turned red when Bai Lang's big hands rubbed him, and he gave Bai Lang a charming look. Lang, just tell me if you have anything to do. Mao's Hua said in the same way. Bai Lang chuckled, let go of the 2 women, and mysteriously took out the things he had prepared for the 2 ladies. In front of Ryūjin is a soul-cutting sword and a devil fruit, while in front of Unohana is a secret book. Ryūjin's Bankai is far weaker than her instant coax state, so she has never used Bankai. This is really a sad thing for Ryūjin. But fortunately, Bai Lang has a system, and the special thunder-type soul-zapping sword that he developed can perfectly cover Ryūjin's soul-zapping sword. And thunder fruit fits Ryūjin's fighting style even more. Ryūjin's Shunku is also of thunder type. But Ms. Hua is even simpler. Sister Hua does not need any external objects to improve herself. As long as she learns more moves, she can become more powerful. After all, although the Shinigami world is a relatively advanced world in a sense, it is really weak in terms of swordsmanship. No matter what style of move, there is no increase in combat effectiveness. Unlike other worlds, sword moves there are essential differences between them. So letting Hua learn the swordsmanship of these other worlds is tantamount to opening the door to the new world for her. Is this for us? Ryūjin looked at the thing in front of him in surprise. Although Bai Lang has brought out some strange things over the years, Bai Lang explained what was in front of the 2 women, which still shocked the 2 women. Lang, since you have these things, use them yourself to become stronger. Both Ryūjin and Unohana had this idea. But Bai Lang smiled and said, don't worry, I don't need these things at my current level of strength. This is specially prepared for you too. Seeing Bai Lang's persistence, Ryūjin and Unohana didn't say anything more. They picked up the things Bai Lang gave them and started to make themselves stronger according to Bai Lang's instructions. Ugh! It tastes so bad. After Ryūjin ate the thunder fruit, his first reaction was to vomit. But in order to become stronger and help Bai Lang, she still endured retching and ate the thunder fruit. Sure enough, after Ryūjin ate the thunder fruit, subtle arcs began to appear on her body. Ms. Hua, on the other hand, seemed to have opened the door to the new world. She read the elementary edition of the All Heavens Kendo Encyclopedia with great interest, and from time to time she stretched out her hand to make gestures. The 2 women completely ignored Bai Lang's existence. Bai Lang was speechless for a while, and just about to lick his face and tell the 2 ladies to practice tomorrow, the 2 ladies jointly kicked him out and pushed him directly into Swafon's room. Lang, we probably won't have time to mess around with you tonight. You can go to Xiao Shaoling's room. She will be yours sooner or later anyway. Ryūjin's ear was still around Bai Lang's ears, making Bai Lang speechless for a while. Humph, he seemed to be a pervert. Bai Lang pushed open the door of Swafon's room unconvinced and said, Xiao Shaoling? Are you asleep? Get up and play. Then Swafon hit Bai Lang on the head with 2 pillows. Although Swafon didn't say anything, her behavior already acquiesced that Bai Lang came in. The pillows were all ready. But Bai Lang didn't do anything, he just hugged Swafon and slept quietly all night. Swafon's heartbeat slowly calmed down, and she fell asleep comfortably in Bai Lang's arms. Tonight was the most peaceful sleep the little bee had ever had. From this day on, Swafon has also been upgraded to Mrs. Sui Feng. Although the 2 of them have not done much, there is still a commitment that should be made. After all, as Ryūjin's personal bodyguard, Swafon has seen everything that should be seen and what should not be seen. It's not like she doesn't have that interest in Bai Lang. Since Ryūjin has agreed, Swafon just goes with the flow and successfully takes the position. Of course, the strengthening of Swafon must also be put on the agenda. For Beilang, his own defense has no weakness, but his wife and disciples are his weakness. Since he cares about them, let them become stronger, no matter what. If it is a weakness but a strength, it is inevitable. After all, this world is not a stable world, and getting stronger is always right. The captain's inauguration ceremony didn't have much to say. The old man nagged a few more words as usual and asked the captains to go back to handle team affairs. After all, the departure of Hirako Shinji and the others is a big turmoil for Godi 13. It will still take some time for the new captain to fully control the team. Even Aizen and his fifth team members also need time to complete their mental development. Transformation. However, his vice-captain Ryujin is indeed gone, and Aizen needs to find a new tool man. When Hinamori Momo, Shinigami's first tank, comes online, Aizen will give up all tools and choose her. Chapter 52. After all, Hinamori Momo is no ordinary Shinigami. It's really unprecedented for her to be in love to that extent. It can be said that this person is the only one in the Shinigami world who can decisively draw a sword and kill his own brother for the sake of a man. Moreover, they defected in Aizen and still have unrealistic illusions. It's true that people don't know what to say. I'm talking about you, the one who doesn't want to reveal his name, Hinamori Momo, the best tank in the three realms. 5-star General MacArthur, a well-known critic of a certain music channel, once said, if Captain Yamamoto Genryusai had asked Inu Orium to restore his right hand, he would only have to hold Seoul Society's Zanpakuto Ryūjin Jakka, which has the highest attack power, in one hand. With Hinamori Momo, the best human shield in the three realms, in one hand, one person can kill Wiwak. However, Xiaobai's feelings for Hinamori Momo are indeed very deep, but his anger towards Aizen should be more due to his sister's angry brother after meeting the scumbag. After all, the whole Seoul Society knows that Hinamori Momo likes Aizen. And does Aizen really not care about Hinamori Momo? Not necessarily, he can kill two weaklings instantly with just one look. He showed no mercy to Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname. They were both fatal wounds with one stab. Why did they leave Hinamori Momo alone? With 3 blades, you can also say that she is Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. She is powerful and has high defense and recovery. Is there anything special about Hinamori Momo? Do special dishes count? Obviously, Aizen still showed mercy to this little girl. I have to say that dog licking is really awesome. Even a being like Aizen will show mercy to his female dog licking. It's obviously not like this when he cuts others. Ahem, I digressed. After the meeting, Beilang did not go back to the 7th team. Instead, he went directly to the Science and Technology Development Bureau. Although the captain and deputy captain of Division 12 have now fled to the present world, the Bureau of Science and Technology Development has not been disturbed in any way, and these scientific research dogs are still working day and night. For Kuratsuka Mayuri, Urahara Kisuke's departure is actually a good thing. No one from above will suppress him, and he can study more things. Anyway, Urahara Kisuke himself is not an honest person. Can an honest person research Hgyaku? That's definitely not possible. Oh, what kind of wind has brought you here? Vice Captain Beilang, oh, now I want to call you Captain Beilang. When Kuratsuka Mayuri saw Beilang coming, not only was she not angry that the experiment was interrupted, but she also had a smile on her face. Yes, Kuratsuka Mayuri has been Beilang's person from beginning to end. To be precise, he is the real eye placed by Beilang next to Urahara Kisuke, responsible for monitoring everything about Urahara Kisuke. As for why Kuratsuka Mayuri is so respectful to Beilang, it's because of money and novel technology. Beilang's system can explode anything, even unscientific things like elf balls and universal capsules. For Kuratsuka Mayuri, Beilang is not only a financial sponsor, but also a scientific leader. Every time Beilang takes out weird things, it can bring him more inspiration. Oh, and the more important reason is that he can't beat Beilang at all, and he can't even touch Beilang. Kurotsuka Mayuri's creed in life is that there is no such thing as perfection, only things that are constantly improving. This is the creed of a top scientific research madman. You don't have to be so polite. Old Man Shan and I recommend you to become the captain of the 12th Division and also the director of the Science and Technology Development Bureau. Don't let me off the hook. Beilang also spoke very casually. It was obvious that the two of them were old acquaintances. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, Captain Beilang, this will be your best choice. I will let the entire Science and Technology Development Bureau be your help. Kurotsuka Mayuri was overjoyed after hearing Beilang's words, although he also thought that Chapter 12 the position of team captain is definitely his, but Beilang, the captain's agent, can't be trusted. Beilang then threw him a bunch of recently revealed things for him to continue researching. Although Kurotsuka Mayuri has been very busy with the research on Pokeballs and Universal Capsules recently, she is still very happy. Just leave these things to me. I will definitely figure out how these things are made as soon as possible. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes began to shine, regardless of Beilang's existence, and immediately began to look left and right. For a scientist, say, unknown things are so interesting. Beilang no longer disturbed Kurotsuka Mayuri. After greeting him, he finally returned to his 7th division. Captain's room. Matsumoto Ranjaku's resentment was about to overflow. Master. You take your senior and junior brothers out for training and leave everything to me. Matsumoto Ranjaku pouted and said angrily. Ahahaha, isn't this because my teacher values Ranjaku's ability? Look, how much I trust you, I didn't even leave these things to others. Beilang laughed and started to fool his disciple. Is this really true, Master? It was obvious that Ranjaku had been deceived too many times and did not really believe Beilang's words. Of course, my apprentice, can I still believe it? Ranjaku is the best. The little girl laughed after being fooled by Beilang, and quickly forgot about Beilang fooling her into doing work. Beilang's early layout has basically taken shape. Now, covertly, except for Aizen's 5th division, Tosen Kanname's 7th division, and now Kenpei and Castle's 11th division, the rest of the divisions are now Beilang the people are in control. As for the 11th division, when Zaraki Kenpei arrives, they will naturally kill Kigashima. As far as Kenpei is concerned, Gosok Kenpei and Kiganjo Kenpei are both extremely weak. Beilang also silently controls the entire Godi I-13 through various relationships, strength, and abilities. Seoul society has also entered a stable period, and Beilang is not idle. He sends members of the 7th team to find a young man with a child. Of course it is Zaraki Kenpei. Beilang will not let this kind of killer weapon fall into the hands of others. Although Aizen is confused by what Beilang is doing, it is obvious that Aizen does not feel that the current Beilang poses any threat to him. After all, over the years, Beilang has only taken action very rarely, and Aizen has only heard of Beilang being invulnerable. Just rumors. On this day, Rukanga. Young Zaraki, do you want to have a happy fight with a stronger warrior? Beilang finally found Zaraki Kenpei and Kuzujishi Yachiru in Rukanga. Chapter 53. The current Zaraki Kenpei is still wandering around Rukanga, looking for strong men who can fight him. He will not go to Siridi until he defeats all the invincible opponents in Rukanga. Hey, Xiaojian, do you know him? The cute Kuzujishi Yachiru lay on Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder and looked at Beilang with a smile in front of him and asked strangely. Zaraki Kenpei's beast-like perception felt a severe threat from Beilang, and he said excitedly, I don't know him, but this is an exciting opponent. Saying that, Zaraki Kenpei pulled out his sealed state regardless, and slashed at Beilang with his sword. A violent Ryūjin burst out of him. Of course, the so-called violent Ryūjin is just what ordinary summoning souls think. To put it bluntly, before the 1000-year Blood War chapter, Zaraki Kenpeiga didn't even know what the concept of first-class Ryutsu was. After Yachiro returned to himself, Zaraki Kenpeiga is a complete first-class spiritual power with powerful combat power. Of course, since the comics of 98 are so long, it is normal for their combat power to collapse. For example, in the 1000-year Blood War chapter, Dabai and Zyobai both inexplicably entered the first-class spiritual power, making the first-class spiritual power look like Chinese cabbage everywhere. In a sense, Zaraki Kenpeiga is the Lily Knight of Soul Society. Lily Knight separated from Stark because of loneliness, but Zaraki Kenpeiga separated from Yachiro because of the Ryutsu that suppressed her. So now Zaraki Kenpeiga, who is only a third-class spiritual power, is no different from a child in Beilang's eyes. Just stretching out a finger, Beilang easily blocked Zaraki Kenpeiga's blade. What? Zaraki Kenpeiga looked shocked. No matter who he met in Rukanga, he always killed him with one blow. Now he met a guy who blocked his attack with only one finger. Now Zaraki Kenpeiga has forgotten that he once defeated Unohana, so when he saw Beilang, he really felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yachiro, you stand back, I'm going to fight. He said so, but Zaraki Kenpeiga actually felt unsure and wanted Yachiro to stay away and not be affected. Beilang said speechlessly, okay, I'm not here to fight you. With your current strength, even if I stand here and let you chop me down for the rest of my life, you won't be able to break through my defense. This is indeed true, not even Yamamoto Genryusai can break through Beilang's defense. Let's talk after the fight. Although Zaraki Kenpeiga was surprised, he was still full of fighting spirit. Beilang sighed helplessly, and came to Zaraki Kenpeiga in an instant. Under Zaraki Kenpeiga's surprised eyes, he stretched out his hand and pushed him to the ground, causing the whole ground to feel like an earthquake. With Zaraki Kenpeiga as the center, the spider web cracked open. Boy, have you had enough trouble? I said, listen. Zaraki Kenpeiga, who was pinned to the ground by Beilang, swallowed his saliva. He liked to challenge the strong and had no complaints about being killed by the strong. But the problem was that what he liked was the thrill of catching an opponent and fighting, not being killed unilaterally. Abuse. This is not his kind of fight. This is also the reason why Zaraki Kenpeiga never provokes Yamamoto Genryusai. He is a beast, but not a fool. Zaraki Kenpeiga will not act rashly if it means risking his own death. Small sword. Yakian Liu saw that Zaraki Kenpeiga was easily suppressed, and a shunpo came to Zaraki Kenpeiga. Beilang showed a kind smile to Kuzujishi Yachiro and said, don't worry, I won't hurt him. Kuzujishi Yachiro nodded, she knew very well that she would not let her interfere in Zaraki Kenpeiga's battle. Moreover, Kuzujishi Yachiro did not feel threatened by Beilang. She just acted subconsciously in desperation. This was the first time in so many years that she saw Zaraki Kenpeiga suppressed instantly. Seeing that Zaraki Kenpeiga was no longer struggling, Beilang nodded and said, you are indeed very talented, but you lack a qualified teacher. Why not worship me as your teacher? There are many strong people for you to challenge. Zaraki Kenpeiga was stunned for a moment after hearing Beilang's words, with big doubts on his small face. Zaraki's age is calculated as several hundred years old according to the latest animation, which means he is currently only a teenager, older than Byakuya and Jin. Can I really fight against more strong men by becoming my disciple? Zaraki Kenpeiga doesn't care about getting stronger or not. What he wants is to fight against other strong men. Of course. You have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Each of them is much stronger than you are now. Beilang didn't lie and told him the situation directly. Okay, I will become your disciple. Zaraki Kenpeiga was even more straightforward. He struggled to get up and became his disciple directly on the spot. Beilang was a little helpless. Why did he feel that his disciples were all following this path of apprenticeship, and they knelt down when they came up. Wasn't it supposed to be a tug-of-war? But since everyone is so straightforward, Beilang didn't hold it up, helped Zaraki Kenpeki up and said, "Okay, great, then you and Yachiru, come back to Shirai with me. I will train you to be the most powerful its Kenpeki." "Oh, you can't call him Kenpeki now, because there is a Kenpeki in the 11th division now, and you have to chop him to death first." Zaraki nodded, "I know, I will work hard to become stronger." Yachiru also directly lay on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder and said excitedly, "Great, come on. Let's go back to Shirai with Master." Zaraki Kenpeki heard that he could fight with strong men, and his blood boiled. He burst out laughing, completely forgetting that he had just been crushed by someone. Team 7, Yoryuki, Unohana and Swafon were all stunned when they saw Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru brought back by Beilang. Unohana looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, it really seemed like he was about to draw his sword and kill someone. Old rival. Although hundreds of years have passed, how could Unohana forget this opponent? Although the wound on her chest has now been healed by Beilang with the power of the 10 sacred blades, Unohana still feels a dull pain in her chest when she sees Zaraki Kenpeki. Yoryuki was more direct, "Is this your new apprentice again?" Beilang nodded, patted Kenpeki behind him and said, "Come on, I've met your 3 master wives." Yoryuki and Unohana didn't react at all, but Swafon's face instantly turned red. Zaraki Kenpeki also didn't recognize Unohana Retsu, and he saluted carelessly, "I've seen 3 master wives. Well, people are under the roof and have to bow their heads." This is the most polite episode of Zaraki Kenpeki. Chapter 54. Beilang nodded with satisfaction. This kid has been wandering around Ryukanga for too long, and his good talents have been wasted. But with him, Zaraki Kenpeki should grow up quickly. Of course, you still have to be polite. "Sawaya, please go and bring Ranjaku back. Let's take a break from Zaraki first." Swafon nodded and disappeared directly. Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes are about to gleam when he looks at it. Good guy, he is a cheap master, and he is surrounded by strong people. Soon, Matsumoto Ranjaku also came back. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru, Matsumoto Ranjaku felt like a mirror. "Master, this is the new junior brother, my name is Matsumoto Ranjaku, and I am your second senior sister." Zaraki Kenpeki also felt the dangerous aura in this senior sister and responded quickly. Beilang clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to the fantasy world." As he said that, he opened the fantasy book he took out at some point and took the lead in walking in. Zaraki Kenpeki was even more confused. For a person who has been in Ryukanga since childhood, this thing is a bit too high-tech. But Kuzujishi Yachiru's words brought him back to his senses. "Come on, Xiaojian, Master and the others are still waiting for us." Zaraki Kenpeki nodded and also disappeared into the door made of fantasy books. "Okay, Zaraki, since you have become a disciple, your training will be on the agenda from now on. I don't have time to talk to you about these red tapes. Let's start your favorite fight now." Beilang also doesn't talk nonsense. Directly took the lead in releasing his sea-like Ryutsu. Cold sweat broke out on Zaraki Kenpeki's face instantly. Good guy, he usually relies on Ryutsu to bully others, and now Beilang bullies him like this. Yoryuki, Unohana, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and Swafon also collaborated to release Ryutsu. Even the worst Swafon, Ryutsu is now higher than Zaraki Kenpeki. Of course, it will be different when Zaraki Kenpeki regains his strength. Zaraki Kenpeki was speechless. Good guy, he seemed to be here to die. As for Yachiru, well, he was held in the arms of another Yachiru. It was obvious that Unohana liked this little girl very much. She hugged Yachiru as if she were her own daughter. Zaraki Kenpeki is left alone to enjoy this massive Ryutsu. However, Zaraki Kenpeki is not immortal. After being oppressed by everyone's Ryutsu, he actually began to continuously improve his own Ryutsu. It's a pity that the improvement is not large enough. It seems that he has not experienced a life and death crisis, and the energy hidden in his subconscious is still not so easy to tap. Beilang also waved his hands for everyone to disperse Ryutsu, and said, "Zaraki, you are different from others. You are born with strong potential. Normal training methods are of no use to you, so you need to go through constant battles to be able to do it. Become stronger." Zaraki Kenpei nodded. Beilang smiled and said, "Then, the training will begin." In the days that followed, Zaraki Kenpei went through a difficult time. He was beaten to death by these junior wives and senior sisters every day and then was rescued by Unohana using kite. Beilang euphemistically calls it liberating potential, and Zaraki Kenpei's beating was so frustrating. He can't even fuck Swafon now. Beilang got a wind fruit for Swafon some time ago, and also got her a new wind-type soul-cutting sword. The effect of this sword is, well, very special, so it is integrated with Swafon's original soul-cutting sword. Now, Swafon can choose what kind of power she uses. He can't beat Ryūjin and Swafon in their elemental form, he can't beat Ranjaku and Unohana, and Zaraki Kenpei doesn't even know what the meaning of this battle is. What's the deal with getting happiness? Bang! Soon, the happiness is gone. But his own Ryutsu and strength are indeed constantly improving, and have been improved to the point where he is close to the second-class spiritual power. 30 years later, 70 years before the plot begins, in the Soul King's palace, the palace of Nimeiya Wangyu. "You two are going back today?" Nimeiya Wangyu asked, looking at Jin and Byakuya, who were already about 1.8 meters tall. The two of them also saluted politely and said, "Yes, I have troubled several seniors over the past few decades." "Ha ha ha ha, you don't have to be so polite, you are Beilang's apprentices, no different from our apprentices." Irmiwa Wangyu said with a smile. However, it is a pity for Nimeiya Wangyu that these two little guys have no feelings for his impart. If they also like this kind of activity, then they will have a happier life. As for the other people, you don't need to say goodbye one by one. They all know it. If you have time, don't forget to come and see us old guys. Irmiya Wangyu continued. "Well, we know. Then, senior, let's go back." Okay, let's go, uncle, I'm going to drive the impart." Both Jin and Byakuya smiled bitterly. Nimeiya Oue, the sword god, was good at everything, but they really couldn't accept this aesthetic. The two of them temporarily brushed away their sadness and became excited. They have not been home for many years, and they will always feel a little homesick. I don't know how Master and the others have been doing lately. Both of them missed their master a little bit. Sending them to the Spirit King's palace for training must not be as easy as they thought. At this time, Beilang was teasing Ryuji's best friend Shiba Kaku at Shiba's house. "Come on, Kaku, come and have a drink with me. We haven't seen each other for a while." Shiba Konkeku rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Really? Didn't we just meet yesterday?" "Ah? Is there any?" Beilang looked embarrassed. "Okay, if nothing happens, just go back to your division." Shiba Konkeku said obviously angrily. "Konghe, you know me, he doesn't blame me for this. It's not your cheap uncle who said he wants you to marry him, and he said he already asked for your consent. Are you leaving? If you don't leave, I'll hit you with a cannon." "Wait, it's still outside, don't hold your hands, you damn guy." "Well, slow down. We don't know what happened, and we don't dare to say it. Anyway, Shiba Kuzuru is honest. It's obvious that the two of them have done this kind of exchange frequently. By the way, my two disciples seem to be coming back today." Beilang, with a comfortable expression on his face, suddenly thought of his good disciples. "What? Then go to the yard quickly." Chapter 55. Beilang and Shiba Konghe, that was indeed an unexpected situation. Beilang and Ryūjin came to Shiba's house for a drink, and the three of them ended up sleeping together for no apparent reason that night. Of course, Beilang is responsible. He told Shiba Yushin that he wanted to marry Shiba Konghe. Now Shiba Konghe's family is at its peak, and his own arm is not broken. Originally, she didn't want to get married because of this matter, but Shiba Kyan and Shiba worked hard for her, which really made Shiba Kongzuru attracted, and she really liked her best friend's man, so things fell into place. Shiba Kyan is a bit miserable. His biological sister has become his uncle's wife inexplicably. But then I thought about it, his master has become his brother-in-law's senior brother, so he has been promoted a generation. Here we come. Beilang looked at the Tianzi chariot that looked like shooting stars in the sky, and felt very happy in his heart. He hadn't seen his apprentices in more than 30 years, and he still missed them. These two little bastards have never thought of sending a letter home in all these years. Let's see how I deal with them later. Although he said this, Beilang's eyes were full of smiles. It was obvious that he still cared about his apprentice. Very satisfied. Boom! The Tianzi chariot landed, and two men who had grown to adult height walked out of it. Well, Seoul society is less stressful. Ichimarujin's voice sounded first. Stop being so nagging, let's go back to see master and master. Byakuya also interrupted Ichimarujin's sigh. Beilang's smile became even brighter as he listened to the conversation between the two. Okay, you two, come here quickly. Beilang stopped hiding himself and said with a smile. Hey! Master, why are you here in person? Neither Silver nor Byakuya expected that their master would come to pick them up in person. My dear apprentice is back. Of course I have to come in person. However, my two silly apprentices have not sent us a letter or anything in so many years. It really makes me sad. Beilang deliberately teased. Master. ×2. The two people quickly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee to salute. Okay, why are we so unfamiliar after not seeing each other for several years? Come on, let's go home. Your master and the others are still waiting for you at home. Beilang quickly helped the two disciples, and the Ryūjin on them became even bigger. Obviously, the two of them have not been idle in the Spirit King Palace in the past few decades. Konghe, don't forget to go back for dinner tonight. Beilang didn't forget his little wife either. Okay, I understand, take your two apprentices back quickly. Shiba Konghe rolled his eyes. Jin and Byakuya also didn't forget to say hello to Shiba Kaku. Ichimarujin is so smart. He said master's mother when he came up. It really made Kaku so happy. Byakuya immediately followed. The tacit understanding between the two is really incredible. Beilang nodded and took his two apprentices back to the 7th division. In the captain's room, Uzawa and others also put down what they were doing today. There is nothing more important than the reunion of the whole family. Not to mention Zaraki Kenpeki, the three little ones Ichimarujin were raised by Beilang and his friends when they were 2 or 3 years old. They are no different from their own children. Unohana and Ryūjin are also a little excited, as their good apprentice is coming back. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at his master's wife and rolled his eyes helplessly. The one who has been by your side all the time, might as well be the two of you who went out to practice. Master wife, we are back. Of course, this was what Jin shouted. Although Byakuya does not have facial paralysis now, he obviously has the baggage of being an idol. Come here quickly, let me take a good look at it. Mao's Hua no longer tensed up, and quickly asked the two children to come over with a smile. The two of them also bowed respectfully, and then sat down. Mao's Hua instantly transformed into a loving mother and began to scold Beilang, "It's your master who is so cruel to throw you in the Spirit King's palace." Beilang was shot while he was lying down. It was obviously the problem of these two gangsters, but it was his fault. But Jinduo was good at talking, and soon Unohana was coaxed into laughing. I heard that my senior brother is back. Zaraki Kenpeki, who had just finished today's training, also walked in behind Swafon. As soon as he entered the room, he saw two figures with Ryūtsu on them like the sea. Zaraki Kenpeki politely said in an instant, I have met two senior brothers. This is respect for the strong. This is the teacher's new junior brother. Yes, he is very strong. Byakuya looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and nodded. Zaraki Kenpeki is still very polite to his own family, which is in sharp contrast to those outside. Everyone also became happy and gathered together to have a good reunion dinner in the evening. The next day, Bai Lang took his three beloved disciples to see his master. Oh, my dear master, I miss you so much. Bai Lang said to Yamamoto Genryusai in a very grandiose manner. Yamamoto Genryusai glared at Bai Lang angrily, thinking that he was quite a big man. He was already a master, so how could he be so boastful? Okay, my disciples and grandsons are still here. Look, what do you think? Yamamoto Genryusai was just like an elder who was about to hold back in front of his grandsons and granddaughters. He looked like a master from this world. Hehe, aren't you bringing your three disciples here to see how you are doing, master? If you cause less trouble, I'll be fine. Bai Lang was speechless, and the three of Ichimarujin also saluted Yamamoto Genryusai. Seeing that Zaraki Kenpeki, the last of the three, was close to the first-class spiritual power, Yamamoto Genryusai also nodded with satisfaction. This disciple of his own has great teaching ability. It's really an exaggeration. It has only been about 100 years, but several of his apprentices have become so powerful. Master, you see, these disciples of mine are already so strong, but we don't have a suitable division yet. Bai Lang stopped pretending and said directly. I knew you were up to no good. Yamamoto rolled his eyes at Bai Lang. Look, this is what I think. Byakuya, my apprentice, must have gone back to inherit the Kukaki family's 6th division. Zaraki, my apprentice, has also made arrangements. In 2 days, I will go and ask him to take over the Kukaki family. Shibai will be hacked to death. But my eldest disciple Ichimarujin doesn't have a suitable place to go yet. You've already thought about it, why are you asking me? Yamamoto Genryusai was also speechless. Why don't you give me an idea? Well, since your kid Ichimarujin currently doesn't have a suitable squad to join, why not let him teach at the Spiritual Arts Academy? Ah! Shall I teach students? Chapter 56. Ichimarujin was surprised at first, and then after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not impossible. He was a pretty good Shinigami anyway, and he could teach his disciples too. Moreover, Ichimarujin has not forgotten that when his master taught him, he had a lot of fun. Obviously, Ichimarujin has already included himself in it. Master, I have no problem. Ichimarujin said confidently. Bai Lang has no intention to refute this decision. After all, the life trajectory of Ichimarujin is completely different now. In the original work, he was as cold as a snake, but now he is more like a little fox. Maybe he is a good teacher. Well, very good, then you will report to Spiritual Arts Academy tomorrow. Which subject do you want to be a teacher? Yamamoto asked kindly. Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki, but he had hugged the children when he was a child. Byakuya Kukaki had his own grandfather after all, but Ichimarujin was different. This was his eldest disciple of the Genryu 3rd generation. In Yamamoto Genryusai's heart, he was the eldest grandson. There are equal signs, so some preference is inevitable. Well, my kendo ability is not bad, so I'll teach them kendo. Well, great, then you will be the swordsmanship teacher. After all, he is the child brought up by Unohana Retsu. If he is not good at swordsmanship, it would be a slap in Unohana Retsu's face. Of course, Everyone present knows that this position is just a transitional position for Ichimaru Jin. After working for a few years and gaining some qualifications, he will naturally be promoted to the position of captain. Yamamoto Genryusai has always been thinking about his great disciple. The position of captain of the 3rd division is still vacant. After the arrangements for the 3 beloved disciples were completed, Bei Lang also asked him to go back to his respective homes to prepare for the next arrangements. Byakuya Kukaki hasn't gone back to see Kukaki Silver Bell in decades. It was outrageous that he didn't go back last night. No matter what, I have to go back to Kukaki's house today to see it. Zaraki Kenpeki, on the other hand, is recharging his energy and preparing to kill Keegan Castle Kenpeki in 3 days. Only Ichimaru Jin has begun to imagine what kind of disciple he will meet after going to work. Bei Lang stayed and had a detailed discussion with Yamamoto Genryusai. Well, Bei Lang was going to let Yamamoto Genryusai abdicate. Traitor! Traitor! You really want my position so much? Yamamoto said with a glare after learning about Bei Lang's intention. Ahem, teacher, there's no one else here, so stop acting. Haven't you wanted to quit for a long time? Bei Lang was speechless. How could his master become such a drama queen? Seeing that Bei Lang hadn't been frightened, Yamamoto stopped pretending, but he asked with some worry, can you control the entire Soul Society situation now? Bei Lang smiled and said, when Zaraki becomes the captain of the 11th division, then except for the 5th division and the 9th division, all the captains of the other divisions will be mine. Although Yamamoto Genryusai was mentally prepared and it was something he acquiesced to, he was still surprised to hear that Bei Lang had secretly mastered the entire Godai 13 so quickly. Because on the surface, except for the 2nd team, 4th team, and 7th team, the other teams have little to do with him. Only Aizen vaguely feels something is wrong now. Maybe Bei Lang has mastered many divisions, but he definitely did not expect that Bei Lang took down everyone except him and Tosen Kaname. After all, now Aizen thinks Kurako Shunsui is his. Prepare to cause trouble in the name of Kurako Shunsui. What about the nobles and Central 46? Ahem, the Shihaoran family, the Kukaki family, the Shiba family, all support me. Room 46, I have the Soul King Silver Medal. Yamamoto Genryusai is speechless. Good guy, with all the forces Bei Lang has now, he can directly rebel. He really makes me cry to death. Your Excellency, Captain Bei Lang is indeed your best successor. Chur Sasakaibe, who had been standing behind Yamamoto Genryusai, suddenly said. Yamamoto Genryusai. CO author I am alone now, right? Uchur Sasakaibe with thick eyebrows and big eyes are also one of his. Okay, but we have to fight in Soul Society. You have to show your strength to be the captain of Godai 13. Yamamoto Genryusai said through gritted teeth. Of course, there will be a grand ceremony to hand over the captaincy. Bei Lang nodded. Even if Yamamoto Genryusai didn't say anything about this matter, Bei Lang would have brought it up. In any case, Bei Lang must show off his muscles before taking office, otherwise he, the captain, would not be able to sit still. Okay, get out of here, kid. Yamamoto sent Bei Lang out directly. After Bei Lang left, Yamamoto Genryusai laughed happily. No one knows how long Yamamoto Genryusai has been guarding Soul Society and how tired he is. Now, he, Yamamoto Genryusai, is finally retiring. Hey, Kojiro, what do you think I should do after I retire? Or, how about I also go to teach at the Spiritual Arts Academy? No matter where you want to go, Captain, Kojiro will be right behind you. You. Bei Lang also returned home with a smile on his face after talking to Yamamoto Genryusai, and everyone was happy. The next day, Ichimaru Jin happily went to the Spiritual Arts Academy to report. Today also happens to be the day when Spiritual Arts Academy recruits new students. Captain of the 6th car. I, Hisagi Shuei, will definitely inherit your legacy and carry forward the 9th team. A somewhat thin young man with the number 69 tattooed on his face vowed. Ryujin, who was recruited by the vice dean to assess the new students, noticed this child immediately. This child was different from other children. There was no confusion in his eyes, and there was a determination in his bones. At the first sight, Ryujin fell in love with this child, he was so to his liking. After all, Ryujin in the original work is such a person. How could he not like children like him? After waiting for a while, it was finally time for the child to take the test. Ryujin, who had not spoken a word, looked at Ryujin and said, "Child, what is your name?" "Me." Ryujin asked himself, looking at this young and over-the-top teacher, and asked in confusion. "Yes, it's you. My name is Ryujin." Chapter 57. Ryujin? I remember, you go in. Ryujin nodded. "But, teacher, I haven't started the test yet." Ryujin was confused for a while. "Ha ha ha ha, no need to test, I know your spiritual power level, 7th level spiritual power, go ahead." Ryujin said again. The teacher who was in charge of recording next to him acted as if he had not heard these words. He just finished writing and let Ryujin enter the Spiritual Arts Academy. Of course, Ryujin is not a 7th class spirit, he is a 6th class spirit. Although he looks ordinary, this guy is an out-and-out genius. When he and his companions were attacked, it was because his huge Ryutsu attracted Kyun that he was like this. This is also the reason why Minos Grande didn't chase others when they ran away. It's simple. Minos Grande's target has always been him. Moreover, Ryujin is also the only one who has broken the supremacy theory of Ryutsu. After his Soul Zanto and Bankai, the battle is not about whose Ryutsu is stronger, but whose willpower is stronger. Even if Aizen comes, you have to fight with him obediently. After all, the final strength of Yusen Kinyuhiko is basically equivalent to that of a small spirit king, but he was still defeated by Ryujin's Bankai. This is the true equality of all living beings. Maybe Ryujin himself didn't expect that he just picked up such a pervert child just because he was optimistic about it. Conceptual tactics are indeed pervert no matter which world they are in. Ryujin also felt like he was lucky, and he was arranged by the teacher into a single dormitory in a daze. He was treated even more favorably than a privileged student. Ryujin, who was still confused, heard a knock on the door. Ryujin's magnetic voice sounded, "Shuhei? Are you there? Can I come in?" Oh, of course." Ryujin was a little flustered at first, but quickly calmed down. Ryujin pushed open the door with a smile and carried some food in his hand. Ryujin put the things on the coffee table in the dormitory and said to Ryujin, "My name is Ryujin, and I am a kendo teacher at Spiritual Arts Academy." "Hello, Mr. Ryujin." Ryujin saluted very politely. Sit, don't be so formal." Ryujin pressed Ryujin's shoulder and asked him to sit on his bed. "You must be very curious as to why I give you special treatment." Ryujin nodded, he thought there was nothing special about him. Ryujin pointed to Ryujin's heart, "How should I put it? This is probably what makes you different from other children." Ryujin was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Ryujin meant. Ryujin was also a little troubled, and he didn't know how to describe it. "In short, it sounds a bit mysterious, but the fact is that I am very optimistic about you." "Thank you Ryujin-sensei. Zayubing, do you want to become my disciple?" Ryujin didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. The current Ryujin still doesn't know the specific status and strength division of Shinigami, but he feels a little ignorant about the strong sense of threat emanating from Ryujin. Even if he gets closer, he feels that his spiritual body is a little unstable. Ichimarujin's words were just like Beilang's words back then. He went straight to the point and asked people if they wanted to be apprentices. He didn't consider Hisagi Shuai's character at all. Just like when Beilang took a fancy to him in Matsumoto Ranjaku, Ichimarujin took a fancy to the child in front of him at a glance. Since Beilang's teacher is sure that he can train him to become a talent, so is Ichimarujin. He is sure that he can train Hisagi Shuai. Become an excellent Shinigami. Ichimarujin sensei, do you know Captain Maguruma Kensei? Captain Maguruma Kensei? Of course I know. Ichimarujin was stunned for a moment, not expecting Hisagi Shuai to ask about Kensei. What do you think of Captain 6? Ichimarujin thought for a moment and said, although I have never met the 6th car captain, my teacher mentioned this man a lot. The 6th car captain who fell into a trap to protect his own team members was naturally an excellent captain. Hisagi Shuai's eyes started to shine when he looked at Ichimarujin. Just like what Ichimarujin did back then, he paid homage to his master on the spot and said, "Teacher, I bow to you as a disciple." The smile on Ichimarujin's face became even brighter. He seemed to have returned to the past. Teacher Beilang stretched out his hand to save himself. Now, it's his turn. Okay, from today on, you are my disciple. When you don't have classes, just study with me. Yes, teacher, I understand. Come with me tonight. You don't have to eat at school. I'll take you to meet my master and your uncles. Teacher, who is your master? My teacher? Beilang, the direct disciple of Captain Yamamoto and the current captain of the 7th Division. Master is the captain? Grandmaster is the overall captain. Why are you so surprised? I have 3 master wives, one is the captain of the 4th Division, and 2 of them are the current and former captains of the 2nd Division. 2 of your uncles will soon take over as captains. Who do I belong to? Hisagi Shuai's young mind was deeply shocked. In the evening, Ichimarujin returned to the 7th Division captain's house with an excited Hisagi Shuai. As soon as he entered the house, Hisagi Shuai felt tremendous pressure. How is it? Can you still bear it? Ichimarujin said with a smile. Well, teacher, I have no problem. Now Hisagi Shuai has shown his perseverance. Although there is pressure, he is not afraid. Ichimarujin nodded approvingly and said with a smile, let's go and meet your uncles first. With that said, he took Hisagi Shuai into the side room. Byakuya, Zaraki, and Ranjaku were all chatting here at this time. Hey, my dear junior brothers and sisters, have you missed your dear senior brothers? Ichimarujin's style is exactly the same as Beilang's, he is indeed his disciple. Senior brother, can you be more serious? Ranjaku complained. Wait a minute, senior brother, who is this child? He can't be your illegitimate child, right? Zaraki Kenpeicha took the lead. Ichimarujin's cheeks twitched. As expected from the teachings of Master Ryūjin and Master Unohana, his words were bizarre. You are senior brother's disciple, right? Chapter 58. It has to be Byakuya. Hisagi Shuai's identity can be seen at a glance. Ichimarujin smiled and said, look, it has to be my junior brother Byakuya, understand me? Byakuya Kukaki rolled his eyes, mainly because they had been inseparable for so many years, Meng was inseparable, and Ichimarujin didn't have the time to commit the crime. Now the relationship between Ichimarujin and Byakuya is the same as the relationship between Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, it can't be any harder. Zyaobing, come on, I've seen your uncles. Ichimarujin pulled Zyaobing in front of him and said with a smile. Hisagi Shuai was not afraid of the stage, and bowed to everyone present honestly, which made Byakuya and others a little passive. This meeting was in a hurry, and we didn't prepare any gifts for my nephew. So, if you need anything in the future, just come to your uncle. Byakuya didn't hesitate and said directly. Ranjaku and Zaraki thought the same way. After all, Ichimarujin was too hasty this time, and they were really unprepared. Thank you, uncles. Xiubing saluted quickly. Ichimarujin rubbed Shihei's head and said, don't be polite to you guys, uncles. After a while, your uncle Byakuya will be the captain of the 6th division. Your uncle Zaraki will be the captain of the 11th division the day after tomorrow. You uncle Ranjaku is now your master's vice-captain, if you need any help from them, just ask. Hisagi Shuai was shocked to the point of numbness. Good guy, their team is a little too outrageous. Starting from the captain of Yamamoto Genryusai, the worst one is also the vice-captain level Shinigami. Oh, it seems that his master is currently the only one. Did not hold the position of Godei 13. Thinking of this, Xiubing turned his head and glanced at his master. Ichimarujin still couldn't understand what his apprentice was thinking. He knocked Xiubing's little head angrily and said, Your master, I can't stay in Spiritual Arts Academy. How many years will it take to join the 3rd division? Xiubing smiled coquettishly, making everyone present laugh. During dinner in the evening, Ichimarujin also introduced Shubing to Beilang and others. Beilang didn't expect that his apprentice's eyes were really vicious. On the first day I entered Spiritual Arts Academy, I found a captain-level Shinigami from later generations, and he was an extremely special being. After all, Hisagi Shuai's record is not bad. Together with Komamura Seijin, they can kill Tosen Kaname. With this guy's personality, he is indeed the type that Ichimarujin likes. If Ichimarujin didn't need a toolman type of vice-captain in the original work, then Hisagi Shuai would be the most suitable vice-captain for him. Beilang also praised Ichimarujin and Hisagi Shuai with approval, which made Ichimarujin very happy. The next day, Ichimarujin also took Hisagi Shuai to class. After all, the work that needs to be done still needs to be done, and Hisagi Shuai is not suitable for cramming teaching, so Ichimarujin still needs to cultivate him carefully. Byakuya has returned to take over the power of the Kukaki family. Starting today, Byakuya will also move away from the Beilang family. As the head of the Kukaki family, it is really not a problem to live here in Beilang. If others don't say it, even Kukaki Jinling won't agree. But now Byakuya Kukaki is not so rigid. Different education styles make Byakuya Kukaki's behavior more sharp. Facing the opposition within the family, Byakuya Kukaki just said, You have the final say to defeat me, otherwise, I am the head of the family. This kind of reckless method really made the elders of the Kukaki family very angry, but there was nothing they could do about Byakuya Kukaki. After all, this is Seoul society, and big fists are the last word. Not to mention that Byakuya Kukaki was not trained by their own family. The resources, time, and knowledge spent in the growth process were paid for by Beilang. Byakuya Kukaki integrates his own home without any psychological pressure. Kukaki Yinling never thought that his grandson would become so decisive in killing. In just 3 days, the discordant voices in the family were cleared up. Kukaki Jinling also had to sigh. Sure enough, the head of the family who was not trained within the clan would not be restricted by the clan. Kukaki Gingling felt Byakuya's strong strength and tough tactics, and he retired from Yamamoto Genryusai with peace of mind. Report and prepare to live in retirement. Not only has the Kukaki family experienced major changes, but so has the 11th Squadron. Hey, this is the 11th Division, call Kyoshi out. Hey, which Shinigami team are you from? Do you dare to run wild in our 11th team? Shinigami, the gatekeeper of Division 11, looked at the huge young man with a little girl with pink hair and said with an unhappy expression. Can you call Captain Kyoshi directly? Apologize quickly, otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Ha 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 ha. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed. You bastard, why are you laughing? Shinigami, the gatekeeper, said angrily. Is Kiganjo worthy of being the captain? Come on, call him out and go to the training ground. I'm going to kill him and become the captain of the 11th Squadron. I remember, Godi 13 has this promotion method, right? Zaraki Kenpeiga didn't even bother to talk to Xiao. The minion was angry and waved his hand to the gatekeeper, Shinigami, to call someone. But Shinigami, the gatekeeper, heard that Zaraki Kenpeiga was going to challenge Kigashima, and he drew his sword angrily and said, "Want to challenge our captain? You'd better pass me first." Zaraki Kenpeiga shook his head helplessly. Why do fools always come to die? He wants to fight with the strong, not play house with the weak. Therefore, Zaraki Kenpeiga did not draw his sword at all and kicked the Shinigami away. The Shinigami who was guarding the gate was like a cannonball, which directly penetrated the gate of the 11th Division and hit the yard of the 11th Division. Inside, Shinigami, the other guard, looked at Zaraki Kenpeiga in fear, and said tremblingly, "Wait. I'll call someone." "Okay. Xiaojian, we are about to take down the 11th Division." Zaraki Kenpeiga also showed a scary smile and said, "I hope this Kyoji Kenpeiga, who is known as the strongest Shinigami outside the Godi 13 captains, can bring me some fun." After saying that, Zaraki Kenpeiga walked into the 11th Division with a big smile on his shoulders. Kiganjo is very happy now. After all, he can become the second strongest Shinigami in Godi 13. Not to mention how happy he is, he likes the title Kenpeiga so much. Therefore, Kyoji was very angry when he heard that someone wanted to challenge him. However, Kenpeiga's challenge was like this, he had to face it. Let's go to the training ground. Chapter 59. Generally speaking, the replacement of Kenpeiga is a battle of life and death. If you win, you will get the position of captain of the 11th team and the name of Kenpeiga, but if you lose, you will of course die, and nothing will be left. Of course, there are a few exceptions, such as Mole City Shuya, such as Unohana Retsu, both of whom voluntarily gave up their position as Kenpeiga. However, after Mole Jaeshuang also gave up the position of Kenpeiga, Kenpeiga's gold content also became lower. Kiganjo was only a third-class spiritual power, which suddenly made the name Kenpeiga unworthy of its name. You must know that whether it is Korea Shiki or Moljo Shuya, they are both strong people who can't pervert anymore. Bankai's ability can be said to be unparalleled. Gui Yanchinj is really a novice among novices. Well, it can barely be regarded as a combat power of about 1 car to 2 cars of fists. So Zaraki Kenpeiga was doomed to be disappointed. The strong showdown he expected did not actually exist at all. Except for those he can't beat, the one closest to the current Zaraki Kenpeiga in strength should be Shiba Ishin. However, Shiba Ishin is an old actor and it is impossible for him to really fight Zaraki Kenpeiga. Are you Kiganjo? Zaraki Kenpeiga stood on the training ground, looking at the tall and round man opposite with a confused expression on his face. It was really beyond his expectation. Although the strong man Ryutsu in front of him was powerful, he was only a third-class spiritual power. How could he serve as Kenpeiga? That's right, I am Kenpeiga Kiganjo. If you know what's going on, just retreat. I won't kill you. Kiganjo couldn't see how powerful Zaraki was in front of him, so he quickly spoke to persuade Zaraki to retreat. It's boring words. Since it's you, finish it quickly and then give me your position. Zaraki said disdainfully. What? Kid, don't look down on me. I'm Kenpeiga. Kyoji was really proud and happy now, and didn't take Zaraki's threat seriously at all. Baekhyun Liu, you go and watch, I will finish it soon. I got it, Xiaojian, you have to hurry up. We have to go back for dinner. Mistress Yuajiwa made me a dessert today, and it's delicious. Yaqian Liu didn't care at all that the guy opposite him was going crazy with anger. Gui Yanchinj smiled and ran away. Zaraki Kenpeiga took the lead and drew his sword and said, just Bankai, otherwise, I will kill you with one sword. Zaraki Kenpaki's expression was very serious. Stop talking nonsense, kid. If that's the case, just go to hell. Kiganjo was so angry at Zaraki Kenpaki's words that he didn't know what to say and drew his sword directly, but unfortunately, he did not listen to Zaraki Kenpaki's words. Directly to Bankai. Hey! Zaraki Kenpaki sighed, it's so hard to persuade the damn ghost. Kiyogashiro moved his feet and rushed towards Zaraki Kenpaki's face like a cannonball. The soul Zanpachi in his hand slashed hard at Zaraki Kenpaki. When Zaraki Kenpaki held his sword with one hand to block Kiganjo's attack, looking like he was not exerting any force at all. How is it possible? Gui Yanchinj was shocked. He had no intention of waterproofing the blow just now. He used all his strength. But it didn't have any impact on Zaraki. Zaraki used one hand to push him away. Ki Yanchinj quickly inserted the soul-cutting sword in his hand into the ground, and stopped his body by relying on the power of the sword. With just one move, he was already at a disadvantage. All the members of the 11th Division who were watching the battle were shocked. Captain! You have to be careful. Come on, Captain! Although Kigashima was a vulgar person and had a very bad relationship with the captain, he was still very charming in the eyes of some officers and team members. But the problem is, if he were the captain of another division, that would be okay, but he is the captain of the 11th Division. He is the current Kenpaki. Since you don't Bankai, then I'm not in the mood to continue playing with you. Zaraki Kenpaki looked at Kiin Castle opposite and sneered. Although Zaraki Kenpaki likes Flatta very much, it does not mean that he does not know moves. After Unohana's teachings, Zaraki Kenpaki has learned some moves that can perfectly use his own power. Some moves can even allow him to use beyond his own strength. Powerful moves. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. When thousands of worlds are gathered together, they become small thousand worlds. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self. The secret is one big 3,000? Great thousand worlds. Zaraki Kenpaki wrapped all his armaments and conquerors around his soul's antiing sword, and unleashed a shocking slash at the Kigan castle in front of him. The moves of Zoro, the 3 swordsmen from the world of pirates. It is also recorded in the book that Beilang gave to Unohana. This move is also Zaraki Kenpaki's favorite move. Although the name seems to be very long, in fact, it is really a slash. The huge crescent-shaped sword energy slashed towards Kigashima. At this moment, Kigashima felt the breath of death. He was shocked and shouted Bankai. But before he could completely free the soul Zanbing sword, the crescent-shaped sword energy had already completely cut him off with the soul Zanbing sword. The huge sword energy did not stop and flew straight into the sky, cutting the clouds in the sky into 2 pieces. All Shinigami above the vice-captain level of Shirai noticed this instant burst of Ryūtsu and the huge gap in the sky. At the same time, Ryūtsu, who represented Kigashima Castle, disappeared. Gui Yanchinj didn't even grunt, he broke into 2 pieces and lay on the ground. This death was much worse than in the original work. In the original work, they still fought for a while, but now this one was killed instantly by a knife. It's still a matter of seconds before he can liberate the soul-cutting sword. Captain! Captain Kigashima! As the third seat, Ichinozumaki's eyes were bloodshot. He quickly ran forward to see if Kigashima was still alive. The result was of course affirmative, Kigashima was dead. What a boring battle! Zaraki Kenpaki swung his soul-cutting sword and put it on his shoulder. By the way, from today on, I am Zaraki Kenpaki, the captain of your 11th squad. Zaraki Kenpaki left these words before leaving with Yachiru. Damn it! Captain, I will definitely avenge you. Ichinozumaki's eyes were full of hatred, and he silently collected the body of Kigashima with other team members, and cremated him according to Shirai's regulations. Of course, from today on, Ichinozumaki has also disappeared from Soul Society, and he is looking for the possibility of revenge. Chapter 60. Master, you lied to me. This was the first sentence Zaraki Kenpeki said when he returned to the 7th team. What's wrong? Zaraki, my disciple, when did my master lie to you? Beilang looked puzzled. This Kiganjo is so weak. Don't blame me, I doubt whether he can beat Yachiru. Zaraki Kenpeki complained. Beilang touched his chin and said in surprise, are you so weak? This is something I didn't expect. Generally speaking, a Shinigami who serves as Kenpeki has a second-class spiritual power. You forgot, Lang, he was not a Kenpeki who rose up through the normal way in Kigan Castle. The previous Kenpeki was imprisoned in the infernal hell. He was a Kenpeki who fell through the cracks. Yoryuki really thought that Beilang had forgotten this and said explained. Oh, it's our teacher's fault. After all, Gui Yanchinch has never participated in a captain meeting from 100 years ago to the present. We have never met him in person, so we misjudged it. Beilang sighed. A sound. They directly fooled Zaraki Kenpeki one after another, and they really thought that Beilang didn't know what was going on. However, Zaraki, starting from tomorrow, you will move to the 11th Squadron. After all, you are also the captain of the 1st Squadron. You must have your own identity. Don't worry, teacher, leave the 11th Division to me, and I will definitely train them to be strong in combat. Zaraki Kenpeki promised, patting his chest. Ah, then Yachiru can't live with Mrs. Uajawa. Xiao Yachiliu was a little unhappy. Unohana comforted her and said, it's okay. If Yakian Liu likes it, you can always live here. But Yakian Liu shook his head and said with a smile, no, I'd better live with Xiaojian. As soon as he said this, Beilang looked at his apprentice and looked at him with something wrong. This guy wouldn't want the Japanese soul-cutting sword like Namiya Wang Yu. Suddenly, Beilang's eyes became awe-inspiring. Zaraki Kenpeki, who was being looked at by Beilang, felt weird, as if he had done something extraordinary. Speaking of which, Zio Zaoia should have passed the captain test and can serve as the captain of the 2nd Division. Yoryuki thought for a while. Beilang nodded, just in time, 3 happy things have come to our door. News has also come from the Kukaki family. Byakuya has been able to take over as the captain of the 6th Division. Senior Kukaki Yinling's retirement report has finally been approved by Old Man Shan. It's not easy for Jinling Senpai. You have to be pulled out to be the captain at such an old age. The Kukaki family has really lacked some talents in the past few hundred years. Yoryuki also sighed. Just look at Unohana. Kukaki Jinling may be a little younger than Unohana, but looking at the difference in appearance between the two, my dear, they are several generations apart. Of course, it is also caused by the fact that Unohana's Ryūtsu is too powerful. The stronger the Ryūtsu, the longer it can live. Even an ordinary Shinigami with only a team member level Ryūtsu can live for thousands of years, let alone Unohana. A-level master. Apart from anything else, there are a few real immortals in the Spirit King's palace. Whether it's Nigia Oue, Shuramaru Senjumaru or Ichibe Hisub, they are all characters who have lived for who knows how long. Even the monk may have lived for more than 110,000 years. Then, if that's the case, then we can let Old Man Shan prepare to retire. Everyone in the room was stunned after hearing Beilang's words, but they quickly came to their senses. Lang, now? Mao's Hiwa asked. Isn't it a bit rushed? Yoryuki also reminded. Don't worry, it's time. I think the old man can't wait anymore. Beilang's eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, and he saw Yamamoto Genryusai in the first team. Captain Sama, will there be a meeting for the new captain tomorrow? Chijur Sasaki asked. Well, just tomorrow, I think that Brad can't wait any longer. Yamamoto Genryusai also smiled, showing the joy of retirement. On the table behind him were 4 captain appointment letters. The next day, the first team's headroom. Today is a big day, there are 4 captain-level Shinigami taking office at once. This is an unprecedented event since the establishment of Godi 13. Yamamoto Genryusai also stood in the main position for the last time, looking at everything around him. From today on, he, Yamamoto Genryusai, should step down from the position of captain. The captains also filed in and stood in odd and even numbers under the instructions of Chur Sasakaibe. New captains, please come in too. Yamamoto Genryusai said, leaning on the soul-slaying sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the team leader's room opened, and Swafon took the lead, followed by Byakuya, Zaraki, and Kuratsuka Mayuri. These 4 are the new captains of our Godi 13. Sui Feng, captain of the 2nd Division, Byakuya Kokaki, captain of the 6th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki, captain of the 11th Division, and Kuratsuka Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division, who also serves as director of the Bureau of Science and Technology Development. Invite the 4 of you. Yamamoto Genryusai also gave a brief introduction. Swafon, who has inherited the name Sui Feng, is also taking the lead. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the captains on the left and right. In just a few decades, the captains have changed again. Captains, do you have anything else to do? If not, then go back to your team. Wait a minute. Before Yamamoto Genryusai finished speaking, someone stood up first. It's none other than the new captain of Division 12, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Captain Yamamoto, I have a small idea, I don't know if it is mature or not, that is, ask Captain Yamamoto to step down and make way for someone else. Kuratsuka Mayuri's words are groundbreaking. The faces of Aizen and Kurako Shunsui became very exciting. They never expected that Beilang would attack at this time. Just when Kurako Shunsui was about to stand up and say something, Jaishur Yukatake came out first, but his words made Kurako Shunsui's face darken. That's right, Mr. Yama is getting old and it's time to abdicate. These light words made Yamamoto Genryusai even stiffer. As soon as Jaishur Yukatake finished speaking, the other captains also sounded the charge horn. Captain Yamamoto, please step aside. Captain Yamamoto, please step aside. Captain Yamamoto, please step aside. Except for Aizen, Kiraku, Tosen Kaname, and Beilang, all the other captains stood up and shouted this. Finally, under the expectant gaze of Yamamoto Genryusai, Beilang stepped out and saluted Yamamoto Genryusai and said, Disciple Beilang, please ask Mr. Yamamoto to abdicate. Chapter 61. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at all the captains in the room and shook his head helplessly. Good guy, my disciple is really capable. If he hadn't chosen his successor personally and allowed this guy to control other divisions, he wouldn't have thought that this guy would have controlled the entire Godi 13 so quickly. Of course, Aizen and Tosen Kaname were ignored by him. After all, Aizen is still a good boy now, and Tosen Kaname is full of justice and can't see anything wrong at all. Okay, it looks like I'm really old. But Yamamoto Genryusai changed the topic. I don't think I'm old enough to carry a knife yet. As soon as these words came out, Jaishur Yukatake was stunned for a moment. Hey? The script is wrong. According to the agreement, the teacher should not just step down and make way for him. Why did he start talking about his sword? Is there anything about the sword in this? Beilang knew clearly in his heart that although the old man was about to retire, he refused to accept his old age and wanted to see if Beilang had the ability to serve as the captain. Who do you recommend to be the captain? Come forward. Teacher, what they recommended is exactly this. Beilang knew that he could not retreat at this time, so he stood up and spoke directly. Yamamoto Genryusai smiled happily at first, but then his expression suddenly changed and he said, Beilang, if you want to be the captain, let the soul-cutting sword in your hand speak for itself. As soon as these words came out, Kurako Shunsui was speechless. No, after all, I am also the previous heir. Look at me, how can I pass over me so smoothly? 8. Of course, Kurako Shunsui was performed for Aizen. To be honest, today's performance really disrupted Aizen's rhythm. According to Aizen's plan, the guardian boss of Soul Society should be Yamamoto Genryusai. Why hasn't his plan been implemented yet? The boss needs to be replaced first. After all, Bei Lang is usually very quiet. Aizen thought that he was at least on the same level as Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. Unexpectedly, this unexpected being actually wanted to be the captain. And he also won over so many captains without his knowledge. No wonder when he went to recruit Kurako Shunsui said that he couldn't beat Bei Lang and Yamamoto Genryusai. Aizen didn't find out about such a big thing in advance, it was really beyond his expectation. Originally Aizen thought Bei Lang was just forming a clique for personal gain, but he didn't expect that he would directly force him into the palace. After all, as the captain, the most important thing is nothing but strength. Then, Old Man Shan, I need to ask for your advice. Although something unplanned happened, Bei Lang did not panic. In fact, Bei Lang knew it, and so did Yamamoto Genryusai. As early as Bei Lang's first return from Seoul King Palace, Yamamoto Genryusai was no longer Bei Lang's opponent. Another 50 years have passed, and it is obvious that Bei Lang is now more powerful. Yamamoto Genryusai does not know where his apprentice has reached now. The oldest Shinigami also wants to know how strong his apprentice is now. The two of them used Shunpo in tandem to reach the top of Siridai, the captain's handover station, and they must let everyone in Godai 13 know. The other captains in the first team's headroom also rushed to watch the game. Not only that, Yoryuki also brought Ichimaru Jin, Matsumoto Ranjaku, Kuzujishi Yachiru, and the ignorant Hisaji to watch the game. This is a captain-level battle. Without the third-level spiritual power, there is no way to watch the battle normally. Hisaji is the only Shinigami below the vice-captain level. Of course, with Yoryuki protecting him, there will be no problems. You brat, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Yamamoto revealed his upper body again, revealing his battle-scarred body. Facing his beloved disciple, Yamamoto Genryusai did not dare to be careless. Although he did not release the soul-cutting sword when he came up, he had already taken a fighting stance. Old Man Shan, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. In other words, from the moment I became a disciple, I have already wanted to sit in your position. Bei Lang was also extremely excited. Although this paragraph was not included in the pre-arranged script, the atmosphere has been heightened to this point, and this battle is inevitable. However, the disruptor has arrived. Bei Lang. As a disciple of Mr. Yamamoto, you actually try to usurp power. This is intolerable. If you want to be the captain, you must first pass me, Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui, who came over, also scolded Bei Lang angrily, making him seem to support the authority of the captain. Bei Lang looked at the senior brother who made an impassioned speech and was speechless in his heart. Good guy, what's wrong with everyone today? They are all adding drama to themselves like crazy. But don't tell me, Kurako Shunsui's performance is really good. At least he has his own people. But Yamamoto Genryusai was speechless. What's going on, Kurako? You kid is causing trouble. Just when Yamamoto Genryusai was about to scold Kurako Shunsui loudly, Yoryuki and the others also came to the battlefield. Uncle Jingle, don't say that. My master just thinks that he is too tired and wants him to retire early. It's not as purposeful as you said. As Bei Lang's top disciple, Ichimaru Jin saw the plot take a turn, so he stepped forward without hesitation and said to Kurako Shunsui with a smile. Also, Master, although I respect you, I don't like it if you want to attack my master. Since Master is interested, how about you let me play with you? Ichimaru Jin, although there was a smile on his face, his words were not so respectful. Kurako Shunsui was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Ryujin stepped forward, otherwise he would not be able to continue acting. But on the surface, Kurako Shunsui laughed angrily and said, "Okay, okay. You masters and disciples are really of the same blood. Even you, Ryujin, want to challenge me? Then come and give it a try." With that said, Le Chun Shui pulled out his two swords. Jaisher Yukatake also started to perform below. "No. Kiryu, he is your nephew. How can anyone take the lead in attacking his nephew?" "Shut up. Jushiro. We have been friends for so many years, and now you are still talking for them." Kurako Shunsui became even more angry. "Uncle Jushiro, it's obvious that Uncle Kurako has fallen into chaos. Let's let my nephew wake him up," Ichimarujin said, stopping Jaisher Yukatake, who wanted to continue arguing with Kurako Shunsui. "If he doesn't stop him, the scene will go astray." Beilang has already winked at Ichimarujin several times. Later, after Kurako Shunsui's identity was exposed, everyone discovered that, my goodness, the Yamamoto Genryusai faction is really a family of actors. "Shoot it! Shins!" Ichimarujin was the first to take action, and the soul's antiing sword in his hand instantly lengthened, and he shot straight towards Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui's speed was also extremely fast, and he blocked the soul's antiing sword in both hands in front of him, but Shins pushed him. Flying far away from the battlefield of Beilang and Yamamoto Genryusai. Ichimarujin waved his hands to the captains present and said, "Then I'll take the first step." After saying that, he disappeared in an instant. However, all the captains present looked serious. Even they couldn't perfectly follow Ichimarujin's move just now. If Kurako Shunsui wasn't strong enough, he would probably overturn in the hands of Ichimarujin. Seeing the strength displayed by Ichimarujin, Aizen suddenly felt as if something was missing in his heart. He never expected that his tool man would be abducted by Beilang in advance. And Shiba Ishin praised Unohana, "It's true that a famous teacher makes a great disciple. Ichimarujin's move just now was difficult even for me to deal with." Unohana just smiled slightly and did not praise anything. However, it was obvious that the proud Unohana Retsu thought that the child raised by my mother was of course strong. It was obvious that he acquiesced to Shiba Ishin's words. "Now that the troublemaker has left, our battle is about to begin. Beilang, I want to see if your defense is still that strong now." Yamamoto Genryusai directly pulled out the soul-cutting sword. Everything is reduced to ashes, Ryūjin Jakka. A huge Ryūjin was released from Yamamoto Genryusai's body. Yamamoto Genryusai's originally shriveled body was filled with muscles again. The captains present immediately used their own Ryūjin to resist the Ryūjin that Yamamoto Genryusai accidentally released. Teacher Yama is serious this time. Jaisher Yukatake, who was watching the battle, said in surprise. Unohana seems to have seen the strong man who led first generation Godai 13 appear again. "Don't worry, old man Shan, you won't have a chance to hit me this time. Times have changed." Beilang also improved his own Ryūjin and pulled out his own soul-cutting sword. The sacred voice rang in his ears. Baki.Boki.Born, Gaki.Goki.Born, Primitive Dragon, Ancient Flying Dragon. A light blue cloak appeared behind Beilang, and the soul-cutting sword in Beilang's hand also underwent aging. The blade became more slender, and the blade became two colors, with the upper part being light blue. The lower part is silvery white. Ryūjin, who is as powerful as Yamamoto Genryusai, appears around Beilang's body. The captains who were watching the game were even more surprised. Beilang didn't just talk about it verbally, he really has the ability to compete head-on with Yamamoto Genryusai. Only Aizen's heart sank. He still underestimated Beilang. What's more, Aizen didn't know that Beilang had been to the Lingwang Palace. After decades, Aizen still has a dark eye for Team Zero and the Soul King. It was after Hikifune Kiryu was promoted that Aizen sneaked into the Great Soul Book Corridor to investigate matters about Team Zero and the Soul King. You are worthy of being my disciple. Take advantage of my move. Torch. A torch-like tornado flew toward Beilang, and the intense heat even burned Beilang's entire body. But Beilang now is no longer the Beilang he used to be. Back then, he couldn't see Yamamoto Genryusai's moves clearly, but now it's completely different. Beilang put the soul-cutting sword into his waist and made a drawing and slashing posture. Drink! Beilang hit the soul-cutting sword with a fierce wave of his hand, and a big silver dragon's mouth appeared directly, eating Yamamoto Genryusai's attack. What? Yamamoto Genryusai was shocked. This was the first time his attack was eaten down. Beilang smiled and said, "Old man Shan, I have always told you that my soul-cutting sword has many stages, but what I didn't say is what the abilities of each stage of my soul-cutting sword are. The ancient flying dragon. It has power from ancient times. It can swallow and destroy anything in the world. This is the power of my soul-slaying sword." Beilang explained confidently. After all, a major feature of Shinigami battles is storytelling, and Beilang certainly integrates it very well. Humph, it's just a small trick. Hot hell! Yamamoto Genryusai swung the soul-cutting sword 2.3 times again, and dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars appeared around Beilang, gathering together, and a violent explosion occurred directly around Beilang. As soon as this move came out, all the captains present had ugly expressions. Even they couldn't avoid this move. Grib! Master! Hisagi Shuai was a little panicked, and Yachiro was also a little worried. But Yoryuki smiled and said, "Don't worry, such moves can't hurt your master." 17. Before he finished speaking, the smoke caused by the explosion in the hot hell dissipated, and a silver-white giant dragon appeared around Beilang, firmly protecting him within it. The explosion just now did not cause any damage to this giant dragon. Roar! The giant dragon roared at Yamamoto Genryusai, and then slowly dispersed. "Old man Shan, this move of yours is quite powerful. But unfortunately, you can't penetrate my ancient dragon at all," Beilang said provocatively with a smile again. "It's not over yet. The end of Senju, the noble hand of Khoton cannot be touched, the archer of the sky cannot be reflected, the road of shining light, the wind fanning the fire. There is no need to be confused when we gather together, just follow my instructions. Light bullet 8 body Kyajo Tianjing Ji Bao big wheel, the grey turret, leads the bow into the distance, and dissipates brightly. Had S91, Senju Jiao Tian Te Peo. Mountain. Motomoto Ryūjin held up the Ryūjin Jakka and unceremoniously launched this completely chanted had number 90 at Beilang, Senju Kaiten Te Peo. The red light cannon formed a group and rushed straight to Beilang's face. Beilang smiled slightly and held the soul-killing knife tightly in his hand. "A collision will kill you." Chapter 62. Beilang held the soul-slaying knife in his back and swung it forward fiercely. 3 blue-black crescent-shaped flame impact slashes directly collided with the Senju Jiao Tian Te Peo. The two sides collided and a violent explosion occurred. A small mushroom cloud was formed directly between Beilang and Yamamoto Genryusai. The aftermath of the powerful Ryūjin even made the captains so blind that they couldn't even open their eyes. The little guy Hisagi Shuai was even protected by Yoryuki. If not for this, Hisagi Shuai would have even been killed directly in the aftermath of the battle. This is the scary thing about captain-level battles. If Beilang hadn't strengthened a wave of Soul Society, that blow just now might have even cracked the Soul Society's space. It might even have affected the entire Soul Society's ecology. Is this a captain-level battle? Ishin Shiba, a handsome young man who was watching the battle, sighed. Before he lost his Shinigami power, Shiba was still a handsome guy. Just by looking at his appearance, you would never be able to tell who was the uncle and the nephew between him and Shiba Kyan. And it seems that in terms of age, Shiba Ishin is really not much older than Shiba Kyan. Kuratsuka Mayuri also exclaimed, "What an amazing fighting power! Is this the true strength of Captain Beilang? He didn't expect that his financial sponsor would be so strong. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he didn't do anything shady. Not bad. Kid, then, try this trick from me. After using Kid, Yamamoto Genryusai finally took the soul-cutting sword. The Ryūjin Jakka in his hand slashed directly at Beilang without using any moves, very unpretentious. But this time, Beilang easily caught Yamamoto Genryusai's slash with the soul-cutting sword in his hand, and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Instead, he started to fight back. Yamamoto Genryusai was shocked at first, and then started to fight with Beilang Yu. There was no way, he really couldn't defeat his apprentice now. Although he couldn't do it at first, at that time Beilang could only defend passively and couldn't even see his movements. It's different now. Looking at the guy holding the knife, you can really confront him head-on. Aizen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two people who were constantly fighting. Is this Beilang's confidence to challenge the captain? He is indeed a powerful guy. Ryujin is worried. No one knows how powerful Beilang is than him, who is the right hand of the Soul King. He is worried that Soul Society's strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Genryusai will be injured in Beilang's hands. Ryūjin and Unohana are not worried at all. No one knows how confident they are in their men. Zaraki Kenpeiga looked at the two fighting men, and his blood burned again. However, he still has self-awareness now. He couldn't free the soul's anti-ing sword, and he couldn't even defeat his brothers, let alone fight with his master and master. Beilang also waved his sword again to force Yamamoto Genryusai back. He moved his wrist and said, "Old man Shan, how about the warm-up exercise ends here?" Yamamoto Genryusai smiled and said, "Okay, since my disciple has said so, let's officially enter the battle." The conversation between the two surprised the captains present. A battle of this level was just a warm-up exercise. This was something they never expected. That's right, whether it's Captain General or Captain Beilang, it seems there's no Bankai yet. Shiba said, focusing on being an excellent commentator. At this time, Chijiro Sasakaibe came to the captains and said, "Everyone, please pay attention. The captain and Beilang are about to release the soul's anti-ing sword. The captains should step back a little distance to avoid being affected by the battle between the two of them." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Except for Unohana and Chijiro Sasakaibe, no one had ever seen Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai. Even his two good apprentices Kurako Shunsui and Ryujin have never been seen before. For a time, the interest of the captains was also aroused. Everyone was very confident in their own strength and did not choose to evacuate here. Chijiro Sasakaibe also shook his head, saying that it was hard to persuade the damned ghost. When Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang really liberated the soul-cutting sword, they would know the seriousness of the matter. However, Beilang did not take the lead in liberating the soul-cutting sword. Instead, Yamamoto Genryusai held the sword across his chest with one hand and said calmly, "You brat, the power of my soul-cutting sword is huge. Even I can't guarantee that I can keep it. If you don't want to die, it's better to surrender directly." "Ajab." Beilang chuckled and said energetically, "Old man Shan, I've long wanted to see your soul-killing sword. Come over here." Yamamoto Genryusai nodded without saying a word. The Ryūjin in his body has once again improved to a higher level. "Bankai, Zanhuo Taishao." The old and cold voice sounded, as if Beilang was instantly brought back to the Chinese Godi 13 just established 1,000 years ago. It was the old man in front of me who was guarding the entire Godi 13 with his devilish soul-cutting sword. On the other side, Ichimaru Jin and Kurako Shunsui are also fighting fiercely. Kurako Shunsui didn't dare to let go. After all, he didn't know whether Aizen would spy on him at this time, so Kurako Shunsui didn't hide it at all. There is a saying that Kurako Shunsui agrees with very much, that is, the prerequisite for deceiving others is to deceive yourself first. Only when you deceive yourself is the highest level of deceiving. But Kurako Shunsui was really surprised. Needless to say, the young man in front of him actually managed to win against him. Moreover, Kurako Shunsui himself couldn't tell how much strength the kid opposite had hidden. Kurako Shunsui really wants to see how strong Ichimarujin is now. Although Kurako Shunsui gave up the position of captain, he still doesn't know how strong Beilang is. He only knows that Yamamoto Genryusai said he is very strong, but what? To what extent, Kurako Shunsui doesn't know. Not only Beilang, but also how powerful Beilang's apprentices and wives are, he doesn't know. Beilang's sect is hidden too deeply. Now Jaishur Yukatake has learned badly from Beilang and started to hide his own strength. Kurako Shunsui was slightly distracted, and Ichimarujin's shins directly pierced the flower robe on his back. Hey, you don't need to be so serious with your uncle. It's very dangerous. Kurako Shunsui said helplessly after getting out of the way, looking at the rip in his floral robe. If that's the case, then don't blame your uncle for bullying the younger. Kurako Shunsui raised his swords in a cross shape. The flower wind is disordered, the flower god cries. The sky wind is disordered, the demon sneers. Kaiten Kaikotsu. In an instant, the two sealed state swords in Kurako Shunsui's hands changed their forms. Two swords, one long and one short, appeared in Kurako Shunsui's hands. Oh my, Master's Ryutsu is really powerful. Ichimarujin said with some surprise. Although Ichimarujin was surprised in words, Ichimarujin showed no surprise at all in his expression. Hey, you are the real scary guy. You don't seem to be oppressed by my Ryutsu at all. Kurako Shunsui said in surprise. Don't say that, uncle, I just want to stop you anyway, I don't have to decide the winner with you. Ichimarujin looked weak, not caring about Kurako Shunsui's attitude at all, as if he just here to delay time. Today's young people are really like this. Kurako Shunsui didn't even know what to say. But at this moment, the two of them also sensed the powerful Ryutsu coming from the distance. Not only that, it seemed as if the entire Soul Society air was about to burn. Even in Rukanga, you can feel the power of Yamamoto Genryusai Ryutsu. Really? Is this master's true strength? Ichimarujin began to sweat on his head, because the temperature in the entire Soul Society began to rise. If Beilang hadn't strengthened the entire Soul Society, then as long as Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai lasted for a period of time without launching an attack, Soul Society would have burned out on its own. Kurako Shunsui also sighed, it's really terrible. It seems that Mr. Shan is serious. Then, I can't continue like this. Kurako Shunsui's face became serious and he attacked Ichimarujin again. Master! Why are we still fighting here? Wouldn't it be good to go back and watch the battle between master and my master? Ichimarujin complained while dodging Kurako Shunsui's attack. Of course it's not good. Kurako Shunsui said angrily. The screen switches back to Beilang. Looking at the old man who was like the sun in front of him, Beilang couldn't help but nodded slightly. This is his teacher's true strength. However, Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai did not change as devastatingly as he imagined. It was just that the soul-cutting sword in his hand turned into a burnt black color. Apart from the fact that the temperature of Soul Society was slowly rising, there were no other changes. Is this Bankai from Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai? Why doesn't it seem like it has changed much? Yuruaki asked curiously. Her grandfather Shihoran Senhai was a comrade with Yamamoto Genryusai, and he met Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai, but her grandfather did not tell Yuruaki what Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai was like, he only talked about Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai. It's just amazing. Yes, this is Captain Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai. An absolutely terrifying weapon. Unohana affirmed. But even though Unohana said so, the other captains still had doubts. You bastard, be careful, I can't hold back in this state. Yamamoto Genryusai continued to give instructions, for fear that something would go wrong. Stop the ink stains, master, come quickly, I can't wait any longer. Humph, I don't know what the so-called boy is. The sword of powerful fire. Yamamoto Genryusai was faster and appeared in front of Beilang in an instant, slashing at Beilang mercilessly with the soul-cutting knife in his hand. However, Beilang was faster and had already dodged Yamamoto Genryusai's attack by turning slightly sideways. However, Yamamoto Genryusai smiled slightly. The charred knife suddenly burst out with fierce flames. Fortunately, Beilang was fast enough anyway. A silver dragon appeared on the surface of his body. He took this move forcefully, and then got out of the way instantly. It is indeed the strongest Shinigami. Even if Beilang knows the moves of the residual fire sword, he still suffers a small loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, his pants would have been burned off by now. Yamamoto Genryusai continued to pursue, and Hank Dao immediately said, "Remnant Fire Tato Higashi Rising Sun Blade." Then he continued to pursue Beilang, waving the soul-cutting knife in his hand, using various moves, and every attack completely burned the air around Beilang. And it kept making air explosion sounds, so Beilang could only dodge and not dare to resist. Seeing that he could not hit Beilang, Yamamoto Genryusai did not continue to chop blindly, but shouted again, "Zanhuo Taishao Xi Zani prison clothes." In an instant, Yamamoto Genryusai's entire body was wrapped in flames, and the air around him continued to burn, as if the space around him began to distort. "Kid, the temperature of my Kanri prison clothes is 15 million degrees. If you touch it, you will die." Although Beilang knew that Yamamoto Genryusai was wearing the burning coat of his own Ryutsu, he really didn't dare to touch it at all, and still used his speed to avoid it. No matter how much Yamamoto Genryusai chases him, he can't catch up with him. "Kid, can you only run?" Yamamoto Genryusai was a little angry. This guy only knew how to run, but he didn't want to fight him head-on. "In that case, don't blame me. Remnant Fire Taishao Nan, Fire 10 Trillions Death Burial Formation." 17. Enemies that had been killed by Yamamoto Genryusai's residual fire sword continued to appear from the void. They turned into charred skeletons, restricting Beilang's actions one after another. Oops! Beilang was slightly shocked after being restrained. "Kid, what's next is the last blow you'll ever see." Yamamoto Genryusai didn't hold back. Remnant Fire Taishao North Ashes of Heaven and Earth. 11. Yamamoto Genryusai saw that Beilang was under control, and instantly came to Beilang. The soul-cutting sword in his hand slashed at Beilang at an extremely fast speed. This sword was accompanied by Yamamoto Genryusai's energy and spirit, and it was a sure kill. One knife. It was as if the color of heaven and earth had changed at this moment. All the captains watching the game began to worry about Beilang. However, even with such a sword, it still failed to penetrate Beilang's defense. When this killing blow was blocked by the soul-killing knife in Beilang's hand. Even at a high temperature of 15 million degrees, there is no sign of Beilang's soul-killing sword melting. "Old man, you're done fighting, isn't it my turn?" Beilang's expression turned cold. Chapter 63. Seeing that his killing blow was blocked by Beilang with the knife in his hand, Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes flashed with shock. "You know, the temperature of his soul-cutting sword is as high as 15 million degrees. Even this temperature can't make Beilang's soul-cutting sword change in any way. This is the strength of the holy sword, the fire sword, the fire. No matter what kind of flame it is, don't even think about causing any harm to the fire." Looking at the surprised Yamamoto Genryusai, Beilang also smiled and said, "Old man Shan, you're done fighting, it's my turn." Seeing Beilang blocking Yamamoto Genryusai's killing blow, all the captains including Aizen thought this was simply incredible. Even Aizen felt that if he was controlled by the knife just now, he would definitely be dead. But such an outrageous strike was actually blocked by Beilang. After Yamamoto Genryusai saw that the sword was ineffective, he quickly retreated. He had basically exhausted all his moves, and he failed to take down his apprentice. This was something he did not expect. Beilang looked at the silent Yamamoto Genryusai and said, "Teacher, I have seen your Bankai, but you haven't seen my Bankai yet." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. They only focused on Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai, but Beilang's Bankai hadn't been used yet. The situation has turned again. The Ryūjin in Beilang's body also began to rise, and finally it even rose to a point where the captains present could not sense it. Just like ordinary people can't see Shinigami and Kyun, they can't sense Beilang's Ryūjin now either. Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly changed his color, and 10 different holy swords appeared behind Beilang in front of him. Each sword has a different style. Beilang threw the flaming sword in his hand into the sky, and the 10 holy swords behind him also flew into the sky. Fire. Flowing water. Yellow sky. Stirring earth. Green wind. Tin sound. Dark moon. The brightest light. Wolf smoke. Realm of time. 10 swords form a giant Kabbalistic tree of life above Soul Society. This spectacle shocked all the Shinigami present. Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai was scary enough, but I didn't expect Beilang's Bankai to be even better. The 10 holy swords were harmonized by the 11th sword, the nameless sword, and merged into a new sword, which quickly descended in front of Beilang. This sword is the color of the flowing galaxy, with the runes of each holy sword engraved on it. Beilang stretched out his hand to hold the sword, and his Ryūjin skyrocketed again. Now Beilang's first-class spiritual power is no longer enough to describe his Ryūjin level. If we want to describe his Ryūjin level, that is a quasi-king level spirit. This king is no other king, he is the king of the spiritual king. He can now be said to have stepped into the realm of the spiritual king. Moreover, this is not over yet. The moment Beilang holds the sword, the sacred chanting sound appears. The 10 holy blades of the King of Blades. The cross of creation. The shining stars descended together with the miracle. O noble and great power, the blazing fire of courage. Across saber. Across saber. Across saber. The 10 fused swords. King of Blades, 10 holy blades. Looking at his disciple, Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes almost popped out in shock. Is this his disciple's Bankai? He even sensed the power to create the world on the 10 sacred blades in Beilang's hands. Yamamoto Genryusai couldn't believe it and thought it was just an illusion. In fact, the 10 sacred blades really have the ability to create the world. How about it, old man Shan, this is my Bankai. At the same time, the cloak behind Beilang also changed color, and clothes like a flowing starry sky appeared on his body, and there was a starry sky cape behind him, matching him that silver hair, not to mention how handsome he is. Or to put it another way, Shinigami fights to see who is more handsome. Generally speaking, the handsome ones have the same fighting ability, but only the ugly ones do. Yamamoto Genryusai also wanted to see the true combat power of the 10 holy blades, so he said, "Come on, Beilang, let me see how powerful you are now." Beilang nodded, he thought the same thing, he couldn't just Bankai once and let everyone watch the fun. You must know how strong you are. Old man Shan, be careful. The 10 sacred blades in Beilang's hand moved. The 10 sacred blades in Beilang's hand were wrapped with nebula-like aura, releasing a silver blade of light and slashing straight at Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai sensed the powerful power attached to this sword and quickly dodged to the side. I saw that the entire Siridii was split into 2 halves by this knife. A big crack appeared on the ground. When Yamamoto Genryusai saw this scene, his blood pressure was so high that he immediately released his Bankai. He gave up. He couldn't take this sword. He knew that his apprentice had betrayed him. Otherwise, if he was stabbed this time, he would probably have to report to hell. However, seeing the huge cracks on the ground, Yamamoto Genryusai couldn't help but said angrily, "You evil disciple! Do you know how long it will take to repair these places?" Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai disarm Bankai and exit the combat state, Bei Lang also smiled and said, "Don't worry, master." With that said, Bei Lang swung his sword again, and the rainbow-like light blade completely restored the damage caused by the previous battle, as if it had never appeared at all. Yamamoto Genryusai breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he sighed, his apprentice's soul-cutting sword is really powerful. Aizen looked at this scene and Kakuzu's eyes twitched a little. "Good guys, are all of your Genryu disciples perverts?" However, if they knew that this was just the insignificant power of Bei Lang's 10 sacred blades, they would probably not be able to sleep at all. Hisagi Shuai was really eye-opening. He saw such a battle of top players when he first entered Shirai. This undoubtedly played a very good leading role in his future development. Even Yuaki and Unohana saw Bei Lang Bankai's condition for the first time. They knew Bei Lang was strong, but they didn't expect Bei Lang to be so powerful. This ability can be said to be the ability to create the world, which really shocked them. Not to mention several of Bei Lang's apprentices, only Ichimaru Jin, who was having a good fight with Kurako Shunsui, did not see this scene. However, the knife that separated Shirai just now still stopped the fight between the two. After all, just now they both almost thought that Soul Society was going to be destroyed, so how could they have the energy to continue fighting? The two of them also hurried back to the battle site between Bei Lang and Yamamoto Genryusai. Although they were shocked to see the road restored again on the way, it only made them move a little faster. Unfortunately, by the time they returned to the battlefield, the battle was over, and Yamamoto, Genryusai and Bei Lang had already left. Only Aizen stood there, looking thoughtful. Kurako Shunsui quickly stepped forward and asked, "Captain Aizen, is the battle over? What happened?" Aizen still had that gentle smile on his face, nodded and said, "Yes, the battle is over, you guys came back late." Ichimaru Jin was surprised and asked quickly, "Then who won?" "Ah? Who won? Of course it's our Captain Bei Lang." Aizen left a smile and disappeared. Kurako Shunsui quickly chased after him, leaving only a silly Ichimaru Jin. The first team captain's room. Yamamoto Genryusai said angrily to Chursa Sakai, "Okay, Kojiro, hurry up and pack up. Let's find a place for the new captain." "Hey, teacher, don't say that. Don't be angry, you still have to go to the spiritual king's palace. You still said that you, a brat, didn't do this." Yamamoto glared when he mentioned this matter. After the battle just ended, Yamamoto Genryusai announced that Bei Lang would succeed the captain of Godi 13. Bei Lang also gave Yamamoto Genryusai a big surprise. By order of the Soul King, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is now appointed to be promoted to the Zero Division. Due to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's meritorious service in guarding Soul Society for many years, he was promoted to a member of Team Zero and will go to Soul King Palace in the near future. Bei Lang took out the Spirit King silver medal and stabbed his teacher who wanted to retire in the back. This is the reason why Yamamoto Genryusai is blowing his beard and staring. Well, he was already going to retire gloriously and enjoy the blessings, but he was dragged back to burn himself. How can Yamamoto Genryusai not be angry? Bei Lang could only lick his face and explain, "Teacher, don't be angry, just because you are promoted to the Zero Division, it doesn't mean that you can continue to enjoy the blessings in Shirai. Zero, please give me flowers." When Yamamoto Genryusai heard this, he perked up and said, "You mean, even if I am promoted to the Zero Division, I can continue to be in Shirai? Of course, being promoted to Division 0 is just recognition of your work over the years, teacher. I don't want you to actually go to the Soul King Palace to guard the Soul King. You can still go back to Spiritual Arts Academy and be the dean." Bei Lang quickly said things are made clear. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, Beilang, I have always thought that you are my best disciple. Now that I see it, it is indeed true." Beilang looked at Yamamoto Genryusai, who was laughing loudly, and was speechless. Just now he was a traitor and evil disciple, but now he is a loving disciple. Good guy, the old man's face is changing faster than turning the pages of a book. Beilang also hurriedly sent Yamamoto Genryusai to the Soul King Palace, accepted the baptism, and cast his own palace before taking him down. Apart from anything else, after being baptized by the Soul King, Yamamoto Genryusai has returned to his peak age. However, what a bad old man he is, he still retains his current appearance. When a blind person is really hit by the old man will transform back into the young Yamamoto Shigekuni at his peak in minutes. "Well, master, there is something I forgot to tell you." Beilang looked at Yamamoto Genryusai, who was in a good mood after the baptism, and said with some embarrassment, "Oh, if you have anything else, just tell me quickly." "Old man, I'm still busy attending classes at the Spiritual Arts Academy," Yamamoto Genryusai said impatiently. "Well, teacher, you can't just bankai in Siridii from now on," Beilang also said embarrassedly. "Ah? Why? Didn't you already reinforce Siridii once? Didn't you say that you can bankai as you like? That was before you were promoted. Your current strength is completely beyond the scope of ordinary Shinigami. If you had done Soul Society bankai earlier, you might have directly destroyed Soul Society. What should I do as a teacher?" "Don't worry, master, after I strengthen Soul Society a few more times, it should be fine." "Okay, anyway, we may encounter some opponents now." Yamamoto Genryusai no longer hesitated, and took the old people of his first team to the Central Spiritual Arts Academy for retirement. Beilang was left with an almost empty team and fled. Beilang also wants to cry but has no tears. My master is not particular about this. However, Beilang also quickly summoned the members of the 7th Division from the 7th Division to join the first team. Under the leadership of Matsumoto Ranjaku, the first team was up and running again. At the same time, Matsumoto Ranjaku was also transferred to the position of deputy captain of the first team. Although according to Matsumoto Ranjaku's current strength, she can already serve as the captain, but she and Sasakaibe. Like Kojiro, she wanted to continue to follow Beilang, so Beilang didn't say anything else. Anyway, the team affairs would be handed over to her sooner or later. At the same time, Yoryuki, Unohana, and Karu also moved to the first team captain's house. Sui Feng is now a new officer and has to live in the 2nd Division for a while. He will naturally move back after a while. From this day on, Godei 13 has also turned a new page. The old Godei 13 under the rule of Yamamoto Genryusai is in the past tense. The current Godei 13 is white. The new force led by Lang. For the current Godei 13, Beilang also made the first request, which is to change the standards for captain and vice-captain. Only second-class Lingwei can be the captain, and only Lingwei can be the vice-captain. Bankai is no longer exclusive to the captain level, now the deputy captain level is also required to master Bankai. This order makes the current Godei 13 a little miserable, but the higher-ups gave the order and they had no choice but to carry it out. The captain level is okay. After Beilang's subtle cleaning, now they are basically the second-class Lingwei captains, but the deputy captain level is not so good. The entire Godei 13. There are not many vice-captains who have reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. Currently, only Division 1 Vice-Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku, Division 11 Vice-Captain Kuzujishi Yachiru and Division 13 Vice-Captain Shibakayan are qualified. The other divisions, to put it bluntly, are not good enough. Some don't even have a vice-captain. Chapter 64. Of course, Beilang didn't make them stronger immediately, but gave these captains and vice-captains some time. For example, Lao Yinbai Eisensuk, his current Ryutsu is blocked by the 3rd level spirit power. According to Beilang's standards, he can only serve as the deputy captain. Therefore, Aizen has no choice but to release part of his Ryutsu to let his own Ryutsu becomes a second-class spiritual power. The same goes for Tosen Kaname. It has to be said that Tosen Kaname is really a pity. If Beilang came to Soul Society earlier, this true pure loving Tauren would definitely become his best subordinate. There is nothing we can do now. Beilang does not have the ability to resurrect Ji Kuang, so he can only miss Tosen Kaname. At the same time, Byakuya Kukaki, who had just taken office, met the person he loved most in his life, Kukaki Hyojin, who was the enlarged version of Rukia Kukaki during his first inspection of Rukanga. Although the two look almost the same, their personalities are completely different. Hyojin's personality is the gentle type. Although Beilang doesn't make any on her behavior of abandoning Rukia Kukaki, she is really more suitable for Byakuya Kukaki. After all, at the beginning, the daughter-in-law that the Kukaki family favored was actually Shihaoran Yoryuaki. It was just that Bai was intercepted. Of course, even if Bai didn't show up, Yoryuaki still fell in love with Baimax and just regarded him as his younger brother. Later, he ran away to the real world. At the first sight of Kukaki Hyojin, Byakuya Kukaki had already fallen in love and wanted to marry Hyojin home no matter what. The current Byakuya is completely different from the Byakuya in the original work. He alone has the final say in the Kukaki family, and other people do not even dare to speak against the 657. After all, the current Byakuya Kukaki, in the true sense yes, the strongest head of the Kukaki family in history. Of course, Byakuya's so many years were not in vain. He immediately took Kukaki to see Beilang. The captain of the first team was outside. Master Byakuya, what kind of person is Mr. Beilang? Does he dislike me? Kukaki asked worriedly. Don't worry, Hyojin. Teacher Beilang is a very good person. Although he was a bit free and easy when he was young, his personality has become very calm after becoming the captain. Byakuya Kukaki also quickly comforted the onion beside him. With that said, Ranjaku also walked out of the captain's room, looked at the woman next to Byakuya Kukaki, and said with an aunt's smile, "This must be Hyojin. I am Byakuya's senior sister, Matsumoto Ranjaku, come in quickly, teachers and senior wives. Waiting for you." After hearing Matsumoto Ranjaku's words, Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief and followed Byakuya into the captain's room. But as soon as he entered the captain's room, Kukaki fainted. This shocked Byakuya Kukaki, and Hyojin hugged Kukaki and said excitedly, "Hyojin! Hyojin! How are you? Why did you faint suddenly?" Ranjaku said speechlessly, "Why are you panicking? Mistress Uajawa is inside, why don't you let me take a look?" Byakuya finally came to his senses and rushed into the captain's room with Hyojin in his arms. Matsumoto Ranjaku shook his head slightly, "Love can really make people go to their heads. This junior brother of mine is usually so smart and clever, but now he is like a headless fly. Teacher's wife, Mrs. Mao's Hiwa, please save Hyojin." Looking at Byakuya who looked panicked, Beilang was speechless. "Then why don't you put this child down and let your wife check it out?" Byakuya woke up after hearing Beilang's words, and put Kukaki Hyojin on the floor with a worried look. Unohana went to check it personally. After a while, Hyojin woke up. Seeing Hyojin wake up, Byakuya was relieved and asked quickly, "Master, teachers and wives, what's going on?" Hyojin was in good health before, so why did he suddenly faint? Beilang is sitting in the middle, with Yoryuaki and Suifeng on the left and Unohana and Kaku on the right. Before Ms. Hiwa could say anything, Beilang said angrily, "Are you a stupid kid? You have forgotten everything the teacher taught you." Byakuya was stunned, still not quite understanding. "What your teacher means is that your Ryutsu is too strong, and this child's Ryutsu is too weak. Even the Ryutsu you have escaped is not something she can bear." Unohana explained. Not only that, if this child lives with you for a long time, he will die within a year. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya instantly felt his whole body go numb, and the biting coldness of his thighs attacked his body from the inside out. How could this happen? It's my problem. Byakuya said in a broken voice. It's okay, Lord Byakuya, I'm already very happy to meet you. She was really attracted to Byakuya, and now the young couple looked at each other with tears in their eyes, as if they were parting. Ahem, but there is nothing we can do about this situation. Bei Lang saw that the young couple was still crying in front of him and stopped holding them in front of him, so he said directly. Great! I knew master, you would definitely have a way. Byakuya Kokaki said in surprise. You. Bei Lang glared at Byakuya Kokaki, and then he realized that this boy was still a lover. Why did he become so smart when he met Kokaki? Kokaki Fyujin was stunned after hearing Bei Lang's words. She didn't expect that things would turn around. Let Ryujin stay with your mistress Unohana for a while. Recently, your mistress Unohana's soul-cutting sword has undergone a slight change, which is just enough for Ryujin to improve Ryutsu. It may not be able to reach the captain level, but there's nothing wrong with becoming the vice-captain. Bei Lang didn't hide it and directly gave the solution. I understand, Fei Zhen, I still haven't thanked the teacher and my sisters-in-law. Thank you to the teacher, thank you to the teachers and wives. Okay, you two are doing well, it's better than anything else. By the way, on the day you get married, don't forget to please excuse me. Great, Byakuya will definitely come to your door in person and invite the teachers and wives to come over. Seeing the sad couple when they came and the happy faces when they left, Bei Lang couldn't help but shake his head. Good guy, it's time for that little one to marry a wife. However, my eldest apprentice is indeed a bit worried. Now he looks like women will affect my speed of drawing the sword. He is completely different from the Ichimarujin who sacrificed for women in his previous life. At this time, Ichimarujin, who was teaching Hisagishua at the Spiritual Arts Academy, sneezed and thought, "Hey? Did I catch a cold? I shouldn't." Soon, the wedding of Byakuya and Ryujin also officially started. As the head of the Kokaki family, of course he had to notify the nobles about getting married. Of course, Bei Lang, who is Byakuya's teacher, attended the wedding in person and became a member of the High Hall, while Kokaki Gingling retired. Instead, Bei Lang became the last one to be served tea. This made Bei Lang smile from ear to ear. He could be regarded as Byakuya's cheap father for once. In addition to Bei Lang and his 4 wives, other senior brothers such as Ichimarujin, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and Zaraki Kenpeki also attended the wedding. But they were indeed regarded as negative examples, because Bei Lang began to urge them to get married. On the contrary, Byakuya Kokaki became a positive case. Bei Lang used Byakuya Kokaki as an example to educate several disciples. However, these guys all had their left ear in and right ear out. Bei Lang was so angry that his blood pressure almost rose. He finally knows how Yamamoto Genryusai looked at him back then. Good guy, these guys are really good at making people angry. In this way, Seoul society once again entered a brief period of peace, and 3 years passed in a flash. A new batch of students will also enter the Spiritual Arts Academy to study. This batch of students includes many vice-captains, but Bei Lang has little interest in them. Regardless of whether it is Hinamori Momo, Kira, or Abarai Renji, the top human shields in the 3 realms, in the end, Ding Tian is a second-class spiritual power, and cannot touch the edge of first-class spiritual power. Bei Lang has no interest in teaching them all well. It is enough for Ichimarujin to form a good relationship with them. Not to mention, the teaching quality of Ichimarujin is really not bad. In just 3 years, Hisagishua has been promoted to the 4th level of spiritual power. Before that, he could already hold the position of deputy captain. That's not all. For the sake of his apprentice, Ichimarujin did not hesitate to go to Beilang in person and send his young apprentice to the Soul King's palace. After all, he is the eldest disciple of Beilang's lineage, so his strength cannot be weak no matter how much he says. You see, Shibukayan, Jaishur Yukate's only disciple, has broken through to the second-level spiritual power in the past 2 days. This makes Jaishur Yukate so happy that he has to go to Yulang to show off. If Ichimarujin and the others hadn't stepped into the first-class spirit power, Jaishur Yukate would have really succeeded. Moreover, Shibukayan is also getting married recently, and he is marrying the third seat of the 13th division. Shibadu once again asked Beilang to take this opportunity to nag a few of his apprentices 0. But these guys are not afraid of boiling water and they don't care about Beilang's urge to get married. Of course, Ichimarujin also took a fancy to a student during the freshman assessment. This student is none other than Kukaki. Although Rukia Kukaki's Ryūtsu is only the 8th level spiritual power, she does have talents that Abarai Renji and others don't have. Ichimarujin has followed Beilang for so many years, so he certainly knows what a genius is. The initial Ryūtsu level is low, but it doesn't mean that this kid can't become a first-class spiritual powerhouse. So even though Rukia entered Class 2 instead of Class 1, Ichimarujin still accepted her as his disciple. Of course, Ichimarujin also knew very well that this child was his sister-in-law's lost sister. After all, that onion was hard to find in the entire Soul Society. At this time, Ichimarujin certainly knew that he had accepted his junior brother's sister-in-law as his disciple, but he didn't care about it. How could he, Ichimarujin, miss this matter of being Byakuya's elder? However, Ichimarujin also learned from Hinamori Momo that she had a younger brother who was even more talented than her. After learning the news, Ichimarujin immediately went to Beilang. According to Hinamori Momo's description, her younger brother's talent was even stronger than that of Ichimarujin. Well, I already know the matter. If that's the case, then I'll take a trip. Beilang put down the teacup and said, Teacher, do you want to go in person? It seems that we are going to have a junior brother. Ichimarujin was also surprised at first, and then smiled. Geniuses have always been his teacher's favorite. Ichimarujin knew this and told Beilang the news. However, not only Ichimarujin, Byakuya also came to the first team. Teacher, we found Hyujin's lost sister. Byakuya Kukaki walked in anxiously, and was stunned for a moment when he saw his senior brother. After all, his senior brother should be teaching at Spiritual Arts Academy at this time. Then shall I avoid it? Ichimarujin felt that even if he was his junior brother, he was not suitable to hear such things. After all, he couldn't say that his sister-in-law did something wrong back in 1.4, right? No, senior brother, I still need your help with this matter. Ichimarujin felt strange, this guy Byakuya would never have called him senior unless he asked him for something. Ichimarujin became interested instead and sat down. Next I heard it. Master, we found the child. She is now a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, one of this batch of students. Byakuya Kukaki continued to talk to Beilang. Oh, this is really a coincidence. Beilang also pretended to be surprised. A student from this class? There are not many girls. Let me think about it, it can't be Hinamori Momo. I heard that she was also adopted. How could Ichimarujin not know, in fact? This is what he told Beilang, but he still pretended not to understand and wanted to tease Byakuya. It's not Hinamori Momo, it's Rukia. This child looks exactly like Hinamori. He must be Hinamori's lost sister. As soon as Byakuya finished speaking, Ichimarujin burst out laughing. It turns out to be Rukia. She is my dear apprentice. Ichimarujin's words made Byakuya stunned for a moment, and then he said in surprise, it turns out that my senior brother discovered Rukia. 21. Okay, senior brother, do you have this mentality to accept her as your disciple? Eat me Senbonzakura. After the brothers made a fuss for a while, Bei Lang asked, "Now that you have found this child, what are you going to do?" "Hijhen and I thought about it and planned to adopt this child as the adopted daughter of the Kukaki family, which can be regarded as compensation for the child. As for admitting the matter to Hyejin, it depends on the child. My own opinion," Byakuya also said seriously. Chapter 65. Bei Lang nodded. He had no problem with Byakuya's training. If he could say this, Byakuya's three views were still correct. Indeed, now that Hyejin is still alive, Bei Lang doesn't know whether Rukia will recognize this sister who cruelly abandoned her. Hyejin has indeed repented, but this kind of repentance cannot make up for Rukia's lack of emotion at all. Suddenly knowing that I have a sister is something that most people cannot accept. However, the matter of the adopted daughter is still settled. After all, it is the Kukaki family, and it is very easy to accept an adopted daughter. After Bei Lang heard Byakuya's solution, he also asked Ichimaru-jin to take Byakuya to the Spiritual Arts Academy. He always had to ask Rukia if she was willing. "Ah? The Kukaki family wants to adopt me as their adopted daughter? Teacher, don't you see the joke?" Rukia looked at her teacher in disbelief. Ichimaru-jin sat in front of the coffee table and took a sip of tea. "Of course I'm not joking. To be precise, it's not the Kukaki family who wants to take you in. It's the current head of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kukaki, who wants to take you in as a adopted sister." Rukia shook her head and said, "This is incredible. Indeed, if it is Rukonga, Rukia, she still doesn't understand what the Kukaki family represents, but Rukia, who has now become a Shinigami preparatory, is different. She now understands very well that the Kukaki family is one of the four nobles and a behemoth of the Soul Society. For such a family to accept her as their adopted daughter, it is no less outrageous than the world's richest man suddenly coming to your door and telling you that you are his biological son. You don't have to worry about what he has planned for you. Lord Byakuya Kukaki, he is your teacher and my junior brother. Your teacher and I are half-brothers who grew up playing together." Ichimaru-jin also comforted Rukia. Rukia felt that she could be a disciple of Ichimaru-jin, which was already very strange. Not long after she became a disciple, the Kukaki family came to her door again. At this moment, Rukia doubted whether she had the aura of a protagonist. "Then teacher, what do you think of this matter?" Rukia asked. "Me? To be honest, I recommended that you agree. This is not because of the resource problem. After all, even the resources for Byakuya Kukaki's own growth were not provided by the Kukaki family, but because of another reason. However, now it's not easy for the teacher to tell you, but this reason is very important to you." Ichimaru-jin said with some confusion. "It can't be that the head of the Kukaki family has fallen in love with me and wants to marry me." Rukia made a bold assumption. After hearing this, Ichimaru-jin, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea. "Ahem, cough, cough, why do you think so?" Ichimaru-jin said with a speechless expression. "But then I thought about it, Rukia and Hyejin were cut out of the same mold. If Byakuya Kukaki met Rukia first, then it really wouldn't be possible." Ichimaru-jin's expression also became weird. Seeing Ichimaru-jin's expression, Rukia was also startled. "Could it be that I was right? How is that possible? Even if you are willing, your teacher will not agree to it." Ichimaru-jin knocked Rukia's little head angrily. It hurt. Rukia rubbed her head and smiled coquettishly. "Okay, stop thinking so much and let the real owner talk to you. Come in, Byakuya." Ichimaru-jin was afraid that Rukia would say something shocking again, so he quickly called Byakuya who was waiting outside. Obviously, after hearing the words Byakuya Kukaki, Rukia became visibly nervous. But as soon as he opened the door, a handsome guy with a paralyzed face walked in. Seeing Byakuya's paralyzed face, Ichimaru-jin couldn't hold himself any longer. "Pfft, Byakuya, what's your expression? Why are you pretending to be cool? Ichimarujin laughed so hard that he almost burst into laughter. This was the first time he knew that his junior brother still had the burden of being an idol. It can be seen that not only Rukia is very nervous, but Byakuya Kokaki is also very nervous. Seeing that this miniature version of Hyujin was exactly the same as Hyujin, Byakuya almost couldn't hold back and told the truth on the spot. But it was Ichimarujin's words that calmed Byakuya down. After giving Ichimarujin a grateful look, Byakuya's face became normal and he said, "You must be Rukia." "Yes, Lord Byakuya." Rukia was obviously nervous. Ichimarujin rubbed Rukia's head and said, "Don't be so nervous, don't call me Lord Byakuya, call me Uncle Byakuya." Rukia felt the support of her master, and relaxed slightly and said, "It's master, I've met Uncle Byakuya." After hearing this title, Byakuya Kokaki glared at Ichimarujin angrily. Especially when he saw the smile on Ichimarujin's face, Byakuya Kokaki became even more angry. "Ahem, Rukia, don't be nervous. It doesn't matter even if you don't want to enter our Kokaki house. Uncle Master is here just to ask for your opinion," Byakuya Kokaki said in a gentle tone. Rukia became more relaxed. After thinking for a while, she said, "Uncle, this matter is not simple. I still have to think about it before making a decision." Byakuya Kokaki nodded. Originally, he didn't expect that Rukia would decide to enter their Kokaki house just once. The main reason for coming this time was to leave a good impression in front of Rukia. "It's okay, think about it carefully, I really hope to accept you as my adopted sister." Byakuya Kokaki's eyes were very soft, no different from looking at his own family. Rukia, who has never felt the warmth of her family, also felt the warmth in Byakuya's eyes. Her master was already very good to her, and now a step-brother came to her door. Rukia couldn't help but sigh at her luck. It has indeed gotten better. After a brief chat, Byakuya Kokaki also said goodbye and left. He wanted to tell Kokaki the good news. On the other side, Beilang took Matsumoto Ranjaku to Hinamori Momo's home in Rukanga to find Hitsuga Ichware. Although in the manga, Hitsuga Ichware's strength is not that pervert, the child's potential is still good. Unfortunately, if Shiba Ishin was not plotted by Aizen, then part of the child's potential can definitely be explored again. So Beilang came and wanted to see if he could train this child to be better. "Hey? Is the bedwetting Momo back?" As soon as he arrived outside Hinamori Momo's house, Hitsuga Ichware felt someone coming outside the house. Obviously, this child's talent is no problem. Beilang also nodded with satisfaction. Matsumoto Ranjaku also opened the door and entered Hitsuga Ichware's home. Their home is located in Rukanga District 1, which is the Rukanga area with the best security conditions. The furnishings in the house are still better than those of ordinary families. But after all, Rukanga is definitely incomparable to Siridai. Seeing the two people walking into the house, Hitsuga Ichware was stunned for a moment. "Are you Shinigami? Are you here to see Momoko?" Although the specific identities of Beilang and Matsumoto Ranjaku are not known, the huge Ryūjin Hitsuga Ichware on their bodies can still be felt. Moreover, because there are no fights in the first district, Hitsuga Ichware is still a little immature now and talks about everything outside. But Beilang and Matsumoto Ranjaku shook their heads. "We are here to find you, Hitsuga Ichware." "Looking for me?" Hitsuga Ichware was obviously taken aback. "That's right, kid, you shouldn't bury your talent here. How about becoming your teacher?" Beilang said with a gentle smile. "Thank you sir, but I don't want to be a Shinigami yet." Hitsuga Ichware refused without saying a word, which made Matsumoto Ranjaku stunned for a moment. "Boy, do you know who he is in front of you?" Before Matsumoto Ranjaku could finish speaking, Beilang directly stopped Matsumoto Ranjaku. Ranjaku's words sounded so much like those of a villain. "Son, you don't live alone. If you don't want to leave here, you probably don't want to leave your family." Beilang continued. How did you know? Hitsuge were visibly panicked, obviously frightened by Beilang's words. Don't worry about how I know it, but kid, you know, your body contains huge Ryutsu, and the summoning soul living with you has to bear the Ryutsu that you unconsciously radiate. I think the family member you live with never stays with you during the day, right? Hitsuge expression changed after hearing Beilang's words. If you don't learn to control your Ryutsu, your family will gradually become weak. At that time, they may even be killed by the Ryutsu you unconsciously emit. My child, think about it, how is your family's physical condition recently? As soon as these words came out, Hitsuge's face became even uglier. Obviously, he had remembered that his grandma's health was getting worse and worse recently. He thought she was sick before, but he didn't expect that the culprit was himself. At this moment, Hitsuge's grandmother also walked in and coughed twice. Hitsuge quickly stepped forward to support her grandmother. She said in disbelief, "Grandma, is what he said true?" Hitsuge's grandmother did not speak, but looked at him with kind eyes. At this moment, Hitsuge understood everything. Master Shinigami, I am willing to accept you as my teacher. Hitsuge quickly turned around and said. What he cherishes most is his family, and of course he will not see his family's lives threatened because of him. Beilang nodded, don't worry, kid, I will send someone to take care of your grandma. Hitsuge finally showed a smile, knowing everything about a child like him, knowing that his grandmother could not go to Shirai with him, and his grandmother could not bear Ryutsu in Rukanga, and she would die faster if she entered Shirai. Master, please bow to Hitsuge. Ziobai also said very quickly. Beilang also smiled and helped Hitsuge up. Okay, kid, you will be my close disciple from now on. My name is Beilang, and this is your senior sister, Matsumoto Ranjaku. You and I still have a bit of face in Shirai. Yes, don't worry about your grandma's condition. 720 After saying that, Beilang also took Matsumoto Ranjaku out of Hitsuge's house first. Little junior brother, master, and I are waiting for you outside. You can say goodbye to your grandma properly. After saying that, Matsumoto Ranjaku also closed the door carefully. Hitsuge and his grandmother in the room also said goodbye well. The little guy packed his luggage and walked out with red eyes. Hitsuge's grandmother also smiled and said, Sir, my grandson will be left to you. Please be more considerate. Beilang also said quickly, Don't worry, old man, I will train him well. Although this grandma may not be as old as Beilang in actual age, Yu Lang still respectfully called her an old man. Beilang and Matsumoto Ranjaku also brought Hitsuge back to Shirai. After all, he is the captain and cannot run around casually. First team. Hitsuge is like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, everything she sees is very fresh. Hearing that every Shinigami who met Beilang and Matsumoto Ranjaku addressed them with great respect, Hitsuge was also curious about the identity of his master. Forgive this kid for not understanding the composition of Shirai, as long as Rukanga can distinguish between Shinigami and ordinary souls. It's very difficult. As for the status of captain, it is simply a legendary title. But obviously, Hitsuge is still keenly aware that his master's status is definitely very high. Captain's room. Ranjaku, go and call your teachers and wives over and let them see this child. Beilang said to Ranjaku. Yes, master. Matsumoto Ranjaku disappeared in an instant. Hitsuge was still a little cautious when facing Beilang alone. Beilang sat in front of the table and said with a smile, Don't be so formal, kid, come sit down and talk. Hitsuge sat across from Beilang in a dignified manner. Since you worship me as your teacher, I would also like to tell you about the specific situation of our sect. 17. I was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of Yamamoto Genryusai after my master's training. Hitsugayachware was like listening to a book from heaven, with an expression of surprise in his eyes. Soon Mao's Hiwa and others also arrived, and Ziobai also quickly visited the master wives. Well, the 4 master wives really shocked Ziobai. Of course, the sweet-tongued Ziobai was quickly praised by the 4 teachers' wives. What? My teacher is actually the current captain of Godi I-13. Hitsugayachware shouted in disbelief. The update ends today, thank you all for your support. Chapter 66. Hitsugayachware was also shocked and didn't know what to say after hearing the excellent traditions of his master. That night, Ziobai couldn't sleep. He never imagined that by casually becoming a disciple, he would rise to the top and become a close disciple of the current captain. Of course, Ryujin and the others also knew that Beilang had accepted a closed disciple. The next day, all Beilang's disciples returned to the first team. After all, this was Beilang's closed disciple. You know, Beilang was also the closed disciple of Yamamoto Genryusai. Of course they are very interested in this junior brother, Ryujin. Except for Hisagi Shuei, who was still training hard in the Soul King Palace, the other disciples of Beilang's sect came to the first team one after another. With such a posture, I didn't know that a strong enemy was going to invade the soul. It's over. Dear Master, your favorite disciple is back with your little grandson. Ryujin's voice arrived first before anyone arrived, still looking like a little fox, followed by a slightly reserved little onion. This is the first time Rukia has met Beilang. Of course, Rukia is very clear about the title of Soul Society's strongest Shinigami, Captain of Godi I-13. After all, the first lesson in the textbook they are studying now is the history of Soul Society, which gives a very detailed introduction to the 2 captains. That's called Wei Guangzheng. Rukia, who hasn't seen Beilang yet, thought Beilang was an old man. But as soon as she entered the captain's room and saw the silver-haired handsome guy, Rukia was stunned for a moment. Good guy, my master looks like his master is still young. At the same time, Hitsugayachware was also sitting at Beilang's starting point. Oh, this must be my junior brother. Ryujin said with a smile. Hello, senior brother, I am Hitsugayachware. You don't have to be so polite. Come on, Rukia, I've met your little uncle. Hello, uncle, I am Kia. Hello, nephew. Rukia is also sizing up this little junior uncle. This junior uncle looks like he is not much older than her. He may not even be older than her. Beilang also introduced, this is your senior brother Ryujin. He is currently working as a teacher at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Soon he will be transferred to the 3rd division as the captain. Oh, teacher, I think being a teacher is really good. I really don't want to be the captain. Ryujin cried quickly. It's obvious that this guy doesn't want to go to work at all. Beilang glared at Ryujin, if you don't go, who will? The position of captain of the 3rd division has been vacant for you for almost 50 years. You didn't have enough qualifications before, but you don't want to go now because your teacher's knife is not sharp enough. It's over. Ryujin looked at Beilang and was stunned. He quickly said, Go, go, I'll go as soon as I finish teaching these students. As soon as he said this, Beilang nodded and his expression became satisfied. Ha 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 ha. I heard that we have a junior brother. I wonder if we can fight him. Just after finishing Ryujin's question, a rough voice rang out. Xiaojian, don't do it directly. Otherwise we will be scolded again. I know Baiqian Liu, you are so verbose. The door opened, and a strong man 2 meters tall walked in, with a little girl with pink hair lying on his shoulders. Let me see who is my junior brother. This strong man made no secret of his powerful Ryutsu. Rukia felt like she was going to be suffocated by this strong Ryutsu. Okay, Zaraki, don't scare me again. Another voice sounded, and Byakuya Kukaki also walked in with Kukaki Hijhen. Ha 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 ha, Byakuya, I haven't seen you for a long time, do you want to have a fight? Kenpeki smiled even happier. Fight, fight, fight. Is this what the teacher taught you? Matsumoto Ranjaku also arrived. Seeing that everyone was here, Beilang also coughed and said, okay, stop arguing, everyone should take their seats first. Zaraki Kenpeki and Byakuya Kukaki also sat down with their own girls. Kukaki Hyojin saw Rukia, who was exactly the same as her at a glance. If he hadn't already known about her existence, he would have cried. Of course, Rukia also saw the existence of Kukaki Hyojin, and her heart was shocked. She instantly understood why the Kukaki family wanted to take her into safety. Okay, I've called you here today to let you get to know each other. This is my new disciple, Hitsugayachwir, who is also your junior brother. By the way, I'm calling you here to get together. You haven't been together for several years. Have you seen this old man like me? After hearing Beilang's words, all the disciples also watched with their noses, and no one dared to speak. Teacher, aren't we all busy? As soon as we have time, we will come to see you. Only Ichimarujin dared to say this. Beilang shook his head speechlessly. When he asked them to move out, they were all very reluctant. But now they are fine. We haven't come back to have dinner together for several years. It makes Beilang look like a lonely old man. Oh, he still has 4 wives, so that's okay. Everyone present, except for the full-time wife Kukaki Hyojin, the worst others are also vice-captains. Indeed, they all have high positions of authority. Anyway, Hitsugayachwir and Rukia were shocked, their sect was so powerful. Okay, Lang, the children are busy too. Mao's Hiwa also arrived with the other 3 ladies, and the disciples also quickly said hello to each master's wife. After Beilang listened to Mao's Hiwa's persuasion, he was no longer angry, and everyone had a relatively satisfactory reunion dinner. Hisajai Shuei, happiness belongs to them. I am the chief disciple of the 4th generation. After the meal, Hyojin, who had long been unable to bear the spar and the discussion, finally got the opportunity to spend some time alone with Rukia. Everyone also knew the relationship between the two and gave them enough space. Rukia. Are you Rukia? Hyojin looked at Rukia in disbelief, fearing that the little onion in front of her would disappear. Rukia obviously knew that the young woman in front of her looked so similar to her, so she must be related to her, so she asked with some trembling, Madam, is there any relationship between us? Hearing Rukia's words, Kukaki Hyojin couldn't bear it anymore and held Rukia in his arms with tears. At that moment, Rukia was stunned. Looking at Kukaki Hyojin, who was in tears, for some reason, Rukia felt that my heart began to hurt, and tears flowed down unconsciously. Rukia, I'm sorry for you. I'm your sister. Kukaki hugged Rukia and told her everything about that year. Obviously, after hearing what happened that year, Rukia was completely stupid. She did not expect that her sister would abandon her. She did not know how to face her sister. I could only force myself to calm down and said, Mrs. Hyojin, please calm down first. Hearing Rukia's name, Hyojin was also shocked, but she also understood what Rukia meant. After all, a sister suddenly appeared and said she was her sister and abandoned her. It was normal for her to be unable to accept it for a while. I know, Rukia, this matter is very unacceptable to you, but my sister really wants to make it up to you. Everything is my sister's fault. If you don't want to, sister cannot see you. She said with a smile in her eyes. Tears said. I know, I will think about it carefully. Thank you for telling me this, Mrs. Hyojin. Rukia forced herself not to be emotional and said calmly. Hyojin didn't know what to say, so she could only leave first. After Kukaki left, Rukia burst into tears until a big hand touched her head and said, Cry, just cry. Rukia knew it was her master, so she jumped directly into Ichimarujin's arms, hugged Ichimarujin and cried loudly. After a while, her mood stabilized. Then what are you going to do? Ichimarujin said gently. I don't know, I really don't know what to do. My rationality tells me that I shouldn't recognize her, but deep down in my heart, she is my sister, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. Rukia very confused inside. Ichimarujin rubbed her head, wiped away her tears and said, Master can only tell you, just follow your heart. If you want to recognize this sister, then recognize this sister. If you don't want to recognize this sister, it doesn't matter. You are now if you have the confidence to deny them, no matter what choice you make, Master will support you. When Rukia heard Ichimarujin's words, her heart warmed and she was obviously inspired. On the other side, Zaraki Kenpeki and the others were teasing Hitsuga Ichware. After finally meeting their junior brother, they must have a good time. After all, the three of Ichimarujin grew up together, and Zaraki Kenpeki was already a young man when he became a disciple. For a young man like Hitsuga Ichware, that was the most fun time. Hitsuga Ichware also didn't expect that all his senior brothers and sisters were captain level, so he was really teased by these old fritters. Beilang saw this and smiled very happily in his heart. That's the only good thing about their faction. They don't fight among themselves. This kind of thing between brothers and sisters is his favorite. In the 8th division in the distance, an undercover agent sneezed hard and muttered, It must be my junior brother who is saying bad things about me behind my back again. Of course, Rukia was not let off by them, and she was also asked questions. Of course, the nephew could not tease her like the junior brother, but they did not leave the little girl idle. But at this time, Rukia was still thinking about Fei Zhen, so she just barely dealt with them. From this day on, Hitsuga Ichware also officially started his Shinigami practice. As a closed disciple, not only Beilang and his 4 wives are teaching Hitsuga Ichware, but also several of his senior brothers and sisters will certainly not let this little junior brother go. Hitsuga Ichware is called the all-round development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and laboring skills. Everyone began to temper Hitsuga Ichware to varying degrees from all levels. However, Hitsuga Ichware is indeed a genius. No matter what he learns, he is extremely fast. In just 3 years, he has almost mastered the 4 skills of Zhan Fist and Zhan Gui. Of course, Haki's training has not fallen behind either. It can be said that it's completely different from 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, Rukia has been officially adopted as an adopted daughter by the Kukaki family. In any case, the sisterhood between Rukia and Ryujin will never be broken. Ryujin's meticulous care of Rukia in the past 3 years has also made Rukia feel the warmth of home. Finally, in order to spend more time with my sister, I finally entered the Kukaki house. Of course, Ichimarujin used this incident to tease Byakuya Kukaki. After all, Byakuya would be 1 generation below him. It was impossible for Ichimarujin to let Byakuya Kukaki go, and of course he made a series of ridicules to him. But Byakuya is not a vegetarian, and he insists on using Ichimarujin as the same seniority as the teacher to target him. These 2 senior brothers, Linyo is good, are like living treasures. Of course, after retrieving her sister, Ryujin also transformed into a juicer girl and squeezed Byakuya Kukaki hard. As a result, Beilang found that Byakuya's face had become increasingly pale recently. He looked like he was overindulging, which made Beilang speechless for a while. His 4 wives came together, but none of them ended up like Byakuya, so he simply taught him how to do it, and finally made Byakuya surrender. Really, revitalize men's glory. Spiritual Arts Academy. Teacher, tomorrow is the actual combat simulation in the real world. Why don't you go to bed early? Rukia, who has been renamed Rukia Kukaki, asked her master. Don't worry, don't worry. Tomorrow, there will be 6th grade students who will take you to do actual combat simulations. Ichimarujin said nonchalantly. After all, for so many years, I have never heard of any problems in actual combat simulations, so Ryujin really doesn't care about it. Anyway, as the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family, Rukia Kukaki would not be able to participate in this drill. Ryujin doesn't think that this kind of drill will be of any help to Rukia's progress. After all, Rukia has taken a lot of practical lessons from these masters. However, Rukia is worried about her friends Hinamori Momo, Abarai Renji, and Kira Izuru, who are participating in the training this time. Although the talents of these three people are not bad, Ryujin did not accept them as disciples because these three people did not meet Ryujin's standards. Even though Rukia was not good at Ryutsu before, now Rukia is already a fourth-class spirit power. The Kukaki family has spent all the resources that were not used on Byakuya on her. Coupled with the resources of Ryujin, it can be said that Rukia has made great progress. Chapter 67. However, Rukia saw that Ryujin didn't care, and knew that there would be no problems with this kind of simulation training, so she didn't say anything. The reason why Ryujin doesn't care is that even if there is a problem, he can be there as soon as possible and will never let any accidents happen to the students. The 12th Division is Beilang's direct unit, and they don't dare to cause problems in this kind of thing. Of course, on the other side, Aizen has been silent for such a long time and is about to start causing trouble again. As the captain of the 5th team, Aizen is the only captain who likes to come to Spiritual Arts Academy for classes. Although he does not teach the 4th gate course of Zanquanzuki, he still wins many hearts because of his gentle personality and handsome appearance. The hearts of students. Of course, the reason why the effect is not as good as in the original work is not because of the existence of Ryujin. As the current captain's eldest apprentice and beloved disciple, Ryujin has many fans, and the current Ryujin is not like the cold lion majesty in the original work. Now Ryujin is more like a fox. Many female students prostrate themselves under Ryujin's Shinigami pants. Coupled with his strong strength and careful teaching methods, there are many male students who are fans of Ryujin. For example, Kira Izuru is a die-hard fan of Ryujin. Although Ryujin did not accept him as his disciple, this kid often consulted Ryujin. Of course, the one who works harder is Abarai Renji. As Rukia Kukaki's childhood sweetheart, Abarai Renji is really working hard to practice. The current Rukia Kukaki is no longer in the same world as him. She is now the eldest lady of the Kukaki family, the disciple of the captain's eldest disciple Ryujin, and the biological sister of the wife of the head of the Kukaki family. To put it bluntly, even if Rukia he didn't show anything, and Abarai Renji himself began to feel inferior. In order to change all this kid is really training like crazy, but compared with Rukia Kukaki, who has the guidance of a famous teacher and enjoys dual resources, the progress is still a little too slow. Especially Rukia Kukaki and Hitsugaichware, who were like childhood sweethearts who trained together, made Abarai Renji even more uncomfortable. However, these two people really have no further relationship. The next day, Spiritual Arts Academy's current training team, 207, set off. Great, we are finally going to start actual combat training. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Abarai Renji said excitedly. Renji, don't be so excited. As third graders, we still have to be careful. Kira Izuru said to her friend. Yes, Renji, I heard from Ziobai that actual combat training is not that simple. Hinamori Momo, the #1 human shield in the 3 realms, also warned Renji. Renji was speechless for a while. Hitsugaichware is the disciple of the captain. He is training with us in actual combat. Does that mean the same thing? Abarai Renji knows how powerful Rukia Kukaki's current Ryutsu is. There is a huge gap between him and the current Rukia Kukaki. The current Abarai Renji, that is, the strength of the high-ranking officer, is even a 6th class spirit. There is no comparison with Rukia Kukaki. Originally, according to the original work, the 6th grader who led the team this time should be Hisagi Shua's team, but who said that Hisagi Shua is currently studying in Seoul King Palace and has no time to participate in this actual combat training. Therefore, there is no other way. Abarai Renji and the others can only participate in this practical training with the unknown 6th grader. You are 3rd graders, and it is your first time to participate in actual combat training, so you are not required to fight against simulated virtual beings. You only need to find souls in a fixed area to perform soul burial. Of course, the so-called soul is only simulated by the Science and Technology Development Bureau. The exam lasts for 3 days in total. The team with the most souls will win the first place in this actual combat training. As a teacher, Ichimarujin also explained the specific content of this exam. All the 3rd graders were eager to get ready and couldn't wait. Ichimarujin opened the portal, and the 6th graders took the 2nd graders to the present world. At this time, Ichimarujin still didn't know that there would be some twists and turns in this exam. At the same time, Aizen, who was monitoring all this, also said to Tosen Kaname next to him, "Go and give them some fun. It's just a good time to gain the favor of these students." Tosen Kaname nodded and said, "Yes, Aizen-sama." Then Shunpo left, and Aizen looked at the screen in front of him and his glasses began to reflect, crossed his hands and said, "I hope you can give me a little pleasure." Ever since Aizen saw how Beilang mastered Soul Society, Aizen has begun to cultivate talents. He found that sometimes, it is not enough for a person to be strong. You still need someone to be strong behind him. Now, 2 days later, Abarai Renji is running like crazy with the injured Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo. Damn it! How could a real Minos Grande appear in actual combat training? Abarai Renji cursed while carrying the two of them. At this time, Kira Izuru had a large gash on the left side of her body. Although Hinamori Momo was not physically injured, she fainted due to excessive use of spiritual power. Behind them, the spider-like Minos Grande is chasing them. Looking at the strength of this Minos Grande, it has faintly surpassed Jillian's strength and is about to evolve into a Jichas. Roar! However, this Minos Grande is not conscious. After all, it has not successfully evolved yet and has temporarily lost itself. At the same time, the Bureau of Science and Technology Development finally sounded the alarm. Alert! Alert! Spiritual Arts Academy students participating in this real-life assessment are being pursued by Minos Grande. Khan, who was already the 3rd member of the 12th Division, quickly reported to Kuratsuka Mayuri. How is it possible? How did Minos Grande break through the barrier I set? This is unrealistic. Kuratsuka Mayuri is very confident in his technology. When something like this happens, Kuratsuka Mayuri's first reaction is not to believe it, but it has indeed happened. Happened. Kuratsuka Mayuri quickly contacted the 5th team and the teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy, Ichimarujin. "I understand, Captain Nirvana, I will immediately bring people to support," Aizen said seriously after receiving the notice from Kuratsuka Mayuri. After Ichimarujin learned the news, he rushed to the scene using the boundary gate specially given by his master. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? Ichimarujin cursed secretly. This is the first time in so many years that a student of the Spiritual Arts Academy has been attacked by Minos Grande in actual combat. Ichimarujin's feet are faster. No matter how strong other people are, they are all his students after all. Before the 5th Division team had finished gathering, Ichimarujin had already rushed to the scene immediately. "Hey! Is anyone there? Is he still alive? The teacher is here!" Ichimarujin shouted directly after entering the actual combat area. Not only does he hope to find his own students, but he also hopes to attract the Minos Grande who came to attack. "Ichimaru-sensei? Is it Ichimaru-sensei?" After Ichimarujin shouted, an injured male student who was hiding said in surprise, holding his injured arm. Ichimarujin's face darkened, and a shunpo quickly came to the student's side. While using kite to heal his injuries, he asked, "Are you alone, Tadashi? Where are the others?" "No, teacher, most of us are hiding." Now Abarai classmate is leading his team to attract Minos Grande's attention, a gab. Now that Minos Grande is still chasing Abarai and the others. The male student said excitedly. The teacher understands, don't worry, the teacher will go to save them right away. You have to hide yourself. Ichimarujin learned kite from Unohana, and of course he easily cured the student. Then according to the direction pointed by the student, use Shunpo as fast as possible. Damn it! Haven't Seoul Society discovered that our side is being attacked? Damn Science and Technology Development Bureau! Abarai Renji continued to run away while cursing. He didn't dare to stop. As long as he stopped, he would definitely be behind him. Minos Grande torn to pieces. However, he had been running for almost half a day from the beginning, and his physical and mental strength had reached the critical point. When he ran away, his feet were empty, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. Oops! I have no strength. Abarai Renji was very anxious, but he still fell to the ground without any suspense. As for the 6th graders, they were torn to pieces by this virtual creature right away. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo were also thrown to the ground by Abarai Renji. They both groaned and woke up. Looking at Minos Grande in front of her, Kira Izuru said weakly, "Abarai, run. Just don't forget to avenge us." "Yes, Abarai, run." Hinamori Momo said the same thing. Before Abarai Renji could reply, Minos Grande had already rushed in front of them. For a moment, the hearts of the three of them went cold. "Kira, Hinamori, I'm sorry, I'm going to break my promise." Abarai Renji closed his eyes and prepared to face death. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded shoot him. Shins. This time the voice was full of murderous intent. Just for a moment, a white light flashed, and the arrogant Minos Grande in front of Abarai Renji and the others was split into two halves in an instant. It evaporated directly in front of them. "This voice is Teacher Ichimarujin." Hinamori Momo, who was attentive, heard the voice of the person for the first time and said in surprise. At the same time, Ichimarujin appeared in front of the three of them, put Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo together and used kite to treat them, and said gently, "Are you three okay? No other injuries?" When Abarai Renji saw Ichimarujin arriving, the string in his heart instantly broke, and he fainted without saying a word with a smile. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo looked at Ichimarujin with stars in their eyes. Obviously, Hinamori Momo has been captured by Ichimarujin. "The three of us are fine, just the three seniors in the 6th grade." Kira Izuru couldn't bear it when talking about the 6th graders. Ichimarujin was silent for a while and then said, "They are all good children. Apart from this one, there are no other hollows, right?" Although Ichimarujin has already used Ryūjin to detect it, he still has to ask. Hinamori Momo said with a smile, "There is nothing else, thank you Mr. Ichimarujin for coming to save us." Unexpectedly, Ichimarujin sighed and said, "It would be great if I followed you. Even if there is a void, I can deal with it as soon as possible." "No, this is not your fault, Mr. Ichimaru, no one would have thought that such a thing would happen." Hinamori Momo saw Ichimarujin frowning and quickly comforted him. But Ichimarujin didn't get any comfort. After all, Rukia had asked him once before, and he didn't expect that something really went wrong. Fortunately, except for the 3 6th graders, the other students were not seriously injured. After being healed by his kite, they were soon alive and kicking. Ichimarujin also asked Abarai Renji and the other three to gather other students and take them back directly. When the students were almost assembled, Aizen arrived belatedly with his people. He didn't expect that Ichimarujin had already finished all the work in just 3 seats. "Oh my god, Captain Aizen came really fast," Ichimarujin said in a very unhappy tone. Now Ichimarujin's identity is comparable to that of Beilang back then. It is clear that Godiiju, as the prince of the third team, of course he would not look down upon a captain like Aizen who was not his master's direct lineage and had made mistakes. Sorry, Mr. Ichimarujin, I rushed here as soon as possible. After all, we still have to make a report before we can take action, but this is indeed not the reason why we are late. Aizen, as the fifth team captain, I apologize to everyone. After saying that, Aizen bowed deeply. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the corner of Ichimarujin's mouth. What are you doing? Now that it's over, you remember to apologize. But Aizen's actions really moved the students of Spiritual Arts Academy so much that the captain personally apologized. In an instant, Aizen harvested the goodwill of these students, of course, excluding the 3 Abarai Renji. These 3 were saved by Ichimarujin personally, and now they are looking at Ichimaru. Silver is the color of longing. Especially Hinamori Momo, the best human shield in the 3 worlds. If Beilang knew all this, I wonder if he would be dumbfounded. But anyway, the plot has made him messed up from the beginning. Beilang probably doesn't care about these things. Ichimarujin also led his students back to Soul Society with dissatisfaction with Aizen. Aizen's plan succeeded, but it was not completely successful. At least, Ichimarujin still won. There are 3 people, Abarai Renji, and these 3 people are already the most important. There are 12,000 updates every day, and there will be additional updates from time to time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68. The first team captain's room. Matsumoto Ranjaku also reported the attack on Spiritual Arts Academy to Beilang. After Beilang heard the details of this incident, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Ichimarujin really disrupted Aizen's plan. Beilang couldn't help but sigh, these 2 people are simply born to be at odds with each other. Both of them have gained something this time, but of course Ichimarujin's gain is greater. Beilang also looked at Hinamori Momo's report with a bit of laughter and tears. It simply praised Ichimarujin to the highest level. Matsumoto Ranjaku gave Hinamori Momo a thumbs up. Ahem, after all, she and Folsom basically have the same idea. Okay, now that this matter has been controlled to the smallest extent, that's good. I will find the captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, 10% of the research funds for a quarter, and the 5th Division Captain Aizen, half a month's salary. In addition, I will reward Ichimarujin with 1 month's salary, and ask him to come to me tomorrow, and finally comfort the frightened students, so as not to leave any psychological shadow on them. Beilang also finished the reward and punishment after 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded and followed Beilang's instructions. The next day, Ichimarujin came to the first team captain's room. Teacher, what do you want from me? Ichimarujin also asked curiously. Ahem, it's nothing important. I just want to ask when you will join the home team. Unamai wouldn't say that he was curious about how Ichimarujin and Hinamori Momo got together. This time, Ichimarujin rarely meant to shirk, but said, when I bring Abarai to graduation, I will serve as the captain. Beilang nodded and continued, also, go back and advise your master. This time, your master is so angry that he is going to draw a knife and go to Hueco Mundo for a spin. He is so old, don't let him be so reckless. Beilang is also speechless. After his master retired, he was like an old kid, thinking about Hueco Mundo and his designs. If Yamamoto Genryusai really wanted to go around, his espada would have to be chopped off. All bare. Ichimarujin was also sweating profusely and said awkwardly, then let me try it. I'll leave this matter to you. Your master loves you the most. He will only listen to what you say. Beilang also gave the order to die. Maybe they are relatives from another generation? Anyway, Yamamoto Genryusai likes each of these disciples very much, especially the ones who were raised since childhood. Basically, every one of them has trimmed Yamamoto Genryusai's beard, which makes Beilang brave. The tall old man was frightened and angry. As a result, the old man's smiling face looked like a blooming flower. Only then did Beilang understand that feelings are treated differently. If he dared to touch the old man's beard, he would definitely be chopped off by Ryūjin Jakka. After chatting for a while, Beilang also asked Ichimarujin to go back. After all, he still didn't have the nerve to ask Hinamori Momo about it. After all, the Spiritual Arts Academy now knows that Hinamori Momo follows Ichimarujin every day, doing laundry, cooking, cleaning the house, etc., and usually follows Ichimarujin with a smile. She was dressed like a hostess. Even the way she looked at Rukia Kukaki was like a mother looking at her daughter, which made Rukia Kukaki look confused. I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my mistress? Ichimarujin didn't know what to say, it seemed like he saved the wrong person last time. After this incident, Aizen also stopped doing nothing for a while. Soon, Abarai Renji and his friends will graduate this year. Renji, which team are you going to? Kira Izuru looked at her friend and asked. Of course I will go to the third team. My life was saved by Ichimaru-sensei. Since Ichimaru-sensei is going to be the captain of the third team, then I must go to the main team. Abarai Renji blurted out. What about you? Hinamori, oh, it's in vain for me to ask you, you must be going to the third team too. Kira Izuru found that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. After all, in the past 3 years, Hinamori Momo almost changed her name to Ichimaru Momo. Although Ichimarujin didn't agree, she didn't refuse either, right? The two of them maintained this strange tacit understanding and got along like this. After all, Ichimarujin is also pure and single now, and no one says anything, mainly just general gossip. Hinamori Momo doesn't care at all, and will not be maliciously slandered by other female students' words. And after learning that Ichimarujin likes the powerful female Shinigami, Hinamori Momo has been practicing hard for the past 3 years, just to make Ichimarujin look at her. Even if Beilang knows about this, I have to say that the love brain is really scary. This is not an ordinary love brain. This is a gifted love brain. Just tell me whether you are afraid of it or not. What Ichimarujin only cares about now is the master-disciple relationship between the two. After all, not everyone is as quick as Beilang to marry his kendo teacher into his family. Beilang couldn't help but sigh, Ichimarujin is really a good girl. The original Matsumoto Ranjaku is gone, but there is another love brain. There is really no one left. That is to say, Hitsugayachware has a headache. Good guy, his sister is going to marry his senior brother, and his sister is still a student taught by his senior brother. It's so confusing. Byakuya Kukaki was very happy and laughed at Ichimarujin a lot when he was drinking with him, but he also hoped that his senior brother could cherish this girl who likes him. After all, Beilang's apprentices are quite outrageous in terms of emotions. Ichimarujin, master-disciple love, Matsumoto Ranjaku, thinking about master and rebel disciple every day, Byakuya Kukaki, onion lover, Zaraki Kenpeki, Japanese sword lover, and currently Hitsugayachware has nothing to do with relationships. This made Beilang very happy, but when Hitsugayachware showed his XP later, Beilang also sighed, what happened to his group? Why is the XP system weirder than the other? After Abarai Renji graduated, Ichimarujin finally entered Godi 13 as the captain of the third team. Of course, not only him, Beilang also recruited Komamura Seijin from the dog as the captain of the 7th team. Well, in other words, in fact, Komamura Seijin is the puppy raised by Beilang, but Beilang never discovered that this puppy actually belongs to the adult family. In terms of loyalty, it is absolutely guaranteed. A dog you raise by yourself will only know one owner in his life. Since then, Beilang's Godi 13 has almost been filled up. When Abarai Renji and others grow up, they will even have the deputy captain. Soon, another 10 years passed. Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo who entered the third team were promoted quickly and are now in the third, fourth and fifth seats. However, recently, Abarai Renji was transferred to the 11th team and Kira Izuru was transferred to the 5th team. Of course, they are all promoted, because there is no doubt that the vice-captain of the third team must be Hinamori Momo. Sometimes even Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru, who are Hinamori Momo's absolute friends, feel that Hinamori Momo looks more and more like him. The captain's wife. In addition to the personnel changes in the third team, Shiba Kyan, the vice-captain of the 13th team, also got married, marrying Shiba Miyako, the third seat of the same team. At the same time, Rukia Kukaki also broke through to the third-class spirit power and successfully entered the army. With a wave of his hand, Byakuya Kukaki arranged for his sister-in-law and foster-sister to go to the 13th Division. The 13th Division is a living station team, and 99.999% of the time, there will be no great danger. According to Rukia Kukaki's current strength, it is completely enough. I have to say that Byakuya Kukaki really has good intentions. Ichimarujin didn't refuse, he just asked Shiba Kyan to take care of Rukia Kukaki. After all, he was also his apprentice, so he couldn't just ignore it. Of course, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru Hinamori Momo and Rukia Kukaki also got together. Although this is the first time for Rukia Kukaki to attend their party, Rukia Kukaki is familiar with Hinamori Momo. Basically, when Ichimarujin teaches Rukia, Hinamori Momo is present, and most of the time she will learn with him, and now she can do it right away. Became the deputy captain of the 3rd Division. The relationship between the two girls is getting better and better, but this relationship seems a bit weird to Rukia. It's still the same problem. She always feels that Hinamori Momo's feelings for her are like a mother to her daughter. Or to be more precise, master versus apprentice. Abarai Renji had dinner with Rukia Kukaki for the first time after he adopted his adopted daughter from the Kukaki family. Decades passed, and their identities had changed. As a result, Abarai Renji didn't know what to say to Rukia Kukaki. To use a sentence called Mr. Lusun if so, there is already a sadly thick barrier between the two of them. 0. Please give me flowers. It was Abarai Renji's own mental barrier that made the atmosphere between the two awkward. Fortunately, Hinamori Momo and Kira Izuru joked in the middle, making the atmosphere normal. These things between the two of them gave a certain Huang Mao some room to intervene. In addition to these changes, Bai Lang's close disciple Hitsuga Ichware has also entered the 10th Division as the deputy captain. After all, Matsumoto Rangiku is now the deputy captain of the first team, and Shiba can only deal with these team affairs by himself. This kid has run to Bai Lang countless times to cry for help. This time, he sent Hitsuga Ichware there, which can be regarded as a gift to Shiba. Reducing stress. Of course Shiba Ishin was overjoyed and began to squeeze Hitsuga Ichware. However, what Shiba Ishin didn't know was that the gifts of fate had already been marked with a price. He just didn't know whether Shiba Ishin would do it in the future. Regrets his current oppression of Hitsuga Ichware. But maybe Shiba doesn't care about this kind of thing, probably. Of course, not only that, Bai Lang has not stopped over the years. Although Aizen has not reached out to Hueco Mundo yet, Bai Lang has indeed reached out to Hueco Mundo a long time ago. Bai Lang brought Jijihuba back from the Lingwang Palace, and turned Jijihuba into his loyal servant with the magic hand of Amazing Hanzi. Bai Lang didn't use his for its power, but put it back into Hueco Mundo. Bai Lang wanted to control the entire Hueco Mundo through Jijihuba. After all, Bai Lang doesn't want to be like Kurosaki Ichigo, mastering multiple powers and becoming the backup of the Spirit King. Although the current Bai Lang has far exceeded the strength of ordinary Shinigami, he has not mastered the power of Quincy, Hollow and Full Bringing technique. It is impossible for Bai Lang to become the Spirit King now. In other words, even Bai Lang's 10 sacred blades are more likely to become the Spirit King than Bai Lang. Anyway, it is just a tool to stabilize the 3 realms. The 10 sacred blades said, I am familiar with this job. I have done this job several times. Bei Lang is always on guard against the old Yunbai, the Soul King. Guys like Ichibei Hisub are just the Soul King's pawns. In other words, the Soul King deliberately let Waiwak devour him, and Ichibei Hisub may not really be able to defeat Waiwak. Of course, the current Ichibei Hisub is as obedient as a baby in front of Bei Lang. Whether it is the Spirit King's silver medal or the 10 sacred blades, Ichibei Hisub has complete restraint. This Yamato still knows what to do and what not to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been helping Bei Lang train his younger generation. However, it is true that the resources of the Lingwang Palace are in vain if they are not used. If those in the squad want to improve their strength, they must improve it in units of 10,000 years. That's why Ichibei Hisub and Nime Yaoyue are so much stronger than others. Now Jijiba has returned to Hueco Mundo to rule the entire Hueco Mundo. Including Baragan, Lily Knight, Haribal, Ulquiera and other Vasto Lord Minos Grande, they all fell under the command of Jijiba. Of course, there is Hueco Mundo's Kuratsuka Mayuri, and Sayalaporo is the same, but now Sayalaporo has split himself, been demoted from Vasto Lord, and is already very angry. Suhuba almost ate Sayalaporo. Bei Lang has prepared a big gift for Aizen. These potential virtual beings are the ones he plans to let Aizen arrancar for him. Of course, it is not only prepared for him, but also prepared for the final boss, Waiwak. Well, there are many Vasto Lord level arrancars, enough for those Quincy to drink from a pot. To the Quincy, hollow is like poison. Just a little bit of hollow's power can completely corrode the Quincy's power. Bei Lang is now eager for Aizen to quickly evolve Espada. These are all his resources and subordinates. However, the big news in Bei Lang recently is that Hisagi Shuai is coming back from Soul King Palace. As the senior disciple of the 4th generation, Hisagi Shuai also benefited a lot from the Spirit King Palace. Chapter 69. Hisagi Shuai did not practice as long as Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki. Of course, this is also because he did not improve his spiritual power to the first level like Ichimarujin and Byakuya. Hisagi Shuai only raised Ryūjin to the second level spiritual power and then stopped. After all, his Bankai's second level spiritual power was enough. Ichibei Hisub is also very helpless. As for Bei Lang's disciples, everyone's Bankai, which is the real name of the soul-cutting sword, is very strange to him. There are those who have 2 abilities, one light and one dark, there are those who can unite everything into one, there are those who are even afraid of him, and now there is another one who ignores Ryūjin. Good guy, it directly overturns Shinigami's combat logic. Others use one set of logic, but Hisagi Shuai uses another set of logic. I really need to give Ichibei Hisub some treatment, because even Ichibei Hisub cannot be immune to Hisagi Shuai's ability. If you are not careful, you will really get tricked. Relatively speaking, Ichibei Hisub still likes a straightforward Bankai like Zaraki Kenpeki. At least he won't have any weird abilities, right? Seniors, thank you for your careful guidance, then I will go back to Soul Society. Hisagi Shuai said very politely. Unlike Hisagi Shuai who was afraid of his own soul's anti-ing sword in the original work, Hisagi Shuai, who was educated by Ichimarujin, understood that the soul's anti-ing sword was his own power, his comrade in arms, and the only existence he could trust unconditionally. Therefore, the relationship between Hisagi Shuai and Feng Shi is not as bad as in the original work, but is actually pretty good. Little Xiaobing, you must come and play with 417 often. Hikifun Kiryu regained his obese appearance and his eyes were squeezed. Hisagi Shuai nodded with a cold sweat on his face and said, I understand, Hikifun senpai, I will try my best to come back to see everyone. What a pity, I still want to take you to drive impart. Wang Yu of Ermiwa said helplessly. There was more cold sweat on Hisagi Shuai's forehead, and he quickly said no. Ichibei Hisub finally said, Shuhei, when you go back, tell your master that I sensed that the evil power is slowly reviving. He pays more attention. Hisagi Shuai nodded, knowing that this was a serious matter. I understand, Hisub-senpai, I will tell master. Then, I'm leaving. With that said, Hisagi Shuai walked into Tianzu land. Come and play often. Shuramaru Senjumaru also said. Soon, Hisagi Shuai returned to Seoul Society on the Tianzu chariot. Of course, the person in charge of the Shiba family's canon is Beilang's cheap brother-in-law Shiba Yanji. After Hisagi Shuai said hello to him, he went straight to the first team. The news about Ichibe Hisub is the most important, and Hisagi Shuai certainly knows the importance. As soon as he entered the first team captain's room, Hisagi Shuai was stunned, because Beilang was already waiting for Hisagi Shuai with all his disciples and grandsons. Master, Master! You are all here! Hisagi Shuai said in surprise. Ha 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 ha, after all, my eldest disciple is back, so of course he has to take care of you. Beilang said with a smile. As his master, Ichimarujin also walked up to Hisagi Shuai, looked at the grown-up child, and said with a smile, Welcome back, Shuhei. You have grown taller. Teacher. The reunion between master and disciple is inevitable, and Yinjia also looked at the master and disciple with a smile on his face. Ahem, okay, master and disciple, if you have something to hug, go back and hug me again. Quickly introduce someone to my disciple who he doesn't know. Beilang interrupted quickly. Ichimarujin also let go of Hisagi Shuai and began to introduce Hitsuga Ichware and Rukia Kukaki to him. This is your master's new disciple, your junior uncle Hitsuga Ichware. This is your master's new disciple, your junior sister, Rukia Kukaki. Hello, junior uncle, hello, junior sister. Hisagi Shuai said very politely. After the introduction of these two people, it was time to go to Hinamori Momo who was carrying him. Ichimarujin also introduced with some embarrassment, this is your school girl, Hinamori Momo. Hisagi Shuai was stunned for a moment, and he keenly sensed that something was wrong, because other junior uncles and senior masters were holding back laughter. Obviously, the identity of this junior school girl is definitely not as simple as the master said. In particular, the way this junior sister looked at him was no different from the way his master looked at him. Hisagi Shuai had an idea and said, Hello, junior sister. As soon as these words came out, everyone started to cheer, and Beilang and his 4 wives laughed very happily. Hinamori Momo turned into a red peach, but she held on and said, Shuubei, eat more later. Ichimarujin glared at Hisagi Shuai angrily, but did not refute Hisagi Shuai's words. Now Hisagi Shuai knew better. Okay, let's eat quickly. The child hasn't eaten Seoul Society food for a long time. Uzhiwa said. Now that Ms. Hiwa has spoken, of course no one will have any objections, and everyone is very happy to eat. After drinking and eating, Hisagi Shuai finally said, Master, Ichibe Hisub-senpai asked me to tell you something. He said that the power of evil is slowly resurrecting. I hope you will be careful and prepare early. Beilang nodded when he heard what Xiaobing said, and he realized that the only force that could make even Ichibe Hisub call him evil is Wiwak. I understand, I will contact the Hisub civil guard. Hisagi Shuai said it, so he didn't say anything else. He was good at cultivating soldiers. He would never ask blind questions about things he shouldn't know. So Ichimarujin asked, Master, what is the evil power that Hisub-senpai talks about? Beilang didn't answer. Yoryuki replied, Come to think of it, I really should tell you about this. Hearing what Yoryuki said, all the disciples pricked up their ears. Yoryuki coughed, opened Shikai and said, the so-called evil power that Ichibe Hisub said actually refers to the power of the Quincy. But weren't the Quincy wiped out in that battle more than 100 years ago? Byakuya asked, obviously having read some of his own records. The apprentices all know these things, but for Hisagi Shuae and Rukia Kukaki, it is indeed new information. No, in that battle more than 100 years ago, what was actually destroyed was the Quincy's ability to escape into the real world. In fact, the Quincy had a stronger team, but they were hidden. Yuruaki continued road. After all, her grandfather Shihao Senhai participated in the first battle between Shinigami and the Quincy. So she knew more about this matter. A stronger Quincy. Hitsugaichware was also very curious. That's right, a stronger Quincy. Fortunately, this matter started 1,000 years ago. Yuruaki nodded. Having said this, Uzawa continued, I will tell you the next thing. After all, I am a personal participant. As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. Although they all knew that Uzawa lived for a long time, they did not expect that she lived for such a long time. The story starts with Waiwak, the founder of the Quincy. This man was a wizard. After unifying the world, he was not satisfied with the Quincy only having the right to rule the world. Then he led his empire of light to attack Seoul society. Because in a sense, Shinigami and Quincy are absolute mortal enemies. This starts with how Shinigami and the Quincy deal with hollows. If Shinigami kills hollows, hollows' souls will enter the Seoul society. After living in Rukonga for a long enough time, they can be reincarnated. Yes. The Quincy is different. When they kill the hollows are really dead. Once the Quincy starts to massacre hollows on a large scale, the number of souls will decrease sharply. In the end, it will even affect the balance of the three realms, because not everyone newborns can produce souls. This is the fundamental conflict between the two parties, so the unsatisfied Waiwak led the Empire of Light to attack Seoul society. Beilang continued, at that time, Seoul society did not have the current Godai 13. It was your master and ancestor, Yamamoto Genryusai, who stood up and formed the first generation Godai 13 of the violent organization. Led the Godai 13 to defeat the Empire of Light led by Waiwak, killed Waiwak, and protected Seoul society. Originally, things should be over here, but Waiwak is not an ordinary human being, he is the ancestor of the Quincy. So there is a prophecy that the sealed Quincy king will regain his heartbeat after 900 years, his consciousness after another 90 years, his power after another 9 years, and the world in just 9 days. After hearing this prophecy, everyone was silent. That's why Ichibe Hisub asked Shihei to give me a message and let me prepare in advance. Because according to the predicted time, Waiwak has already retrieved his heartbeat. Hearing this, everyone felt nothing at all, because they had never seen the power of a Quincy. After all, judging by age, most of these children are around 200 years old and are still in the early childhood stages of life. Seeing that none of the disciples cared much about the Quincy, Beilang could only say, don't underestimate the Quincy. Although Waiwak failed last time, he was defeated by your master's residual fire sword. How many of you dare to say that you can resist the old man's residual fire sword? Not to mention that after this resurrection, Waiwak will be even more powerful. Even I have no confidence in defeating him. As soon as these words came out, everyone became serious. Besides, the Quincy also has many outrageous, almost rule-like abilities, and is the biggest enemy of our Godai 13. This is why I work hard to train you. Only the Quincy is our biggest enemy. After everyone heard Beilang say this, they understood why Beilang was very serious. Master, wouldn't it be enough if we could find Waiwaka's location in advance and kill him in advance? Zaraki Kenpeka said in confusion. In his opinion, since this person is so strong and difficult to deal with, shouldn't he just kill him first? Beilang is speechless. Zaraki Kenpeka has brains, but not much. Of course we have thought about this matter, but even if Team Zero and the Science and Technology Development Bureau joined forces, they could not find Waiwak in the three realms. The battle that you know for more than 100 years is already the greatest result. Everyone had different expressions. Bai Lang knew that his crisis education was successful, so he nodded and said, "But don't worry, as long as we are strong enough, we can definitely kill Waiwak." As soon as these words came out, all the disciples ignited their fighting spirit and expressed that they would become stronger after returning. Bai Lang is also very satisfied with everyone's fighting spirit. After they go back to practice, he still wants to sleep with his xiang wives. I don't know if these disciples will act like a loving father and a filial son when they see Bai Lang like this. The next day, Ichimarujin also sent Hisagishua to the 9th division. It's not that Ichimarujin doesn't want his apprentice in his squad, 3.0, it's just that this kid has been determined to follow the will of Maguruma Kensei, the unit of measurement, since he was a child. There's nothing Ichimarujin can do. He can't tell him that the current Maguruma Kensei can't beat you at all. So we can only let Hisagishua go to the 9th division as the deputy captain, no. Even now, Tosen Kaname still looks like a messenger of justice, and Hisagishua still approves of him. Bai Lang began to practice in full swing, and Aizen, who didn't know these things, started to continue to cause trouble. Aizen is very clear that he can cause trouble, but he can't do it to Bai Lang for the time being. After all, his current Hagyaku is not complete yet, and he does not have the confidence to face Bankai. The Bai Lang. Therefore, this time his experimental subject is Shibakayan, deputy captain of the 13th division and Jaishur Yukate's personal disciple. This time, Aizen developed a hollow that can digest other people's soul-cutting swords and possess Shinigami. In order to test the strength of this experimental product, Aizen specially placed it in the Rukonga area patrolled by the 13th division. Soon, the 13th division discovered that Yugzu was devouring souls and Shinigami on their own territory. This made Jaishur Yukatake and Shibakayan very angry. Since Bai Lang became the captain, similar incidents have not happened in Soul Society. Hueco Mundo has been a lot more honest recently, and the news of Rukonga being attacked falsely has not appeared for a long time. Therefore, the board Jaishur Yukatake personally led a team to investigate this matter and wanted to give his good junior brother a suitable gift. Chapter 70. Not only the captain and deputy captain went, but Rukia Kukaki also went to join in the fun. I guess Aizen himself didn't expect that Jaishur Yukatake would bring so many people there on a whim. After all, Jaishur Yukatake has always looked sick. Although he has recovered from his illness over the years, he still pretends to be unwell. Now the 13th division is completely Shibakayan's team. But Jaishur Yukatake is very happy, so that he can paddle happily. If such an incident hadn't happened suddenly, it is estimated that Jaishur Yukatake's water skiing trip would have continued. Metastasia is a little panicked now. Although he was created, it does not mean that he has no brain. Aizen's intention was good. He wanted to create a hollow that could limit the soul-cutting sword, but what he didn't expect was that even the hollow created through Hagyaku would only be useful to those below the vice-captain level. Oh, this standard is still the vice-captain before Bai Lang was revised, which is below the 4th level of spiritual power. As long as it reaches the 3rd level of spiritual power, the Su-Miling Statia is useless at all. So when he saw Jaishur Yukatake bringing Shibakayan and Rukia Kukaki to hunt it down, Metastasia was completely stunned. It's fun. I'm a Jillian, why would you send so many perverts to hunt me down? Jaishur Yukatake is now at a level above the standard 1st class spiritual power. He is about to reach the strength of the 0 division, but he is still a little short of it. He is half a step ahead of the 0 division. Shibakayan will be a proper 3rd class spiritual power soon. I need a 2nd class spiritual power, Rukia Kukaki, a solid 3rd class spiritual power. Metastasia looked around, good guys, there is no one I can deal with. And because Jaishur Yukatake personally brought people here, Shiba didn't even come. Now Metastasi is in trouble, how can he play this 06? This guy can only hide in the dark and tremble, praying that Jaishur Yukatake will take people away quickly. Wait. I seem to have sensed the existence of that hollow. But before Metastasia could run away, Jaishur Yukatak had already discovered his location. Jaishur Yukatak, who has completely integrated with Mimi Haki, has been strengthened to an unprecedented degree. Although it is not as outrageous as the Soul King's heart, it has also gained some special abilities, such as the current perception ability. Come out! Jaishur Yukatak drew his sword and swung his sword, rushing directly towards Metastasia's hiding place. Damn! I've been discovered! Although Metastasia panicked, she had to dodge Jaishur Yukatak's attack, but this also completely exposed her. This one looks like a Bulbasaur, but instead of a flower, it has something like a bud formed by its tentacles. You must be the one attacking the Shinigami of our division. Jaishur Yukatak said coldly. Humph, yes, it's me. Metastasia didn't panic at all, and she didn't know what Aizen was thinking about. Metastasia turned out to be a hollow with his own consciousness. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that its ability range is only below the 4th level of spiritual power. Later, Aizen learned this lesson, and the extinguishing prince no longer had the ability to think of his own, and transformed into a pure tool hollow. Jaishur Yukatak was just about to do it himself, but Shibakayan stopped Jaishur Yukatak and said, Teacher, I just do it. For a guy like this, you don't need to do it yourself. Jaishur Yukatak has not done it himself for too long, and his hands were itchy just now, but since his apprentice has said so, Jaishur Yukatak no longer insists. For such a guy, it's better to kill him directly. Shibakayan drew out his soul-cutting sword and faced Metastasia confidently. At this time, Metastasia was already sweating profusely, and she didn't know how to face the 3 unkind people in front of her. Let the water and sky flow backwards, flower. The soul-zapping sword in Shibakayan's hand instantly turned into a huge trident. As a rare spear-type soul-zapping sword among Shinigami, I have to say that it is still very handsome. The head of the Shiba family all have water-based soul-zantying swords, and the branch house all has fire-based soul-zapping swords, so the moment Nijibana appeared, a stream of water directly enveloped Metastasia. Wait a minute! Metastasia was shocked. He could feel that if the one on the opposite side tried to attack, it would be melted instantly. Shibakayan looked at Metastasia with a confused look on his face. He had no intention of paying attention to it and was about to tear it into pieces. No, listen to me. Shinigami, don't you think this is too unfair? Metastasia said angrily when she looked at Shibakayan, this inexperienced guy. Shibakayan was speechless for a while. How could this hollow be so eloquent? It should have been blocked. Still Jaishur Yukatak was curious about what this guy wanted to say. Kayan, wait a minute and see what it wants to say. Jaishur Yukatak is actually very curious about Metastasia, because according to reports, when encountering this hollow Shinigami, the soul-cutting sword disappeared. Jaishur Yukatak also wanted to find out what the origin of this hollow was, but his intuition told him that this hollow was not simple. Shibakayan didn't think so much, but now that Jaishur Yukatak spoke, Shibakayan didn't take any forceful action, but restrained Metastasia and said coldly, if you have something to say it quickly, if you have something to say, let it go. I have nothing to say, I kill you directly. Don't. What I want to say is, you Shinigami have soul-zantying swords, but we have nothing. Do you dare to give up the soul-zantying swords and fight with me? Metastasia used the provoking method. But Shibakayan had a puzzled expression and had no intention of paying attention to it. Only Jaishur Yukatak asked, how did you master the ability to eliminate the soul-zapping sword? I don't know about this. When I wake up, I will have this ability. But this ability is completely useless for you to get the vice-captain level now. Metastasia did not dare to hide anything and said directly. Jaishur Yukatak was silent for a moment, and sure enough, this hollow did not come from Hueco Mundo at all. It seems that the mastermind behind the last hollow experiment is still in Tohunkai. Jaisure Yukatake didn't know about Kurako Shunsui's undercover status. Yamamoto Genryusai just told him not to have any dealings with Kurako Shunsui in the future. Jaisure Yukatake has always been an obedient student, so of course he did what Yamamoto Genryusai said. But relying on his own clever mind, Jaisure Yukatake still felt what was hidden behind it, so this special hollow is very important. But to Jaisure Yukatake, it doesn't matter whether this Su is alive or dead. In this way, I propose that I don't use my power and you don't use the soul-cutting sword. Even if I lose to you, I won't have any complaints. Metastasia was still persuading Shibakayan. I want to persuade him to give up the soul-cutting sword. From its point of view, Shinigami has no ability to defeat it after losing its soul-cutting sword. Shibakayan laughed angrily at these words. Good guy, it's so shameless to persuade people to give up the soul-zanbing sword. Rukia Kukaki said speechlessly, stop talking nonsense. Just wait until you die. But Shibakayan is interested. Anyway, Jaisure Yukatake is here. Even if a person dies, Jaisure Yukatake now has the ability to revive you. So Shibakayan waved the trident in his hand and directly dispersed the water that trapped Metastasia. He snorted coldly and said, I'll give you this chance. After saying, put the main prong in ELE. A cold glint flashed in Metastasia's eyes. Even though it was a third-level spiritually powerful Shibakayan, it was not afraid. It naively believed that the soul-zanbing sword was everything to Shibakayan. Ha ha ha. Shinigami, suffer death. Metastasia pounced directly on Shibakayan, as if she wanted to kill him directly. Shibakayan was speechless. He thought Metastasia had some clever tricks up his sleeve. Wasn't this just a gift? One bone. Shibakayan punched hard and instantly transformed into One Punch Man. With just one blow, he directly penetrated Metastasia's body. Metastasia's body hit the ground like a cannonball, and she said in disbelief, how is that possible? Shibakayan moved his arm slightly and sneered, we Shinigami can't be restricted by something as inconvenient as the Soul Zantoto. Nijibana, you are amazing and noble. If you have the ability, don't use me. Metastasia died unwillingly, and Rukia Kukaki was also speechless and said, don't this guy know that we are all good at slaying fists and walking ghosts? Shibakayan shrugged, pulled out the trident, and returned it to its normal Zanzant form. Jaisure Yukatake explored the surroundings and confirmed that no one was watching. A Shunpo came to Metastasia. At this time, Metastasia, who was already dead, was about to disappear. Jaisure Yukatake saw putting his right hand on Metastasia's body, he whispered stop. In an instant, Metastasia became a physical entity again, and Jaisure Yukatake once again took out a capsule-like thing and put Metastasia's body inside. Rukia Kukaki was dumbfounded by all this. Good guy, is my great-uncle so outrageous? Jaisure Yukatake also simply smiled and said, just a little trick. This capsule is a new product of the Science and Technology Development Bureau. If Rukia likes it, you can ask Captain Nirvana for some. As for the ability to stop just now, it comes from Mimi Haki's ability. Mimi Haki relied on this ability to maintain the physical condition of the previous Jaisure Yukatake. And this is not all of Mimi Haki's abilities. Mimi Haki also gave Jaisure Yukatake the ability to completely penetrate the spiritual power, which is a bit like a holy text in Waiwaka's Guardians, but a little more outrageous than that. Looking at the surprised Rukia Kukaki, Shibakayan laughed and said, my master knows a lot of things. You will know later. Okay, I'm going to take this guy's body to the Science and Technology Development Bureau and let Captain Nirvana take a good look. I always feel like there's someone else hiding behind it. Jaisure Yukatake frowned slightly. However, his younger brother, 160, was very confident in handling these matters, so he didn't say much. Of course Kuratsuka Mayuri was very excited when he saw this special corpse. This was the first time he saw a hollow with special abilities. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the development direction of Aizen. In fact, there is such a thing in soul society that can ignore the soul-cutting sword. That is the special weapon developed by the Kazumadaji family, the taper sword. Amagai Susuke even used this sword to seal Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka. Of course, in fact, even if Ryūjin Jakka is sealed, Amagai Susuke is no match for Yamamoto Genryusai, but it can also be seen how outrageous a special weapon like the Touch Yao sword is. Of course, there is no need to worry about the taper Yao knife now, because the entire Seattle family is now under Beilang's control. Beilang believes that it is more reliable to have this special weapon in his hands. As for Amagai Susuke, he is still serving as the captain of the expedition team in Hueco Mundo at this time. It is estimated that it will take decades to return to Soul Society. After all, it was just a misunderstanding between him and Mr. Shan, and Beilang is still very generous. After all, Amagai Zyuzuke can be regarded as a second-class spiritual power. Of course, such a talent should be cherished. Ah, Lord Aizen, Metastasia's actions failed. Defeated. Tosen Kaname reported Metastasia's disastrous defeat to Aizensuke. Aizensuke still looked calm and relaxed, and said with a smile, "No, it's successful. As a tool, it's very successful, isn't it?" Tosen Kaname nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master Aizen." Aizensuke smiled and said, "Jaisure Yukatake? I really underestimated you. You are worthy of being as famous as Kirako Shunsui." And Beilang knew about it, it was already the next day. Although Beilang remembered that Shiba Kyan died, he really didn't know when Shiba Kyan died. Beilang was also surprised after listening to the report of the 13th Division. But Shiba Kyan is still alive, so there is no problem. Jaisure Yukatake has done enough to train his successor. However, Beilang also became vigilant, because it was obvious that Aizen was going to start causing trouble again. Since this time it's Shiba Kyan, the goal for the next time is already clear. It's time for Shiba to leave Soul Society. However, Beilang didn't mean to stop it. Instead, he was very happy, because even he wanted the son of destiny, Kurosaki Ichigo, to be born. Chapter 71. In the blink of an eye, 977 years have passed since Waiwaka's last invasion of Soul Society. As predicted in the Holy Emperor's hymn, the 1,000-year bloody battle seems to have entered a countdown. The current peace in the three realms is more like the calm before the storm. The calmer it is now, the more noisy it will be when the storm comes. On this day, Aizen and Tosen Kaname once again conducted the hollow experiment. They collected a large number of souls of the Godii 13 team members who were convicted by Room 46, and created a humanoid Minos Grande who was completely black but white inside. Although the appearance of the Minos Grande created by Aizen using the souls of Hagyaku and Shinigami was black, Aizen still called it a hollow based on the inner part of the Minos Grande. Just then, the only daughter of the Kurosaki family, a pure-blood Quincy, who was still living in the present world, boarded the Ishida family, who were also members of the pure-blood Quincy family, and entered high school. The clock hand of fate seems to be turning. In the great inner space of the spiritual king standing above the sky. The spirit king, who was sealed in the crystal, with only his torso and head left, his four double pupils, which symbolized true omniscience and omnipotence, seemed to flash at this moment. Obviously, although this Lord Spiritual King has no consciousness of his own, he has already arranged everything that follows. Division 10. Shiba, the captain of the 10th division who usually hides in the treetops and lazes around, suddenly feels a heart palpitation for some reason. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Shiba squinted his eyes, looked at the clouds in the sky and murmured to himself. "Finally I found you, Captain Shiba." Before Ishin could think about it, the white-handed boy who seemed to have discovered Ishin kicked the tree trunk in front of him. Wow! Along with the rustling of leaves, Ishin lying on the trunk fell down. "It hurts." Ishin touched his butt and kept wailing, it's over. Just now, my handsome tailbone was completely broken. Today, or to be precise, I will not be able to work normally in the future. Stop pretending. Captain Shiba. Come back to the captain's office with me to work. Hitsuga Ichware, who was already the deputy captain of the 10th Division, completely ignored Ishin's wailing and dragged Shiba Ishin directly towards the captain's room of the 10th Division. Although Shiba wholeheartedly protested to his dear vice-captain Hitsuga Ichware, he was still dragged back to the captain's room by a hand. After all, Ryūjin has always been Bai Lang's vice-captain, so Bai Lang has been promoted to the position ahead of schedule. But it's a pity that even after becoming the vice-captain, Hitsuga Ichware still couldn't escape the team duties. After all, he was too embarrassed to squeeze out his 3 seats, so he could only shoulder everything by himself. Captain, I have already finished all the team duties you gave me. Oh! You are worthy of being the next captain of the 10th Division. Well done! After Shiba listened to Chware's words, he picked up Chware as if coaxing a child and smiled. Forward! Although Chware's face was full of reluctance, he hated others treating him as a child, but he still held back when facing his old boss who raised him as his son. Hitsuga Ichware struggled and jumped out of Shiba Ishin's arms. Even his teacher had never hugged him like this. Anyway, please take a look at this report first. Chware said and handed the report to Ishin. This is... Ishin held Chware's report, his eyes trembling slightly. You still remember what happened in Naraki City 2 months ago, right? The Shinigami in charge of Naraki City has died, and the reason is currently unknown. This is brand new information. The Shinigami who was sent to Naraki City to investigate last month is also dead. Chware looked at Shiba Ishin and said seriously. I understand. Shiba frowned, and he saw something unusual in this report. I'll leave the 10th Division to you for the time being. I'll probably be back the day after tomorrow morning. Goodbye then, Chware. You have to take responsibility for me. Shiba said with all his heart, and flew towards the sky, and a shunpo disappeared in front of Chware. Captain! This matter hasn't been reported to the captain yet, has it? Is it really okay for you to attack directly without the captain's permission? Hitsuga Ichware shouted nervously to Ishin. But Shiba Ishin has disappeared, and Hitsuga Ichware is also very speechless. It is indeed Shiba Ishin. On the other side, in Rukonga's dark laboratory, Aizen and Tosen Kaname are constantly manipulating the instruments in front of them. Damn it! It's just a little bit short of the last bit. Tosen Kaname sighed while manipulating the instrument in front of him. It's okay Tosen. Don't panic. I have found the traces of Hirako Shinji and others who fled to the present world decades ago. Even if our experiment goes wrong, we can make up for our shortcomings through the physical data of Hirako and others. So don't worry, everything is under our control. Aizen comforted him softly after hearing Tosen's complaint. I understand, Lord Aizen. Tosen Kaname's expression immediately calmed down after hearing this. At the same time, Hitsuga Ichware also reported to Bai Lang that Shiba was determined to go to the present world. I know Chware. It doesn't matter. Just let Ishin go. He will not be in danger. If Ishin doesn't come back this time, be prepared to take over as the captain of the 10th Division. Bai Lang also knows that, obviously, Shiba Ishin a fateful encounter with Kurosaki Masaki. Teacher. Don't worry, Chware, Ishin may not want to come back by then. As soon as these words came out, Hitsuga Ichware felt relieved. I have to say that Shiba Ishin was very good to him. At the same time, Shiba Ishin has passed through his own world traveling gate and headed towards the present world. A small city in this world, Karakura Town ends. When Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division who came to the world from Soul Society to investigate the accidental death of Shinigami, came to Karakura Town, he was responsible for collecting the experimental subject's white data, and came to find Aizen, Tosen and the first time Hirako Shinji and others. Kurako Shunsui, who was working with Aizen, also came to this city like a coincidence. What is a coincidence is that the Ishida family, a pure-blood Quincy family, is also located in Karakura town, and Kurosaki Masaki, the only heir of the Kurosaki family, a pure-blood Quincy family, happens to be staying in the Ishida family. Suddenly, all the actors gathered on the big stage of Karakura town, and the needle of fate began to turn again. This day was June 17th, and it started to rain lightly in the sky. Shiba found Subai, the ferocious beast that killed Shinigami, as he wished, but before he could start a duel with Subai, 10,000 was chosen behind him. The slash just now was Shinigami. We have a traitor in the Godai 13. Ishin's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he remembered a rumor when Urahara Kisuk rebelled against Siraidai. The rumor was that it was not Urahara who rebelled, but someone who plotted against Urahara. The person who plotted against Urahara was still dormant in Godai. 13 inches. Ishin didn't take it seriously at the time, but now he suddenly came to his senses after being stabbed. Damn it, am I going to die here? Just when Yuxin was lying on the cold and wet floor, his eyes were helplessly looking at the sky. Call out! A sound breaking through the air immediately attracted the attention of Subai and Yuxin. I saw a girl with short orange hair, who appeared in the night at some point. The girl was constantly opening the spirit bow and arrow in her hand. That is. Ishin looked at the girl, and the name Quincy suddenly rang in his mind. Immediately afterwards, when Yushin was still thinking about the girl's identity, the girl suddenly stopped attacking and allowed Subai to bite her away. Careful! This shocked Ishin, who stood up from the ground. However, before Yuxin could finish his words, a scene that shocked him even more happened. I saw the girl hugging the other person's neck with a smile while Subai bit her shoulder, and whispered, "In this case, I will catch you." After the girl finished speaking, the light of divine destruction suddenly lit up in her hand again. Ouch! As the humanoid Minos Grande named Kyoshiro roared with all his strength, Kurosaki Masaki, who was holding the sacred annihilation in his hand, instantly pierced Kyoshiro's neck. However, Subai did not die like this. He became bigger and bigger during a violent expansion. Oops! Seeing this, Ishin immediately threw that Subai to the ground and used Bakud splitting void. Boom! The soaring flames shot straight into the sky like an intercontinental missile. Because the concentration of spiritual beings in the present world is the lowest in the three realms, both Shinigami and Hollow's power here is in a weakened state, but even so, the fire still woke up the entire Karakura town, and the official department characterized it as a gas explosion. Haha, I'm sorry. I got you involved. Shiba Ishin, who turned into a carpet before his eldest son, Kurosaki Ichigo, looked at the girl in front of him in embarrassment and giggled. Are you okay? The girl looked at Ishin in front of her and asked nervously. It doesn't matter, don't shake your head after hearing this. You, on the other hand, are so awesome. You actually killed Minos Grande in one go, which gave me a headache. Speaking of which, I haven't asked your name yet. Who are you, miss? Ishin looked at the girl and asked. I am Kurosaki Masaki, a Quincy. Masaki hesitated for a while, and finally answered truthfully. Are you a Quincy? You're so awesome. Ahem. Ishin replied excitedly after hearing this. It seemed that because Yushin was too excited, he accidentally injured his body, causing him to cough. Is this Shinigami? It's completely different from what father said. At this time, Masaki was more like a little white rabbit who was curious about everything. There is no doubt that Yuxin is a big bad wolf who is motivated by lust. And then, Ishin returns to Godai 13. So do you have anything else to report? Beilang sat on the chair in the captain's room and asked Yuxin in front of him. Report to the captain. No more. Hearing this, Yi Xin bowed slightly. Really? Then go down. Remember to give me a report in advance before you go to the present world next time. Bai Lang looked at Yuxin and reminded him. Yes. Yes. Looking at Bai Lang with a hint of murderous intent, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although Ishin can be regarded as Bai Lang's cheap uncle, it is obvious that Bai Lang still has no intention of protecting Shiba Ishin. In the next few days, Ishin stayed with the 10th Division. After all, he had gone too far before, and many captains in Godi I-13 had problems with him, especially Captain Sui Feng of the 2nd team. Damn it! I can't get it out of my mind. However, no matter how hard Yuxin tried to calm down his mind, he could not completely calm down. As long as When I close my eyes, Kurosaki Masaki's smile comes to mind. If Bai Lang saw Yuxin's performance at this moment, he would definitely laugh and say, "It's over. You are in love." In short, after Shiba struggled with his brain for several days, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, secretly passed through the world traveling gate, and went to Karakura town in the real world. When Ishin came to Karakura town, he met the girl he longed for as he wished. Unfortunately, the girl's situation didn't seem good. Just after Ishin had an argument with the Quincy holding the girl, a man wearing a strange hat and a green yukata appeared in the sky. Above, he said seriously to Ishin and the Quincy, "If you two really want to solve the symptoms of that girl, then you might as well come with me. I am concerned about the situation of that girl. I understand quite well, after all, I have been troubled by this symptom in girls for nearly 100 years. Are you Urahara Kisuk?" Ishin looked at the sloppy man in front of him and was stunned for a moment, then he said his name. "It's been a long time, Captain Shiba." After hearing Ishin's words, Urahara took off his hat, revealing his vicissitudes of life, and smiled. This original timeline is a bit bug, but it can be explained that Urahara Kisuk has an informant in Seoul society, and it is normal for Shiba Ishin to know each other, since they are retainers of the Shihaoran family after all. So Quincy, or should I call you Ishida Ryusetsu? How do you choose? Believe me or not? Chapter 72. Please, bring Masaki back. The silver-haired Quincy heard this and said seriously to Urahara. Good. Urahara Kisuk suddenly smiled when he heard this. Finally, Ishida Ryusen, Urahara Kisuk and Shiba came to the store opened by Urahara in the present world, and then, under Urahara's introduction, Masaki's treatment method was revealed. Are you kidding me? Ishida Longxian's face changed immediately when he heard this. It seems that you are a smart man. Urahara Kisuk looked at Ishida Ryuxian, whose face changed with shock, and his eyes lit up with a glint. How could this Shinigami give up his power for this? Giving up your own power to help a Quincy? Are you kidding? It won't do him any good at all. He won't agree. Ryuxian was desperate at this moment. He felt desperate the moment he heard Urahara's method of treating Masaki. This was simply a fantasy. In order to heal Masaki, a captain-level Shinigami needs to give up his own Shinigami power. This is absolutely impossible. Hey? Don't you just want me to give up the power of Shinigami? You should have told me earlier. Although I am a little reluctant to give up, if I give up saving her today, tomorrow I will definitely despise the person I am today. While Longxian was still in despair, Shiba Ishin had already made a decision. What are you doing? The moment Ishida Ryuxian listened to what he said, he knew that he couldn't compete. Just because Ishin said the same thing as Masaki. Then let's begin. Although Urahara Kisuk was also shocked, he still started his operation as he said before. He first extracted the power of Shinigami from Shiba Ishin's body, and then injected it into Masaki's body. Or the power of Shinigami, which has the same origin as the hollow but is harmless to the Quincy, entered Masaki's body. Masaki's complexion obviously began to improve, and the hollow hole in her chest slowly dissipated. Successful. Urahara wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the person behind him. However, at the very moment when Urahara Kisuk turned his head, he couldn't stop laughing. Just because Urahara saw a person who should not be here anyway, looking at everyone here with a smile. Succeeded? Ha ha ha. Of course, this does not affect Isshin Shiba, who has lost the power of Shinigami. He has now become a pure ordinary person and has no access to the world where Urahara and others live. Ha ha. Although Shiba Isshin has lost his power, he is not a fool. When he saw Urahara Kisuk and Ishida Ryusetsu, who were facing formidable enemies, he gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then asked, "Is there something behind me? I can't see it. Things. I really didn't expect it. The captain of Godi I-13 would actually come to my humble home. It really makes my shop shine." Just when Shiba Isshin was confused, Urahara Kisuk revealed the identity of the person standing behind Isshin. Yes, the person who came was none other than Beilang himself, who came directly from Seoul Society to Karakura town through the world traveling gate. Urahara Kisuk, long time no see. Beilang looked at Urahara Kisuk and Shiba Yuxin and spoke lightly. Urahara Kisuk didn't say anything, he just bent down gently and bowed towards Beilang. Who is this guy? As for Ishida Longxian, his eyes were looking at Beilang with confusion at the moment. He has never seen a spirit as powerful as Beilang. Captain? No way. Don't lie to me. When Shiba heard the words, he was so frightened that he turned around. Naturally, he didn't see anything. But when Shiba looked into the serious eyes of Urahara Kisuk and Ishida Ryusen, he finally understood. In a world he cannot see, the most powerful Shinigami in Seoul Society has arrived. Meet the captain. Please give me a chance to explain. Isshin made a decisive decision and knelt down on one knee, preaching to the air that he could not see. Wrong. The captain is with you. Urahara Kisuk couldn't bear to see this and covered his eyes. Yes, Shiba was kneeling in vain. At this moment, Beilang was standing beside Masaki Kurosaki, AG, who was lying on the hospital bed, quietly sizing up the girl in front of him. Who is this man? At this time, no matter how arrogant Ishida Ryujin was, he discovered the extraordinary power of the man in front of him. A Ryutsu was so powerful that it deformed the surrounding space, making him feel suffocated, and making Shiba Isshin and Urahara Kisuk far more powerful than him. A strong man in the world, such a respectful man, his identity is definitely extraordinary. He is the captain of our Godi I-13. Mr. Longxian, I advise you not to have any thoughts of making small moves. Captain Beilang is far more powerful than us. One of the strongest Shinigami in the history of Seoul Society. Urahara Kisuk heard this and specifically reminded Ishida of Ryusidao. Seoul Society's most powerful Shinigami ever. Ishida Longxian's face changed slightly when he heard this. His fair skin seemed to have lost some of its color, making it look even paler. Beilang ignored these three people, but took out his soul-cutting sword. Since the 10 holy blades were unsealed, Beilang could also use the rest of the holy sword power. Therefore, Beilang used the brightest holy sword to kill Kurosaki Masaki. There is a power left in the body, a power that can certainly withstand the holy calendar of Waiwak. As for Masaki Kurosaki, it's better to save her if you can. After all, whether she lives or dies has no impact on the subsequent development. But when the other two people saw Beilang take out the soul-killing knife, everyone was sweating profusely. Especially Urahara Kisuk, he remembers that when he left Seoul Society, Beilang's Ryutsu was not like this. Obviously, Beilang has become more powerful now, so powerful that even Urahara Kisuk doesn't know how to describe it. But fortunately, Beilang only touched Kurosaki Masaki with the scabbard, making Urahara Kisuk and Fuchu Ryusen breathe a sigh of relief. But the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, which didn't mean that Shiba was relaxed. Shiba, captain of the 10th Division, will do as he is told. In view of the fact that you did not report to me, went to the present world without listening to the advice, and got together with Shinigami's enemy Quincy. At the same time, you also lost your own Shinigami power because of Quincy, you are now sentenced to exile. The exile time is 100 years. Under normal circumstances, Shinigami who are sentenced to exile in our soul society must dissipate the spiritual power in their bodies before being sent to the living world. Since you have lost the power of Shinigami, I will no longer you have to do unnecessary things. However, it is precisely because you have lost the power of Shinigami and turned into the most ordinary mortal. If you die as a mortal within the 100 years of being exiled in this world, you will not be able to be exiled for a full 100 years. Then the soul you turn into after death will not directly return to the soul society. Instead, as an ordinary wandering soul, I will directly exile you to Hueco Mundo and continue your exile sentence until you reach 100 years. Shiba Yushin, do you understand? Beilang looked at Shiba Yushin who was kneeling in front of him and spoke seriously. Although Shiba couldn't hear it, Urahara Kisuk gave him a live broadcast directly. I understand. Shiba Yuksen breathed a sigh of relief. What he meant by being exiled for 100 years was actually to let him live a good life in this world. Then the matter about you will be settled for now. Beilang looked at Shiba Yushin who was trembling in front of him and nodded gently. Hey! Hearing this, Xin breathed a sigh of relief slowly. Hey! It's so gratifying and congratulatory. It's so gratifying and congratulatory. Yuxin. Now you can live in this world legally and compliantly. Urahara Kisuk held a small white fan in his hand, shaking it gently while smiling at Shiba Yushin next to him. Stop gossiping. Urahara Kisuk. Shiba looked at the happily dancing Urahara Kisuk beside him and said viciously. Then it's your problem, Urahara Kisuk. At this time, Beilang looked at Urahara Kisuk on the side. Forehead. The moment Urahara Kisuk felt Beilang's gaze, his body froze in place, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace at this moment. Captain Urahara, why don't you laugh? Didn't you laugh very happily just now? Shiba looked at the stiff Urahara beside him and suddenly smiled. The smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Quiet. After Beilang heard Shiba Yushin's words, he frowned slightly and gently tapped the ground with the Zanpakut scabbard in his hand. Boom! Beilang seemed to have forgotten that this was the real world, so he did not stop. He just took the scabbard and lightly knocked on the ground. A small earthquake occurred in the entire Karakura town, and many people wandering on the street fell to the ground. But it's not over yet. The next second, a howling wind blew on the street, and the dark clouds covering the sky broke away at this moment. For a while, the earth was shaking, the sky was mourning, and in just a short moment, the entire Karakura the weather in the town has changed dramatically. Captain Beilang, calm down. Calm down. If you continue to be angry, this world will be destroyed. Although Shiba Yushin couldn't see Beilang's figure, he felt the trembling earth under his feet and knew that Beilang seemed to be angry at this moment. He immediately bowed his head and begged on his knees. Yet. Beilang heard this and put away his Ryūjin. Captain Beilang, I wonder what you want from me. At this time, Urahara Kisuk, who had been speechless, finally bit the bullet, looked in the direction of Beilang, bent slightly and asked respectfully. Urahara Kisuk, you are afraid that you have been in this world for too long, so you have suffered from temporary amnesia, right? It doesn't matter, I will help you recall your memories. Urahara Kisuk, you heard clearly, you are not an idler now, but a fugitive from our soul society. Do you think that as the captain of Godi I-13, I met you, a Class A wanted criminal who escaped from soul society? What should be done? Beilang asked Urahara coldly. Captain Beilang, you know. This is not my problem. You helped me back then. Urahara Kisuk explained quickly. Oh? If that's the case, then why didn't you return to Soul Society after I took over as captain? Do you think you can't trust me? Beilang's words were very oppressive. Listen to my explanation. It's not that I have any objection to you, but I don't dare to go back if that person doesn't show up. Urahara Kisuk said anxiously. Judging from Beilang's actions just now, it might take Beilang a second to kill him. Oh? Then tell me about what's going on now. It's been almost 100 years since you defected from Soul Society. You should have been investigating what happened back then during these 100 years, right? So let me ask you now, who was behind the scenes back then? Who is the guy who is toying with you? Beilang continued to ask Urahara. That's it. Urahara Kisuk suddenly showed a troubled expression when he heard this. Return to Captain Beilang. In fact, we still have some doubts so far and have not figured it out yet. We are still in intense discussions about the candidates for the people behind the scenes. Please be sure to give us some more time. During the time, we will definitely find out the truth and wash away the injustice done to us. Urahara Kisuk continued. In fact, in the past 100 years, Urahara Kisuk has used the Shaoran family's world traveling gate to secretly return to Soul Society to investigate hundreds of times, but he still has not found any clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, what Urahara Kisuk has to admit is that the person who planned everything in secret is a thoughtful, extremely logical, and extremely steady person. He will never reveal his identity until the last moment. He is an extremely scary person. That is to say, you have been in this world for nearly 100 years and have made so many efforts. You actually deceived all of you 100 years ago and led the so-called hollow incident that was blamed on you, Hirako and others. Don't you know whether the person behind the scenes is a man or a woman, a member of the Godai 13, a higher-ranking noble or a member of the 5 major families? Beilang was speechless. Is Aizen's plan so thorough? Is it because he has a god's perspective? This, for the time being. Urahara Kisuk nodded helplessly after hearing Beilang's words. Chapter 73. If this continues, even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to figure it out. Beilang looked at Urahara and said coldly. Aizen-suk was about to take action, but you Urahara Kisuk told me that you haven't investigated what happened 100 years ago? Isn't this inappropriate and useless? Urahara Kisuk, I believed your Yuaki's words. I thought you were a smart person, but in the end it was nothing more than that. It really disappointed me. Beilang sighed helplessly when he thought of this. Ah! When Urahara Kisuk heard Beilang's words, his expression suddenly changed slightly. This was the first time Urahara Kisuk heard that someone criticized him for not being smart enough. For a moment, Urahara felt that the pride deep in his heart seemed to be shattering. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt cold. Ishida Ryūjin felt that he had heard something he shouldn't have heard, so he quickly said, "Since it's your Shinigami's business, I'll leave first." After saying that, Ishida Longzai and Fei Lianjiao left. Beilang didn't mean to stop him. Although as a Quincy, Ishida Ryūjin was not even a bit better than Ishida Yuri who had not awakened the holy script, but facing Beilang, that was simply not enough. They weren't enemies anyway, so they just left. Beilang didn't have any ill intentions towards these hidden Quincy. Forget it, that's it. Urahara Kisuk will punish you and continue to be exiled in this world, and find all the people who harmed you back then. If you can't find them, you have the same intention as Shiba, don't go back to Soul Society anymore, go back, it's also embarrassing for me. Now that I think about it, you and Hirako Shinji, Love Akawa, Torabashi RJR, Maguruma Kensei, Yadomaru Lisa, Saragaki Hiri, Kuna Mashiro, Hachai-gen, Tessai Tsukabishi, a total of 10 people at the captain and deputy captain level, almost half of the Godai 13. I feel uncomfortable and angry that the combat power can be calculated like this. If the Godai 13 are all weaklings like you, when the Quincy or other Shinigami enemies invade Soul Society again, it will probably be the Godai 13s. It's the end. 11. Beilang angrily scolded Urahara Kisuke. Yes, yes, yes. You are right. It is indeed our fault. The responsibility for this is all ours. We are indeed too weak. There is nothing wrong with what you said. Please give us another chance. We will never make the same mistake again this time. Urahara Kisuke is like a child who has made a mistake. In front of his parents, he apologizes and tells his fault, while constantly ensuring that he will not do the same next time. Urahara Kisuke and Shiba Ishin, I advise you two to take care of yourself. Beilang said that a light lit up behind him, which was the light of the world-piercing gate. At the same time as Beilang's words fell, he had disappeared in front of Urahara and Ishin. It was also at the moment when Beilang left this world that the dark clouds covering the sky had completely disappeared, and the sunshine greeted the people on the ground after the wind and rain. Phew, saved. Shiba Ishin and Urahara Kisuke immediately collapsed on the ground after Beilang left. At Ishida's house, Shiba imprisoned Kurosaki Masaki wholeheartedly. But Ishida Zongzhen forced Shiba to have a meal at their house. Ishida Ryūjin, who was coming to eat, met Ishin Shiba, who was coming back from the toilet. He was stunned. Longxian, why are you still standing there stupidly? Why don't you come sit down and have dinner together? We have guests at home today. After Shiba went to the toilet and returned to the dining table, the people who were enjoying themselves at the dining table noticed Ishida Longxian, who was standing stupidly at the other door of the dining room, looking at everyone. This made Longxian's mother looked at it and couldn't help frowning. Guest? Why didn't I see it? And why is this guy here? Hearing this, Ishida Ryūjin glared at Shiba Ishin and asked. Longxian, how can you be so rude? This gentleman is the benefactor of our Ishida family. Hearing this, Longxian's mother continued to frown and spoke in a deep voice. Masaki was sent back by this gentleman. Longxian's mother didn't forget to add another sentence after she finished speaking. Masaki. After hearing his mother's words, Ishida Ryūjin glanced at Masaki, then at Shiba Ishin, and sat helplessly in his seat. Xiaolong, sit over here quickly. After Masaki sat down on his seat, Masaki waved to him. In fact, Masaki saw Ryūjin very early, but Ryūjin's mother and father were both there, so she didn't dare to call out to Ryūjin at all. Masaki, are you okay? Longxian pulled his seat next to Masaki and immediately asked Masaki. It's okay, no problem. I'm feeling very well now, and my whole body is full of strength. After Masaki listened to Ryūjin's words, he waved his hand with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Masaki put the shrimps that Ryūjin loved to eat on Ryūjin's plate with a knife and fork. Hee. Ishida Longxian looked at the scene in front of him and rarely relaxed his frown. However, Ryūjin frowned again immediately because Masaki put the remaining half of the shrimp on Shiba Ishin's plate. This is so delicious! Yuxin shouted excitedly after taking a bite of the shrimp. Really? Really? This is Xiaolong's favorite shrimp. Masaki Kurosaki heard this and said happily. Ryūjin looked at Masaki and Ishin, who were happily tasting the food. For some reason, he suddenly lost his previous appetite. Well, this scene was naturally seen in the eyes of Longxian's father, Zongxian, and his mother. The two looked at each other helplessly, and then sighed, what a sin. Mealtime at Ishida's house came to an end soon. Shiba Ishin was really happy with this meal. Well, uncle and aunt, I'll take my leave first. Yuxin smiled and waved his hand towards Zongxian, who was trying to retain him, and Zongxian's wife. Stay one night before leaving. It's getting late and it's very dangerous at night. Zongxian had something to say, and he could naturally see that Ishin turned out to be not a human but a Shinigami. He could also see that the current Ishin had completely lost the power of Shinigami and was even more fragile than those humans with inspiration. No, no. This is inconvenient. Besides, I have to prepare for the move. Shiba Ishin was right. With the help of Urahara Kisuke, he borrowed about 10 million yuan and planned to use it to open a very small family clinic. Although Shiba Ishin has lost the power of Shinigami, his current skills have not deteriorated, and he can be regarded as a little Superman in this world. At the same time, he still has a lot of medical knowledge learned from Godi I-13 in his mind, which is enough for him. To gain a foothold in this world, it's okay to at least make a living. Move place. As Shiba Ishin finished speaking, both Kurosaki Masaki and everyone in the Ishida family were stunned. Yes. From today on, I will stay in Karakura town. Shiba spoke with a smile to everyone present. That's great. As Shiba finished speaking, Masaki Kurosaki smiled excitedly. As for Ryuxian's parents, they also said repeatedly, really? If you need anything, Ishin, just come to us. Our Ishida family, although it is nothing in the world, but in Karakura town, it is nothing. How powerful! Whether it is in the government, business, medical, or education, we, the Ishida family, can have something to say in these areas. If you encounter something unfair, feel free to come to us. Ha ha ha, I will open a small clinic, don't worry. Shiba heard the words wholeheartedly and said happily. Really? Congratulations then, I wish you all the best in saving lives and healing the wounded. Hearing this, the Ishida couple smiled. Thank you uncle and aunt, I will borrow their kind words. Shiba thanked Ishida and his wife. For a time, the atmosphere between Shiba Ishin, the Ishida couple, and Kurosaki Masaki was extremely harmonious. Ah! Ishida Ryujin was the only one at this moment, and his mind was buzzing. Is this guy planning to stay in Karakura town and never leave? Although Long Xian was opposed in his heart, he still endured it. As his parents said, the man in front of him was indeed Masaki's savior. Without the Shinigami in front of him, Masaki would probably have died. 0. Please give me flowers. But Ryuabori will not thank Shiba Ishin for this, because without Shiba Ishin, Masaki would not have hollow symptoms. The cause of everything is still Shiba Ishin. Well. However, when Ryuxian looked at Masaki and Ishin with a silly smile, he sighed helplessly. He knew that he had probably lost to the Shinigami who was also smiling in front of him. Even though I don't want to admit it, it's not me who is protecting Masaki now, but this damn, annoying Shinigami in front of me. Ishida Ryuchen knew this, but felt even more uncomfortable. Goodbye, uncle and aunt, Masaki, and Xiaolong with a cold face. At this moment, Shiba Ishin waved to everyone and strode away. Don't call me Xiaolong. This is not a name you can call me. It was just after Yuxin left that the corners of Long Xian's eyes twitched slightly. He looked at the direction Yuxin left and murmured to himself. In Ryuxian's heart, the name Xiaolong is exclusive to Masaki Kurosaki and is a title between relatives. It is not something that Shiba Ishin, a Shinigami, a familiar guy, can call. I'll go find you when I get a chance. After Shiba Ishin strode away, Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly in the direction Ishin left. 0. You can do it at any time. Shiba heard this and turned around with a smile. Lost. I lost. At this moment, Long Xian knew that he had lost again. He looked at Masaki in front of him, then looked at Ishin leaving, and gently touched his heart. I have to say is. It hurts. It really hurts. Time flies, and 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. First of all, it's Soul Society. After Beilang separated from Shiba Ishin and others, he announced that Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division, not only left his post without permission, skipped work during working hours, but also violated the Soul Society ban and left Soul Society without authorization. Therefore, he was completely exiled. Information. This news directly shocked the entire Godi 13. Hitsuga the vice-captain of the 10th Division, even shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This is not something that Captain Shiba can do. Captain Shiba must have to deal with it with extremely difficulty. After completing the mission, he will definitely return to Soul Society and the 10th Division." However, after Shiba left Soul Society for a whole year and never showed up in the 10th Division, Hitsuga no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the heroic captain in his mind was exiled. Admit it. According to Beilang's instructions, Hitsuga also conducted the captain assessment. Became the new captain of the 10th Division. On the other side, while Soul Society is busy selecting the captain of the new 10th Division, everyone in the world is also busy with their own lives. Masaki Kurosaki has been studying hard during this year. During this period, she rarely saw Shiba Ishin. Apart from chatting a few words on her mobile phone every day, she continued to do her homework. Finally, her hard work paid off, and she successfully entered the university of her choice. It was after Kurosaki Masaki was admitted to college that she officially moved out of the Ishida family and started her own life of part-time study and part-time work. After all, after being admitted to college and becoming a college student, it means that she is gradually becoming an adult and there is no reason for her to stay in Ishida's house anymore. Of course, Ishida Ryusin's support was indispensable during this period. Ryusin fully supported Masaki in finding his own life, and for this reason he had a big quarrel with his mother. After all, in the eyes of Ishida's mother, Masaki stayed with their family as her daughter-in-law to ensure the purity of the Ishida family's bloodline. In the same year, in order to accompany Zhen, Ishida Longxian, Saki and Masaki went to the same university and began their tragic career as medical students. During this period, Masaki often took Ryusin to Shiba to play. While playing, Shiba told Masaki that he was punished by the captain for work reasons and was forced to be exiled to the present world. But in the process of getting along, Masaki seems to have noticed that Ishin is unusual. After all, Ishin has completely lost his spiritual power and can't see any spiritual body. Scholar. Chapter 74. Masaki seemed to recall something, and secretly swore to Shiba, "It doesn't matter if you lose the power of Shinigami. This time, it's me who will protect you." In the blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. The 4 years of university passed by quietly. Masaki and Ryujin attended the university's graduation ceremony together. After Masaki and Ryujin graduated from university, they chose different paths. Masaki and Ishin fell in love, and the two chose to live together. Masaki gave up her path of continuing to study, and she had already begun planning her life as a full-time housewife. As for Ryujin, he did not choose to stop like this, nor did he choose to inherit his Ishida family's business. Instead, he chose to continue his studies. After Ryujin thought about it, he chose to go abroad for further study. On the day he went abroad, Masaki and Ishin came to see him off, and Longxian also said goodbye to Ishin and Masaki properly. It seems that Ryusin's farewell was not only to Masaki and Ishin, his two friends, but also to himself. He was also saying goodbye to the young self who always admired Kurosaki Masaki. That day Ryusin left. In my mind, the little sun that has been dispelling the haze got on a plane to a foreign land. It seemed that it was because Ryujin's parents couldn't worry about him, so when Ryujin got on the plane, he realized that next to him was Katagiri, who was following him. When Ryujin saw Katagiri, he smiled with relief, and said to Katagiri, "Please give me your advice in the coming days." "Master, Katagiri will always be by your side." Katagiri was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then smiled sweetly. A few months after 853, Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Ishin got married. Since neither of them had direct elders, the wedding was held under the witness of Ishida Munegzuan. On this day, Ishida Ryūjin, who was far away from abroad, returned to the country, just to witness the wedding of Masaki and Isshin, and at the same time, he announced his engagement to Hakatagiri. Originally, Longxian's mother wanted to persuade Longxian and find a pure-blooded little princess for Longxian as a marriage partner to ensure the purity of the two bloodlines, but Longxian refused. This time I just want to marry the person I want to marry. In this regard, Longxian's mother had nothing to say. He looked at his son and murmured, "As long as you don't regret it." "Mother, I have looked away a lot in the years since you left the country. As long as you are happy, just let her go with the wind as far as the family is concerned." "Well, I'm very happy." Longxian took Katagiri's hand and assured his mother. "Master, mistress." When Katagiri heard this, he looked at his lover beside him with great emotion, and his biological mother standing in front, silently watching her. "You still call me mistress?" Longxian's mother heard this and pretended to be angry at Katagiri. Katagiri looked at the mistress in front of him and was speechless for a moment. "Call me mother." Longxian's mother rubbed her forehead helplessly and sighed. "Mother!" Katagiri shouted excitedly after hearing what his mistress said. At this moment, Katagiri knew clearly that her biological mother had recognized her. By the way, when Shiba Isshin heard that Masaki was the only one left in the Kurosaki family, he decisively married into his wife. According to Isshin, anyway, our Shiba family has many heirs, the main family and the branch house. There is no shortage of children, so let us work harder for the continuation of the Kurosaki family. That day, Masaki, who was regarded as the son by Isshin and Ryūjin, smiled sweetly. Masaki has never regretted the husband she chose. After this the wedding started. Masaki wore a pure white wedding dress and stood together with Isshin in a suit and tie. "Isshin, you look handsome today." Masaki held Isshin's cheek and smiled. "Masaki, you are beautiful too." Isshin's cheeks turned red and he smiled and nodded. However, Masaki and Isshin planned to kiss each other. Ryūjin and Katagiri sent their blessings and Zongxian and his wife were moved to tears. At the moment, a cold voice sounded, interrupting this beautiful wedding. "Wait! Wait a moment!" As the voice sounded, everyone looked at Longxian. In response, Longxian shook his head in silence and said angrily, "It's not me. Don't look at me." Longxian seemed a little disgusted with everyone's reaction, as if everyone present knew that he once had a crush on Masaki. That is. Everyone also knew that it was not Longxian who shouted it, the voice was different. Crack! It was at this moment that the door to the wedding venue was pushed open. This made everyone present stunned. Because Shiba Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki have no relatives, their wedding was held simply and few people were invited. Apart from Masaki's best classmates in high school and college, there is only Ishida's family. Everyone has arrived now, so theoretically, no one will come. However, when the people outside the door walked into the door of the wedding venue, Shiba Isshin was stunned on the spot, completely dumbfounded. "Uncle, it would be wrong not to notify us when you get married." The visitor was none other than Shiba Kyan, the current deputy captain of the 13th Division, leading his younger brothers and sisters. "Isshin, this is your family?" Masaki Kurosaki asked in surprise. "Yes, they are my nephews and nieces." Kurosaki Isshin raised his forehead. He originally thought that he was exiled and Beilang would not let his family attend his wedding. "Uncle, congratulations. Also, Beilang asked me to bring you a gift. He wasn't suitable to come, so he didn't come." Shiba Konghi said with a smile. As the captain's wife, everyone knows Kurosaki Masaki's identity better than Shiba. In the end, Masaki and Isshin's wedding ended with everyone's blessings. In the same year, Ishida Ryujin and Katagiri got married. The two held a grand wedding, which was attended by all the famous families in the world. Another half-year passed, and Katagiri gave birth to Ishida Yuri. It turned out that Katagiri was already pregnant when she was abroad, but when she returned home, she was not very pregnant. After giving birth to the child, Katagiri took care of Yuri at home, while Yuri's scumbag father, Ryūjin, continued his studies and struggled abroad. After Yuri was born, about 7 months passed before Masaki Kurosaki gave birth to her first child, whom she named Ichigo. The implication is to protect the one you love throughout your life. It was also when Ichigo was born that the Kyoji who originally resided in Masaki's body was born with Ichigo, along with the Quincy power in Masaki's body and the Shinigami in Isshin's body. The power was transferred to Ichigo's body, and mixed with the power of Shinigami in Ichigo's body. At the same time, after the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuri, Rukanga of Soul Society, which is extremely far away from the present world. Is it finally born? The child I have high hopes for. My perfect experiment. Aizen looked at the orange-haired boy who was delivered by the doctor with eyes full of expectation. In the first team captain's room, Bei Lang felt something in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo, the son of destiny, was born, and the Tian Shen was faintly shining. In the shadow of Soul Society, the invisible empire. The great Quincy King Waiwak, sleeping in the crystal coffin, is showing signs of recovery at this moment. At this moment, whether it is Bei Lang, Aizen, the sleeping Waiwak, or the immortal spiritual king standing in the sky, these four will eventually become, or have become, the strongest existences in the three realms in the past, present, and future. They are all facing the birth of the child of destiny was felt. In the blink of an eye, the wave has arrived and everything will begin. This world. After learning that Kurosaki Ichigo was born, Shiba also took his younger brothers and sisters to the real world to see the baby. Of course, Ishida Ryujin is also indispensable. When Ishida Ryujin looked at Kurosaki Masaki's arms, which had a head of yellow hair that was very similar to Kurosaki Masaki, but had a face that clearly inherited the good genes of the Shiba family and looked a bit handsome, he suddenly frowned. Rise. This kid is disgusting just to look at. Ishida Ryusai looked at Ichigo in Masaki's arms and murmured to himself. It was also at this moment that Long Xian's obsession seemed to be let go. This kid looks so cute. Looks so much like his father. At the same time, a nurse passed by Long Xian and whispered about Ichigo's appearance while chuckling. Maybe it was because Ichigo was born with yellow hair. Since he was born, countless girls have been fond of him. It's just because he looks like his father that he's annoying. Long Xian gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and whispered dissatisfiedly. Perhaps, if Kurosaki Ichigo is not a boy, but a girl who inherits the appearance of Kurosaki Masaki and the sunshine-like personality, then the matter of fighting against Waiwak. Maybe there won't be anything going on between Ichigo and Yuryu. Long Xian, for my goddaughter. Even if I am the founder of the Quincy, I will kill you. Let you see how far I, who has talents far beyond Yuri, can achieve after 18 years of hard work. Yuha! Lao Deng immediately opened his mouth and ate my silver blood-clot arrow. It's a pity that Ichigo is a boy, a damn yellow guy who inherited Isshin's appearance. But to be honest, is Ichigo's father the prosthetic skeleton created by Urahara Kisuke, or is it Shiba Isshin? I guess Urahara Kisuke himself can't figure it out. But theoretically speaking, it should still be Shiba's heart. After all, the soul inheritance is there. Zangetsu is definitely a soul-cutting sword from the Shiba family. Not even Ermiya Wang Yu will deny this, so we can't dwell on this weird thing. It seems that due to the birth of the eternal son Kurosaki Ichigo, the three realms once again fell into false peace. Even Aizen, who was originally obsessed with the hollow experiment, began to hibernate. He quietly observed, in his mind, the growth of Kurosaki Ichigo, the highest masterpiece born out of various coincidences. In this way, time flew by, and 9 years flew by. It's June 17th again, and it's another rainy day with the sky full of haze. Shiba Ishin should be said to be Kurosaki Ishin. He is standing in his private clinic, holding a cigarette with steam and sparks in his mouth, because Masaki once said that he looks very handsome when he smokes, so since then, Ishin's cigarettes have never left my hand. What a bad weather! It reminds me of a long time ago. I hope nothing will happen to Masaki and Ichigo. Kurosaki Ishin looked at the rain outside the window, and couldn't help but think of the day he met Masaki, and then thought of the day he saved Masaki. It seemed that once something big happened, the sky would start to rain like a heavy fog. On the other side, after class, Ichigo was being picked up by his mother Kurosaki Masaki. He was wearing a raincoat and kept running on the street. Although the thick fog obscured the sight of Ichigo and Masaki, it did not obscure Ichigo's curiosity about things and his mood of constantly playing in the park. 4.2. Haha, slow down. Masaki looked at Ichigo, who kept running around, holding an umbrella in one hand and holding the strawberry bread bought from the bakery in the other. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Ichigo, who kept running around. With a smile on his face, he reminded Ichigo to pay attention to his safety. Ichigo didn't take Masaki's words to heart. Until Ichigo seemed to find something in the park. He ran all the way to the center of the park and waved hello to a child who was also walking in the rain, but he didn't get any response. After he replied, Ichigo's expression finally changed. Ouch! I saw that when Ichigo came to the girl, he had a light bulb on his head that looked like a monkfish, and his body was slender and covered with long hair, like a giant mouse. The face was like a human being, full of emotions, and a white bone mask was attached to the facial features. A huge creature comparable in size to a mammoth appeared in front of Ichigo. What's this? At this moment, Ichigo was stunned on the spot. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. He. Your soul feels delicious just by smelling it. The mammoth-sized creature first smiled gently at Ichigo, and then showed an extremely ferocious expression. Aizen, who was paying attention to Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, was a little worried. Because of Masaki, Aizen could not place too many things around Ichigo because Masaki would find out. But he absolutely cannot tolerate that his greatest masterpiece was killed by the 10-headed miscellaneous fish before it has grown up. Chapter 75. It seems that I really have to take the time to go to Hueco Mundo. It is necessary to explain my Aizen rules to those lawless hollows. The flat mirror on the bridge of Aizen's nose kept reflecting the light, and he spoke with a cold face. From today on, Aizen will never allow Yuxu to go to Karakura town and disturb his experimental subjects without his permission. But Aizen didn't take the Kyun in front of him seriously. After all, Kurosaki Masaki, a pure-blooded Quincy, is a ruthless character who can even kill his Kyoshi. A mere bastard, he is no match for Masaki Kurosaki, a pure-blooded Quincy. Brush. Just when Aizen was thinking this, Kurosaki Masaki had already arrived in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, blocking the ferocious Minos Grande in front of him with one hand. Before Grand Fisher could taste the Kurosaki Ichigo that he regarded as a delicacy, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki had already used the Quincy's flying kick to save the young Ichigo and blocked the powerful attack with one hand. Grand Fisher. Impossible. How can a human have such huge power? Who are you? Are you a Shinigami? Grand Fisher looked at Masaki, who exuded a strong sense of oppression, and countless cold sweats broke out on his forehead. When Masaki Kurosaki saw his child being attacked and showed the determination of a mother, Grand Fisher instinctively felt endless fear. Me? I'm just a pure-blood Quincy. Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have not made a move for a long time. She first moved her muscles and bones, and then opened a bow composed of souls with one hand. The shining sacred destruction continued to exude a white and silver glow on Saki's writing. A Quincy? There is actually a Quincy alive in this world. Grand Fisher 06 looked shocked when he heard this. He had only heard of Quincy in legends. This was the first time he saw a living Quincy. It is said that Quincy is the mortal enemy of Hollow, a group of people who specialize in hunting down Hollow monster. You don't need to know much. Goodbye, Minos Grande. Masaki Kurosaki said this and opened the Raiko bow in his hand. Masaki seems to be full of confidence in her divine destruction. She believes that her divine destruction can wipe out Minos Grande in front of her with one shot. In fact, this is also true. After all, even the powerful experimental body created by Aizen, Kyo's hero, can be killed by Masaki using his own divine destruction. Bastard! Grand Fisher yelled, and he seemed to be planning to run away. However, being targeted by Masaki, he had no time to make any preparations. However, just when Masaki was about to release the Holy Annihilation, her eyes suddenly showed a hint of astonishment. The next second, Masaki felt someone whispering in her ears, as if someone was attacking the Quincy power in her body. Keep calling. Brush. As Masaki's pupils dilated slightly, the spirit bow and arrow in her hand immediately dissipated between heaven and earth. Good chance. Grand Fisher looked at Masaki, whose spiritual power was constantly dissipating, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Masaki, who had already had all the advantages, suddenly lost his power, he clearly knew that his opportunity had come. Grand Fisher had no intention of giving up the opportunity. He pounced directly on Masaki in front of him and bit Masaki's neck. For a time, the sky was filled with bright red. The bread bag in Masaki's hand fell to the ground due to the huge impact of Grand Fisher, and countless pieces of bread were mixed with blood. And the young Ichigo, who Masaki used all his strength and life to block behind him, looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. The young Ichigo simply didn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Mother! Ichigo looked at his mother, who was suddenly bitten by the huge creature in front of him, and murmured to himself. Masaki, who was being bitten fiercely by Grand Fisher, did not respond to Ichigo behind her. She lowered her head like a dead corpse. Mom! This made the young Ichigo feel tight. However, only by biting Masaki Grand Fisher at this moment can we realize how serious the situation in front of us is. Damn! Why are you so tough, you bastard? Just when Ichigo was worried, the Grand Fisher suddenly roared. I saw Masaki, who had been bitten by Grand Fisher in the mouth and had let go of the bread bag and umbrella, looking like a corpse. Suddenly, countless fine purple lines lit up on his body. Those lines were like an invisible armor, protecting him. Holding Masaki's body, the blood on the ground actually flowed from Grand Fisher's mouth. At this moment, Grand Fisher felt like he was biting on a huge iron scale. Not only was he bitten, but his mouth was also full of wounds. Even his proud man, who could break through the steel skin of other Minos Grande, several of his teeth, which were now illuminated by the armor on Masaki's body, were broken and his mouth was bleeding for a while. Got you! As for Kurosaki Masaki, she showed a wicked smile at this moment, and she hugged the big head of the Grand Fisher in front of her. At the same time, her white hands suddenly lit up with a purple luster, and she instantly gathered 2 souls. Z's arrows were aimed at Grand Fisher's temples on both sides. Damn! You have such strength, but you still plot against me. You insidious and cunning Quincy, I don't want you to die a good death. You guys who play tactics are so dirty. You should be damned if you step on the horse. These were Grand Fisher's last words. He understood everything at this moment. Kurosaki Masaki just now did not lose his power. It was a trap to attract him to attack. Pfft! As Masaki activated Holy Destruction, Grand Fisher had 2 huge holes in his head, and countless bright reds were scattered on the ground. At the same time, he lay on the ground unwillingly. Are we, Grand Fisher, born to die? Grand Fisher roared, and his body gradually turned into a sky full of spiritual beings. Kurosaki Masaki looked at the dead Grand Fisher, his eyebrows slightly frowned. At this moment, Masaki didn't feel the slightest bit happy because she had killed this Minos Grande. She didn't know why, but she was still a little sad. Maybe her compassion is causing trouble again. However, if the power in her body had not been summoned just now, a cry of the most radiant light suddenly rang out. A ray of light completely covered her body's surface so that her spiritual power did not disappear. Maybe she was the one who died. Mom, what was he talking about just now? I don't understand what he is saying at all. The young Ichigo looked at the dead Grand Fisher with great doubts in his small eyes. He didn't understand Grand Fisher's words just now. Pay it back. Masaki looked at the young Ichigo, gently rubbed Ichigo's little head, and then smiled, you will know when you grow up. Oh. Ichigo nodded in understanding. It's a pity that Masaki didn't know that her eldest son still couldn't understand it when he grew up. It has even evolved to the point that even if others explain a lot to him face to face, he still can't understand a word. What a good kid, he started to be deaf at such a young age. He is indeed the destined son of D-deaf, selective deafness. In the previous life, countless netizens commented on the three male protagonists of the hot-blooded manga, Naruto, Luffy, and Ichigo, after they met the eloquent villain. Naruto refused the opponent's mouth escape and used his own superior mouth escape to convince the other party. Luffy ignored the other person's words and insisted on his own ideas. Kurosaki Ichigo was the most ruthless among the three. No matter whether what the other party said made sense or not, he said that he didn't understand it at all. He yelled, I don't understand what you are talking about, and then picked up the phone in his hand. Zanpakuto, if you don't accept it, do it. When a powerful brick flies, no rules are of any use to him. The big knife in his hand is everything. At the same time, because the bread Masaki bought fell to the floor, she freed her hands and picked up the young Kurosaki Ichigo. She held an umbrella with one hand and held Ichigo with the other, and walked toward her. Go home. At this moment, Masaki's face did not feel any joy because she defeated Grand Fisher. She frowned tightly, as if she was thinking about something. Just now, the Quincy power in my body did waver for a moment. That power. What happened? It seems I have to go back and ask Ishin. Masaki knew clearly in his heart that the palpitations just now and the wavering of the Quincy's power must be something wrong with their Quincy lineage. But Kurosaki Masaki doesn't care much about this. To put it bluntly, Kurosaki Masaki doesn't know anything about Ryujin. Meanwhile Soul Society, in the shadows of Siritii. The invisible empire hiding in the darkness. On the throne that stands at the top of all things, a majestic and aloof figure sits quietly on it. His eyes seem to be staring at all things in the three realms, overlooking the past and future of all living beings, and controlling everything in the world. The name of the man who seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent was Yhwach. In this dark country, this is how Quincy calls men. Yes, the man's name is Yhwach. He is the king of the Quincy, the true enemy of the Shinigami. He led the Quincy 990 years ago and was the culprit who invaded Soul Society. As recorded in the Holy Emperor's hymn, the Quincy who was sealed Wang, it took 900 years to regain his heartbeat, and another 90 years to regain his consciousness. At this moment in 613, the Quincy King Ryujin has completely restored his heartbeat and consciousness, and woke up from endless sleep. The first thing Ryujin did after waking up was to use the Holy Spirit to take back. He obtained the power within the mixed blood Quincy who were basically useless in his eyes and were scattered around the world. My people! During the time when I was sealed, you were the ones who were killed. Now I have completely awakened from my dark sleep. In 9 years, I will completely regain my strength. Then, as predicted, I will lead you to seize the entire 3 realms within 9 days. And create an ideal world for us. Ryujin sat on the throne, his voice was hoarse, calm, and full of power, ringing in the minds of every Quincy living in the invisible empire. Praise be to the great Emperor Ryujin. At this moment, countless Quincies raised their right hands high, clenched their right hands into fists, and clasped them hard on their hearts. They were willing to dedicate everything they had to the great Quincy king, including their strength, spirit, life, and heart. Then take it. Hasward's current reign at Soul Society. Who is it? Is he still the old guy from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni? Yohabok said, his stern eyes looked at the shadow beside him, and he spoke indifferently to the person standing in the shadow. Return to His Majesty Waiwak. The current person in charge of Godi I-13 is not Yamamoto Genryusai, but Genryusai's apprentice Beilang. Decades ago, Beilang defeated Yamamoto Genryusai in public and became the new captain of Godi I-13. As for the original captain Yuan Liuzai, according to my intelligence, he has long lost his past ambitions and is so old that he simply went to the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach. The students have gone, and now we are focusing on cultivating the new generation of Shinigami. After listening to Waiwaka's words, Hasward replied calmly. Oh? Beilang? It's a name I've never heard of. Hey, Yamamoto Shigakuni was defeated by his apprentice. It's really sad. It seems that Yamamoto Shigakuni is already old. Yohabok sighed. It was obvious that Yohabok still attached great importance to his old rival. So, what about the killer group led by Yamamoto Shigakuni back then? Are they still in Soul Society? Are they all too old to look good? Chapter 76. Hasward's mouth twitched slightly. Yamamoto Genryusai's first-generation Godi I-13. Currently, only 3 people have clear traces of their activities. The first one is Yamamoto Genryusai himself, and the second one is the current Godi I-13. The captain's wife and the current captain of the 4th division, Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu? We didn't seem to have fought with this person thousands of years ago. Waiwak asked in confusion. After all, the current Waiwak has nothing to do with omniscience and omnipotence, so he can only listen to Hasward's report. Yes, the original name of Unohana Retsu is not Unohana Retsu, but Unohana Yazanryu, that pervert crazy woman. Hasward obviously remembered something bad, and his evaluation of Unohana Retsu was not that good. Good. Oh? That crazy woman is still alive today? And she's even married? How outrageous! Even Habich thought this was a bit nonsense and said with a speechless expression. She is no longer the captain of the combat team, but the best doctor in Soul Society. She is famous for her gentleness and beauty. Humph, how ridiculous! Yamamoto Shigakuni's team has turned into this. The last one is Senhai Shihaoran. He is currently retired at home. He only has fun every day. The rest of the first-generation captains are said to have all died in the struggle of Soul Society. Hasward concluded. First-generation Godi I-13 all died in battle. Stop joking. How could those killers be killed by mere nobles? It's just a dirty political struggle. In peacetime, you don't need a knife stained with too much blood. But this Shinigami is equivalent to cutting your wings, Habich said disdainfully. Obviously, in the eyes of Waiwak, only first-generation Godi I-13 is his biggest opponent. In the war 1,000 years ago, the Godi I-13 were invincible. It was because they were cold-blooded and like a tireless fighting machine. The current Godi I-13 is just a flower blooming in a greenhouse, sunny, beautiful, and vulnerable. It is no match for our invisible empire. Yohabok laughed at this moment, and his sinister eyes seemed to be a little more playful. Not to mention how much fun he felt when he heard that Shinigami was beginning to decline. Ichibe Hisub, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Everything you two did to me thousands of years ago, I will return to you intact. In Waiwaka's heart, he gritted his teeth and said 2 names. The 2 people were ranked in order of their hatred. Obviously, except for the monk and Yamamoto Genryusai, everyone else is not within the scope of Waiwaka's revenge. I just don't know if this blind Yohabok can defeat the fake monk and old man Shan who have been strengthened by Beilang for several waves. He, Yohabok, has remembered this grudge for almost 1,000 years, 1,000 years later. It's never too late to take revenge on Yoha. Hasward, do you have anything else to report to me? Yohabok gently touched his chest, which was the place where Yamamoto Genryusai penetrated. After Yoha thought about it for a while, he asked Hasward. Your Majesty Waiwak, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Although the Shinigami are no longer as powerful as before, the few apprentices Beilang trained are still worthy of your attention. They are the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, the 6th Division Captain, Byakuya Kokaki, the 10th Division Captain, Hitsuga Ichwir, and the 11th Division Captain, Zaraki Kenpeki. Especially Zaraki Kenpeki, he is very powerful. Because the other teams all of them are the 6th, and they all hide their secrets. Only Zaraki Kenpeki is a reckless man, and he has basically shown how much strength he has. Oh, maybe not entirely. At least Bankai is still hiding it. Well, he is the 6th of the family. Hasward looked at Yohabok sitting on the throne and spoke softly. Oh! Hearing this, Yohabok's expression became a little more curious. Let me see how strong Rai Long's disciple is. Waiwak murmured to himself, his eyes seemed to be looking at the distant Siritii. After a while, Yohabok suddenly smiled softly, haha, that's all. Although Waiwak's brows were furrowed, he still gave Beilang's several apprentices such evaluations. He has a tough talk, and this is the reason why Hasward has not been able to discover Aizen. Aizen is the most powerful existence among these captains. Now, in the Unohana store, has Waiwak, the Quincy King, awakened. Unohana Kisuk pressed the green bucket hat on his head and murmured to himself. Because Unohana Kisuk has been close to Quincy such as Ishida Ryujin over the years, he has also learned about the Quincy, the legendary ode to the Holy Emperor. According to the knowledge learned in the history class of Spiritual Arts Academy, it seems that nearly 1,000 years have indeed passed since the war between Waiwak and Shinigami. It's really leaking in the house and it rains all night. The enemies inside Shinigami have not been found yet, but the enemies outside Shinigami have revived and are ready to invade Soul Society next time. Then Captain Beilang, are you ready to deal with powerful enemies from all walks of life? Or is it that in this fateful battle that has been going on for thousands of years, even you, Captain Beilang, are not sure of victory? Unohana Kisuk looked at the drizzle outside and murmured to himself. Although Waiwak has a tough talk, he still pays more attention to Beilang. After all, he is the strong man who defeated his old enemy Yamamoto Shigakuni. No matter what, Waiwak must collect clues about Beilang. Then, he saw a bastard who fooled around with his wife all day long. Although he can't see what Beilang is doing, this man spends 18 hours a day with his various wives. It's hard for Waiwak to have a good impression of him. Yamamoto Shigakuni is even more outrageous. Apart from raising flowers and grass every day, he also teaches students. From time to time, he also makes a guest appearance as an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. Habich is completely speechless, please respect me. I am the boss. Looking at the chores done by master and disciple Yamamoto Genryusai every day, Waiwak almost laughed out loud. How could such a master and disciple with insect body rule the soul world well? This soul society. It only needs to be ruled by our invisible empire. Waiwak, who had been observing for a period of time, once again entered a deep sleep with satisfaction. It was not because of anything else. Although he was alive, he was still unable to move normally. Even during the time when he regained his power, the time range of his activities was limited, sleeping can allow him to better regain his power. And then, time flies, 6 years have passed. Karakura Town in the present world. Karakura Town No. 1 High School, Hi. A young man with orange hair was sitting quietly by the window in the back row, known as the hometown of the king. He was silently looking at the scenery outside the window in a daze, even though the teacher on the podium kept giving lectures vividly and hard. But still couldn't attract the orange-haired boy's eyes for even a moment. He just frowned and looked into the distance. The boy's name is Kurosaki Ichigo. He is 15 years old, a vocational student, and loves to fight. He is often mistaken for a bad boy by outsiders because of the color of his hair. After Kurosaki Ichigo was forced to become the target of bad guys because of the color of his hair, he had no choice but to use his fists to beat up the entire Karakura town. Yes, little Kurosaki Ichigo has completed the challenge of dominating all the high schools in Karakura town. No matter whether the opponent is a dozen delinquents, nearly 100 people, or a large delinquent organization with more than 100 people, that is, the Bosozoku. In front of Kurosaki Ichigo, they all looked like trash, being beaten down constantly. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo can knock down all his enemies just by constantly swinging his fists. So now Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly feels confused and doesn't know where he should go in the future. In particular, one time, in front of countless delinquents, Kurosaki Ichigo accidentally punched a wall made of blue bricks. After the punch was done, the delinquents were all scared, and they knelt down in front of Ichigo one by one. In front of him, he kowtowed and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. You made us blind. I offended Mr. Kurosaki, please spare our lives." It was also after that time that all the high school students in Karakura town spread the news that Kurosaki Ichigo, a freshman at the first high school in Karakura town, was a monster who could explode steel with one punch. However, after such rumors spread in the market, Kurosaki Ichigo's ideal, ordinary high school career did not appear. Instead, he provoked many students from other schools who were trying to reach the so-called strongest high school student's throne. Kurosaki Ichigo's high school came to duel with Kurosaki Ichigo. After doing this many times, Kurosaki got another nickname, the fighting captain of Karakura town's #1 high school. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know it yet, but the gears of his fate were about to start turning. Because of Soul Society at this time. Division 13. Hey? Let me stay in this world for a while. Rukia Kukaki frowned slightly after receiving the order. Rukia Kukaki is now in the 3rd position. After all, she is strong enough in person and has a strong background. Her promotion speed is really no different from riding a rocket. Yes, this is an order from Central 46, asking the 13th Division to send a strong man to investigate why Karakura town has not been invaded by hollows for so many years. Jaishur Yukatake also said helplessly. Well, I have to blame Aizen for this. Ever since that hollow attacked Kurosaki Ichigo last time, Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo's biological father, has really protected him meticulously. Since then, no hollow has dared to appear in Karakura town. Because if you go, no matter whether you can come back or not, you will still die. Ishida Sojuru is still alive now. A veteran pure-blood Quincy is not comparable to Ishida Yuri's half-heartedness. Don't tell me, just looking at the strength of the Quincy gang in the 1000-year Blood War chapter, Ishida Yuri's strength can be ignored. If Waiwak hadn't given him a big trick at the end, Ishida Yuri would have had no sense of existence at all in the final chapter. Oh, even if it is turned on and off, there is no sense of presence. That's okay. But the animation will be added, I look forward to it. 98 will personally supervise the production, plus the 3 strongest original animation teams of Megong Comics. It's still very reassuring. After all, Shuramon Senjimaru's Bankai is amazing. This is the power of Shinigami's original team. This resulted in Karakura town becoming a place where the 13th Division Shinigami retires. There is no virtual existence anyway, just send people there casually and that's it. Aizen's plan is also logical, secretly controlling Rukia Kukaki to send a wave. Meet Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, according to Aizen's idea, what a new Orium. Kukaki, Zhao Zhao, Rukia is the good wife he chose for Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, Aizen also didn't expect that a new Orium's perfection technique would be so pervert. It was almost like turning back time. Even the dead could be saved. I understand. I'll go back and tell my master and brother, and go directly to the present world through the Kukaki family's world traveling gate. Rukia Kukaki didn't show any pretense and nodded in agreement. After all, the three powerful combatants of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake and Shiba Kayan, the captains and deputy captains, are not suitable to go, so it is normal to send her as the third seat. Jaishur Yukatake nodded, to be extra safe, just run away if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat. I know, Captain. Rukia Kukaki nodded, and Shunpo left from the captain's room. Division 3, Captain Shiyu. What? Rukia, are you going to appear in the world? Ichimarujin was not anxious yet, but Hinamori Momo, the current deputy captain of the 3rd Division, became anxious first. Calm down, Hinamori, why don't you go to Karakura town? That city is completely free of hollows, don't worry. Ichimarujin didn't care about this dispatch. After all, Rukia is now a third-class spiritual power, and she could have been the captain before. Jin. Rukia has never been to the present world. Hinamori Momo called Ichimarujin's name in dissatisfaction. Ichimarujin quickly waved his hand, not daring to continue talking. It's okay, Hinamori, Karakura town is very safe. You can't have an accident as soon as I go there. Rukia Kukaki comforted with a smile. If Beilang were here, he would definitely say, yes, something will happen as soon as you go. Aizen-suk is just waiting for you to go.